Chapter 1. The Binding System. Rejecting the affections of the campus belle. In Huasu Province, a blue taxi sped along the winding mountain road. Inside, four young men in their early 20s occupied the vehicle, all students from Shunshin University, seniors from dormitory 405. Old 3, you're being ungrateful. The campus belle invited you, and you turned her down. If it weren't for her generous offer, we would have missed out on this opportunity for happiness. Indeed, thankfully, the campus belle was extravagant enough to book Old 3's car. You guys have no idea. The losers at school are drooling with envy now that we're going to the Falling Leaves Mountain to socialize with their dormitory. This is all thanks to Old 3, but alas, he prefers money over beauty. Such a waste of that charming face. He sure, driving, ignored their teasing, gripping the steering wheel with one hand and flooring the accelerator. Completing this fare would afford him a moment's respite. He had no interest in dormitory gatherings, that he came from a small town with average means. And just as he reached the cusp of graduation and internship, his father fell gravely ill. To quickly raise funds for surgery, he reluctantly became a taxi driver, so his sole focus was on making money. Seated in the front passenger seat was the dormitory leader. Noticing He Shi's silence, exchanged knowing glances with the other two. He then unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to He Shi. Old 3, when we arrive, don't rush off. The campus belle is coming specifically for you. If you leave, we won't even get a taste of her company, and her dormitory is filled with beauties. He Shi cast a sidelong glance at him, understanding immediately the implications behind that lewd expression. After all, this gathering was set to last 2 days and 1 night. However, He Shi was not inclined to indulge him and firmly replied, I have to work, and I have a girlfriend. I can't stay out overnight. The leader, taken aback, looked at He Shi's exquisitely handsome profile, feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation. Is working more important than meeting girls? Besides, with that girlfriend of yours, after nearly 4 years, we haven't even seen a picture of her. He harbored reasonable doubts about this so-called girlfriend being merely an excuse for Old 3 to fend off pursuers. Believe what you wish, He Shi said coolly, closing his mouth again. Seeing that his words had no effect, the second man in the back seat resorted to a final tactic. $1,000, come back with us tomorrow. He Shi glanced at the rearview mirror. 1,005 until 9 tonight. The second man gritted his teeth. 12. 8. The second man was left speechless. Fine. 9 it is. A slight smile curled at the corners of He Shi's mouth as he handed over the QR code hanging nearby. He was a finance major, and he had never lost a negotiation regarding money. Ding. Detecting the host's strong desire for wealth. Initiating the supreme subsidy system. System bound to the host successfully. Detecting the host's father's severe illness, now subsidizing $2 million in cash, and opening the instant kill mall. All subsidies will be provided to the host through legal and reasonable channels. Please rest assured and enjoy. The sudden mechanical voice startled He Shi, causing him to inadvertently slam the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. Damn it! What the heck? He Shi could hardly attend to the anguished cries of his companions within the vehicle, for his entire focus was captivated by the 2 vibrations emanating from his phone.as. He swiped the screen. A bank notification promptly appeared. Dear user, your account has received a deposit of 2 million renminbi on May 10th, 20 at 15:23. Your current balance is 2,005,000 RMB. He Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Just the day before, he had transferred all his savings back home to fund his father's medical treatment, leaving only 5,000 yuan for the charter expenses, which he intended to send to his mother later that evening. As a Mata University student, he was no stranger to the pastime of reading novels, and he was well aware of the existence of systems. However, he never anticipated that such a fortuitous windfall would land in his lap. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, He Shi restarted the vehicle. Without further ado, he inquired, System, could you please elucidate your functions? A mechanical voice promptly responded within his mind. This system will randomly activate subsidy functions based on the host's actual circumstances, with variable triggering conditions and subsidy content. He Shi raised an eyebrow, realizing that it all depended on the whims of this entity. And what, pray tell, is the flash sale mall? A blue light flickered before his eyes. Please explore at your own discretion once you are in a safe environment. Understood. Upon reaching Luya Mountain, He Shi refrained from exiting the vehicle with the others, eagerly summoning the system. A pale blue light screen materialized before him. Username, He Shi. Age, 22. Industry, none. Today's flash sale items. 1 Porsche 911. Flash sale price, 9.9 yuan. 10 commercial storefronts on Shanghai Street. Flash sale. Price, 29.9 yuan. 1 residential building in Jinfusion. Flash sale price, 99.9 yuan. System notification. The host may purchase only 1 item per day. If unable to complete the purchase within 24 hours, it will be considered an active forfeiture. After perusing the options, He Shi felt his breath catch. A Porsche 911's original price exceeded 3 million yuan, not to mention the storefronts and residential building. Simply renting them out would yield enough income for a lifetime of ease. Suppressing his excitement, he swiftly selected the residential buildings option. With only 1 opportunity each day, he naturally opted for the most valuable choice. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully placed an order for 1 residential building in Jinfusion, comprising 120 units. The property deed is being processed, and a professional will contact the host tomorrow. Please keep your phone accessible. Ding! Congratulations! The host has made their first purchase in the flash sale mall. A new user gift package has been awarded. 1 Ferrari SF90, now parked at the school playground. Simultaneously, a car key appeared with a sharp snap in the passenger seat. Astonishing! For just 99 yuan, he had not only acquired a residential building valued at nearly 1 billion, but also gained a sports car worth 5 million. A smile spread across He Shi's face. In less than an hour, he had transformed from a penniless nobody into a wealthy magnate capable of counting money while reclining. He Shi promptly withdrew his phone and transferred the entire 2 million yuan to his mother. At last, there is no longer any cause for concern regarding his father's illness. He need not rise early and toil late, nor fear that adding an egg to his daily hand-grab pancake might be beyond his means. Everything felt as ephemeral as a fleeting dream, and He Shi pinched his thigh vigorously to affirm that he was indeed awake. Immersed in his elation, he was abruptly jolted by a series of knocks on the car window. Turning his gaze, he beheld a visage of pure and sweet beauty, none other than the campus belle, Qin Ruo. Qin Ruo's family business is among the most prominent in the entire city, and her ethereal beauty has rendered her an object of admiration within the school. Since the start of their freshman year, she has taken a keen interest in He Shi, frequently appearing to assert her presence. However, He Shi has always maintained a respectful distance from this spoiled and capricious heiress. As he opened the car door, Qin Ruo immediately lunged forward, attempting to link her arm with his, but he deftly sidestepped her advance. His expression turned frosty as he stated, "Miss Qin, I must ask you to conduct yourself with decorum." Instantly, tears brimmed in her eyes. Her impressive bosom heaved in indignation, accentuated by her exposed, voluptuous thighs, which drew appreciative glances from passers-by. Ding! The host has rejected the enchanting campus belle, missing the opportunity to be pampered by a wealthy woman. A rebate card worth 100-fold on expenditure has been issued, valid for 3 days, with a maximum rebate amount of 10 million. He Shi raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune. He glanced toward his friends in the distance, who were eagerly waving him over, and promptly made his way towards them. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo glared at his retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly. After all, he was merely an attractive yet impoverished youth. She vowed that one day she would have He Shi begging on his knees for her favor. Chapter 2. The Consumer Rebate Card in the School Belle Mountain, a renowned scenic area situated in the outskirts of Shenzhen, boasts not only majestic peaks to conquer, but also picturesque rural homestays. Whether one seeks to fish, indulge in hot springs, or partake in outdoor barbecue bonfires, the Yuan homestay has an abundance of offerings. The primary plan for the gathering of the 2 dormitories revolves around an outdoor barbecue, followed by a night spent in tents, culminating in the viewing of a romantic sunrise the next morning. Initially, He Shi intended to simply say hello and depart, but upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of 1,000 yuan in his account, the words he had prepared faltered on his lips. Although his wealth exceeded hundreds of millions, rendering such a sum trivial, he believed that even the smallest fly is still meat, and above all, he prided himself on his integrity. Upon seeing He Shi approach, the leader affectionately draped an arm over his shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah, third brother, you truly are unaware of the fortune you possess. How could you possibly reject such an exquisite beauty? Just look at her. Her little hand is already intertwined with another. He sure glanced down at the leader's straining toes, then reluctantly followed his gaze. Indeed, Qin Ruo appeared to have acquired a devoted suitor, who, upon noticing He Shi's stare, offered a provoking smile. The second brother, who was preparing to set up a tent, abruptly discarded his belongings, exclaiming, "Damn, I thought we would finally be the main characters this time. But it seems the school belle has brought along a gaggle of sycophants, each one a rich heir. Just look at those girls' starry eyes. We are merely here as embellishments." He Shi surveyed the scene and noted that several girls were indeed accompanied by their gallant protectors. With a faint smile, he remarked, "If that is the case, then after the barbecue, you shall accompany me back." "Well, perhaps not. It's a rare opportunity to be here." He hesitated, contemplating the possibility of savoring a few morsels. Observing the second brother's cowardice, he sure felt compelled to impart a piece of wisdom. In the end, the devoted admirer will inevitably end up with nothing. "Hey, you lot, if you wish to partake in a barbecue, you must procure your own ingredients. We have not prepared for your portion." A sudden voice interrupted the conversation among He Shi and his companions. The leader's expression shifted. Wasn't it agreed upon to go Dutch? Loya Mountain Scenic Area is a well-known tourist destination backed by the esteemed Liang Group, which has invested significantly in its development, ensuring that this homestay meets a 5-star standard. Consequently, the prices are quite exquisite. Without delving into the cost of food, the most affordable accommodation alone exceeds 2,000 yuan. Among the 4 members of dormitory 405, aside from the second brother who hails from a somewhat affluent family, the other 3 come from ordinary backgrounds. Had it not been for the prior agreement to share expenses, they would never have considered frequenting such an upscale venue. The leader's remark instantly provoked laughter from the group across from them. "What are you doing here without money? And you still dare to go Dutch? How utterly shameful." The speaker was the very man who had previously taunted He Shi. Song Bo, with a self-satisfied grin, exuded an unmistakable disdain. He and Qin Ruo had grown up together, and their families were well matched, with elders nurturing thoughts of a union between them. Thus, he had long harbored a grudge against He Shi, viewing the impoverished figure as an audacious nuisance for daring to pursue his woman. In truth, despite He Shi's lack of a formidable background, securing a position in a publicly listed company would not be beyond his capabilities. By a stroke of coincidence, the companies to which He Shi submitted his resume all had affiliations with the Song family. With just a casual greeting, Song Bo managed to ensure that this young man could hardly find a decent job in the vast expanse of the city of Shun. A distinguished graduate from a prestigious university had fallen to the point of driving a taxi, which filled Song Bo with a sense of triumph. He, the campus heartthrob, "Isn't taxi driving a decent job? You ought to express your gratitude to me." He sure, taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned cold. "So it was you." He had previously passed the interviews at the companies he applied to, only to receive a call later, informing him that he was no longer needed. At that time, he suspected foul play, but he never imagined it stemmed from a man's jealousy. He clenched his fists, a dark cloud looming over his face. Song Bo, reveling in his victory, taunted, "And what if it is me? You poor wretch, if you lack money, just take your companions and scram. I wonder how many days of driving it will take for you to earn back the cost of this meal. Right, brothers?" The companions following Song Bo erupted in laughter. "This isn't a place for you country bumpkins. Hurry back to your slums." Standing nearby, Qin Ruo observed with a casual smile, enjoying the spectacle. In the past, she would have intervened if she heard someone mocking He Shi, but now she found it gratifying. Such a reckless individual needed to be taught a lesson. The 3 in He Shi's group were red with anger, their teeth clenched, feeling humiliated but daring not to speak up. For this group of affluent heirs was not to be trifled with. The 4th member of their group, who had been silent, sighed and patted He Shi's shoulder, advising, "Let's just go." However, He Shi suddenly smirked. "Who says we can't afford this? It's the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of my rebate card, which boasts a rebate limit of 10 million. Ding! The system detected that the host was being looked down upon by the wealthy heirs, granting a 30 equity stake in the listed company, Liang Group. Ding! The 30 equity has been credited, and a representative will be in touch shortly. He Shi's eyes sparkled. "System, you truly are the most formidable system, bar none. The previously mechanical voice carried a hint of pride. Maintain a low profile. He Shi summoned the waiter and casually pointed to the menu. This one, and this one. Please bring me one of each, and I'll pay by card. Songbo, momentarily taken aback by He Shi's words, burst into laughter. Huh? I thought you were capable of something grander, yet you only ordered 3 dishes? Not even enough for a woman to nibble on. Qin Ruo wore a look of disdain. If you're short on cash, don't force it. It's embarrassing. He Shi ignored them, following the waiter to swipe his card. The 3 dishes nearly depleted the 6,000 yuan on his card. As the bank deducted the amount, a notification arrived on He Shi's phone. Dear user, your account received 595,000 yuan on May 10th, 20 at 16:20. Your current balance is 595,050 yuan. Indeed, He Shi's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand grandly at the waiter. Bring me one of everything on the menu. Puffed. Cough, cough. A single utterance left everyone present astounded, their mouths agape. Could this individual possibly be deranged? A mere chauffeur, ordering a lavish feast at Xine Yuan? The leader, anxious, tugged at He Shi's sleeve and whispered, Third brother, do you truly possess such wealth? Let them say what they will, but do not fall into their trap. He Shi offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, today we shall indulge. It is my treat. Huh. Let us hope you're not merely putting on a fade of grandeur. If your card fails to swipe later, it would be quite the spectacle. Laughter erupted at the thought. Qin Ruo furrowed her brow, fully aware of He Shi's financial standing. The combined cost of these dishes would surely exceed 100,000. She doubted his ability to cover such an expense. Ultimately, unable to restrain herself, she advised, what harm is there in a few words? Pride cannot be consumed as sustenance. He Shi apologized to everyone and let today's events be forgotten. We can still enjoy ourselves together. Apologize? This peculiar line of reasoning astonished even the typically composed He Shi. He lifted his head, his words laced with disdain. Have you lost your senses? Even if you've ingested a fly, there's no need to emerge and disgust others. You. Qin Ruo's face flushed with anger, while Songbo seized the opportunity to grasp her hand in consolation. Such an ungrateful wretch shall soon find himself begging us on his knees. The staff at the farmhouse were indeed well trained. Despite He Shi's attire not reflecting affluence, they merely paused in slight surprise before politely proceeding with a substantial order. This response pleased He Shi, for soon he would indeed be considered the proprietor of the establishment. Sir, shall we continue with this card? The attendant inquired. He Shi nodded. Yes, and also arrange for 4 of the finest rooms. The server bent slightly. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. Chapter 3. Unexpectedly. Suddenly called Daddy, He Shi's calm demeanor sparked a wave of hesitation among the onlookers. Songbo's face turned pale. Impossible. This kid is definitely putting on an act. Qin Ruo's eyes flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. Just then, a group of elegantly dressed individuals, radiating an air of elite sophistication, strode purposefully towards them. Isn't the one at the front, the current president of Liang Group? After scrutinizing for a few moments, Qin Ruo nodded, confirming Songbo's suspicion. The two exchanged a puzzled glance. Although the Qin and Song families were also considered prominent in the city of Shan, they paled in comparison to a company like Liang Group, valued in the hundreds of billions. They had encountered the president of Liang during social gatherings with their elders, but this was the first time witnessing such a grand display. As the group approached, Qin Ruo and Song Bo quickly straightened their attire and donned smiles. Uncle Lin. Qin Ruo gracefully approached, her curvaceous figure causing the men, except for He Shi, to nearly lose their composure. Her voice, sultry and alluring, sent shivers through the crowd. Normally, Lin Ning would have stolen a few glances at her, but today he marched past with his entourage, eyes fixed ahead. Upon spotting He Shi standing among the crowd, he paused momentarily and asked uncertainly, "Are you, Mr. He? If you're looking for the individual to sign the equity transfer agreement, that would be me." Lin Ning promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Apologies, Mr. He. I truly did not expect you to be so young. I am the current executive president and CEO of Liang. You may call me Old Lin." He Shi nodded slightly. "Mr. Lin, you flatter me. This sudden turn of events struck the crowd like a thunderclap, rendering them speechless. The most incredulous were Qin Ruo and Songbo. In their eyes, He Shi was merely a country bumpkin, someone they could easily trample upon and insult. With a little maneuvering, they could ensure he would find it impossible to thrive and shun. Yet now, the very person they sought to ingratiate themselves with was bowing in deference to this individual they had always looked down upon. This was unfathomable. He was nothing but a penniless wretch. The perpetually haughty Qin Ruo could hardly believe her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning furrowed his brow. You must be the young lady from the Qin family, correct? Can you think before you speak? Mister, he is about to become our second largest shareholder at Liang, and your slander is intolerable. It's astonishing how bitter a young person can be. I truly wonder how the Qin family raises their children. Qin Ruo's face turned pale with embarrassment, and just as she opened her mouth to respond, she was firmly restrained by Song Bo, who gripped her wrist tightly. Lin Ning paid them no further heed and turned to He Shi with a gentle tone. Mr. He, I have brought the contract with me. Shall we sign it now? Bring it here. Let us sign it right away. My classmate is still waiting for me to dine. He Shi replied. Lin Ning quickly gestured to his assistant. Hurry and bring it. He Shi casually flipped through the contract, glancing over it before signing his name. Confident in its authenticity as it was produced by the system, the contract was executed in duplicate, with He Shi retaining one copy for himself. For the time being, he would refrain from intervening in the group's affairs. He merely requested to be notified of any significant decisions. Lin Ning was momentarily taken aback by this, quickly nodding in agreement. Understood, Mr. He. Initially, he harbored concerns that the arrival of a new director would lead to micromanagement of his work, but to his surprise, the individual seemed disinclined to meddle in such matters. Lin Ning's smile became increasingly genuine as he presented an elegantly designed card with a black background and golden lettering. This is the Supreme VIP card for the new garden. With this card, you may check into the Fongli Garden at any time. He sure had heard of the new garden's 3 exclusive areas that were never open to the public, renowned for their stunning landscapes, crafted by internationally acclaimed landscape architects. It was likely that the Fongli Garden was among them. Thank you, Mr. Lin, He Shi replied, accepting the card with ease, as he was now the second largest shareholder of Liang Group and felt no need for pretense over a mere agritourism destination. Lin Ning then briefly introduced the individuals accompanying him, eager not to delay the new boss's meal, before promptly leading them away. Once the group had distanced themselves, the older members excitedly crowded around He Shi. Wow, I never expected you to be so accomplished, third brother. The second brother, observing the pale faces of Qin Ruo and the others, exaggeratedly exclaimed, Ah, this is a classic scene of being slapped in the face. It's the stuff of novels. And here I am, experiencing it firsthand. He Shi smiled faintly, waving the black card in his hand as he instructed the previous server. Please send the dishes to the Fongli Garden. The server, a young woman named Showy in her 20s, was already captivated by He Shi's good looks upon learning of his impressive financial prowess at such a young age. Her cheeks flushed. Though her delicate features could not rival Qin Ruo's striking beauty, she possessed a charm of her own. Certainly, Mr. He, she replied respectfully, bending slightly and extending her well-cared-for hands. And here is your bank card. He Shi acknowledged her with a casual response, accepting the card and slipping it into his pocket. Xiaoyi had hoped to brush against his long, fair fingers, but He Shi was particularly mindful of physical contact, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. The older brother, standing nearby, shook his head in bemusement, pondering how such an oblivious fellow could remain single. The group then followed Xiaoyi as she departed, while Qin Ruo and Songbo, left behind, received not a single glance from He Shi. Fongli Garden lived up to its name, as the grounds were adorned with pear trees, and upon entering, a refreshing fragrance enveloped them. The gentle sounds of a babbling brook and the sight of pavilions and rockeries transported He Shi to a bygone era. The interior decor met his approval, exuding elegance intertwined with a hint of opulence. All the furnishings were crafted from premium rosewood, complemented by the exquisite glass lanterns suspended above and the antique calligraphy and paintings displayed on the shelves. He He sure couldn't help but admire the surroundings. Much like Lu Lao Lao exploring the Grand View Garden, taking a moment to appreciate the beauty that surrounded him. Once the guests settled in, Xiaoya promptly arranged for the dishes to be served. In just a few minutes, an array of exquisite delicacies adorned the table. Gentlemen, we have a total of 58 dishes prepared. Please do not hesitate to make requests. The eldest, taken aback, gaped in astonishment, unsure of which dish to sample first. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined I would experience the joys of an emperor in this lifetime. Do you still need leg accessories, third brother?" The second brother, savoring the culinary delights, glanced at the eldest's robust arms and teased, "Please spare the third brother. With your physique, who could possibly withstand it?" He Shi and the usually reticent fourth brother chuckled at the banter, appreciating the relaxed atmosphere. "Where did this child come from? You cannot enter here." A faint voice echoed from outside, prompting Xiaoya to rush to the door, anxious not to disturb her esteemed guests. For reasons unknown, He Shi felt an inexplicable urge, as if propelled by unseen hands, and followed her. In the courtyard stood a woman in her 30s, gripping a small girl of about 3 years tightly. The child wore an exceptionally unique outfit, reminiscent of an ethnic minority's attire, vibrant colors, adorned with intricate embroidery and shimmering embellishments. Her lustrous black hair was styled into 2 playful braids that cascaded beside her ears, and her delicate features were accentuated by strikingly dark eyes, which, upon meeting He Shi's gaze, sent a jolt through his mind. The little girl, upon spotting He Shi at the entrance, instantly brightened. With an unexpected burst of strength, she broke free from the woman's grasp and propelled herself toward He Shi like a cannonball. "Daddy." Chapter 4. The little girl who resembles my girlfriend. The tender, yet resounding voice of the little girl enveloped those present in a warmth that was both comforting and startling. Without realizing it, He Shi instinctively crouched down, cradling the small creature in his arms. The child clung tightly to his neck, affectionately nuzzling against him. "Daddy, Nian Nian finally sees you." It was only then that He Shi became aware of the girl's address. He stared in a daze at her beautiful little face, which seemed to overlap with a visage from his memory. As he continued to gaze, the resemblance to his girlfriend, who had vanished from his life 4 years prior, became increasingly pronounced. At that time, He Shi had just completed his college entrance examinations and embarked on a solitary journey to a distant province, wandering aimlessly until one day he found himself in a great southern mountain. Fatefully, he encountered a torrential downpour and, in a panic, fell into the depths of the wilderness. When he finally opened his eyes, a girl who resembled a fairy appeared before him. Her name was Nan Sun, with hair cascading down her back like seaweed. She possessed delicate and ethereal features. The striking red beauty mark beneath her eyelid added an alluring charm to her otherwise cool demeanor. Such contrasting qualities were intriguingly united in her being. It was then that He Shi realized that coolness and allure could coexist harmoniously. Due to the landslides caused by the storm, the two found themselves trapped in the mountains, and as they spent time together, feelings blossomed between them unexpectedly. During that period, He Shi was filled with joy, even contemplating a life spent forever in the embrace of the mountains. Nan Sun was remarkably resourceful, effortlessly foraging for food. Wanting to contribute, He Shi once brought back some unrecognizable wild fruits. Who would have thought that those fruits would ignite a fervor within him that night, awakening his primal instincts? After a fleeting spring, Nan Sun vanished without a word, and He Shi searched fruitlessly for over a month. Eventually, he stumbled upon some farmers gathering wild vegetables, which led him back to the city. For 4 long years, He Shi never once forgot Nan Sun, believing that fate would reunite them one day. Now, gazing at the little girl who bore such a striking resemblance to Nan Sun, He Shi found himself at a loss for words. Finally regaining his composure, his voice came out hoarse. "I'm not your father. Where are your parents?" Nian Nian furrowed her little brows, appearing somewhat displeased. "How can you not be my daddy? Don't you go by the name He Shi?" He Shi, still in a stupor, nodded slowly. "Yes, that is my name." Seemingly relieved, Nian Nian placed her small hand on her chest. "Then it must be true. My mother is named Nan Sun. She showed me your picture, and you look exactly alike." Upon hearing that name he had long yearned for, He Shi felt his breath quicken. "How old are you this year?" Almost 3. My birthday is in June. Ding. Congratulations. Host, on encountering your biological daughter, a subsidy of 100 million for child rearing has been granted. Boom. He sure felt as if he had been struck by a celestial force. With the child's revelation, he was now certain that she was indeed his daughter, and the system's reward further solidified this undeniable truth. He spoke with a hint of excitement, stammering, Indeed, Nyen Nyen, I am your father. But where is your mother? Where is she now? Nyen Nyen's spirit dampened as she lowered her head, just about to respond when her stomach suddenly growled. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her belly, her whimsical demeanor eliciting a chuckle from He Shi. He lifted his daughter into his arms, affectionately ruffling her hair. Let us get you something to eat first. He then turned to the day Xiaoya. Could you please prepare some food that children enjoy? At that moment, the woman who had previously held Nyen Nyen's hand approached, her expression fraught with apprehension as she introduced herself. Hello, Mr. He. I am a manager here. I apologize for not realizing earlier that this is your daughter. He sure gave her a fleeting glance before turning back toward the room. The eldest of the 3 stood there, stunned, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Wow. Just moments ago, he was a single man like us, and now he has a daughter? The third one remarked. He is certainly a winner in life. It seems he was telling the truth about having a girlfriend. The eldest, feeling increasingly envious, thought, this meal is not enough. We must treat him to several more. Meanwhile, He sure carried his daughter into the dining room, first feeding her some porridge to settle her stomach. Nyen Nyen initially wanted to assert her independence and say she could eat by herself, but the warmth of being cared for by her father was too delightful to reject. Once she was satisfied, He sure hurriedly inquired about Nan Sun's whereabouts. With the air of a little adult, Nyen Nyen sighed, I don't know either. We were supposed to come find you together, but Xiao Ruan was too playful, and I got separated from my mother while looking for it. Then, a kind-hearted uncle appeared and offered to give me a ride, so I ended up here. It's so beautiful. I wanted to get out and play, but he wouldn't let me, so I scared him a bit with Xiao Ruan. Though her words were somewhat jumbled, He Shi's heart sank. What kind-hearted uncle! His daughter must have encountered a trafficker. Fortunately, she was as clever as her mother. However, who was Xiao Ruan? Nyen Nyen tugged at the little bag slung over her shoulder, opening it to show He Shi. Curiously, He Shi leaned closer, only to be greeted by a slender, light green snake, flicking its tongue at him in delight. He Shi quickly closed the bag with a slap, exclaiming, What the? My daughter seems a bit daring. Nyen Nyen soothingly patted her father's head. Don't be afraid, Daddy. Xiao Ruan is a birthday gift from Mommy. It's very well behaved. A snake is a gift? He sure couldn't help but rub his forehead in disbelief. This was indeed something that woman, Nan Sun, could do. Yet, he found himself wanting to ask on the street if other families raise their daughters in such a manner. The image of Nan Sun's cold demeanor as she skinned a snake sent a shiver down his spine. No, his wife was already formidable enough. Having finally welcomed a daughter, he must cultivate her into a little princess. Do you remember your mother's phone number? She must be quite worried about you if she can't find you. Nyen Nyen tilted her little head, pondering for a long while. 158. He sure affectionately pinched his daughter's cheek and asked, Are you full? If you are, Daddy will take you to bathe. We'll go to bed early tonight, and tomorrow we will return home. Nyen Nyen obediently nodded. The bathhouse in the orchard featured an expansive pool, lavish yet unsuitable for children. Consequently, He sure arranged for a small bathtub to be prepared. After ensuring the water was ready, he asked again, filled with concern, Are you certain you don't want me to call someone to assist you? Nyen Nyen shook her head and sweetly replied, Don't worry, Daddy. I can manage on my own. The devoted father, He sure, remained uneasy, sitting on a small stool at the door, serving as her guardian throughout. As night fell, the father and daughter lay in bed, gazing at Nyen Nyen's serene sleeping face, warming He Shi's heart. He could never have imagined that Nan Sun would bestow upon him such a precious gift. Yet, the thought of her bearing a child at such a young age, unwed and raising their daughter alone for so many years, pricked his heart like 1,000 needles, causing him a deep ache. He reached beneath the pillow, retrieving a somewhat yellowed photograph. It depicted a couple nestled together, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, an image of He Shi and Nan Sun from years past. Nian Yin had found her father through this very photograph. He sure couldn't help but caress the exquisite features of the girl, suddenly sensing something unusual on the back of the photo. Curiously, he turned it over and burst into laughter. Scrawled in a haphazard manner were the words, "Bastard He Shi." The writer must have been in a foul mood, pressing down hard, yet seemingly unable to resist softening the insult with a small heart drawn afterward. His wife was truly adorable. He sure cherished the photograph close to his heart, smiling as he closed his eyes. However, less than 5 seconds later, he opened them again. He retrieved his phone, staring at the familiar number, hesitating for some time before finally pressing the call button. This was Nan Sun's previous phone number, which over the past 3 years, he sure had dialed countless times, only to be reminded it was a disconnected line. This time, he held no expectations. However, the mechanical hello he anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he heard the sound of the call connecting. He sure immediately sat up straight, even his breathing growing lighter, the thudding of his heart resonating distinctly in the quiet night. After approximately 40 seconds, just as he thought the call would disconnect, a cool and melodious female voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Chapter 5. Ferrari SF90. Astonishing nouveau riche in the outskirts of South China. A golden van sped along the highway. The driver was a young woman in her 20s, with raven hair and crimson lips, her skin as pale as snow. She could scarcely be described merely as beautiful. All that is exquisite in the world seems to pale in comparison to her presence. Yet, this delicate woman managed to transform a humble van into something akin to a sports car. In the back seat, the young boy Xiaoyu had long since grown immune to his mother's fierce demeanor, but couldn't help but let out a sigh. Nan Sun, hearing him chastised at such a tender age, "You shouldn't carry yourself like an old man. Having your father is quite enough." Though born just minutes apart, she reflected on her daughters, Nian Yin and her sister, who were both innocent and charming, while this son often behaved like a little adult, exhibiting intelligence that frequently left her, his mother, in need of his guidance. Upon hearing the mention of his father, Xiaoyu perked up with curiosity. "Mom, are you so sure that Dad will wait for you? It's been several years. What if he is married or has a girlfriend?" Nan Sun retorted, "With my looks, do you think that is possible? Besides," she appeared to recall something, her stunning features lighting up with a radiant smile, "I believe in him." Feeling a pang of discomfort from this unintentional display of affection, Xiaoyu quickly shifted the subject. "I wonder how little sister is doing. I hope she doesn't bring misfortune upon anyone." Suddenly, Nan Sun jerked the steering wheel, the tires screeching as they left a conspicuous mark on the asphalt, executing a graceful drift. Just as she was about to speak, a piercing ringtone shattered the moment, startling the sleeping Shi in the back seat. Gazing at the familiar number on her phone, Nan Sun couldn't suppress a gulp of anxiety. Xiaoyu, with a curious glint in his eye, leaned forward. "Is it Dad?" "Mom, answer quickly. Are you afraid?" "Afraid of him?" Nan Sun shot her son a glare, hesitating for a long moment before finally pressing the answer button. With a flutter of trepidation, she said, "Hello, He Shi?" After a prolonged silence with no response, she raised her voice. "He Shi? Is that you?" After 4 long years, the familiar voice brought tears to He Shi's eyes. This infuriating woman actually decided to answer the phone. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Nan Xiao Sun, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" She had vanished without a trace, giving birth to a daughter without a thought for him. And the mere recollection of these grievances ignited his anger. Fully aware of her wrongdoing, Nan Sun hastily pulled the car to the side of the road. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to apologize first. Her previously cold tone softened unconsciously. "I was wrong before. Can we discuss it when we meet? I have a gift for you, and if you're pleased, can you forgive me?" He sure chuckled derisively. "Are you referring to Yin Yin? I've already seen that gift. She yes with you? That impetuous girl has made me worry for nothing." Realizing that his tone was somewhat harsh, Nan Sun turned to glance at the 2 little ones in the back seat and immediately added, "However, she is merely one of the elements. What awaits you will surely be beyond your expectations." Hearing Nan Sun's voice, still vibrant as ever, he sure felt a sense of reassurance. Yet upon their meeting, He was determined to give this woman a thorough reprimanding. For now, he needed to keep her steady, otherwise, it would be he who regretted scaring her off. I will await your explanation and your gift in Shun City, Nan's son. If you dare to disappear without a word again, I will promptly forget you. Do you hear? Yes, yes. Rest assured, I should arrive the day after tomorrow. I'm leaving Yin Yin in your care for now. All right, travel safely. The two chatted for quite a while before reluctantly ending the call. Despite not having seen each other for several years, it felt as though they had never been apart. This realization left He Shi exhilarated and restless throughout the night. The next day, he set off early with his daughter and roommate back to the city. It was now the internship period for their senior year, and many students had vacated the campus. In room 405, the other three had already found new accommodations and were moving out today. Initially, He Shi intended to stay at school until after his thesis defense, as housing in Shun City was exorbitantly priced. Even shared accommodations represented a significant expense, which he was eager to avoid. However, circumstances had changed. After utilizing a rebate card and system subsidies, he now had approximately $110 million in his bank account. Moreover, with his daughter in tow, returning to the dormitory was no longer an option, making it imperative for him to purchase a house. He then recalled the residential building at Jinfu Tiandi, with the property deed ready to be processed today, and decided to wait a little longer. Carrying Nian Yin, He Shi traversed the playground, attracting numerous gazes, but he remained indifferent. His destination was the parking lot at the west gate of the school, where the Ferrari SF90 he had received as part of the new member gift package was parked. Upon his arrival, he found a crowd marveling at his car. Wow, whose car is this? The red and black color scheme is absolutely stunning. This is truly a vehicle worth its weight in gold. I've never seen such a luxurious car on campus before. He struggled to navigate through the throng, trying to protect his daughter. Who are you? Why are you pushing? He Shi. Hearing the familiar voice, He Shi looked up in confusion to see Lu Yang, a classmate with a small fortune, known for his ostentatious behavior. Lu Yang hailed from Shin City and often took classmates out to flaunt his wealth. However, his relationship with He Shi was poor, as was with the entire 405 dormitory, due to their consistent disregard for his social events. Particularly, Lu Yang envied He Shi, who, despite his average background, was pursued by the campus belle. What? The academic prodigy, He Shi, has come to join the fun? You should take a good look. After all, you will never afford a car like this in your lifetime. He Shi cast a disinterested glance at him, perplexed by Lu Yang's need for pride when the car was not even his. Disregarding the astonishment of the onlookers, He Shi produced a rectangular key resembling a lighter. He first opened the passenger door to place Nian inside and fasten her seatbelt before proceeding to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. The engine of the sports car emitted a melodious sound, vanishing from the spectator's sight in mere seconds. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, who had just been vociferously challenging He Shi, now sat on the ground with a pale face. After exiting the school gates, He Shi's first task was to take his daughter to install a child's safety seat in the car. The staff responsible for the installation was utterly astonished. It was his first encounter with someone driving such an extravagant sports car, not for the purpose of courting women, but to transport child. However, seeing Nian Yin beside him, her face alight with excitement, He Shi realized he needed to acquire a four-seater vehicle, as placing a child in the passenger seat was far too unsafe. Ding! Host's profound affection for his daughter detected. A 50 discount coupon for purchasing a car has been issued. Please visit the designated 4S store to make your purchase. A purchase coupon? In that case, I shall proceed to buy a car. He Shi took out his phone, and as he opened his contacts, a local number from the city of Shun promptly called in. Hello, is this Mr. He Shi? Yes, it is. Good day, Mr. He. I'm a manager of the Jinfu Tiandi sales office. Your property certificate has been processed in full. May I inquire about your address for delivery? He Shi glanced around, noting he was near Jinfu, and declined. I'll come to collect it myself. I can reach there in about 5 minutes. Chapter 6. A Golden Residence at the Golden Residence. The sales office manager, Fan Yue, hurriedly gathered all the staff together after finishing a phone call. A significant client, who had purchased the entire building, was about to arrive. Everyone, put aside your tasks for the moment and muster your spirits. We must not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Do you understand? This announcement astonished everyone in the sales office. Although Golden Residence was not situated in the most bustling area of the city, it boasted a commendable location in Shuncheng, with complete amenities and convenient transportation, making it a favored residence for many corporate executives and celebrities. The price per square meter exceeded 50,000, and each unit was over 100 square meters, fully furnished. The sheer amount of money involved indicated that the buyer was undoubtedly a person of great wealth. All the female employees eagerly stood on tiptoe, longing to catch a glimpse of this prominent figure. Fang Yue even positioned himself directly at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a flamboyant sports car came to a halt outside the sales office. A young man, dressed in designer attire and adorned with a luxury watch, emerged from the vehicle. Fang Yue promptly approached him with enthusiasm, shaking his hand. "Mr. He, welcome. I am Fang Yue, the manager here. We have prepared fine tea for you inside. Please." Guomin. He Chung was momentarily taken aback. Was the real estate market so competitive that even the manager was personally attending to clients? He responded with a polite smile and was subsequently ushered into the lobby. A row of employees stood on either side of the entrance, all beaming with smiles upon their arrival. The female staff, noticing that He Chung, while not particularly striking, was quite youthful, gazed at him with increased fervor. This atmosphere, reminiscent of a monk entering a den of demons, caused He Chung to involuntarily shiver. He instinctively quickened his pace until he finally sank into a sofa, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Fang Yue handed over a black box. "Mr. He, all the property certificates are in here. Please take a look." He Chung, bewildered, replied, "What property certificates? I haven't even started viewing the apartments yet, and the certificates are ready?" His words left Fang Yue momentarily perplexed. At that moment, a security guard entered, escorting He Shi and Yan Yan. The extraordinary looks of father and daughter instantly captivated everyone's attention. The security guard approached Fang Yue and introduced, "Manager Fang, this mister. He says he has come to collect the property certificate." Fang Yue lifted his head and suddenly realized his mistake. In a fluster, he apologized to He Chung and quickly approached He Shi, cautiously inquiring, "You must be Mr. He Shi, correct?" He Shi, uncertain of the circumstances but not inclined to delve deeper, nodded slightly. "That is correct." Fang Yue immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Mr. He, please take a seat." He Shi set Nian Yin down, took her little hand, and then pulled out his car key. "No need for that. I'm short on time. Please have someone place the items in my car and then lead me for a brief tour of the property." Observing the prominent prancing horse emblem on the key, Fang Yue hastily accepted it with both hands, respectfully replying, "Of course, Mr. He." The sudden appearance and equally abrupt disappearance of He Shi left all the female employees at the sales office feeling a sense of loss. Who could have imagined that such a young tycoon was, in fact, a devoted father? "Mr. He, although our community consists of only 5 buildings, it occupies a vast area with splendid greenery," the manager remarked. "Your building features spacious units, with the smallest measuring 120 square meters and the largest being a grand 500 square meter penthouse." He Shi nodded slightly. "Please reserve the penthouse for me. I would appreciate it if Manager Fang could assist in listing the others for rent." Fang Yue quickly agreed. "Rest assured, Mr. He, while I cannot speak for other aspects of Jinfu Tiandi, our privacy is unparalleled, and our security measures are among the best in the entire city. There will surely be many willing to rent." After a brief inspection of a few units, all of which were beautifully decorated, He Shi ascended to the penthouse. The 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms were meant for his family, considering that Ninshuan would eventually visit, along with his parents from his hometown. In a space of 500 square meters, this was hardly excessive. He Shi held his daughter's hand as they explored each room. The modern decor exuded luxury, which pleased him immensely. "Ninshuan, do you like this place? Daddy will arrange a children's room for you filled with lots and lots of toys. Okay?" It was Ninshuan's first encounter with such a vast home. From the moment they entered, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She vigorously nodded and exclaimed, "Daddy, I love it." Little Ruan said she loves it too. "Can I have blue and pink cats?" "Blue and pink cats?" He Shi appeared puzzled, prompting Fang Yue to kindly clarify. The little princess must be referring to Doraemon and Hello Kitty. My daughter adores them as well. He sure readily agreed. No problem, sweetheart. Later, Daddy will take you to buy them. Nianxuan gleefully bounced in place, the silver ornaments on her clothing jingling merrily. After viewing the property, he sure took his daughter to the largest 4S dealership in the city. Just as he parked the car, a tall, handsome man approached him. He was He Shi's distant cousin, who had remained in the city after graduation and often looked out for He Shi. Seeing his cousin emerge from such an extravagant vehicle while cradling an adorable little girl astounded Qi Jiang. This is... He Shi smiled gently. This is my daughter, Nianxuan. Nianxuan, greet your uncle, he encouraged. Hello, uncle. Nianxuan beamed, her sweet voice melting Qi Jiang's heart. Hello, Nianxuan, Qi Jiang responded. Then turned to He Shi in astonishment. When did this happen? I always thought you were rather aloof and uninterested in girls. Now you have a child. He Shi briefly explained his relationship with Nianxuan's mother, which left Qi Jiang nodding in admiration. Your sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Do your aunt and uncle know about this yet? He Shi shook his head and said, I plan to take Sun Sun and the children back to our hometown once she arrives. It is indeed the right thing to do. Qi Jiang then inquired about the car. Have you hit the jackpot? A Ferrari SF90, no less. That must cost around 5 million, right? It's not as fortunate as it sounds. I merely made some money in stock trading. He sure had long prepared this excuse, knowing that his background in finance would raise no suspicions. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiang ceased his inquiries, as he had faith in his cousin's abilities. Then let us hurry inside. What kind of car do you have in mind? Do you have a budget in mind? As they walked, He sure responded with Nian Nian beside him. I prefer something with ample interior space and have no budget constraints. Feel free to make your recommendations. Chapter 7. A grand procurement at Century City. Here lies the most opulent automobile dealership in the vibrant city of Shanghai. He Shi's gaze swept across the showroom, revealing a plethora of limited edition imported vehicles. Qi Jiang, without hesitation, guided him directly to the SUV section. You already possess a sports car. I believe acquiring an SUV would be more advantageous for family outings, he remarked, pointing to a striking black G-Class at the forefront. This Mercedes-AMG G60 3-Night Black Edition is a recently released limited model, featuring a V8 twin-turbocharged engine with an impressive 4.7-liter capacity. We have only this one left in our inventory. What do you think of its exterior? He Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. No man could resist such a formidable off-road vehicle, and he was no exception. The design exuded a black warrior style, with a black and red interior that captivated him further. After taking it for a test drive, he sure felt even more satisfied. Just as he was about to finalize the purchase with Qi Jiang, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached, his arm wrapped around a heavily made-up woman. Darling, this car is stunning. Shall we buy it? The woman leaned into the man, her ample bosom trembling enticingly under his gaze. Wang Gaoda initially intended to dismiss his companioness request. After all, the price of this vehicle was no less than 3.5 million yuan. Although he had some financial means, he was not inclined to spend recklessly. However, upon lifting his gaze, he unexpectedly encountered He Shi, the taxi driver working for his company. Wang Gaoda instinctively touched his eye, recalling that He Shi was the department manager of the Xianqianli taxi company, and technically his superior. Just 2 days prior, He Shi had administered a sound beating to him for his indiscretions, particularly his penchant for pursuing inappropriate romances. He Shi, resolute in not indulging Wang Gaoda's misconduct, swiftly delivered a punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. The very thought of Wang Gaoda's lecherous gaze made He Shi feel repulsed. Initially, Wang Gaoda experienced a fleeting moment of fear upon seeing He Shi, but quickly regained his composure, believing that He Shi was merely a lowly driver with no real power, especially in a public setting. He raised his chin defiantly, adopting an air of authority. Showy, I send tea at work hours now? What brings you here? Planning to purchase this car? Leaning casually against the wall, He Shi replied nonchalantly, Apologies, Manager Wang, but I resigned this morning. He then pointedly touched his eye, adding, All right, I forgot you've been avoiding the office for the past 2 days. Wang Gaoda's expression darkened at this remark, eliciting cold sweat from the woman in his embrace, who stifled her voice in fear. He glared at He Shi with a menacing look, declaring, "You remain an employee of Xianli until I approve your departure." Ding! A notification indicated that the host was being maliciously obstructed by an unscrupulous superior, granting He Shi a 60 equity stake in Xianli Taxi Company. Ding! The 60 equity has been credited. A representative will contact the host shortly, so please keep your phone accessible. He Shi nearly burst into laughter. Fortune had indeed favored him. With his 60 stake, he would effectively become the largest shareholder of the company, wielding absolute control. At that moment, He Shi regarded Wang Gaoda with a hint of pity. "I am indeed an employee of great ambition. Yet Manager Wang should perhaps be more concerned about his own situation, for he may soon find himself in a different position." Wang Gaoda scoffed. "Are you the owner of this company? Do you think you can declare my unemployment? Aren't you the one planning to resign? You can forget about receiving a single penny of your salary for this month." He could hardly believe that this young man would maintain such bravado when the time comes. He had no faith that this fellow would continue to act so arrogantly. He sure was disinclined to waste further words on such a person. The company struggled to thrive precisely because of individuals like Wang Gaoda, which was baffling in a city like Shanghai, teeming with economic opportunities, where they had not even managed to go public. At that moment, the phone rang, and He sure had already surmised the identity of the caller. "Hello, Chairman He. This is Lin Feng, General Manager of Xinqianli Car Rentals. May I ask if you are available tomorrow to sign the equity transfer agreement?" A subtle smile graced He Shi's lips. "I am available, but there is a matter I would like to discuss with you first, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng, taken aback, replied promptly, "Please do let me know. Regarding Wang Gaoda from the business department, I would prefer that I do not encounter him before my arrival at the company tomorrow." He sure spoke candidly, and as he finished, Wang Gaoda, standing nearby, staggered in disbelief. Torn between incredulity and a rising sense of panic, his small, beady eyes fixated on He Shi without blinking. Once He Shi hung up, his phone buzzed again, and the name Mr. Lin appeared on the screen, draining Wang Gaoda's face of color. Trembling, he answered the call, and moments later, he collapsed to the ground, whispering, "It's over. It's all over." The paramour who had flattered him was long gone, having slipped away unnoticed. However, such matters were of no concern to He Shi. Acquiring a luxury vehicle costing over $3 million was already a mark of VIP status at the dealership. Additionally, He Shi had his sights set on a chauffeur-driven vehicle, the extended version of the Elfa Mona Lisa, which also hovered around $3 million. Utilizing a discount voucher, he concluded the purchase of both vehicles for a mere $4.75 million. Qi Jiang had arranged for the installation of a safety seat in the back of the G-Class. After completing the payment, He Shi drove away, while the remaining chauffeur-driven vehicle and the parked Ferrari would be delivered directly to Jean Futiendi. The imposing G-Class immediately attracted attention as it hit the road. In high spirits, He Shi took his daughter to the largest shopping mall in the city center, Zhonghuan Shijiqing. This locale was a favored haunt for affluent youths and glamorous socialites. Alongside everyday brands like Adidas and Nike, luxurious names such as Armani, Versace, and Dior graced the premises. The mall was also dotted with famous influencer hotspots, where streamers could be seen broadcasting live at any moment. The striking duo of father and daughter drew the gaze of the crowd wherever they roamed. After declining numerous requests from street photographers, He Shi finally led Nian Yin to the third floor dedicated to children's products. This enchanting space, filled with clothing, toys, and delectable treats, left Nian Yin, who had never visited such a place before, in awe, her little mouth agape with surprise, stirring an unexpected pang of emotion within He Shi. It appears that the years spent in ignorance have not been kind to the mother and daughter duo. Gazing at his daughter's beautiful and innocent face, He Shi could not help but fondly pinch her cheek. "Come on, today, father is treating. You can choose whatever you desire." Ding! A strong desire to spend on his daughter was detected, and a rebate card was issued, offering a 100-fold return on expenditure. Valid for 3 days, with a maximum rebate of $50 million. He Shi raised an eyebrow. Spending $500,000 could yield a return of $50 million. What a remarkable deal. As the pair entered a brand-name children's clothing store, the enthusiastic staff at the entrance greeted them warmly. Despite He Shi's ordinary attire, He was not treated with the indifference often depicted in television dramas. Surely, it must be because of how adorable Nian Nian is. Sir, we have numerous new styles in the store, all perfectly suited for your little one. Would you like some recommendations? This was He Shi's first experience purchasing clothes for a child, and he was dazzled by the myriad of delightful dresses, convinced that his daughter would look lovely in any of them. Thus, he calmly shook his head at the attendant. No need for recommendations. I would like one of each style in the same size. Pardon? The attendant thought she had misheard and asked again, Sir, are you certain you want every single style? We currently have nearly 200 designs, including shirts, pants, and dresses. Only 200? He sure felt slightly dissatisfied. Changing outfits daily would barely suffice for an entire year. He requested one of each style, along with shoes and accessories. The young attendant's breath quickened at his response, as she tightly clenched her fists, reminding herself to remain composed. Sir, may I suggest that you opt for some larger sizes? After all, children grow remarkably fast. He sure appreciated her good intentions and readily agreed. Nian Nian, thrilled at the prospect of receiving so many beautiful clothes, was a generous child who believed in sharing. She blinked her large eyes and sweetly asked her father, Daddy, can I have 2 of each style? After a brief pause, He sure immediately consented. His daughter's wishes must be fulfilled. The attendant's face flushed with excitement. Such a substantial order was beyond her purview, prompting her to hurriedly summon the manager. Sir, the total comes to 169,600. You only need to pay 169,000, and here is our store's VIP gold card for future home deliveries. He sure was thoroughly satisfied with the service at this establishment. After completing the payment and providing the delivery address, he took Nian Nian to explore more shops. Only after visiting several clothing and toy stores and securing the full 50 million rebate did he sure feel slightly unfulfilled. Chapter 8. Just 100 million ding. The daily flash sale mall has been refreshed. Please participate promptly, host. Upon hearing the system's notification, he sure glanced at his phone. Realizing it coincided with the time he had secured the residential building in Jinfu, Tiandi yesterday. It appeared that the refresh of the flash sale mall operated on a 24-hour cycle. He summoned the system and activated the mall interface. Username: He Shi age, 22 assets, 1 residential building in Jinfu, Tiandi, 1 Ferrari SF90, 1 Mercedes-Benz AMG G63, 1 extended version of the Alfa Mona Lisa, 30 equity in Leon Group, 60 equity in Xingqiangli Taxi Company. Today's flash sale items: 1 Porsche 911, flash sale price, 9 yuan, 10 commercial shops on Shanghai Street. Flash sale price, 29. 9 yuan, 100 million shopping voucher for Central Circle, flash sale price, 39. 9 yuan system notification. The host may purchase only 1 item per day. If the flash sale is not completed within 24 hours, it is considered a voluntary forfeiture. He sure was astonished that within a mere day, he had amassed such a wealth of assets. The system truly was a benevolent father. Furthermore, the flash sale mall had items like the Porsche and commercial shops available yesterday, suggesting that new products would only appear after a successful purchase. Without hesitation, he sure opted for the newly released 100 million shopping voucher. Having arrived at Central Circle, he intended to indulge himself. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your order has been successfully placed. 100 million shopping voucher for Central Circle, valid for 3 days, non-redeemable. Please feel free to spend, as the payment method will be arranged by the system. He sure glanced down at his inexpensive attire, realizing it was time for a wardrobe upgrade. And he certainly couldn't neglect the mother of his child. With this thought in mind, he texted Nan Sun before heading up to the 5th floor, the pinnacle of consumption at Central Circle. The atmosphere on this floor was markedly different from that below. The number of casual strollers had significantly decreased, with nearly everyone adorned in luxury brands, at the very least sporting a pair of warrior shoes. Individuals dressed in attire worth no more than 200 yuan, like He Shi, were a rarity. Armani, Versace, Prada, Gucci, these were all premier international men's fashion brands. He sure scanned the store briefly and found himself drawn to the trendy and stylish offerings of Prada, thus stepping into the store. Upon noticing He Shi's attire, The staff within the store hesitated momentarily before approaching him with a smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Would you prefer a jacket or a short sleeve? I can provide you with recommendations." The store was divided into sections for men's clothing, women's clothing, and accessories. He Shi, with an eye for fashion, had already formulated a plan upon seeing the garments. "Just follow my lead. Please wrap up everything I point out in my size," He Shi instructed, striding confidently to the men's section without waiting for the staff's response. "This row, this one, and this one. No, take one of the others in my size." Noticing the staff standing still, He Shi furrowed his brow. "Don't just stand there. I'm in a hurry." "Oh, yes, of course, sir." He Shi's extravagant purchasing style left both the employees and customers in the store astonished. Was he here to disrupt the place, or was he genuinely a wealthy tycoon? A question arises in everyone's mind. He Shi has long since grown accustomed to the scrutiny of others. Unfazed, he leisurely navigates the entire men's clothing section, subsequently turning his attention to the women's apparel. This time, He Shi is considerably more discerning. With each piece he picks up, he envisions how Nan Sun would look in it, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. After nearly an hour, he finally completes his shopping at this product store. The well-trained staff diligently follows behind him, swiftly accumulating an array of elegant, high-end paper bags that soon fill half the store. The store manager, a woman of striking beauty and poised demeanor, observes the relaxed He Shi with a hint of apprehension in her smile. "Sir, we only need a few more accessories to complete your order. The total comes to 9,223,600. You may pay 9,200,000 flat. Will you be using a card or a check?" He Shi shakes his head, realizing that the prices of casual were pale in comparison to formal attire. He resolves to purchase several suits from Armani. Otherwise, it seems unlikely he will ever exhaust his 100 million. As the manager's heart skips a beat at his shake of the head, fearing he might default on the payment, a distinguished gentleman suddenly enters the store. He approaches He Shi with a respectful bow. "Mr. He, I am Li Tong, the versatile assistant arranged for you by Mr. Shi. Please allow me to handle this." He Shi's lips twitch at the mention of Mr. Shi and Li Tong. He suppresses the urge to give a thumbs up and nods at Li Tong. "The hour grows late. I must take Nian out for dinner. Please continue shopping on my behalf today and ensure that I spend the entire 100 million. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the onlookers at his nonchalant tone. After all, this is 100 million, not merely a few cabbages. To spend such an amount so casually reveals him to be an undisputed magnate. Not only is he handsome and affluent, but he is also devoted to his wife. How many men invest so much time personally selecting clothes for their spouses? Yet this paragon of virtue has taken on the role of a doting father. The female staff members can't help but feel a pang of disappointment, gazing longingly at He Shi's retreating figure. At 6 in the evening, He Shi returns home, having ensured Nian is well-fed and content. On the way, he receives a call from his mother, Lan. "Son, where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? I was too preoccupied caring for your father yesterday to ask." He Shi reiterates the words he had shared with Jiang. "Rest assured, mother, your son neither steals nor robs. I will earn even more in the future and build a grand villa for you and father." Lan chuckles at this. "You rascal. As long as you take care of yourself, your mother will be satisfied. By the way, I ran into a good friend of yours from high school, a fellow named Yuan Bin. He returned with his girlfriend. If you don't take action this year, I shall find someone to introduce you." Upon hearing this, He Shi grows anxious. "Mother, please don't. Isn't father undergoing surgery at the end of the month? When I return, I'll give you a surprise." "What surprise? Are you going to conjure up a well-behaved grandson?" He Shi glances at Nian, who is sleeping soundly in the back seat, and smiles. "No, son, but I could certainly produce a granddaughter. I fear that might startle you." "Indeed, it is a tremendous surprise. You may rest assured at home. Also, do not hesitate to spend your money. Indulge in good food and drink, for your son is earning quite well these days. Rest assured, there is no need for you to worry about the household. I have repaid the money borrowed from relatives, and now I feel unburdened. Meals are more enjoyable than ever before. When you return, be sure to express your gratitude to your uncle and the others." He Shi's parents opened a fruit shop in the county town, and their business was merely adequate. However, an unfortunate turn of events occurred when his father, He Shi, was suddenly diagnosed with uremia. Fortunately, a suitable kidney donor was found. Once the transplant surgery is performed, he could have at least a decade more to live. With effective treatment, he might even enjoy 2 to 3 decades. Nevertheless, the cost of the surgery alone amounts to 400,000 yuan, not including subsequent treatment expenses. This situation has plunged the already modest He family into significant hardship. Thankfully, friends and relatives of the He family have been exceptionally generous, each lending several tens of thousands of yuan, which allowed He Shi to remain in the hospital until He Shi gathered the 2 million yuan needed. Otherwise, they might have missed this opportunity for a kidney transplant. Upon reflecting on this, He Shi nodded earnestly and assured, "I am well aware of this. You need not worry." He naturally would not forget the kindness of those who came to their aid in times of need, and he will seek opportunities to repay their generosity in the future. Chapter 9. Subsidizing 1,000,000 luxury cars, 1,000 vehicles at Jinfu Tiandi. He Shi parked the car in the garage and carried the sleeping Nian Yan upstairs. The little one had been exhausted from their day out, and, upon lying down, turned over and fell back into a deep slumber. Shower Wan curiously poked its head out from the bag, hissing softly at He Shi. Was that a greeting? He Shi, realizing belatedly, reached out a hand to gently pat the bag, murmuring, "Go back to sleep, little one." He took out his phone and snapped a picture of himself and the snake, sending it to Nan Sun before heading to the study. On the desk lay 3 computers, which He Shi had specially installed that day. Though he had dabbled in stock trading before, his lack of capital meant he had only engaged in minor ventures, yielding little profit. Now, with savings in hand, He Shi was eager to embark on a more ambitious endeavor. While the system might seem miraculous, there was no guarantee of its permanence. Securing his earnings was paramount. Despite the inherent risks, stock trading promised swift returns and substantial profits. Ding! The system detected that the host remained diligent and ambitious despite unexpected fortune, rewarding him with top-tier investment analysis and stock trading capabilities. An influx of information surged into He Shi's mind, and after a moment of disorientation, he felt his clarity multiplied 100-fold. A glance at the stock market trends revealed a multitude of complex lines that coalesced into several key insights. He now understood precisely which stocks would guarantee profit and the optimal timing for selling. Excitement surged within him with these newfound abilities. Becoming a stock market guru seemed effortlessly attainable. The investment analysis capability, by its very name, hinted at remarkable prowess. To fully harness this ability, establishing an investment company appeared essential. Without hesitation, He Shi called Li Tong as his first subordinate, albeit recommended by the system. He Shi valued Li Tong's contributions highly. Upon learning of Li Tong's single status, He Shi arranged for him to reside at Jinfu Tiandi, directly beneath his own apartment. After discussing the company registration, within 5 minutes, Li Tong arrived with a hefty stack of documents. Such efficiency impressed He Shi immensely. The duo spent an hour finalizing every detail, and Li Tong would head to the relevant authorities the following day to submit the registration papers. He Shi pulled out his phone and created a group chat, including the 3 dorm leaders and his cousin, Qi Jiang. He tagged everyone. He Shi, I plan to start an investment company. Do you want to join me? Leader, wow, that's amazing. Is it for real? He Shi, absolutely, we'll register tomorrow. Second leader, count me in. I've known all along that you're a major asset. My brother can handle our family business, so I'm going to stick with you. Leader, I'm in too. I've never liked that bald manager at the company. I'll fire him tomorrow. Second leader, haha, and you dare call someone bald when you have so few hairs yourself. Leader, get lost. He Shi observed the 2 individuals bantering in a group chat when he suddenly received 2 private messages. The 4th member, apologies, third brother. I'm just getting accustomed to my new environment and building rapport with my superiors, so I want to be able to join you. He Shi was not surprised by the 4th member's decision. Although their dormitory, room 405, maintained a generally amicable atmosphere, the 4th member had never been particularly close to the other 3. He Shi replied, "No worries, we're all brothers. Let us gather often in the future." After a brief exchange, he turned his attention to another message from his cousin. Qi Jiang, hey little brother, I'm just a car salesman. You want me to venture into an investment company? That would only complicate matters. He Shi responded, "Elder brother, do not underestimate yourself. Who else but you could consistently be the sales champion?" He Shi shared a few light-hearted jests with Qi Jiang before outlining his plans. He Shi, the Qianli taxi company has been acquired by me. Tomorrow, once I sign the equity transfer agreement, I will secure 60 ownership of the company. I am looking for a trustworthy individual to help manage it, and naturally, I thought of you. Qi Jiang, this is shocking. Sales and company management are entirely different realms. He Shi, I believe in your capabilities. How does a monthly salary of 30,000 sound? Qi Jiang. He Shi, how about 50,000? The salary will increase after the company goes public. Qi Jiang, I must join. The money is secondary. What matters is that my cousin is in charge. He Shi leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress a chuckle. This guy. The fourth member voluntarily exited the group, and everyone understood the underlying reason, tacitly refraining from further discussion. Thus, the initial team for He Shi's future business empire was established. He added Li Tong to the group. He Shi, to express my gratitude for your trust, I have prepared a set of apartments at Jinfu Tiandi for each of you. They aren't large, only 150 square meters, but once the company flourishes, I will ensure even more generous benefits. His statement rendered the group silent for several minutes, before erupting into fervent excitement. The first member, a real man, sheds tears. Third brother, from now on, even if you beat me to death, I shall never leave you. The second member, boss, you are generous. Wow, we are now homeowners in Shin City. Qi Jiang, boss, you are generous. Li Tong, boss, you are generous. He Shi, let us keep it low-key. Subsequently, he shared several promising stocks in the group. One must not forget their brothers when opportunities to earn arise. This series of actions completely won over Li Tong and the others, who felt fortunate to have such a magnanimous and straightforward boss, and they resolved to work diligently. The following day, starting from 8 in the morning, trucks began arriving at Building 3 of Jinfu Tiandi. The after-sales service from Zhonghuan Century City proved commendable, with all clothing and shoes neatly arranged in the cloakroom, and Nian-Nian's books and toys meticulously placed. This greatly alleviated He Shi's burdens. After a quick grooming, he donned a shirt and trousers before heading to Qianli Taxi Company with Qi Jiang. Nian remained at home under Li Tong's care. The company was located on the 25th and 26th floors of the Guangmao building in the city center's Nanwan district. This was not He Shi's first visit. He was relatively familiar with the area. On both sides, and at the front and back of the edifice, stand renowned enterprises in the city of Shun, including the Liang Group. Countless small companies are interspersed, neighboring the famous commercial thoroughfare, Shanghai Street. Not far away lies an old district, which, according to urban planning, should have been demolished long ago. However, due to the multitude of stubborn residents and past incidents that resulted in fatalities, no changes have been made thus far. He Shi gazed at that expansive area with a sense of intrigue. If his company headquarters were established here, he was confident that the Nanwan district could surpass the Ning'an district and emerge as the new economic hub of Shun. After parking his car, General Manager Lin Feng was already awaiting him downstairs, and the three ascended directly to the 26th floor. The 25th floor housed the offices of various departments, while the 26th floor was designated for the offices of management and the conference hall. In the presence of several minor shareholders and core executives, He Shi signed the equity transfer agreement, officially becoming the actual controller of Xianli Taxi Company. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully taking over the new enterprise. To foster the company's growth, a subsidy for 1,000 luxury vehicles bearing Shun's license plates has been prepared, with all necessary documentation in order. So please feel assured in utilizing them. Wow, he sure struggled to maintain his composure. 1,000 vehicles? Valued at 1 billion. The system was exceedingly generous. The unexpected subsidy disrupted He Shi's original plans, prompting him to decide to acquire the remaining 40 of the shares as well. Chapter 10. Finally reuniting with my wife, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. Initially, a few minor shareholders expressed their dissent, but ultimately, He Shi nonchalantly stated, 100 million for a 40 equity stake, and this is the only opportunity for consideration. seemingly apprehensive of He Shi's potential change of heart. The small shareholders promptly signed the equity transfer agreement. Little did they realize this would become the most regrettable decision of their lives. With these 1,000 luxury vehicles, the scale of Xing Qian Li's taxi company could expand several-fold. Previously, the company primarily focused on taxi operations. Yet He Shi's ultimate vision was to evolve it into the most comprehensive rental platform imaginable. This would encompass not only transportation, but also electronic products, outdoor gear, clothing, real estate, and even membership accounts. After confirming the future direction with the management personnel from various departments, He Shi entrusted all affairs to Qi Jiang. To make a grand appearance alongside He Shi at the new company, Qi Jiang had taken a day off, eagerly awaiting the completion of the handover at the 4S dealership by the month's end, after which he would be officially appointed as the CEO of Xing Qianli Taxi Company. Whether he could garner the support of the team would depend on his capabilities. Once He Shi exited the company, he headed straight home. He had just spoken with Nan Sun that morning, who informed him that she would arrive at Shin City around 3 in the afternoon via high-speed train. He planned to pick her up, but was met with refusal. So he decided to take Nian Nian to the station to await her arrival. After 4 years apart, He Shi wished to be the first to see her upon her arrival in Shin City. Nian Nian, eager to see her mother, was thrilled at the prospect of going to the station and excitedly donned a pink princess dress. He had even watched numerous hair tutorial videos to style her hair. After a flurry of activity, he finally adorned her with a sparkling butterfly hairpin, transforming her into an adorable little princess. Pleased with his handiwork, He noticed Xiao Ruan squatting nearby and presented Nian Nian with a lovely pearl bag, earning a satisfied hiss from the little one. Observing his overly formal shirt and trousers, He pondered for a moment before stepping into the cloakroom. When he emerged, he had transformed back into a freshly graduated university student, clad in a light gray Gucci sweatshirt paired with loose straight-leg jeans and a pair of black and white Nike Dunk sneakers. He exuded youthful exuberance. Standing beside Nian Nian, they appeared more like siblings than father and daughter. The station was approximately an hour's drive from Jinfu Tiandi, and He arrived just past 2 o'clock. To keep his daughter entertained, he visited a nearby supermarket to purchase some fruits and snacks. He also inquired at the service desk and learned that the train was scheduled to arrive at 2:58. The father and daughter stood anxiously at the eastern exit, continuously scanning the crowd. However, by 3:10, as the train's passengers had all disembarked, Nan Sun was still nowhere to be seen. Feeling a surge of anxiety, He pulled out his phone. As soon as the call connected, he bombarded her with questions. Nan Sun, where are you? Are you planning to leave without saying goodbye again? How long is it this time? 5 years or 10? The sudden barrage of questions left Nan Sun momentarily stunned. It took her several seconds to comprehend his words. You came to the station to pick me up? He Shi's eyes reddened with anger, and he struggled to hold back tears as he choked out. Nan Sun, is it amusing to toy with me? Sensing the discord in his tone, Nan Sun hurriedly explained. I didn't know you were here to pick me up. I thought about being hungry. So we exited from the West Gate and are now dining at the Happiness Restaurant. The high-speed railway station in Shun City has 2 exits. The East Gate is the most frequented by the public, as buses and taxis operate from that side. The West Gate is rather secluded, and having become accustomed to Shun City, He Shi instinctively assumed Nan Sun would emerge from the East Gate. Upon hearing her, He Shi swiftly scooped up Nian Nian and made his way to the West Gate, scarcely pausing to ponder who Xiang was in Nan Sun's words. He was terrified that if he hesitated even for a moment, that heartless woman would vanish once more. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Nan Sun stood anxiously, her gaze flitting back and forth at the entrance of the restaurant. Oh no, when He Shi arrives, you must plead on my behalf. Xiao Yu calmly finished the last sip of soup and wiped Nian Nian's greasy mouth. Father has every right to be angry. After all, it's your own doing, mother. Nan Sun, feeling aggrieved, lowered her eyelids. What have I done? I refused his offer to pick me up because it's been 4 years since we last met. I wanted to prepare myself mentally. Xiao Yu knew that arguing with his mother was futile, as she always had 100 reasons waiting to counter any point, so he promptly fell silent. On the other hand, Xiang was quite delighted. She was finally going to meet her living father not just the one in photographs. The one who did not move or speak to her. However, the thought of Nian Nian reuniting with their father before her made Xiang Xiang feel a tinge of disappointment. With her large eyes, mirroring Nian Nian's, she asked with some concern, "Brother, do you think father will like us?" Xiao Yu'er gently patted his sister's head, reassuring her, "Of course, Xiang Xiang, you are so obedient and adorable. No adult could dislike you." Though he spoke confidently, Xiao Yu'er felt a swirl of anxiety within himself. No matter how clever he was still a 3-year-old child yearning for his father's affection, hoping that their father would be joyful upon seeing him. Thus, the two little ones held hands and, along with Nan Sun, fixed their gaze eagerly at the entrance. The patrons in the restaurant, upon the entrance of this trio, were captivated. Nan Sun's beauty was simply stunning, and even with 2 children in tow, it was impossible for onlookers to avert their gaze from her. Most of the attention was one of admiration, as her beauty transcended conventional definitions and left observers feeling that even a second glance would be an affront. When they learned she was waiting for the children's father, although they continued to eat, their anticipation grew. They were curious to discover what kind of man could inspire such an ethereal goddess to bear his children. When the bell above the door jingled, all eyes brightened, but upon seeing a man of ordinary appearance enter, there was a collective sigh of disappointment. Unbeknownst to Nan Sun, who was entirely focused on the man holding the child behind her, the sentiments of the crowd were lost on her. Tall and elegant, her appearance may seem slender, yet beneath her attire lies a well-defined physique adorned with sculpted muscles. Do not inquire how she knows this. After all, she has experienced it firsthand. Her features are exquisitely handsome, and compared to 4 years ago, her allure has only intensified, causing Nan Sun to blush and her heart to race at the mere sight of him. During this brief moment of infatuation, He Shi, too, noticed her. This woman undeniably captivated him even more than she had 4 years prior. With purposeful strides, He Shi approached and enveloped Nan Sun in a tight embrace, the force of which rendered her bones nearly weak. Alas, young Nian Nian, at such a tender age, found herself caught in the midst of her parents' romantic interlude. The two remained entwined for nearly 10 minutes before He Shi gradually composed himself. He tenderly caressed Nan Sun's stunning visage, finding solace in the cool, smooth sensation beneath his fingers. As their gaze lingered, the impending darkness of the evening loomed, prompting the overlooked little fish to finally tug at her father's sleeve. Chapter 11. Astonishingly triplets. He Shi, bewildered, lowered his head to behold the visage strikingly similar to his own, his mind momentarily paralyzed. His eyes widened in astonishment. This is Xiao Yu'er, with a playful smile, revealed a row of tiny pearly teeth. "Daddy, I am your eldest son." Not wishing to be outdone, Xiang Xiang promptly chimed in. "Daddy, I am your eldest daughter." He Shi, still in a daze, glanced at Xiang Xiang and then turned to gaze at Nian Nian. The sight of the 2 identical little girls left him utterly flabbergasted, feeling as if his mind was insufficient to comprehend such a revelation. Finally, he turned to Nan Sun, swallowing hard as he inquired, Sun, how many did you actually bear?" Nan Sun smiled gently. 3, oh. Surprising, isn't it? He Shi's mind exploded with joy, akin to a multitude of fireworks bursting forth, followed by an overwhelming elation. He crouched down, gazing at the tender faces of the 3 little ones, tears streaming down his cheeks. This startled the trio immensely. Perhaps sensing their father's distress, Xiao Yu'er, with concern, asked, "Daddy, why are you crying?" He Shi hastily wiped his tears with his sleeve and extended his arms to embrace all 3 children. "Daddy isn't crying. He's just immensely happy. I'm so sorry for you all." Reflecting on the years of hardship the mother and her children endured without him, He Shi felt a pang of sorrow. Xiao Yu'er gently patted his father's shoulder, offering comfort. "Daddy, it's not your fault. You simply didn't know we existed. Mama tells us stories about you every day. So your absence in the previous years isn't truly absent." Upon hearing this, He Shi's heart warmed. He hugged the children once more and then grasped Nan Sun's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with unabashed affection. "You've endured so much these past years." For years ago, Nan Sun had just reached adulthood, Yet at barely 20, she had to raise 3 children alone, evoking He Shi's deep sympathy. He leaned closer to her ear, playfully threatening, "You foolish girl, if you don't explain to me tonight why you left without a word, I will." The remainder of his words were too risque for the ears of children, causing Nansun's cheeks to flush crimson. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for reuniting with all the children. To ensure a better living environment for them, a cash subsidy of 1 billion has been granted, along with a comprehensive guide for all-around fathers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reuniting with the beloved, bidding farewell to the single life and stepping onto the pinnacle of happiness, receiving a cash subsidy of 1 billion and a supplement of a strength-enhancing potion, as well as a beauty and physique enhancement pill. All subsidies will be dispersed through lawful and reasonable channels. The host may rest assured to enjoy them." With the notification of funds arriving on his phone, He sure felt something drop directly into his embrace. This marked the system's largest subsidy yet, a staggering 20 billion in cash, which escalated his excitement even further upon reuniting with his wife and children. He struggled to contain his exhilaration and said to the mother and children, "I'll go fetch the car. You all stay seated here for a while and don't wander off." The final remark was evidently directed at Nansun, prompting the 3 little ones to burst into laughter. Observing He Shi's lively silhouette, the others in the store were filled with envy. What a winner in life! Not only did he have triplets, but he also possessed a beautiful wife and ample wealth. Those with an eye for quality immediately noticed the exquisite mechanical watch adorning He Shi's wrist, undoubtedly worth no less than 1 million. When the sleek black Mercedes AMG G63 rolled up to the entrance, it further validated everyone's speculations. He Shi loaded all the luggage for the mother and children into the trunk before graciously opening the passenger door for Nansun, finally placing the little ones into the back seat. Once inside the car, He Shi chuckled, remarking, "It seems I'll need to install 2 more safety seats." Nansun remained silent, taken aback by the luxurious vehicle He Shi now possessed after just a few years apart, especially considering her understanding of his previous circumstances. However, she had faith in his abilities and wisely refrained from probing further. Sensing her potential misunderstanding, He Shi clarified, "I've been trading stocks and making some investments over the years." Nansun nodded, gazing out at the bustling traffic, inquiring, "Where are we headed?" "Of course, we're going home." He Shi glanced at her, teasingly questioning, "Are you suggesting you want to take the children to a hotel?" With her strong instincts for danger, Nansun quickly denied, "How could that be? We never broke up. So home it is." However, she added cautiously, "There's no one else at home, right?" He Shi was fully aware of her concerns. In the past, he might have teased her, but now, considering how hard she had worked to raise 3 children alone, he felt an overwhelming desire to bring this foolish woman back into his life. Thus, he spoke candidly, "From the beginning, there has only been you. Even if you hadn't returned, there would be no one else." Nansun felt warmth in her heart and, disregarding He Shi's focus on driving, leaned over, puckering her lips to plant a kiss on him. The sudden gesture nearly caused him to lose grip on the steering wheel. He clenched his teeth, reminding himself to hold back until they got home. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones in the back seat were quite self-aware, having already covered their eyes, although one could still glimpse through the gaps between their fingers. Upon arriving at the community entrance, they fortuitously encountered Feng Yue from the sales office. He approached the car with a brisk pace and greeted, "Mr. He, what a coincidence. Just finishing work?" He Shi lowered the window, allowing Feng to see the family within. "No, I just picked up my wife and kids from the station." Feng paused momentarily stunned upon seeing Nansun, but quickly diverted his gaze. Upon noticing the 3 little ones who remarkably resembled He Shi, especially the little boy, he couldn't help but widen his mouth in astonishment. "Mr. He, you mean? All 3 of them are?" He Shi eagerly awaited this question and responded with a beaming smile. "Yes, they're all my biological children. Triplets. Children. Say hello to Uncle." "Hello, Uncle." The trio's sweet voices melted Feng Yue's heart. Unable to contain himself, he gave He Shi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mr. He, impressive. 3 in one go. Absolutely remarkable." He Shi endeavored to suppress the smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Did you seek me out for a particular reason?" Nothing of great significance, merely to inform you that over 30 apartments have been leased. However, I must report the specifics of the rental arrangements to you. He Shi promptly handed him Li Tong's contact information. This is my assistant. Henceforth, all such matters will be his responsibility. You may communicate directly with him. Fang Yue quickly acquiesced. All right, I shall not disturb you and your family's reunion any longer. Very well, let us proceed inside. The 23rd floor, the penthouse. He Shi opened the door, allowing the 3 children to enter first, then took Nan Sun's hand to register her fingerprint. All right, you may come in. You might not have had a proper meal outside, so I've arranged for a feast to be delivered shortly. Nan Sun nodded and changed into slippers, gazing at the spacious residence, unable to suppress her astonishment. Well, He Shi, it seems you are indeed thriving. He Shi diverted his gaze from her delicate, fair ankles and cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uneasy. It's adequate, but in order for you and the children to enjoy a better life, I must strive harder. Initially, he deemed this apartment quite ample, yet with 3 children in tow, He Shi found himself dissatisfied. He felt compelled to acquire a villa, preferably one with a garden, to afford the children ample space to play. Chapter 12. Is Dad constipated? Reluctantly believing as soon as Nian returned home, she ushered her older siblings into the spacious room brimming with toys. Gazing at the exquisite dolls strewn across the floor and the lovely dresses hanging in the wardrobe, she felt a twinge of envy. Sister, Dad bought 2 identical outfits for each piece, so we can wear them together. To surprise their father, Nian held back her excitement and refrained from revealing her siblings' presence. In her heart, she knew that these clothes and toys were not solely hers. Although touched by her words, Xiang shook her head gently, saying, "Those are gifts from Dad for you. I cannot accept them." Just then He Shi strolled by, witnessing his eldest daughter's thoughtful demeanor, and his heart ached for her. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. He crouched down and affectionately patted the heads of the little ones, then took their hands and led them to another room's entrance. "My darlings, step inside and take a look. These are gifts from Dad just for you." With wide eyes filled with wonder, Xiao Yue and Xiang entered the room, instantly softening He Shi's heart. He placed their small hands on the door, encouraging them to push it open. However, the children remained still, pulling Nian closer instead, which filled He Shi with immense joy. As the door swung open, they were greeted by a whimsical castle adorned in shades of pink and blue, overflowing with plush toys and an array of miniature cars. Beside the castle stood a grand slide and a pool filled with ocean balls, accompanied by a musical carousel. The entire room was carpeted with soft, plush fabric, and the walls were decorated with fairy tale wallpaper, complete with a pumpkin carriage draped in colorful lights. The trio was utterly captivated. Even Nan Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of youthful exuberance. Today is a bit rushed, and many items are yet to be set up. Dad has already arranged for the adjoining rooms to be opened up. By tomorrow at the latest, you will have a magnificent children's room and toy room. So please be patient. As soon as He Shi finished speaking, Xiao Yue dashed forward, wrapping her tiny arms around her father's leg, followed closely by Xiang and Nian. "Thank you, Dad," they chorused in unison. A broad smile graced He Shi's face throughout the afternoon as he affectionately patted each little head, praising them. Good children. At that moment, the doorbell chimed unexpectedly. "It must be the food I ordered," He Shi remarked, instructing Nan Sun to take the children to the dining room while he headed to the living area to open the door. Indeed, standing outside was Li Tong, accompanied by He Quan, the manager of the Central Ring Century City shopping mall, along with several young workers clad in uniforms. "Mr. He, the children's clothing you requested has arrived. If it's convenient, I can have someone bring it inside now," He Quan offered. He Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Of course, it's convenient. I thought it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work, especially considering it's already after hours." He Quan waved his hands dismissively. "Not at all. For such a prominent figure, it is only fitting that we provide exemplary service. Who knows, one day I might rely on this opportunity for a promotion." Hearing the commotion of many people entering her home, Nan Sun led the children to the dining room and curiously approached. What are they bringing in now? He Shi naturally stepped forward to grasp her hand, speaking of the clothes and shoes prepared for their son. Upon noticing He Quan and Li Tong standing at the door. Nan-sun graciously greeted them. "Hello. Good day, Mrs. He." Upon seeing Nan-sun, Li Tong maintained his composure, as was his nature, and after exchanging a word with He Shi, he proceeded to the dining room with the meal he had brought. However, He Quan stuttered nervously, fearing to upset He Shi. He hastily bid farewell. "Mr. He, Mrs. He, I shall not disturb you any longer. Please do not hesitate to call upon me, should you require anything." With that, he quickly made his exit. He Shi turned to the young workers who were moving items, noticing their flushed faces and anxious expressions. Instinctively, he stepped forward to shield Nan-sun from their prying eyes, then took her hand and strode into the bedroom. "What are you doing?" Nan-sun tugged at her wrist, only for He Shi to grip it tighter. He pinned her against the door, his other arm encircling her slender waist. Gazing at her enticing red lips and the hint of her delicate tongue, He Shi felt his breath grow heavier. Nan-sun swallowed nervously. He Shi, there are so many people outside. Please, don't be impulsive." He Shi's lips curled into a slightly wicked smile as he leaned closer to her alluring mouth. "What? Are you afraid? You are the one who's scared. Is that so?" His smile widened, his long fingers inching from her waist to her chest. Nan-sun possessed a figure that could only be described as perfection, with every contour in harmony, slender where it should be, and ample where it ought to be. He Shi was particularly fond of her graceful swan neck, slender and enticing, leading to her elegant shoulders and well-defined collarbone, further down to a delicate curve. Having tasted her softness once before, the memory lingered vividly in his mind. Unable to resist, he pressed her closer, brushing his lips against her petite, rosy earlobe. "Can you feel my warmth?" His low, seductive voice sent a rush of color to Nan-sun's cheeks, causing her to soften, eventually wrapping her arms around his strong waist. Her small hands took the opportunity to caress his abdomen. He Shi bit down on his teeth, planting a kiss on her fair neck. "Feeling bold, are we?" As Nan-sun opened her mouth to respond, her lips were swiftly sealed by his. He Shi kissed her fiercely, seemingly pouring out years of longing. After a moment of resistance, Nan-sun reciprocated, and they kissed their way from the doorway to the bed, her dress having mysteriously risen to her waist. He Shi's eyes burned with desire as he beheld her exquisite form, alabaster skin reminiscent of jade, and her long, slender legs, all captivating him utterly. Just as he was about to take things further, the voices outside jolted them back to reality. Frustrated, Nan-sun smacked his arm, her previously cold demeanor now transformed into a sultry gaze. "It's still not evening. Hurry down." He Shi let out a mournful groan, burying his face in the crook of her neck. The sight of that aggrieved little face caused Nan-sun to burst into laughter. The two lay in silence for quite some time, until eventually it was Nan-sun who first emerged from the bedroom. Little Yuer, who was diligently eating from a small bowl, curiously inquired, "Where's Daddy?" Nan-sun glanced at Li Tong, who was seated in the living room, and replied softly, "He*s in the bathroom, suffering from constipation." Little Yuer paused for a moment, and reluctantly accepted this explanation. Chapter 13. The investment venture begins. "And my wife is a witch?" After leaving the bedroom, He Shi went to the study with Li Tong. The registration documents for the investment company had already been submitted, and if all went well, they would be processed in about 3 working days. He Shi intended to use this time to meticulously prepare the upcoming investment plans. With the system's subsidized investment analysis capabilities, all potential high-yield enterprises were already embedded in He Shi's mind. He handed Li Tong several A4 sheets, which contained the investment analysis report he had tirelessly prepared overnight. The report listed all companies headquartered in Shun City with considerable investment potential. He Shi was confident that these companies would yield substantial profits in the future, thus instructing Li Tong to secure negotiations at all costs. The priority companies, including Kuayin, Guya, Meituan, Pink Sixi, and Tianmei, were particularly crucial. He urged Li Tong to establish contact with the top executives and decide on the task distribution as he saw fit. No sooner had He Shi finished speaking than the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Detecting the commencement of the host's investment venture. 1 10-fold investment rebate card issued. Valid for 3 months, with no limit on the rebate amount. A 10-fold investment rebate card? And with no limit on the rebate? He Shi paused, realizing that the more enterprises he invested in, the greater his profits would be. Without expending any effort, he could also obtain shares. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. He steadied his thoughts and addressed Li Tong solemnly. Once the company is registered, within a week, all enterprises listed here must be secured. There is no limit on the investment amount. I only require equity, and the more, the better. Understood, Li Tong replied, slightly taken aback but promptly agreed. He knew that his sole duty was to unconditionally comply with his boss's directives. He sure felt a sense of satisfaction. He preferred employees who were efficient and straightforward. He could use a dozen of them. After sending Li Tong off, He Shi immediately opened his computer. He intended to compile a list of all high-potential investment enterprises across the nation by tomorrow, aiming to establish a firm foothold in Shun City within the brief span of 3 months. In the bedroom, Nan Sun had just finished her bath. She gazed at the large bed where she and He Shi had recently lain together, hesitating for a moment before deciding to join the children in their room. The children's room, which He Shi had reformed, would not be ready until tomorrow, so Xiao Yu'er and her sisters were temporarily staying elsewhere tonight. As she watched her 3 little treasures lying side by side on the bed, Nan Sun felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Just seeing them made her feel blissful, even amid hardship, especially with the man she adored by her side. Quietly, she climbed onto the bed and tucked the children in. Upon sensing her presence, Nian Nian rolled over and nestled into Nan Sun's embrace, smacking her lips in satisfaction. Unable to resist, Nan Sun kissed her daughter's small faces and then leaned over to kiss her son before finally closing her eyes in peace. By the time He Shi finished his tasks, it was already past 11 at night. He rummaged through his pockets and suddenly remembered the 2 pills the system had provided earlier, the Agile Strength pill and the Beauty and Body Enhancement pill. The names were quite straightforward, so He Shi didn't hesitate and swallowed them both at once. He clenched his fist, realizing that his strength seemed greater than before. He did not delve further, for he was eager to return and embrace his beloved wife. The thought of Nan Sun's alluring demeanor from earlier that day made it impossible for He Shi to remain still for even a second. However, upon his eagerly anticipated return to the room, he found a pristine white bed empty. Bewildered, He Shi wondered where his substantial wife had gone. Meanwhile, Nan Sun was in a deep slumber when she suddenly felt herself being lifted into the air. Startled, she opened her eyes to find herself cradled in someone's arms. Unable to contain herself, she playfully punched the chest before her, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You scare me to death." He Shi, observing her pale face, tightened his embrace while continuing to stride forward. "What am I doing? You don't have a room of your own?" and chose to squeeze in with the children. "What? Afraid I might devour you?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Nan Sun instinctively wrapped her arms around He Shi's neck. It was only when she was tossed onto the bed that she sensed danger. As she attempted to escape, He Shi seized her ankles, pulling her back beneath him. Perhaps it was the atmosphere or something else, but Nan Sun suddenly found He Shi even more captivating than before, and his strength made her feel like a delicate chick in his presence. This sensation of being conquered flushed her cheeks with warmth, a stark contrast to her usual assertiveness. She tugged at He Shi's arm, urging, "Let me go." But He Shi remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on the woman beneath him. "You must explain why you vanished 4 years ago and why you have not contacted me in all these years. Until you clarify, you are not leaving tonight." Nan Sun lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "I did not leave without a word. I was forcibly taken away by my grandmother. It was not that I did not wish to contact you, but rather I was unable to." Upon hearing this, He Shi's pupils dilated, and he stood frozen in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Fearing He Shi would misunderstand her grandmother, Nan Sun hastily clarified, "Actually, my grandmother, she means well." Nan Sun belonged to a tribe known as the Witch Clan, which had resided for generations in a remote village in the southern region. Each generation produced a special child destined to become the future leader of their clan. Nan Sun's mother was the leader of the previous generation. When Nan Sun was 18, she had secretly fled the village, only to return months later, heavily pregnant, and then disappeared once more. 4 years prior, her grandmother had found out her mother's whereabouts, which was why she had taken Nan Sun away. It was then that she learned her mother had vanished for so many years, leaving her and her grandmother behind. All because of a man. This man was Nan Sun's biological father, yet he was a scoundrel, coming from a prestigious family in Yen City. His marriage was merely a tool for their upper-class society. Thus, while he could offer her mother love, he could not provide her with marriage. Her mother foolishly followed him for over a decade, only to end up despondent. Their last separation was when Nan Sun went to see her mother for the final time. Subsequently, her grandmother fell ill, and upon learning of Nan Sun's pregnancy, her condition worsened. At just 18, she feared that Nan Sun would tread the same path as her mother. Tears involuntarily streamed down Nan Sun's cheeks as she spoke. Then my grandmother insisted that I terminate the pregnancy, which I refused in the end. She relented. She required that I remain in the village for 5 years, during which I was forbidden from any contact with you. If, after 5 years, you still awaited me, she would no longer interfere. 4 or 5 years would suffice to reveal the sincerity of one's heart. If he sure still yearned for me, then my grandmother could rest assured about her granddaughter's future. If He Shi's affections waned, it would allow Nan Sun to discern his true nature, sparing her from a fate as tragic as her mother's. It could be said that the elderly lady exerted considerable effort for the sake of her granddaughter. Chapter 14. Such a beautiful, wealthy woman. Who wouldn't envy her? He sure felt a deep sense of melancholy after listening to the story. He never anticipated that the truth would unfold in such a manner. He gently wrapped his arms around Nan Sun, fully aware that her grandmother would not easily yield, and that Nan Sun must have done something at that time. Her silence stemmed from a desire to shield him from worry. As for Nan Sun's grandmother, he sure found it difficult to form a judgment. Her interference had deprived him of 3 years with the children and separated him from Nan Sun for nearly 4 years. Yet, everything she did was for Nan Sun's sake. He sighed softly. So what about your grandmother now? Nan Sun lowered her head sadly. She passed away not long ago. I feel truly unfilial for not upholding my promise to her. I had vowed to stay in the village for 5 years. Yet I came to Shin City right after her funeral. But the little ones truly miss you, although they never say it in front of me. Every time they see other children with their fathers, they express envy. I am not a qualified mother. Fool! He sure gently tapped her forehead and then comfortingly patted her back. You have done remarkably well. The 3 little ones are raised so beautifully, all thanks to you. I believe that if your grandmother were watching from above and saw you living happily, she would find peace. Really? Of course. And you mentioned the babies miss me. What about you? At this, Nan Sun's eyes were not the only thing reddening. Her cheeks flushed as well. She gazed at He Shi's handsome visage and softly replied, If I didn't miss you, I wouldn't be here now. Ultimately, her faith in He Shi and their relationship prevailed, observing the vibrant tear mole on her face. He Shi's dark pupils deepened momentarily. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear, You seem a bit melancholic. Shall we indulge in something joyful, shall we? His long fingers began to caress her delicate ankle, slowly ascending. Nan Sun did not refuse. Her cool, beautiful eyes gradually became infused with desire, rendering her already astonishing beauty even more breathtaking. Her breathing quickened, and she let out a soft whimper, eagerly pulling He Shi's neck closer, pressing her crimson lips against his. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the clock ticked away. In the spacious room, the dim yellow lights still illuminated the scene. Her long, dark hair sprawled across the pristine pillow, with a few strands clinging to her forehead. Beads of fragrant sweat glistened on Nan Sun, prompting her to playfully kick at the man beside her. The gentle force felt like a cat's scratch, invigorating the already spirited He Shi. He tenderly brushed Nan Sun's rosy cheek, coaxing softly, Darling, don't sleep. It's been 4 years. You must allow me. His subsequent words deepened the flush on Nan Sun's already reddened face. Rendered speechless, her voice hoarse, she could only mentally chastise the man, ultimately unaware of how she drifted off to sleep. The following morning, when He Shi opened his eyes, he found Nan Sun nestled in his embrace, sound asleep. Her exquisite, flawless features immediately evoked thoughts of an angel. The porcelain-white shoulders were exposed to the air, akin to exquisite jade, accompanied by essentially supple waist and long, sleek legs. She resembled not an angel, but a mischievous sprite. He Shi murmured softly, pulling her closer into his embrace. With a resigned sigh, he thought to himself that if this continued, he would inevitably become a tyrant. The two were eventually roused by the insistent ringing of a mobile phone. Blinking drowsily, He Shi covered Nan Sun's ears with one hand while reaching for the phone on the nightstand with the other. Just as he uttered a greeting, a vexed voice erupted from the other end. "Still asleep, big brother? What time is it?" He Shi yawned. "I was up late last night." Assuming he had been working, his elder brother swiftly shifted to serious matters. "Third brother, you've been posted on the school's forum. I sent the link in the group. You should check it out." "What is it?" He Shi was fully awake now. Sitting up, he clicked on the link sent by his brother. The post was authored by someone named Xiao Su. Titled, "The aloof campus heartthrob H. June is actually a kept boy by a wealthy woman." He Shi's expression darkened. How dare they refer to him as H. June? Why not just disclose his name outright? He continued reading the post. "As a familiar acquaintance of H. June, I can attest to his background. How peculiar it is that this impoverished country boy drives a sports car worth $5 million with such ease. Furthermore, just a few days ago, he came to campus clutching a 3-year-old girl who bears a striking resemblance to him. The original poster rightfully suspects this child is the illegitimate offspring of H. June and the wealthy woman. Accompanying this were incriminating images." He Shi clicked on the pictures, and to his relief, the child's face was obscured by the car door. Below were various comments from netizens. A cursory glance revealed that the original poster had likely hired an army of trolls, all uniformly proclaiming that he was tarnishing the university's reputation and must be expelled from Shunqing University. Occasionally, a few skeptics would surface, only to be swiftly besieged by the others. He Shi could not suppress a scoff. How laughable it was to present such childish antics as credible evidence. And without any substantial proof, if the school were to believe this nonsense and expel him, it would be on the brink of collapse. Yet, being unjustly slandered still incensed He Shi. The recently awakened Nan Sun, noticing him leaning against the headboard with his phone, curiously inquired, "What is going on?" He Shi handed her the phone, providing a brief explanation. "What's the big deal? Just clarify it and deal with the instigators behind this," she suggested, tugging at He Shi's arm to draw him closer. She then opened the camera function on the phone, capturing a photo of the two of them together. Finally, she posted the image as a comment on the latest thread, captioning it with the words, "Rich woman here." He Shi was left astonished by this seamless series of actions. Being pampered by such a beautiful, wealthy woman, I wonder who wouldn't envy me. He Shi could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing her words. He reached out and playfully tugged at Nan Sun's cheek, exclaiming, "So self-absorbed, I adore it." Nan Sun chuckled in response. "As long as you don't think I'm being presumptuous." How could I? He was elated that this woman was willing to publicly acknowledge their relationship. He wished nothing more than for the entire world to know that she was his wife and the mother of his child. Gazing at the photo they had just taken together, he promptly set it as his wallpaper, as well as his lock screen and chat background. Anything that could be changed was altered. Nan Sun, sitting beside him and observing his actions, gradually leaned into his embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his strong waist. However, the individual who had posted that message needed to be dealt with. He Shi nodded. "Rest assured, I can handle this." Ding! A notification chimed. Detected that the host has been slandered by unknown individuals online. High-level hacking skills have been granted. Please utilize them wisely. He Shi raised an eyebrow. Realizing he wouldn't need to call his childhood friend after all, he set his phone aside and gently caressed Nan Sun's waist, asking, "So, how was my service last night?" Instantly, Nan Sun's face flushed a deep crimson, blooming like a peach blossom. "It was, just fine." "Is that so? It seems you're not entirely satisfied," he teased, lifting the blanket as if to provoke her further, only to be interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing once more. Chapter 15. Strictly off limits for the wife. Wow. Old 3. Who is that enchanting beauty in the photo? When did you meet her? Her looks are simply astonishing. Is she even real? After seeing her, I suddenly feel that the campus belle is nothing special. You have no idea. The moment you posted that photo, everyone fell silent. Where did you find such a fairy? I need to meet her. He Shi was left both amused and speechless by the excited outburst from his friend. Glancing over at Nan Sun, who remained composed, he replied, "The so-called fairy you speak of is my wife, the mother of my child, and she's lying right beside me. Do you wish to greet her? Instantly, the excitement on the other end of the line dissipated. Oh, so she's the sister-in-law. No, no, I'm too nervous. However, old three, you truly are remarkable. To be with such a fairy, even a glance at her feels like sacrilege. You've even had a child with her. Well, I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. He sure shook his head in disbelief. After putting down his phone, he got out of bed. I need to check the IP address of the poster in the study. You can lie down a bit longer. No, the kids will be waking up soon. I'll go prepare breakfast. Such a diligent wife. He sure remarked, somewhat surprised. Back when they were together, she could only grill meat. Of course, the conditions in the mountains didn't allow for much else. What did you expect? Nan Sun lifted the blanket, only to discover that her pajamas had been changed, and they were matching with He Shi's. She had been completely oblivious last night. Did you pick out these pajamas? No wonder you asked about my clothing size earlier. You were preparing this. Indeed, it's not just the pajamas. He Shi effortlessly scooped her up and carried her into the walk-in closet, with an expansive 50 square meter space. The walls were lined with enormous wardrobes filled with various garments. In the center stood a grand glass display filled with exquisite jewelry, watches, and handbags. All of this is for you. I hope you like it. Nan Sun's eyes sparkled. No woman could resist the allure of dressing up. At just over 20, despite her natural beauty, she still yearned for beautiful clothes and accessories. With a gleeful smile, she wrapped her arms around He Shi's neck and planted a sweet kiss on him. Thank you, I love it. He Shi's lips curled into a smile. Is a single kiss all it takes to satisfy you? He placed her gently on a small sofa and stood tall. Their perspectives instantly swapped. Worried that Nan Sun might lose her balance, He Shi wrapped his arms around her waist. So what do you desire? He Shi gazed intently at Nan Sun for several seconds before softly saying, Sun, let us get married. Nan Sun's head shot up in surprise. He Shi continued, For years ago, I made up my mind about you. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but you. I've told you before, even if you never returned. I would choose no one else. That was the truth. You have always been my only choice. Seeing that, Nan Sun remained silent. He Shi felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Although proposing now may seem a bit hasty, I truly do not wish to wait any longer. I want to provide you and our children with a complete home. I wish to proudly announce to the world that you are my wife. He Shi. Are you willing? Nanjun had endured for a long time, and finally, tears streamed down her face. He Shi was immediately alarmed and hurriedly reached out to touch her cheek, asking, What is wrong? If you don't want to marry so soon, it's all right, I can. His unfinished words were drowned out by Nanjun's affectionate kiss. This was not the first time Nanjun had taken the initiative to kiss him, yet He Shi's heart still trembled in response. After a moment of surprise, he instantly reversed their roles. Nanjun felt herself becoming weak from the kiss. Had it not been for He Shi's arms tightly encircling her waist, she would have slumped onto the sofa. Her cheeks flushed, the tear mole at the corner of her eyes seemed to glow even redder. Her long eyelashes trembled restlessly, her endearing appearance prompting He Shi to steal a few more kisses from her lips. Nanjun struggled to calm her racing heart, and, with a quivering voice, softly declared, I am willing. He Shi, I want to marry you. He Shi's normally calm demeanor instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Overjoyed, he lifted Nanjun into his arms and spun her around several times. At the end of the month, after we return to our hometown with the children, we will register our marriage. Rest assured, I will ensure you have a splendid wedding. Nanjun felt warmth in her heart, but upon considering her family situation, she felt somewhat apologetic towards He Shi. As for the wedding, I'm afraid there won't be any relatives from my side attending. I'm sorry. Her only remaining elder was her biological father, who had never cared for her, and in Nanjun's heart, he was no different from being deceased. He Shi playfully smacked her behind and exclaimed, What is there to apologize for? You've already brought the best relatives with you. On the day of the wedding, having our son and daughter as flower children is truly memorable. Nanjun's spirits immediately sank at the thought of that scene, and she turned to look at the man who was taking advantage of the moment to grope her. He Shi, after several years apart, it seems you've grown quite bold? He Shi paused, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory. What are you up to? What am I up to? Nanjun had felt guilty and had been accommodating him since their reunion. Yet this man was becoming increasingly audacious. She leaned closer to He Shi's ear, her warm breath grazing his earlobe, making him shiver involuntarily. "Don't you enjoy touching? Tonight, I'll let you have your fill." As soon as the words left her mouth, Nanjun raised her delicate finger and let out a few sharp whistles. He Shi's eyes widened in terror. A silver snake, the thickness of a baby's arm, was swiftly slithering along the corner of the wall. It lunged towards He Shi, coiling up his calf and finally wrapping around his neck. Terrified, He Shi froze, contemplating kneeling before Nanjun. Yesterday, this woman had been so docile. He had thought she had changed her disposition, only to reveal her true colors within a single night. As a respectable man of the flower country, was he destined to become henpecked? He shook his head vigorously. No way. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he found himself staring directly into the eyes of the snake. He Shi. However, after a moment of fear, he suddenly recognized the snake. Beside him, Nanjun, with her arms crossed, chuckled. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten an old friend?" He peered closely at the creature again, and then exclaimed in astonishment, "Shao Bai." Upon hearing his voice, the silver serpent lifted its head and affectionately rubbed against his cheek. The trepidation that had gripped He Shi vanished instantly. He reached out to caress Shao Bai's cold, scaled body, marveling at the fact that it remembered him and had grown so much. Shao Bai was a serpent they had discovered in the deep mountains. No thicker than a finger at the time, injured and nursed back to health by Nanjun, it had since remained by their side. It was thanks to Shao Bai that they had managed to survive in the wilderness, where food was scarce. He had once been perplexed by Nanjun's affinity for serpents and insects, wondering how she sometimes seemed to understand their language. However, once he learned she belonged to a witch clan, everything fell into place. Nanjun was a unique presence among her lineage, destined to inherit the chieftaincy. Curiosity piqued. He directly inquired how she had persuaded her clan to leave their village. At this, Nanjun scratched her cheek, feeling a bit uneasy. She felt embarrassed to admit that she had not truly considered persuasion. She had instead relied on her formidable strength to command respect. Those antiquated elders had been powerless to oppose her. They could not even attempt to hinder her. With a hissing sound reminiscent of a snake, she signaled Shao Bai, who promptly slithered off He Shi's lap and settled obediently nearby. I'm going to prepare dinner now." With that, the pair, one human and one serpent, vanished in the blink of an eye from the room. Truly, she was the epitome of a serpentine beauty. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that their home would soon be filled with lively chaos. Chapter 16. Public announcement of heartbreak. He sat before his computer and, within mere minutes, traced the IP address of Xiao Su. His brow arched slightly, indicating it was in proximity to the university. Concurrently, at the Cha UCAF across from Shengqing University, a young woman in her 20s glowered at the computer screen before her. Initially, the internet trolls she had enlisted managed to skew the comments in her favor, but a sudden influx of a photograph captivated a multitude of onlookers. Everyone was extolling the goddess-like beauty in the image, enviously remarking on how fortunate He was to be indulged by such a stunning heiress. Unwilling to concede, Su Qian quickly posted a comment, insinuating that others should not be deceived by He Shi, labeling him a mere gigolo. No matter how beautiful the heiress, it could not alter the fact that he was living off her wealth. Yet, her remarks were met with indifference, and she found herself the target of ridicule. Accused of jealousy towards the beautiful woman, infuriated, Su Qian nearly smashed her cup in frustration. At that moment, the wind chime at the entrance jingled, announcing the arrival of a woman whose pure appearance was contrasted by her alluring figure. Upon spotting Su Qian, she wasted no time in delivering a sharp slap. Su Qian gasped in shock, "Ruorua." The newcomer was indeed Qin Ruo, who glared at Su Qian and admonished, "Who gave you the audacity to malign He Shi? You were present at Xian Yuan that day. Even the president of Liyang had to bow to him. What right do you, an insignificant university student, have to speak so?" The sudden outburst drew the attention of everyone in the CAF, and upon recognizing the campus belle and her roommate, some hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Su Qian stared at Qin Ruo in disbelief. But you were the one who... Her words were cut short by another slap. Still trying to defend yourself? Su Qian, I'm truly disappointed in you. How can Xiao Ting have a sister like you? Seeing the warning in Qin Ruo's eyes, Su Qian swallowed back her retort. Xiao Ting was Su Qian's younger sister. They were orphans who had been supported by the Qin family. Thus, Su Qian had always obeyed Qin Ruo's commands at school. This incident of maligning He Shi had been instigated by Qin Ruo, whom Su Qian had assumed was attempting to drive He Shi to drop out. It now appeared the opposite was true. The young lady of the Qin family sought to utilize her as a pawn to win He Shi's favor. Upon this realization, Su Qian lowered her head and forced a self-deprecating smile, knowing she had no choice but to concede for her sister's sake. Clenching her fists, she murmured, I'm sorry. I merely wanted to teach He Shi a lesson because I found him distasteful. And Ruo, I feel it's a shame you've liked him for so long. Qin Ruo's expression softened slightly as she grasped Su Qian's hand. I know you meant well. I was too impulsive just now. But please refrain from such actions in the future. He Shi is not merely a man being supported by a wealthy woman. I understand. The two soon departed the CAF hand in hand, but their earlier altercation was quickly disseminated online. Many expressed admiration for Qin Ruo's sincere and kind-hearted nature while condemning He Shi as a cad, lacking in romantic sensibility. Others, however, found the situation perplexing. 123L what? Just because she likes him, he must reciprocate? Not liking her makes him a scoundrel? Some people's reasoning is truly astonishing. Responses flooded in below. 1L. Indeed. He Xiao had clearly rejected her long ago, yet she continues to cling to him. Her pretense now is utterly repulsive. 2L. The photo, personally released by He Xiao, is evidently an official announcement. Now this woman reappears to create such a scene. Does she aspire to be the center of attention? 3L. Did He Xiao explicitly admit to you? If he hasn't, then he remains single. Why shouldn't he be allowed to have feelings? 4L. Qin Daxuewa possesses both beauty and a distinguished family background. She is truly deserving of He Shi. To have affection for him is an honor. 5 litres, Odia. The sycophants of the grand school beauty have arrived. Let us promptly applaud their entrance. 6L. To hell with you, sycophant. 38L. Am I the only one who cares that He Xiao is no ordinary person? He could very well be the CEO of Lyon. 39L. Wealthy and handsome. How delightful. I should have boldly confessed my feelings back then. Who knows, perhaps the school heartthrob would have fancied someone like me. 40L. Wake up, above. The entire thread is a chaotic mess, with all sorts of nonsense being spewed. Meanwhile, He Shi has naturally seen the video from the CAF. He immediately discerned Qin Ruo's intentions. She merely wishes to exploit his newfound wealth to garner public favor and establish herself as a paragon of virtue. Such behavior is truly distasteful. He would never indulge someone like her. He directly commented beneath the video, self-directed and performed, quite amusing. Applause is warranted here. He then opened his chat app and posted a moment on his social media. In this life, having you is enough. My wife, the mother of my children. You are the direction of my heart. Accompanying this was an old photo of the two, the one Yin Yin had brought. Moments after posting, it garnered dozens of likes and numerous comments from friends. Boss, such dog abuse. How dreadful. But congratulations to the third. He Shi, the one being abused is you. Second, congratulations. I want to be the best man at your wedding. He Shi, no problem. Cousin, if Aunt had a social media, she would already be en route. He Shi. This is a surprise. Many classmates and friends chimed in as well. Lin Ning, Fong Yue, Lin Feng, and others certainly did not miss the chance. He simply responded with a unified thank you. His mood was splendid, but for Qin Ruo, it was another story. She had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to showcase herself before He Shi. Ideally, she would win his heart. The 30 stake in Liang could rival her family's assets. And He Shi had always been her type. If this were to succeed, people like Songbo would be cast aside. However, she never anticipated that He Shi would publicly slap her in the face. She naturally saw his post, and although she wasn't friends with him, someone had already shared screenshots on the forum. Moreover, others recounted the romantic tale of He Shi and his girlfriend in vivid detail. gazing at the woman's stunning beauty. Qin Ruo felt her jealousy swell, her eyes turning red. He sure had waited for her for a full 4 years, refraining from interacting with other women. And now they even had children together. Qin Ruo wished to concoct some scheme, yet she dared not. Even if she were to be foolish, she would never jeopardize her family's enterprise. The current He Shi is no longer someone she can provoke at will. Moreover, due to He Shi's remark, a considerable number of individuals have come forth to chastise her. The Song family has also developed a significant disapproval of her after learning about the incident, and merely addressing these issues has left her utterly overwhelmed. Although the recent incident on the forum has seemingly drawn to a close, it has been indelibly etched in He Shi's memory. For now, he is unable to impart any substantial lesson to Qin Ruo, given that she is still backed by both the Qin and Song families. However, the situation will be markedly different 3 months hence. Chapter 17. The luxurious car fleet shocks the entire internet in the kitchen. As He Shi entered, Nan Sun was busy frying eggs. Clad in a delicate pale yellow dress, her exquisite figure was perfectly accentuated. With a slender waist and fair, straight calves, He Shi couldn't help but recall the image of her alluring form writhing beneath him. Hiss! Xiao Bai, noticing the master in a daze, curiously crawled over and playfully tapped his shoe with its tail. He Shi affectionately patted the little creature's head, contemplating the small white mouse he had ordered for Xiao Ruan the previous day. It seemed he ought to raise a few more at home. "What delicious dish have you prepared?" he asked, approaching Nan Sun from behind and enveloping her in his embrace. "Don't disrupt me. Why don't you check on Xiao Yu and the others?" He Shi directly took the spatula from her hand, asserting, "No, you go. I'll handle the cooking." Nan Sun raised her eyebrows in surprise, observing his adeptness as he flipped the eggs, certainly not the mark of a novice. "It seems you've acquired quite a few skills over the years. I wonder who it was that couldn't even manage to boil porridge back then. While I have learned many life skills, another particular skill has stagnated for 4 years. After all, you are not here, and I lack the opportunity for practice." Upon finishing his sentence, He Shi winked suggestively at Nan Sun. "Rogue," she retorted, turning on her heel and exiting the kitchen. He Shi smiled to himself. Teasing his wife daily truly contributed to a blissful life. However, having resided at school for the past few years, he had little opportunity to learn cooking, relying solely on the encyclopedic knowledge provided by the system for versatile fatherhood. A qualified father naturally must possess the ability to nourish his children. When a sumptuous breakfast comprising vegetable porridge, soft egg pancakes, pumpkin puree, steamed dumplings, soy milk, char siu buns, and boiled eggs was laid out on the table, both Nan Sun and the 3 children were left astonished. He Shi served each of them a bowl of porridge, urging, "Don't just sit there. Come eat before it cools." Xiao Yu eagerly lifted his bowl, his eyes sparkling. "Dad's cooking is delicious." Nian Nian munched on a fluffy bun, smearing her little mouth with oil. Beside her, Xiang Xiang nodded enthusiastically, not forgetting to shove a piece of egg into her mouth. He Shi chuckled at the sight. "If it's tasty, eat more. I'll cook for you every day from now on." Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first successful cooking endeavor. A luxurious restaurant on Shanghai Street has been subsidized for you, and a representative will contact you shortly. Please keep your phone accessible. What a delightful surprise. Yesterday, the flash sale featured a fruit phone priced at 9 yuan, leading He Shi to finalize his order for 10 shops on Shanghai Street. With the addition of this restaurant, he now owned 11 establishments. He contemplated whether to venture into small business himself, but ultimately decided against it. He still had a plethora of matters to attend to with his investment company, and Nan Sun needed to care for the little ones. Engaging in business was exhausting. It was far more appealing to simply enjoy passive income. Therefore, apart from the restaurant, he planned to lease out the other properties. After the meal, the workers arrived to renovate the children's room and playroom. He Shi hurriedly led Xiao Bai to the bedroom, fearing that if anyone saw such a large snake in his home, they might faint from shock. He Shi's plan for today was to wait for news from the restaurant and shop managers before heading to Shanghai Street, ideally taking his wife and children along for a leisurely stroll. However, he received an unexpected call from Qi Jiang first. "Hey, brother, Our company has suddenly received a delivery of 1,000 luxury cars, and the transport personnel say they're the ones you ordered previously. He sure rubbed his ears, still ringing from the shock. He had not anticipated such efficiency from the system. A full 1,000 vehicles delivered so swiftly left him utterly unprepared. Yes, I did order them. Immediately rent a large warehouse. The cost is irrelevant. Just ensure they unload the cars. I will be there shortly. He sure grabbed the car keys and informed Nan-sun before heading outside. Just before entering the elevator, he sensed something and glanced back, only to find his wife and children standing at the door, gazing at him expectantly. A pang of guilt hit him, and he quickly returned to scoop up his 2 daughters. Come on, Daddy is taking you and Mommy to see the luxury car fleet. The 3 little ones cheered joyfully. In truth, they had no understanding of what a car fleet entailed. They merely wished to stay close to their father, whom they rarely saw. It was at that moment he sure recognized the deep-seated insecurity Nan-sun and the children felt, abruptly uprooted from their familiar home of many years to an unfamiliar city. He should have spent more time with them. It was his oversight as a husband and father. Will this delay your work? Nan-sun asked. Her happiness at accompanying him mingled with concern about the potential impact on his responsibilities. Rest assured, I have subordinates to manage the workload. Otherwise, what will be the point of having so many people? He reassured her, it's just that the company has ordered a batch of cars, and the manager is waiting for me to sign for them. Very well, Nan-sun replied, lifting their youngest child, Xiaoyu, and the family of 5 set out together. In the Nanyuan district on Central Street, all passers-by took out their phones, eager to capture this momentous scene. Nearly 200 car transporters slowly traversed the road, forming an endless line that nearly filled the entire street. Most strikingly, each transporter was loaded with 5 to 6 luxury cars valued at millions. A live streamer, curious about the spectacle, counted and was astonished to confirm the presence of a full 1,000 vehicles, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the entire live stream audience. Annie, a popular media personality, happened upon this extraordinary sight while casually conducting an outdoor live broadcast. As the viewer count soared, she decided to follow the convoy to discover the destination of such opulence. Holding her phone high, she stumbled along behind the procession, oblivious to the barrage of comments flooding her stream. Who is this wealthy individual who has purchased so many cars at once? The value must exceed 100 million. More than 100 million. Look at that Audi S8 and BMW 8 Series. Each would easily cost upwards of $1 million. I'm in love. Please, send me a dozen of such tycoons. Annie, hurry and catch up. Let's see the true face of this magnate. Annie's meticulously styled hair had begun to dishevel, and she glanced at the comments, breathlessly exclaiming, I'm running as fast as I can. Do you all want to exhaust me? Annie, please cease your chatter. These brutes will soon make their move. Princess Annie, your breathlessness is captivating. Do not falter. Just refrain from teasing the broadcaster, lest you be whisked away by the moderators. Having endured countless disparaging remarks, Annie has long since developed an immunity. She resolutely ignores the comments, dedicating her focus entirely to the live stream featuring luxurious vehicles. The vehicle ahead is a Mercedes-Benz GLS with a price tag of approximately $1.3 million. I have a penchant for spacious SUVs, and once fortune smiles upon me, I shall certainly acquire one for myself. Remarkably, there's also a Maserati Ghibli. How I adore this shade of red. Glancing forward, I notice a Lexus LS, a rather understated model, yet reputed for its exceptional comfort. Gradually, a flurry of question marks begins to populate the live chat. A wild guess, Sister Annie has undoubtedly worked at a car dealership. I wonder if the princess will venture into car sales. It is my first encounter with a woman so knowledgeable about automobiles. I am compelled to follow. A true gem of a broadcaster, I am enamored. In but a short while, Annie's backstage tally swells by several thousand followers. She suppresses her elation and quickens her pace, and 10 minutes later, the convoy finally comes to a halt in front of the Guangmao building. Chapter 18. The female streamer in JK uniform at the entrance of the Guangmao building. A throng of spectators had gathered, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Annie had to fight her way through the crowd to reach the front row. There, A group of elegantly dressed elites stood conversing, seemingly waiting for someone of importance. A wild guess. They must be awaiting the big boss. Another guess. Perhaps they are expecting a prominent figure ready to purchase a luxury vehicle. The barrage of comments in the chat displayed a mix of amusement and incredulity. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of common sense. Where is this? The sheer number of people made Annie yearn to witness the commotion firsthand. As she focused on the entrance, she engaged with her viewers. I am currently at the Guangmao building in the Nanhui district of Shuncheng, right next to Shanghai Street. However, I don't mind you joining, as it is sweltering today, and the crowd is immense. Just look at my hair. It's a far cry from how I looked when I stepped out. Laughter erupted in the chat. To keep pace with the flow, Annie had indeed exerted herself today. When she began her live stream, she was an exquisite and charming fairy. But now, her hair was damp with sweat, and her makeup had succumbed to the heat. Fortunately, her impressive figure continued to captivate her audience, as it was the very asset that had propelled her into the limelight. Thus, one might conclude, it was time for the streamer to revamp her cosmetics. Annie, you've worked hard. Here, a pair of glasses for you. Annie, you've worked hard. Here is a plane for you. Annie, you've worked hard. Here is a little heart for you. The screen erupted with gift effects, and even a wealthy patron sent the most extravagant rocket. Annie suppressed a smile, thanking each viewer for their generous contributions. Just then, a formidable black Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly came to a halt at the entrance. Wow, is this it? What a stunning vehicle. Welcome, esteemed guest. Annie couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, her gaze fixated ahead. The car doors swung open, revealing a pair of long legs clad in tailored trousers, followed by a strikingly handsome young man. Wow, he is so attractive. Is he a celebrity? He bears a striking resemblance to the recently popular star, Wang Xiao. I'm in love. Wealthy and handsome, I unilaterally declare him my future husband. His mesmerizing looks and long legs had left all the lurking females in the live stream utterly captivated. Annie felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing. She had never encountered such a dashing man in real life. At that moment, he sure remained blissfully unaware of the fantasies swirling around him. With a few strides, he approached the entrance of the building, where he was greeted by a man nearing 40, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a refined demeanor. Mr. He, greetings. I am Ma Hongyun, the sales manager of Junsheng Automobile Company. Manager Ma, a pleasure to meet you, he sure replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the vehicle subsidized by the system would be from Junsheng. Who didn't know that Junsheng was the largest automobile enterprise in the country, boasting its own brand while collaborating with numerous prestigious international car manufacturers? This time, he had placed an order for 1,000 luxury vehicles, marking him as a VIP client. Indeed, Ma Hongyun was exceedingly courteous to him. After introducing himself, he respectfully presented a contract. Mr. He, the vehicle quality inspection has been completed. Once you affix your signature, our collaboration will be deemed a success. No problem. He Shi swiftly signed and then turned to Qi Jiang beside him, inquiring, have you arranged a warehouse? Yes. It's all set up and the unloading is in progress. General Manager Lin is over there. Good. Manager Ma, shall we go upstairs for some tea? No sooner had He Shi's words left his lips than his phone, yearning for attention, began to ring. He offered a sheepish smile to Ma Hongyun and pressed to answer. Hello, is this Mr. He Shi? Yes, it is. Greetings, Mr. He. I am the manager of Shanghai Restaurant. Do you have a moment? Please come by to sign the transfer contract. Certainly. I will be there shortly. As soon as He Shi hung up, another call from a number in Shun City came through. Hello, Mr. He. The property certificates for your 10 commercial establishments on Shanghai Street have been processed. Could you please provide an address for delivery today? Please send it to Shanghai Restaurant. Thank you. Once He Shi finally set his phone down, Ma Hongyun stepped forward with a smile. Mr. He, I won't take up any more of your time today. I have matters to attend to at my company. Let us save the tea for another occasion. He Shi, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall not keep you. He understood that Manager Ma was perceptive to his busyness, which positively influenced his impression of the man. They exchanged polite handshakes before Ma Hongyun took his leave. On the other side, Annie, who had observed the entire interaction, was nearly starstruck. Such a handsome and capable man is indeed a rarity. The comments began to urge her to approach him for his contact information. This might not be appropriate. Annie hesitated, considering the potential embarrassment of being rejected. Princess Annie, don't hesitate. If you like him, go for it. Why am I not there in person? Annie, go represent us. Annie, you can do it. Perhaps emboldened by the comments, Annie took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup and adjusted her white stockings, which she had specially coordinated with her JK outfit for the day. Once she felt confident, she made her way to the entrance of the building. He Shi was busy instructing Qi Jiang when he suddenly heard a female voice behind him. He frowned slightly and turned with curiosity, asking, "Is there something you need?" Seeing He Shi glance her way, Annie nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Hello, sir, I'm a host from Kuayin, and my name is..." Before she could finish, the previously aloof man broke into a smile, causing Annie's heart to skip a beat. "Darling, who are you talking to?" "Darling? Who are you referring to?" Coming back to her senses, Annie noticed an exceptionally tall and elegant woman approaching, holding the hand of a small boy, around 3 years old. The striking resemblance between the boy and the man before her was uncanny. Goodness, is such beauty truly real? Annie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Completely forgetting about her initial intention to strike up a conversation with He Shi, she was transfixed by Nan Sun, whose beauty not only surpassed her own, but even rendered Annie's proud figure insignificant in comparison. The barrage of comments soon picked up on the peculiar atmosphere. Who was the princess gazing at? I can hardly contain my drool. Did I just hear someone refer to a male deity as hubby? Annie, quickly shift the camera. Is there a stunning beauty present? Annie swallowed hard, exclaiming, "It's a goddess. Trudi de CRM de la CRM." However, she chose not to comply with the request to pivot the camera, as there were children nearby. At that moment, Nan Sun had led Xiao Yuer to the entrance of the building. She turned to He Shi, saying, "Our son needs to use the restroom. Please take him." Observing the obedient figure of the man, Annie felt a surge of excitement within her. It's evidently a family of 3. The goddess is so formidable, and I adore her. Are you live streaming? Hearing Nan Sun's voice, Annie looked up, the proximity of such beauty causing her cheeks to flush. She stammered, Yes, I'm live streaming here today. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Nan Sun smiled gently. "It's quite all right. You are indirectly promoting my husband." Annie felt akin to King Zhou, bewitched by Daji, and promptly inquired, "May I ask why you purchased so many luxury cars at once?" "My husband runs a taxi company. Although these are all new cars, the rental prices are quite reasonable. If anyone is interested, they can contact us at Xing Qianli Rentals." Annie nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. I must get in touch." Nan Sun found the girl amusing. She had initially presumed Annie was fixated on He Shi, yet here she was, gazing intently at her instead. The thrill of turning a rival into an ally amused Nan Sun. The comments that had previously encouraged Annie to win over the male deity now shifted dramatically. "Annie, something feels off. By the way, what's the name of your live stream? I do like to follow you when I get home. Just search for Curvy Annie." Nan Sun scrutinized her for a moment, giving her a thumbs up, a name that truly lives up to its reputation. The two burst into laughter. Chapter 19. Anger of He Shi as his wife and child are hurt wife. "What are you chatting about? You seem so cheerful," He Shi inquired, perplexed, as he returned home with their son. "Nothing much." Nan Sun waved her hand towards Annie. "We'll take our leave now, and we'll catch your live stream later." "All right. Goddess, goodbye." With the vehicles vanishing at the entrance of the building, the onlookers also began to disperse. He Shi cradled his son in one arm while wrapping the other around his wife as they walked towards the parking area. Once in the car, Nan Sun briefly mentioned Annie's live stream. "If we could leverage this opportunity for some publicity for your company, it would be beneficial." After all, the commotion they caused was quite significant. Though Annie is also trying to gain followers for herself, I believe it would be fair to offer her some compensation. "What do you think, He Shi?" He Shi, distracted, merely murmured in acknowledgement. "Why didn't you call me husband?" Nan Sun, fearing to provoke her further, He Shi cleverly shifted the topic. "Didn't you say you wanted to watch a live stream? We could just go to the live room later and shower her with gifts." Nan Sun's eyes sparkled. "That's a good idea. By the way, where are we headed?" "I recently signed a new restaurant on Shanghai Street. We'll go there first to finalize some paperwork. Then I'll take you ladies shopping." If time permits, we can catch a family movie afterwards. Does that sound satisfactory, my dear wife? Nan Sun crossed her arms and nodded with a haughty demeanor. Not bad. By the time the family of 5 arrived at Shanghai Street, 20 minutes had already elapsed. The downside of a big city is the constant traffic. Knowing this, they should have simply walked over. He sure carefully helped each of the 3 little ones out of the car. Finally, it's so hot out. I wouldn't want you all to get sunburned. It's I who would be worried. Only you know how to talk. Nan Sun playfully pinched his waist. Her soft, delicate fingers felt more like caresses than pinches. He sure swiftly grasped her hand, fearing that if she continued, he might just ignite with passion. However, he mused, tonight might be the perfect occasion to put those delicate hands to work. His gaze involuntarily drifted to her luscious lips, kindling a flame within his eyes. Nan Sun shuddered under his blatant gaze. This mischievous man was undoubtedly entertaining some improper thoughts. She bent down to scoop up Nian Nian and led the way into the restaurant. Daddy, why did Mommy go in first? Nian Nian asked, furrowing her little brow in confusion. He sure grasped one child in each hand and trailed behind slowly. Your mother is feeling shy. Little fish. Adults certainly have a knack for spinning tales. She is clearly just angry. A restaurant named directly after Shanghai Street is certainly no rundown eatery. It spans 3 levels, each approximately 200 square meters. Primarily serving Chinese cuisine, its decor exudes an antique charm, radiating elegance and sophistication throughout. The first floor features an open arrangement of tables and chairs, while the second and third floors comprise private dining rooms. In the center of the grand hall, a faux mountain adorned with jade stones rises, beneath which flows a winding stream, teeming with lively fish. The 3 little ones were immediately captivated upon entering, their large eyes sparkling with delight. The waitress, struggling to suppress her astonishment, approached them politely and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have a reservation? My surname is He. I am here to see a manager." He? Could he be the new owner? The waitress was taken aback. Their manager had announced early that morning that the restaurant was changing ownership, a decision that left everyone puzzled, especially since their establishment was renowned for its thriving business on Shanghai Street. Nevertheless, such decisions were beyond the questioning of mere employees, and the change in ownership would not significantly affect their work. However, the youthfulness of the new owner suggested he must be a wealthy heir from a prominent family. The waitress, eager to avoid offense, quickly replied, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager." The manager, Feng Siyuan, had been eagerly awaiting since noon in the restaurant's lobby. Upon hearing that the new owner had arrived, he promptly emerged from behind the cash register and warmly invited him to the office on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Nan Sun, sensing that serious matters were to be discussed, took the children to play on the 1st floor. The young ladies at the front desk, now aware of the future owneress wife, adopted a more diligent attitude towards their work. When Nan Sun glanced their way, they immediately brightened with smiles, causing a flutter of excitement within them. After He Shi completed the contract and exchanged a few words with Feng Siyuan, he descended the stairs. However, just as he rounded the corner, he encountered a hefty woman, easily weighing around 200 pounds, who reached out to shove Nan Sun, surrounded by a circle of onlookers. His expression darkened as he swiftly stepped forward, pulling Nan Sun into his embrace, and coldly addressed the woman. "What do you think you are doing? And who are you to meddle?" The woman retorted. Upon seeing He Shi, her initial astonishment at his appearance quickly morphed into disdain upon noticing his embrace with Nan Sun. "No wonder you look like that. You're clearly a shameless vixen, openly hugging a man in public." He Shi's face turned completely dark, and the 3 little ones wore expressions of fury, nearly charging forward had it not been for the desperate efforts of the front desk girls holding them back. "This is my wife. Watch your words." The hefty woman, sensing that He Shi would refrain from retaliating in front of so many witnesses, grew bolder. "What if I'm not clean? Those little brats bumped into me today. If they don't kneel down and apologize, none of you will leave. We have already apologized, yet you still pushed us." Little fish glared indignantly, showing He Shi the palm of her hand, which had just received medical treatment. Witnessing his daughter's struggle to hold back tears broke He Shi's heart. Nan Sun quickly recounted the events leading up to the confrontation. The children had been playing by the rockery, too engrossed in their fun to notice the approaching woman, resulting in a collision. Aware of their mistake, they had promptly apologized, and Nan's son approached with a face full of remorse. However, the woman not only refused to acknowledge their apology, but had also shoved them. The combined weight of the three children was not even 90 pounds, and it was easy to imagine the harm that could befall them if they were truly pushed away. Nan's son hurriedly rushed over and managed to catch the child just as they fell, yet in the process, her hand was inadvertently scraped. She quickly called for someone to fetch the first aid kit, then stood up, her face flushed with anger, ready to confront the plump woman. However, the moment their words clashed, the woman attempted to push Nan's son again, a scene that He Shi gang happened to witness. Noticing Nan's son awkwardly clutching her wrist, he swiftly approached to inspect it. The slender wrist, once delicate, was now a vivid red and visibly swollen. He Shi gang clenched his fists and strode over to the plump woman, and before anyone could react, he seized her by the throat and flung her away with great force. A piercing scream of agony instantly echoed throughout the restaurant. Except for the soundproof private rooms, the curious patrons on the entire first floor gathered to watch the commotion. "Darling, are you all right?" At that moment, a frail man suddenly rushed out and, upon seeing the plump woman sprawled on the ground, eagerly reached out to help her. Unfortunately, the disparity in their weights rendered him incapable of lifting her. "Can't you lend a hand? Are your eyes not functioning?" The frail man's words dissuaded those who had intended to assist. It felt as if the whole world owed him something, and it was better to let him fend for himself. Seeing that no one came to her aid, the plump woman slapped the frail man harshly. "Useless fool. I've been bullied here for ages, and you couldn't even muster a shadow." She then shot a fierce glare at He Shi gang, declaring, "You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? If you provoke the Song family, I will ensure that your entire family cannot survive in Shin City." The Song family? He Shi gang thought to himself. Could it be such a coincidence? His gaze toward the plump woman grew even more disdainful. "I struck you for a reason, and I look forward to seeing how you intend to make my life difficult." Ding! Congratulations to the host for bravely punishing the wicked woman, granting enhanced physical prowess akin to that of an elite soldier. Ding! Detection of the host being threatened by malevolent forces, granting a 60 equity stake in a publicly listed company. Wanjia Investment. Ding! The 60 equity has been credited, and a representative will be in touch shortly. The sudden system notification made He Shi gang's lips twitch. What the hell, malevolent forces? Is this a movie? Nevertheless, that 60 equity was indeed a fortuitous development. Chapter 20 Bad Breath? A slap sent the stout woman sprawling. With great effort, she awkwardly rose from the ground, panting as she fumbled for her phone, the two large bulbs of her eyes trembling for quite some time. As soon as the call connected, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Nephew, I have been bullied by a group of scoundrels. Hurry to the Shanghai restaurant. If you don't come soon, I might be beaten to death." Her exaggerated display left the onlookers utterly speechless. After hanging up, the stout woman wiped her tears and cast a smug glance at He Shi, declaring, "Just wait until my nephew arrives. You will be in for it." Her arrogant demeanor was a stark contrast to her previous state. He Shi suspected that this woman might have taken lessons in Sichuan opera, for her ability to change faces was remarkable. He ignored her bluster and gently embraced Xiang, patting her softly. Feng Xian, quick to act, summoned a nearby doctor friend upon seeing Nan's son injured. "How is the doctor? Is my wife's wrist all right?" He Shi asked anxiously. Pan Hung, noticing the sincerity in his concern, reassured him with a smile. "It's nothing serious, just a sprain. A few days with some ointment will suffice." He Shi finally exhaled in relief and couldn't help but tap Nan's son's forehead gently. "Children are important, but you must also take care of yourself. Do you understand? Thankfully, it's nothing grave. Otherwise, I would regret it for a lifetime." "I understand," Nan's son replied, her head bowed shyly. Witnessing the affection between the young couple only deepened the crowd's disdain for the stout woman. After observing for a while, the onlookers had grasped the situation, and seeing the stout woman so emboldened, they began to worry for He Shi's family. A concerned elderly woman whispered, "Young man, when that woman's nephew arrives, If he acts unruly, we shall call the police. Indeed, there are many of us who witnessed her pushing the child first. We can all testify for you. He Shi and Nansun felt warmth in their hearts upon hearing this, smiling in gratitude to the gathering. After a while, the stout woman's nephew finally arrived, albeit late. He Shi looked up and confirmed it was indeed Songbo. Upon seeing He Shi, Songbo's expression changed instantly. He knew his aunt had a penchant for trouble, and he never expected her to provoke this individual. Meanwhile, the stout woman remained oblivious to Songbo's shift in demeanor. Eagerly, she pulled her nephew close, expecting him to reprimand those who had offended her, just like before. To her surprise, Songbo stepped forward and began apologizing. He Shi, if my aunt has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on her behalf. The stout woman thought she must have misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief as she shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Songbo forcefully shoved her aside. "Do you even realize who you've offended?" The turn of events was so illogical that everyone present was left bewildered. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Songbo continued, "He Shi, what can we do to put this matter to rest?" Since his last departure from the New Garden, he had been reluctant to accept He Shi's status as a shareholder in Liang. Consequently, he arranged for someone to conduct an investigation. To his astonishment, it was revealed that He Shi possessed assets far beyond just this one enterprise. Fearing retribution from He Shi, he had confined himself to his home in recent days. Little did he know, the moment he stepped outside, he would inadvertently provoke a formidable adversary. He Shi, however, harbored no interest in the convoluted thoughts that plagued him. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "This woman not only harmed my wife and children, but also demands an apology for my child. Under such circumstances, if you and she kneel before us as a family, I might consider letting this matter slide." Songbo, upon hearing this, abruptly raised his head and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "He Shi, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe that the Song family fears you?" Beside him, a plump woman began to hurl invectives. "You must be dreaming. You two shameless creatures have produced 3 little bastards and dare to ask me to kneel? Damn you." The icy glare in He Shi's eyes crystallized into a chilling resolve as he swiftly struck the woman, sending her sprawling. Blood and teeth mingled on the ground, a testament to the mercilessness of his blow. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the wailing woman. "Should you fail to restrain your tongue, I shall ensure you are silenced forever." Songbo trembled at He Shi's fierce stare, his complexion darkening as the realization set in. After all, these were his own people, and to be publicly slapped today was a disgrace he could not afford. If he did not reclaim his honor, how could the Song family maintain their standing in Shin City? He Shi, it seems today as events cannot be resolved amicably. I hope you do not come to regret this. He Shi scoffed, retorting that sentiment is better directed back at you. Is it not merely the backing of the Qin family that emboldens you? If so, I shall uproot both families, addressing both old grievances and new. From the disruption of my work to the wanton slander of my family, I am not one to be trifled with. Just as the tension escalated, a cadre of impeccably dressed elites, carrying briefcases, strode through the entrance. Songbo's heart sank, recalling a similar scene from just days prior. The newcomers were divided into 2 groups. One comprised solely of a single man. After handing 10 property certificates to He Shi, he exited promptly. The other group was led by a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s. "Good day, Mr. He. I am George Bin, the general manager of Wanjia Investment Company." Upon hearing this, Songbo stumbled slightly. Only then did George Bin notice his presence. "You are Manager Song? What a coincidence." He Shi, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know each other?" The Song Group is currently seeking investment. Chairman Song and Manager Song visited our company recently and had fruitful discussions with our investment department. They plan to sign a contract within the next couple of days. He Shi nearly laughed aloud at this revelation. How fortuitous. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Is that so? Then this collaboration can be canceled." "On what grounds?" Songbo swiftly turned to He Shi. The Song family was entrenched in real estate, and the project they had undertaken required substantial investment, with only Wanjia, the largest investment firm in Shin City, possessing the requisite capital. If the collaboration fails, the project itself hangs in the balance. This thought sent a wave of urgency through Songbo. Why should this be? Simply because I am about to become the largest shareholder of Wanjia. Moreover, with his investment analysis acumen, he sure understood that the Song family possessed little investment potential. Collaborating with them would merely be a stroke of luck if it did not result in a loss. It was uncertain which fool had agreed to the investment, as accepting benefits was not entirely implausible. Upon hearing He Shi's remarks, Song Bo's face turned ashen. No, He Shi could not possibly wield such power. He refused to believe it. He shook his head violently, as if in a frenzy. It's all a lie. All of it is false. He Shi offered a derisive smile and proceeded to sign the equity transfer document right in front of him. Witnessing this scene, Song Bo immediately dashed out of the restaurant in a panic, disregarding even his aunt, who lay sprawled on the ground. Ultimately, it was that frail man who called for an ambulance, facilitating the removal of the injured. Director He, is it acceptable to schedule the shareholders' meeting for tomorrow at 10 o'clock? He sure nodded. No problem. Additionally, please provide me with a list of the company's personnel. Certainly, I will send it to your email shortly. After seeing off George Bin and his entourage, the restaurant finally fell silent. However, Feng Siyuan's heart was tumultuous. He had not anticipated that the new owner would possess such stature. After all, it was one of the top 3 investment firms in the nation. Yet, with the boss's background, it would greatly benefit the restaurant's future development. Reflecting on this, his gaze toward He Shi grew increasingly respectful. In appreciation of everyone's prior support, He Shi instructed Feng Siyuan to waive the bills for all guests. After leaving the restaurant, he took Nansun and the children back home. The unpleasant events of the day had dampened the family's spirits, leaving them disinclined to shop. To console his wife and children for the grievances they had endured, He Shi deliberately prepared a lavish feast. After dining, the children gradually regained their vivacity. He then took them to see the newly renovated rooms. Since they utilized modern materials, there were no safety concerns, allowing him to indulge in playtime with them in the toy room for quite a while. By the time he had lulled the little ones to sleep and returned to his room, it was already past 9 o'clock. Chapter 21. Some meals should not be consumed in haste, darling. He Shi pushed open the door, only to find himself alone, with no sign of Nansun. Curiosity piqued. He called out a few more times, oblivious to the bathroom door slowly creaking open. Hubby, a voice laced with allure, caused He Shi's heart to skip a beat, as if jolted by electricity. Turning slowly, he beheld a slender leg, clad in black silk, gradually emerging from the bathroom. He instinctively softened his breath, his gaze fixated, afraid to miss a single detail. Next came into view a fiery red hemline, teasingly short, barely grazing the tops of her thighs, promising a glimpse of enticing allure with the slightest movement. Above it lay an exquisitely seductive curve of her waist, a generous expanse of porcelain skin exposed to the air. And amidst her movements, He Shi caught sight of tantalizing hints of color. A surge of warmth cascaded through his limbs. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and to complement the red dress, Nansun had even adorned her lips with a touch of lipstick. With sultry eyes and a captivating sway, she approached He Shi, each step seemingly treading on his heartstrings. He Shi swallowed, his voice hoarse as he uttered "wife." Her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, obliterating any distance between them. Rising on her toes, she brushed her lips against his, whispering, "Hubby, you look incredibly handsome today." For the sake of their family and her concern for him, she felt reassured that she had not made the wrong choice. "Is this a reward?" Nansun teased, lightly gliding her foot along his calf, her voice dripping with seductive sweetness. He Shi seized her alabaster chin, drawing her in for a kiss. The temperature in the room escalated, their heartbeats echoing in a rhythm of desire. He Shi held her tightly, as if to meld her into his very being. When they finally parted, a sheen of perspiration adorned both their skins. He Shi hoisted her over his shoulder, declaring that any further restraint would be inhumane. Hey, what are you doing?" Nansun's mind went blank as she was unexpectedly lifted into the air. She playfully slapped his shoulder twice, only to be unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. As the covers were flung aside and garments discarded one after another, He Shi, anticipating a feast, was suddenly taken aback. Exclaiming in surprise, Nansun's face flushed crimson, and without a word, she dashed into the bathroom, When she finally emerged, having composed herself, she found He Shi sprawled at the foot of the bed, an expression of utter dismay etched across his face, nearly eliciting a laugh from her. "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect it to be so timely." He Shi cast her a lingering, mournful glance before turning his head away. His adorably aggrieved expression tugged at Nan Sun's heart, prompting her to crawl onto him, whispering shyly into his ear, "How about I?" His eyes sparkled with interest, only to dim again as he noticed the adhesive bandage on her hand. Yet, Nan Sun remained undeterred, fixating on him as she lightly pecked his lips. Gazing at her stunning visage, He Shi felt a pang of reluctance. Nan Sun discerned his subtle intentions and directly remarked, "I wonder who is subtly hinting at me in broad daylight." He Shi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he be caught daydreaming by the very person involved? With a swift motion, Nan Sun reached out and turned off the lights. This evening, she was determined to ensure that this man suffered a loss of several billion. The following day, He Shi had a meeting at Wanjia scheduled for 10 in the morning. Shortly after 8, he set breakfast on the table. Nan Sun emerged from her room, one hand covering her lips and the other holding her phone. "Look, Annie's live stream from yesterday is trending. Many are inquiring about the company's news." He Shi took the phone, glancing at it, and noted that Jun Sheng Company had commented below, which explained the surging popularity. After all, Jun Sheng was a dominant force in the automotive industry. He promptly called Qi Jiang, urging him to seize this rare opportunity for some effective publicity for the company. Remembering his conversation with Nan Sun about gifting Annie, He Shi changed the payment methods on her phone to his card and handed her a newly opened supplementary card. Nan Sun accepted it without hesitation. "Does this mean I'm being supported by a wealthy benefactor?" He Shi smirked slightly. "Incorrect. You are being supported by a husband." He leaned closer to her ear, asking, "So, can we expect more of last night's services?" "Dream on," Nan Sun retorted, playfully kicking him before attempting to flee, only to be pulled back by his embrace. This playful scene was witnessed by Xiao Yu, who had just entered the dining area. In the span of 2 days, he had become accustomed to his parents' affectionate displays at any given moment. He covered his younger sister's eyes, dutifully fulfilling his role as a protective elder brother. Nan Sun, her ears flushed, pushed the man away and waved at the 3 little ones. "All right, darlings, it's time to eat." He Shi maintained a composed demeanor as he brought out a warm bowl of ginger tea that had been simmering in the kitchen for Nan Sun. Observing that even the porridge today was prepared with red sugar millet, Nan Sun felt a warmth in her heart. Unable to contain her eagerness to taste it, she inadvertently tugged at a sore spot in her mouth, letting out a small wince. "Mommy, does your tooth hurt?" Seeing the innocent expression on her child's face, Nan Sun shot He Shi a glare. He Shi affectionately patted their daughter's head, smiling with a hint of mischief. "Your mother was too eager to eat and accidentally bit herself. Now, let us remember to eat our meals properly, all right?" "Got it, Daddy." Nian Yin promptly nodded her little head in agreement. "I'll eat properly too, Daddy." Xiao Yu chimed in, though he remained slightly puzzled. "But Mommy hasn't eaten a single bite yet." After the meal, Nan Sun took the initiative to clear the dishes while He Shi fed Xiao Bai and Xiao Wan. It was not until 9:30 that he departed the house in his Ferrari SF90, leaving the Mercedes G-Class for Nan Sun so she could take the children out for some fun during the day. Wanjia Investment Company was also located in the Nanwan district, merely 2 streets away from Guangmao Building. Furthermore, Wanjia occupied a 20-story office building, far surpassing lesser companies that had yet to go public. When He Shi and Li Tong arrived, the conference room was already filled with attendees. Aside from a few executives who had accompanied George the previous day, none had ever encountered him before. Thus, the sight of such a youthful chairman stirred waves of surprise among many. Following a brief self-introduction from He Shi, it was George Bin who first broke the silence with applause, drawing everyone's attention back to the present. Wanjia consistently ranks among the top investment enterprises nationwide, a testament to its formidable strength, which requires no further elaboration. He expressed a desire for continued efforts, encouraging everyone to collaboratively achieve even more remarkable accomplishments. The development of Wanjia hinges on the contributions of each individual, making everyone an integral part of this grand family. However, Where there is diligence, there are inevitably those who may become complacent. I can overlook minor transgressions, but should anyone dare to behave like a repugnant rotten apple, they must not expect mercy. As his words resonated, he sure observed several faces shift in color. Quietly noting this, he continued, stating that the company's future investment directions would soon be distributed by his assistant, and that anyone with questions could feel free to discuss them with him afterward. He sure skillfully combined praise with admonition, succinctly outlining the company's forthcoming developmental trajectory. Throughout the 20-minute meeting, not a single word was superfluous, leaving all present with a renewed sense of respect, especially the veteran shareholders, who considered the appointment of a daring and enterprising young decision-maker to be, in fact, a promising change. Chapter 22. Does Chairman He prefer men? The chairman's office is situated on the 20th floor, expansive in size, exceeding 100 square meters, and includes a lounge. The previous secretary remains, a young woman in her late 20s, donned in a form-fitting shirt paired with a pencil skirt that accentuates her voluptuous figure, exuding the allure of a mature woman. As she stands before the desk, gazing at the handsome He Shi, her heart flutters uncontrollably. She hadn't anticipated that the new chairman would be so youthful. He is far more appealing than the previous elderly gentleman. She adjusts her collar, deliberately revealing her impressive cleavage. Just as she prepares to introduce herself in a flirtatious tone, she hears her new boss coldly address Manager Qiao beside her. I have an assistant. Please arrange another seat for this person. If they are unable to perform, the company does not support idleness. Qiao Zhibin promptly agrees, gesturing for her to leave. The female secretary thinks, damn it, a bunch of unappreciative straight men. Finally, with a room devoid of unwelcome company, He sure retrieves the list of management personnel, circles several names, and hands it to Qiao Zhibin. Keep a close watch on these individuals for the time being. If anyone attempts any mischief, inform me immediately. Understood. Chairman He. By the way, who was in charge of the collaboration discussions with the Song Group? If they lack capability, they should not be wasting resources here. You ought to know how to handle that. Qiao Zhibin wipes non-existent sweat from his forehead and instinctively bows slightly. I understand. He hadn't expected the seemingly affable individual he observed yesterday to be so decisive when it comes to work. Moreover, He Shi's commanding presence is such that even a seasoned veteran like him feels overwhelmed. It appears he must take a firm hand with some of the company's lackadaisical employees. Once only Li Tong remains in the office, He Shi inquires, what is the status of the new company registration? Initially, after acquiring Wan Jia, he had contemplated whether to forego establishing a new company. However, one cannot place all their eggs in a single basket. Thus, he ultimately resolved to proceed with the original plan. It will be completed by tomorrow. He Shi nods approvingly. Then thereafter, as I previously mentioned, expedite negotiations with the companies on the list. Yes, Mr. He. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor in the investment department, the atmosphere is notably more vibrant than usual, with everyone discussing the newly appointed chairman. Hey, has anyone seen his true face? I heard from the receptionist on the first floor that the new chairman is exceptionally young. Did anyone actually see him? As soon as he arrived, he went straight to the top floor. If that's the case, the young ladies in our company must be going wild. Young and wealthy. If they can reel him in, they'd never have to worry again. With that said, even I, a grown man, feel a twinge of excitement. As the group engages in animated conversation, Zhang Ping, seated in the corner, suddenly interjects with disdain. What does youth matter? He is undoubtedly just another privileged heir. Handing the company over to someone like him will inevitably lead to its demise. His remark leaves everyone momentarily speechless. But Zhang Ping remains unfazed. A graduate of a prestigious university who has furthered his studies abroad is the subject of envy from many around him. Each year, upon returning home for the new year, he is besieged by relatives eager to introduce him to potential partners, nearly overwhelming him with their enthusiasm. Regrettably, despite his years of hard work, his lack of connections relegates him to the position of a mere employee, while others effortlessly wield their influence to acquire companies. The more he contemplates, the more frustrated he becomes. Fortunately, he is on the verge of securing a significant collaboration. Once the contract is signed, he will be able to purchase a home in the city. Reflecting on the substantial funds that recently arrived in his account, his disdain only intensifies. With his exceptional abilities, he believes it is only a matter of time before he rises to prominence. Meanwhile, his colleagues, overhearing his self-aggrandizing remarks, silently scoff at his arrogance, finding his sense of superiority intolerable. Such individuals should be swiftly shown the door. Perhaps their wishes were too fervent, for moments later, General Manager Qiao entered the room and summoned Zhang Ping to his office. Almost immediately, an incredulous shout echoed from within. Why am I being dismissed? What have I done wrong? Upon seeing Zhang Ping's unrepentant demeanor, Qiao's expression turned icy. You know perfectly well what you've done. Accepting bribes is enough to ruin your career in this industry. Would you like me to present the evidence to the entire company? Zhang Ping faltered, panic seizing him. His earlier bravado vanished, and he pleaded, Manager Qiao, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Can you grant me another chance? I implore you. Wanjia, the largest investment firm in the city, was not a place he could afford to be dismissed from if he wished to maintain his standing in the investment sector. Without this esteemed position, how could he continue to act superior in front of his relatives and friends? Qiao was incredulous that, even at this juncture, Zhang Ping still aspired to project an image of grandeur before others. He curtly stated, This is Chairman He's personal decision. Pack your things and leave today, or you will face my wrath. This incident could serve as a warning to others with similar discontent. Otherwise, the company would inevitably be tarnished by such individuals. Upon hearing Chairman He's name, Zhang Ping collapsed in despair. Just moments ago, he had spoken disparagingly about the chairman, and if word of this reached the office, he would truly find himself in dire straits. Realizing this, Zhang Ping hastily fled the office, desperate to vacate Wanjia as swiftly as possible. At noon, He Shi dined in the employee cafeteria. As the new owner, he deemed it essential to familiarize himself with every facet of the company, including the dining facilities. This marked his inaugural appearance before the entire staff, causing many young women to blush with excitement. Some felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. Perhaps it was a common trait among handsome men. Those who were unaccustomed to dining in the cafeteria quickly arrived upon receiving word of his presence. In an instant, the cafeteria was bustling with employees. He Shi and Li Tong were seated at the same table, not far away from George Bin and several of his close colleagues, all of whom belonged to the company's management. The finance department manager, Feng Hua, excitedly tugged at General Manager Qiao's sleeve and whispered, Hey Lao, Qiao? How old is Director He? George Bin paused his chopsticks and, noticing the wrinkles at the corner of her eye, replied with surprise. You can't possibly be thinking of pursuing an older man, can you? What nonsense are you talking about? My niece just graduated. She's beautiful and has a lovely personality. I merely wish to inquire. George Bin sighed in relief and waved his hand dismissively. Well, you can forget about that. What's the matter? Does Director He have a preference for men? George Bin nearly choked on his food. Please don't spread such rumors. I merely intended to inform you that Director He is already engaged and is about to begin preparations for his wedding. Upon hearing this, Feng Hua felt a twinge of regret. It seemed her niece would remain single a while longer, as He Shi was undoubtedly her ideal type. Furthermore, they already had 3 children, triplets, which she had witnessed with her own eyes just yesterday. This revelation astonished Feng Hua, and those nearby who had been eavesdropping on the gossip were equally taken aback. Is that true? Director, he doesn't look that old. How can he have children without being married? He certainly doesn't seem like an irresponsible person. George Bin shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but our future chairwoman's beauty is simply unparalleled. Feng Hua was somewhat unconvinced. How stunning could she really be? A celestial being? Everyone ages eventually. George Bin chuckled. Let them be surprised in due time. Thus, within the span of a single lunch, the news of He Shi's engagement and his triplet children spread throughout the company. However, he paid it little mind. The more it circulated, the better, as it would save him considerable trouble. It was Qi Jiang who called, informing him that many were delving into his social media accounts online. Chapter 23. 100 rockets. All platforms report yesterday was a workday, and many office workers had neither the time nor the inclination to pay attention to live broadcasts. Had it not been for He Shi's remarkable good looks, he might have gone unnoticed to the Shanghai restaurant. Now, after a day has passed, the luxury car incident has thoroughly escalated. As the fervor surrounding the event intensifies, public interest in He Shi has surged. Even within the company, numerous colleagues have recognized him. With no other option, He Shi reluctantly registered a new Weibo account. In a mere 10 minutes, he amassed several thousand followers, and the numbers continued to climb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring fans for the first time. A luxurious villa in the Tongxiang Garden has been awarded, with a property deed currently being processed and to be delivered tomorrow. He sure couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Tongxiang Garden? That is the most prestigious villa district in Shenzhen, comprising only 18 villas, each valued at over 100 million. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to the system's lavishness. Seizing the momentum, He Shi promoted his venture, Xing Qianli, once more. However, he was not a celebrity and did not frequent the public eye. It wasn't long before the curiosity surrounding him shifted to others. This ultimately had little impact on He Shi's life, which relieved him. Of course, that was merely a side note. While He Shi's journey was smooth sailing, Zhang Ping, who had just left the company, was not as fortunate. Having gathered his belongings and descended the stairs, he received a call from Song Bo's father, Song Weikai. His heart sank immediately. He had no desire to regurgitate the food he had consumed, so he gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. On the other end, Song Weikai stared at the darkened screen of his phone, his expression darkening instantly. Song Bo, feeling anxious, said perhaps he is busy. He might call back soon. Though he spoke these words, he harbored little hope. Zhang Ping's recent attentiveness was still fresh in their minds. It was implausible for him to not answer unless something was amiss. Song Weikai shot him a furious glare and barked, "What a waste of space. Can you do anything other than cause trouble?" Song Bo felt wronged. "This isn't entirely my fault. It was Aunt's doing." Song Weikai harbored resentment towards his sister as well. She had been spoiled since childhood and continued to stir up trouble even after marriage. The Song family had cleaned up her mess countless times. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Is she still causing a scene at the hospital? Indeed, she has nearly torn the hospital ceiling down. Ever since she returned yesterday, she has been complaining of stomach pain and incessantly demanding food. Yet the doctor found no issues, not even any external injuries. Song Weikai dismissed this with indifference. She is undoubtedly just being unreasonable. Ignore her. He then shifted to more pressing matters. It seems the investment with Wanjia is hopeless. We must hasten to find other avenues, or this project will be completely doomed. Our family has invested everything we own into this. Implicitly, he indicated that success would lead to soaring heights, while failure would spell utter ruin. Song Bo recognized the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, they were on the brink of success, but now they find themselves ensnared in a quagmire due to He Shi. This only intensified Song Bo's disdain for him. As for Zhang Ping, dispatch someone to locate him immediately. Does he truly believe our Song family is easy to bully? Understood. Father. Song Bo responded hastily. And regarding He Shi, Song Weikai lowered his gaze. A mere young man who has just stepped into society. What does he accomplish with Li Yang and Wan Jia at his disposal? Does he wish to promote his subordinate's rental company? Then I shall assist him most thoroughly. Observing the ruthless determination beneath his father's calm demeanor, Song Bo's excitement was palpable as he raised an eyebrow, fully prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. It seems he sure has genuinely provoked his father this time. It shouldn't be long before he, like those who previously offended the Song family, is reduced to nothing in the entire Shen city. He sure was blissfully unaware of the father-son duo's scheming, thanks to the extraordinary system that served as his cheat. The crisis information pouch proved remarkably useful. He had ordered it yesterday from the flash sale mall at a steep price of 9, enabling him to detect imminent crises and seek solutions. Unfortunately, each pouch could only be used once, leaving He Shi somewhat disheartened, uncertain if such an item would ever be available again. As he observed Song Weikai's impending actions, He Shi couldn't help but scoff. This method of staging a performance and framing others had likely threatened many. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The entire family harbored malicious intentions. Given this, He was eager to witness how this old fox would inadvertently trip himself. That evening, after He Shi and Nan Sun finished bathing, they reclined against the headboard together. Annie's regular streaming hours were from 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning. Nan Sun had never used the app before, but by the time she downloaded it and registered an account, Annie's viewer count had already surged to 5,000. Although she previously boasted hundreds of thousands of followers, her live streams typically attracted only about 3,000 viewers. This surge was a remarkable increase in a single day. "How much should we donate, He Shi?" Nan Sun inquired. He had never given gifts to a streamer before and, after a moment of contemplation, he took Nan Sun's phone. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, announcing a grant of 100 million virtual leisure coins. The system clarified that these leisure coins could be used for gifting or gaming, but not for cashing out. He promptly recharged half of the leisure coins to Nan Sun's account. At that moment, Annie was engaged in a PK battle with another female streamer of evidently superior conditions. With only a minute remaining, Annie enthusiastically rallied for votes on camera, observing the top contributor sending rockets. Nan Sun quickly navigated to the gift page and casually tossed over 10 of the same. A banner instantly appeared at the top of the platform's live stream. This sudden generosity left everyone astounded. The rockets on this platform were the most expensive gifts, each equivalent to 3,000 in cash. 10 amounted to 30,000. Annie had never received such an abundance of gifts at once, her cheeks flushing with excitement. "Wow. Thank you to this delightfully named Thai, Nanlu's sister, for your generosity. Thank you. Thank you, you're too kind." Little did they know, the excitement was far from over. Shortly thereafter, a staggering series of 9 groups of rocket effects erupted within the live stream, each group comprising 10 rockets. For a brief moment, the barrage of comments fell silent, only to be inundated by an outpouring of gratitude towards the generous benefactor. An excited Annie stammered, "Thank you, thank you." Management quickly assigned a moderator for the lovely lady. Nan Sun's fingers danced lightly as she replied, "No need for thanks. I promise to watch your stream." Upon glancing at the vibrant, multicolored text shimmering at the top of the screen, Annie was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. She yearned to shout out to her goddess, yet ultimately restrained herself. Nevertheless, her spirits remained high. As long as people were present, there was no need for further extravagance. After all, this amounted to a staggering 300,000. Even after the platform share, she would still receive half of that. With a smile, Nan Sun engaged with her for a few more moments before departing the live stream. Meanwhile, thanks to the influx of gifts, Annie's popularity soared to over 100,000. A multitude of viewers entered through the banner, eager to claim the wave rewards that follow the rocket effects, and many even took the opportunity to follow her channel. In just 2 short days, Annie once again found herself in the limelight. Chapter 24. A family outing to Leah Mountain in the following days. He Shi temporarily embraced a 9-to-5 work routine. After all, having just taken over the company, it was imperative for him to personally handle many matters to facilitate future development. Having endured the week, He Shi resolved to take his wife and children on a delightful 2-day excursion. The destination was Leah Mountain, the very place where he first encountered Nian Nian. Accompanying them were the eldest and second child, Li Tong, and Qi Jiang. This outing also served as a formal introduction of Nan Sun to everyone, simultaneously celebrating the establishment of the new company. Due to He Shi's prior plans, Li Tong and the others have been extraordinarily busy in recent days, making this an opportune moment for relaxation. They embarked in 3 vehicles, one for He Shi's family, another for Li Tong and Qi Jiang, and the last for the elder and second children. At the parking lot, the eldest son couldn't help but admire the imposing Mercedes-Benz emblem. Who could have imagined that within just over a week, he had transitioned from a freshly graduated student to someone who not only owned a car and a home, but could also indulge in luxuries at high-end venues like this? All of this was thanks to the third brother. For this lifetime, I shall cling to the third brother's coattails. The second son wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the third brother, having achieved success, never forgets his brothers. Such loyalty is worth dedicating our lives for. However, he inquired, is this car truly ours? It must be worth at least 2 million. As He Shi was unloading items from the car, he overheard and playfully kicked the second son. Absolutely confirmed. In addition to these two Mercedes-Benz vehicles, there are also two BMWs in the garage at home. You four can share them. Their values are quite comparable. These cars were purchased during a flash sale for just $9.99, gathering dust and storage, so gifting them to friends also serve as a company perk. The eldest and second sons were so moved that they nearly broke into tears. Had He Shi not been quick on his feet, they would have rushed to embrace him. Chi Jiang was equally amused by their antics. Stop fooling around and get to work. Do you expect your sister-in-law and nieces to do the heavy lifting? The eldest son glanced at Nan Sun, who was watching the children, and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He was astonished to find that the third brother's wife was even more stunning in person than in photographs. Of course, he merely admired her. A goddess of such caliber was likely unattainable for anyone but the third brother. Just as the group exited the parking lot, the lobby manager, accompanied by several attendants, hurried over upon hearing the news. To their surprise, it was a familiar face. Xiaoya smiled slightly and respectfully bowed. Welcome, everyone. He sure was taken aback to see this adept server had become the manager. However, it was not entirely unexpected. He casually offered his congratulations. Xiaoya's smile widened. All thanks to Mr. He and Miss Nian Yan. Had the previous manager not offended them, I would never have had the opportunity to assume this position. Upon seeing Nan Sun standing beside He Shi, Xiaoya realized her own chances were slim. In the presence of such a woman, all her little schemes dissipated. Focusing on her responsibilities was paramount. She personally led them to the pear orchard and meticulously prepared all the barbecue equipment, demonstrating her attentiveness. The eldest brother felt a stirring in his heart. The thought of having a girlfriend like her made him believe he might wake up smiling from a dream. This sudden realization left him momentarily stunned. Could this be what true affection feels like? Despite often appearing to be a lecher, he was merely a braggart, still a novice in matters of romance. In the past, whenever he saw girls, his attention was fixated on their chests and backsides. But this was the first time he felt a genuine desire to know someone on a deeper level. Lost in thought, he instinctively reached out to touch the scalding stove. But thankfully, someone caught his hand. The fleeting sensation of softness and warmth against the skin made him shudder involuntarily. Xiaoya, under the unabashed gaze he directed at her, felt her cheeks flush. Although the eldest brother was slightly overweight, he was not unattractive. As he often declared, chubby people are hidden gems. If I slimmed down, I would undoubtedly be a handsome man with prominent features. Being earnestly observed by such a potential gem rendered the inexperienced Xiaoya's heart racing inexplicably. This sensation was entirely different from the awe she felt upon seeing He Shi. The two exchanged silent glances before they tacitly retreated in embarrassment. Meanwhile, He Shi tidied up the clothes he had brought and, along with Nan Sun and the children, exited the pear orchard. With such splendid scenery, their family naturally wished to appreciate it fully. The strikingly attractive parents and their adorable children became the focal point wherever they went. He Shi had grown accustomed to the attention, while Nan Sun remained indifferent to others' gazes. The three little ones, already engrossed in play, had no thoughts of anything else. The broad and even stone path led straight to the mountain peak, interspersed with several stone steps. Whenever they encountered vendors selling cotton candy, balloons, or other trinkets, He Shi would stop to buy one for each of his wife and children. I'm not a child, Nan Sun exclaimed, holding her bubble camera, torn between laughter and frustration. He Shi wrapped his arm around her waist, whispering in her ear, "Aren't you my little darling? You certainly responded when I called you last night." In that instant, Nan Sun felt like releasing her annoyance. He could never maintain a serious demeanor for more than 3 seconds. He Shi chuckled as he pinched her soft cheek, saying, "Isn't this a keepsake for you? These moments will be cherished memories for our family of 5. Nan Sun paused, then earnestly replied, "Then I must buy you one too. A home without a father simply won't do." He Shi's heart swelled with sweetness. Truly, his wife was remarkable. "Daddy, Mommy, hurry up." The three little ones, unable to resist, turned back and chorused loudly. All romantic notions dissipated instantly. "Coming." He Shi shrugged in resignation, taking Nan Sun's hand to catch up with the children. Yet, in the exchange of glances, Their mutual affection was unmistakable. Having walked less than 200 meters, the children soon found themselves exhausted. Little Yor, dragging one sister by the hand, was drenched in sweat. He sure had anticipated this scenario. Hence he had chosen the cable car, which could take them directly to the mountain peak, and they could also ride it back down. The entire family, including He Shi, embarked on this journey for the first time. Fortunately, none of them harbored a fear of heights. Observing the landscape from above is naturally distinct from viewing it from the ground. Although Nansun and the children had previously resided in the depths of the mountains, they were encountering such breathtaking scenery for the very first time. The majestic peaks stood tall, shrouded in wisps of mist, resembling a celestial paradise. How delightful it would be to dwell in a place adorned with flowers and grasses, with forests and waters. As Nansun spoke, she retrieved a delicate wooden box, no larger than the palm of her hand, intricately carved with peculiar patterns. He Shi, intrigued, leaned closer and inquired, "What is this?" Upon opening the lid, they discovered a white caterpillar, its abdomen swollen, lying motionless, clearly lifeless. "Just a little creature that has overindulged," Nansun remarked, her expression indifferent as she discarded the insect from the cable car. Meanwhile, at the prestigious inpatient department of Shuncheng Central Hospital, a woman weighing over 300 pounds clutched her abdomen, wailing loudly. She was the same overweight woman from before. In just a few days, her already corpulent form had ballooned further, as if inflated like a balloon. Yet, the hospital's instruments could not detect any issues. Her belly roiled tumultuously, and this torment visited her daily, leaving the woman utterly exasperated. Weakly, she collapsed on the floor. Noticing that she had finally calmed down, a nearby nurse hurried over to administer a sedative. In an unnoticed corner, a small black bug lay silent, equally devoid of sound. Chapter 25. Overindulgence in dog food and yearning for matchmaking as He Shi's family descended from the mountain. The barbecue prepared by the eldest brother had already been underway for some time. The second brother, brimming with excitement, approached the group of children and presented them with a deliciously grilled fare. "This was specially prepared for you little ones by your uncle," he said. "There are no seasonings, so eat to your heart's content." The aroma wafting through the air was irresistible, and the little fish's eyes sparkled as she chimed in with her sisters. "Thank you, uncle. You're so kind." The eldest brother, feeling left out, rushed over with his own plate. "You must try this beef. It was grilled by your eldest uncle, and it's incredibly tender." The second brother rolled his eyes in response. "What do you mean you're grilling? I did all the work. Wasn't it I who passed you the plate? Wasn't it I who flipped the meat?" Their disagreement quickly escalated into a playful quarrel. Meanwhile, the three little ones savored their meal with delight, and upon noticing their plates were empty, they instinctively called out, "Uncle, more meat, please." The two bumbling uncles, momentarily at odds, instantly transformed into proud fathers. Grinning widely, coming right up, this scene elicited laughter from Qi Jiang, who was watching the spectacle unfold, exclaiming, "Finally, someone is keeping these two in line." He shook his head in exasperation, raising his glass to clink it with Litong. Noticing Nansun's gaze, he assured her, "I shall only indulge in a little. Unless you wish to try some too?" Nansun blinked and tentatively sipped from her glass. It had little flavor compared to the potent liquor brewed by the village matriarch. However, He Shi, under the impression she could not handle alcohol, downed the remainder of his drink in one go. He then shifted several plates in front of Nansun, saying, "The meat grilled by the second brother is quite good. You should have more." "I understand. You should eat as well," she replied. Across the table, Qi Jiang found his food suddenly lacking in flavor. He resolved to heed his mother's advice and decided to pursue matchmaking upon his return home this year. That evening, the three children fell asleep early, while the adults gathered around the table, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their past. Their conversations meandered from their college days to the eccentricities encountered in their professional lives. Even He Shi was compelled to recount the tale of his first meeting with Nansun, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. The eldest brother was the first to succumb to intoxication, his words becoming slurred. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, marrying the third one guarantees peace of mind. So many young ladies pursued him in school, Yet he didn't spare them a glance. Suddenly called out. Nan Sun smiled gently and raised her water cup to toast him. I am aware. He sure was fortunate to have your care during his school days. The eldest brother waved his hand dismissively. That's nothing. Hick, it is we who should be thanking him. Without him, how could we be here drinking and feasting? I must tell you, from the very first day of school, he emphasized that he had a girlfriend. We thought it was just an excuse. We didn't believe him. The third brother is undeniably a good man. Devoted. Sister-in-law, it's fortunate you returned. Otherwise, with the third brother's temperament, who knows what would have happened? As his rambling continued, He Shi hastily escorted him back to his room. Before long, the second brother and Qi Jiang also succumbed to drowsiness. It was unexpected that, despite appearing unassuming, Li Tong possessed such a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. He carried two intoxicated men back to their room, exchanged a brief greeting with Nan Sun, and then washed up and went to bed. When He Shi returned, he found Nan Sun bent over a low table, absorbed in her artwork. Initially, he assumed his wife was merely indulging her curiosity about the brush and playing around. However, upon closer inspection, he was astounded. On the pristine rice paper, a grand and majestic landscape painting gradually unfurled under Nan Sun's skillful hand. It depicted the very scenery they had witnessed that day on the cable car. The strokes danced across the paper, seemingly haphazard. Yet, after a moment's pause, one could discern that what appeared to be random scribbles had coalesced into a breathtaking image. He sure realized that only seasoned artists, honed through years of practice, could possess such a foundation. What seemed spontaneous was, in truth, meticulously crafted in her mind. He couldn't help but swallow hard. My dear wife, you possess such a hidden talent. Only then did Nan Sun notice He Shi's presence. Observing the astonishment in his eyes, she questioned, Oh, is my painting truly that good? I learned casually with Grandma when I was bored. He Shi's eyes widened. Was this not the pinnacle of understated elegance? Not only was it good, but it rivaled the masterpieces he had seen in books. Moreover, the brushwork beside it appeared to be the exquisite small script often penned by ancient women. My dear, could it be that you are a hidden gem of sophistication? Nan Sun playfully slapped him, saying, Wake up. He Shi responded, All right, I concede that a refined lady wouldn't resort to such behavior. Once you finish this painting, I shall frame it and hang it in our living room. When guests come, I will introduce it. Oh, perhaps I should paint something else. This landscape doesn't quite match our home decor. Certainly, then let it adorn the study. How poetic. The more He Shi gazed upon her work, the more enamored he became. Modern artists typically underwent systematic training, confined within rigid frameworks, while Nan Sun, in stark contrast, created with pure talent and imagination, producing something uniquely original and ingenious. He promptly sent a message to He Quan, the manager of the Central Ring Century City Mall. Upon their return from Lia Mountain, Nan Sun discovered that their seldom-used grand living room had been transformed into an open art studio. Even the spacious balcony brimmed with easels, accompanied by a white-railed hanging chair. The entire studio was divided into several sections: traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, sketching, watercolor, and more, complete with a digital tablet for comics. An abundance of paints and tools filled the space, which could truly be described as a paradise for any artist. Ecstatic, Nan Sun dashed out and leaped onto the sofa, tackling the man standing in the living room. To prevent her from falling, He Shi quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Did you see? He asked. Nan Sun responded with a soft affectionately nuzzling into his neck, murmuring, He Shi, you are truly wonderful. He Shi tenderly ruffled her hair, saying, Silly girl. If you don't treat yourself well, who will? They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, on the brink of sharing a tender kiss. As He Shi turned his head, he was met with the sight of two pairs of round, bead-like eyes, intently fixated on him and Nan Sun. Bai, Shower one. He Shi gritted his teeth and stood up, decisively ushering the two light bulbs into the bedroom. He then cruelly proclaimed, Tonight's little guinea pigs are no more. Feeling aggrieved at not having gained any advantage, He Shi entered the study with a resentful gaze. At this moment, only money could offer a semblance of solace to his wounded spirit. After 2 days without work, his inbox was already brimming with messages. He swiftly addressed them. then glanced at a few stocks he had previously purchased. The gains were quite impressive, and by the end of the month, he could consider selling them. Just as he was about to notify the others in the group chat, Chi Jiang's call came through first. He sure raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Song family could no longer remain patient. Chapter 26. Collective Slip of the Tongue? The unfortunate Song family these past few days have been quite distressing for Song Weikai. Ever since the collaboration with Wanjia fell through, he has felt as though nothing is going his way. The current project involves the demolition and reconstruction of the old city area, specifically near the Guangmao building in the Nanwan district. Due to previous issues with stubborn residents, which tragically resulted in loss of life, the Song family had to exert considerable effort to obtain signatures from the obstinate locals. Everything seemed ready, yet they found themselves stymied by insufficient funds. In their pursuit of acquiring this piece of land, the group had not only committed all available liquid assets, but had also taken out a substantial loan from a bank. Song Weikai even mortgaged all his personal assets. Thus, it was utterly unrealistic for the small enterprises of the Song and Qin families to attempt to monopolize such a massive project. This vast tract of land, once developed into a shopping mall and upscale residential area, would undoubtedly hold immense value. However, all investment firms were avoiding it like the plague. Upon further inquiry, Song Weikai discovered that someone had leaked the news of Wanjia's refusal to collaborate with them. Wanjia was a leader in the investment circle, and their rejection of such a large project indicated that there must be significant issues at play. Learning the truth left Song Weikai nearly choking on his own frustration, intensifying his resentment towards He Shi. Sitting in his office, he pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone. I have agreed to the collaboration you proposed last time. When will the funds be transferred? Just the day before, amid his financial turmoil, he received a call from an individual who promised to invest $50 billion in the project, without being involved in the construction, but demanding 60 of the profits. Song Weikai was unwilling to accept such terms, and after the two parties failed to reach an agreement, he temporarily set the matter aside. However, with no other options available, he realized that if he continued to wait, this monumental project could slip through his fingers, potentially leaving the group unable to repay its debts. A crackling sound emanated from the phone, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Chairman Song, perhaps your age is catching up with you, and your hearing is failing. I mentioned last time that if you call again, the price would no longer be the same. Gritting his teeth, Song Weikai struggled to contain his anger. Then what do you propose for the collaboration? It's still $50 billion, but I want 70 of the profits. He nearly erupted in a fit of rage. Asking for 70 seemed to condemn the Song family to a life of hardship. Chairman Song, I advise you to think carefully. Under the current terms, you still stand to gain something. If this drags on until the bank comes knocking, the Song group will be in jeopardy. Song Weikai forced himself to regain his composure. How can I trust your word? I just returned to the country and recently registered an investment company. If you are concerned, feel free to investigate. Fine, I want to see all funds transferred within 3 days. 3 days is impossible. My money does not come easily. You must allow me some time to prepare. Upon hearing the refusal from the other end, Song Weikai felt a sense of relief. If such a large sum of money could be produced immediately, he would truly have to consider whether he was being ensnared in a trap. Yet he remained unaware that this entire affair was, in fact, a scheme orchestrated by He Shi, whose true intention was not to collaborate with him, but rather to buy time. Cousin, we have apprehended the individual who deliberately severed the brake lines, attempting to frame the company. Chi Jiang exclaimed with palpable excitement. He had been forewarned by He Shi that with the company's recent surge in business, it was inevitable that some would harbor ill intentions. After vigilant observation over the past few days, he had indeed caught the culprit in the act. He was astounded that individuals today would risk their very lives for monetary gain, resorting to the absurdity of damaging their own vehicle only to stage an accident. After acknowledging Chi Jiang, He Shi inquired, did he reveal the mastermind behind this? This situation had long been anticipated by him, and Chi Jiang's ability to capture the perpetrator so seamlessly was a direct result of the crisis management strategy He Shi had previously implemented, which had triggered a series of consequential effects. No, this scoundrel refuses to utter a word. I am currently en route to the police station, Chi Jiang replied. Very well. I shall join you shortly. A mere 30 minutes later, He Shi arrived at the police station. Even while standing outside, he could hear a man inside bellowing. I said I was just playing around. Is it so wrong to test whether I could fix the brakes? On what grounds are you detaining me? Do you possess any evidence of me framing you? He Shi raised an eyebrow. It seemed this was indeed the sacrificial pawn sent by the Song family. As he stepped forward to enter, a sleek black Audi slowly approached. Exiting the vehicle were none other than the father and son of the Song family. He Shi deliberately lingered at the entrance, and upon catching their attention, he called out, "Mr. Song, isn't it? At your age, still roaming about here? Have you discovered that your hired lackey has been apprehended and can no longer sit idly at home?" Song Bo's face turned a shade of green as he attempted to advance, but was restrained by Song Wei. A faint smile played on his lips as he replied, "Young friend, it is wise to speak with evidence. Without proof, who would believe you? Is that so?" He Shi casually slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. A notification chimed, detected an overwhelming level of resentment from the malicious father and son towards the host, granting the host a truth buff, effective for 30 minutes. He Shi twitched his lips, pondering whether their hatred was so intense that they wished him harm. What on earth was a truth buff? Inside the precinct, the apprehended individual was a man nearing 30, known as Hubiaozi. He lounged carelessly in a chair, responding to inquiries with the same old refrain. "I was just having fun." He Shi approached him calmly, patting his shoulder. "Cut the nonsense. Don't touch me," Hubiaozi snapped, turning with irritation. In a cold voice, He Shi urged, "Spill the truth of this matter immediately. Do not waste our time." Hubiaozi rose, intending to assert dominance over the young man before him, but his tongue betrayed him. "It was the Song family that hired me. After renting a vehicle, I was to stage an accident and tarnish the reputation of Xing Qianli. I have audio recordings and transfer records as proof. I confess, I implore the officer to investigate." The moment his words fell, the precinct erupted in chaos, and Song Wei, who had just arrived, nearly fainted from shock. Where on earth did they find this fool? Wasn't he promised that his lips would be sealed tighter than a gourd? Song Bo, filled with indignation, attempted to retort. Yet the words that escaped his lips were, "So what if we hired people from the Song family? If you have the capability, present the evidence." As soon as he uttered this, astonishment washed over his face. Song Wei Kai, in response, made a sweeping gesture as if to inquire about the nonsense being spoken, but instead, his words morphed into, "What a blatant truth." Facing the scornful expression of He Shi, Song Wei Kai, who had traversed the majority of his life, experienced fear for the first time. He gripped his neck in terror, questioning why he had unwittingly revealed his innermost thoughts. "Is this your doing?" He Shi regarded him with the bemusement reserved for fools. "Director Song, remember, your mouth is affixed to your own face." They had never interacted before. Nonetheless, he congratulated Director Song for finally awakening to the truth at such an advanced age. "Officer, have you recorded everything they just said?" The young officer in charge of taking notes nodded, bewildered. Clenching his fists, Song Wei Kai pondered. Even if he admitted it was indeed the Song family that orchestrated this, what of it? It was merely an attempt at framing that had failed, since all contact had been maintained through Song Bo. The consequences were limited to a monetary fine and a brief detention. However, He Shi's intentions extended beyond a mere few days in a small cell. Thus, upon Song Wei Kai's release from the police station, he discovered that news of the detention of the general manager of the Song Group had spread like wildfire. The intricate details of how the father and son had conspired to frame others were rampant online. The reputation of the company suffered severely, with numerous partner enterprises sending notifications of contract termination. Simultaneously, the stock price of the Song Group began to plummet, and calls from various shareholders inundated him. Overwhelmed by the unfolding calamity, Song Wei Kai felt darkness encroach upon him, nearly fainting from the shock. Chapter 27. Constructing the tallest skyscraper in the world. Upon returning to the company, He Shi immediately accessed the stock market to assess the fluctuations in Song's share prices. In a moment of selling frenzy, he swiftly seized the opportunity to acquire shares at a lower price. Ultimately, these scattered purchases amounted to a remarkable 5 stake in the Song Corporation. As he gazed at the glowing screen, a sudden realization struck him. The melodic sound of the keyboard resonated within the room. Just as he withdrew his hands from the computer, Li Tong knocked and entered. Song Weikai was anxious, urging for the swift arrival of their 50 billion, willing to negotiate conditions. A subtle smile graced He Shi's lips. The moment had finally arrived. He suggested delaying the funds, asking Song to wait a little longer. When the bank comes knocking, everything would still be under his control. He handed over a silver USB drive, instructing that it be sent to the police once the matter concluded. This was information he had recently uncovered after hacking into Hu Biaozi's computer. To his surprise, the man had meticulously preserved evidence of all his previous collaborations with Song Weikai. With this evidence in hand, it would be more than sufficient to bring that old fox to his knees. Meanwhile, Song Weikai was fraught with anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan. The stock prices plummeted, creating an atmosphere of panic within the company, with shareholders exerting immense pressure. Ongoing projects were halted, and creditors from partner enterprises arrived, demanding repayment. Already overwhelmed, he received further distressing news from the Qin family, indicating their intention to terminate the collaboration. In a fit of anger, he smashed his teacup. Damn it, who came to the Song family seeking a marriage alliance in the first place? He fumed. If they don't want to cooperate, so be it. I'm not desperate. He picked up his phone and dialed Li Tong once more. Speak plainly. What are your conditions? His tone was laced with urgency. Li Tong exchanged a glance with He Shi and switched to speaker mode. Mr. Song, what do you mean by this? You mentioned the company cannot generate such funds at once. Mr. Li, we are all intelligent individuals here. There is no need for circumlocution. Do you truly think I am some Navi child? He Shi jotted down a line on paper. Li Tong nodded and addressed the call. All right, since Mr. Song is so sincere, I will be forthright. I desire the plot of land in the old city, but the company has only managed to gather 20 billion thus far. Song Weikai thought he had misheard, gritting his teeth as he inquired, do you have any idea how much I spent acquiring that land? You propose to cut the price by half, assuming I am a fool. Mr. Song, circumstances have changed. You must understand this phrase. Moreover, this 20 billion is sufficient to resolve your predicament. Currently, apart from me, no one else would dare to wade through this murky water. So I advise you to contemplate this seriously. Additionally, to demonstrate my sincerity, I possess a 5 equity stake in your company, which I am willing to bestow upon you. Song Weikai understood all too well. This stake was undoubtedly acquired during his recent misfortunes. He endeavored to remain composed, reflecting on his current situation. He realized that aside from acquiescing to the proposal, there was no alternative. Otherwise, the company was destined for bankruptcy. Furthermore, should he obtain this 5 equity, as long as he navigates through this current adversity, his influence within the boardroom would significantly amplify. When considered from this perspective, it is not entirely a negative outcome. Yet, the loss is exceedingly substantial. Director Song, what are your thoughts? I have a plethora of matters demanding my attention. Song Weikai took a deep breath. Very well. We can sign the contract now, but I hope that the entire sum of 20 billion arrives today without a single cent missing. He feared that any delay would result in the company being dismantled by these brigands. The two ultimately agreed on a meeting time before they both hung up the phone. Mr. He, your foresight is commendable. Song Weikai has acquiesced. He Shi scoffed. This old fellow is quite cunning. If you do not allow him to gain some advantage, he would never concede so easily. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that our objectives have been achieved. Ever since learning that this old district was acquired by the Song family, He Shi had already devised a plan. Thus his goal was never to drive the Song family to bankruptcy. Moreover, his enmity lies with the father and son duo of Song Weikai, not the many employees who rely on their livelihoods within the company. When he discovers that the true purchaser of the land is you, I can only imagine the expression on his face. He Shi found the prospect amusing. However, if he were to realize that a prison sentence awaited him thereafter, his lamentations would likely be even more pronounced. It is indeed surprising to have so easily dispensed with a hindrance. By the way, how have you all fared in your investment discussions these past few days? Li Tong handed over the folder in his possession. The 12 companies listed herein have been successfully negotiated, along with the amounts invested and corresponding equity shares. He Shi glanced over briefly, noting that the companies he had previously emphasized were all settled, with at least 30 equities secured in each case. Reflecting on the hundreds of billions accrued from investment returns in his bank account, He Shi nodded in satisfaction. Yet, there remains further work to be done. The 3-month time frame is still quite pressing. How much longer do you anticipate the remaining tasks will require? A business trip may be necessary thereafter. No more than 2 days. Very well. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Tong drove alone to the Song Group. The eagerly awaiting Song Weikai hastened to usher him into the conference room. He could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the contract that Li Tong had prepared in advance. But upon seeing the familiar 2 characters at the signature line, he froze. He sure? He abruptly lifted his gaze, disbelief filling his eyes. Li Tong responded with a calm nod. Who else would Director Song presume it to be? Song Weikai was left astounded, his expression oscillating between shades of pale and flush, ultimately culminating in a heart-wrenching roar. A conspiracy. This is all a conspiracy. Li Tong leaned back slightly, expressing his disdain. Director Song, your statement is misguided. Do we compel you to purchase the land? Do we force you to incur debts? Of course, should Director Song wish to forego the 20 billion and 5 equity, you are free to refrain from signing. Song Wei's chest heaved violently, as though he were on the brink of fainting. Clenching his fists, he summoned all his strength to force out 2 words through gritted teeth. I sign. The means employed by He Shi had instilled fear within him. It was no longer merely about the 20 billion. He was apprehensive that if he did not sign, there would come a day when the Song Group would change hands. Thus, he must reclaim the 5 of shares. Chairman Song is indeed a discerning individual. He nodded slightly and then departed with the contract, his pace unhurried. In less than 15 minutes, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired land in the Old Town with subsidies for a premier construction team, allowing you to determine the architectural style and requirements. On his way home, He Shi felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the headquarters of his dreams was becoming a reality. From the very beginning, he envisioned the corporate building in that location. As for the shopping mall and residential area, they were of no concern to him. The vicinity was either the Central Century City or the renowned Shanghai Street, known as the First Commercial Street. To build a mall, there would be sheer folly. With enthusiasm, he inquired, System, can I construct the building exactly as I envision? Within the realm of human capability, certainly. Can I designate that entire area as the headquarters zone and build a dozen or 20 structures? That is permissible, host. And can I design the main building to be the tallest in the world? Yes. Fantastic. Then I wish. The mechanical voice, now unable to maintain its monotony, interjected. All is feasible. Please communicate your ideas directly to the construction team. He Shi awkwardly rubbed his nose and asked, Will they arrive? They shall come tomorrow. Please ensure your phone remains accessible. Feeling elated, He Shi made a stop at the market, purchasing a plethora of poultry and fish. The vendors were almost eager for his daily visits. Yet, He Shi's mind was solely focused on returning home to celebrate with his beloved treasures. Chapter 28, A Startling Encounter on the Road in a Recent Report. It was revealed that Song Weikai, the chairman of the Song Group, has been arrested by the police at the corporate headquarters due to multiple charges of deliberately framing others. The unfolding events are sure to capture the public's attention. He Shi, upon switching on the television that morning, was taken aback by the rapidity of the police action. It appeared that Song Weikai had barely arrived at the office before being escorted away. Is this a serious charge? Will it lead to imprisonment? Nan Sun, who was enjoying her breakfast, inquired with curiosity. On the surface, the charges may seem minor, but if it results in a fatality, the consequences could be severe. Song Weikai has been in business for many years, and countless individuals have fallen victim to his schemes. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, have tragically lost their lives. He Shi contemplated the sentence could range from 3 to 10 years, though it ultimately depends on the court's verdict. Nan Sun nodded, somewhat understanding. By the way, what time is the construction team coming as you mentioned yesterday? She asked. They should be arriving shortly. They'll call me when they do. Would you like to take the children along to observe? He Shi suggested. What is there to see in building houses? I have plans to go shopping with Annie today, was her unexpected reply, momentarily leaving He Shi speechless. My dear wife, are you abandoning me so soon? Shouldn't you be joyfully rushing into my embrace with the children? You focus on earning a living, while I take the children out to indulge in some fun. Our roles are clearly defined. You need not worry about us. He sure sighed in a melodramatic manner. All right then, just make sure to spend freely and don't hold back from treating your husband generously. He felt a sense of joy that his wife was able to make friends so swiftly. At the garage door, he sure gently placed the 3 stylishly dressed little ones into the back seat. If you feel tired, tell your mother to find a place to rest. You are all big kids now. No more asking for mommy to carry you, understood? Little fish, as a young man, you must look after your 2 sisters and take care of your mother. Do you understand? Don't talk to strangers, don't accept gifts from them, and don't stray from your mother's sight. Little fish felt overwhelmed as he nodded at his father's anxious instructions. He then suggested, "How about you come with us, Dad?" Nan's son, exasperated, pulled the man aside. "Rest assured, I am not a child. I can take good care of them." He sure opened his mouth to protest, yet he could only think of how his greatest concern was indeed his audacious wife. He hoped that his beautiful daughters would return as his little princesses. Once the sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class had vanished from sight, he sure climbed into his own Bobo's G900. This limited edition luxury vehicle, valued at $13 million, was an enticing acquisition from exclusive online sale. The day it first appeared in the garage, his eldest and second child rushed over to embrace it excitedly, leaving He Shi both amused and bewildered at their enthusiasm. Initially, he intended for Nan's son to drive it, but she found it too ostentatious, leaving him no choice but to take the wheel himself. Just as he was about to start the engine, several young individuals in their 20s approached him, clearly drawn to his vehicle. 2 young men and 2 young women, all dressed in fashionable attire, bore the appearance of fresh-faced trainees just beginning their careers. One of the boys, adorned with golden hair, dramatically lunged in front of the car, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Good heavens! In my lifetime, will I ever have the chance to drive such a car? Xiang Yuanci, can we refrain from being so theatrical? After all, you are certainly a scion of wealth, aren't you? The golden-haired boy, Xiang Yuanci, shot a fierce glare at the girl who spoke. What do you know? This car cannot merely be purchased with money. Otherwise, how would one explain that women, with their long hair, often possess such limited insight? You. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson with anger, and she raised her hand as if to strike him, only to be restrained by her friend beside her. Xiaoqing, let me go. I must make him regret it today. Come on then, come on. Witnessing this scene unfold, he sure pressed the horn in exasperation. He rolled down the window, gazing at the 4 bewildered individuals, and calmly stated, "Please make way. I am in a hurry." With that, he departed, leaving only a trail of exhaust in his wake. The 2 girls' faces now genuinely flushed, but not from anger. Xiaoqing, did you see that? So handsome, wealthy, and dashing. Oh my, I think I'm going to faint. The girl named Xiaoqing, possessing delicate features and a slender figure, exuded an aura of fragility and gentleness. At that moment, she was fixated on the direction in which the car had vanished. Initially, she had thought it commendable to attract someone like Xiang Yuanci, but today she realized what it truly meant to be overshadowed. Hey, Xiaoxiang, doesn't that person live in the same building as you? How would I know? I just moved in today. You all just had the housewarming feast. Observing the eager anticipation in Yi Tong's eyes, Xiang Yuanci felt a pang of bitterness. However, I advise you to abandon that thought. Why not? I possess capabilities. Why shouldn't I give it a try? Xiang Yuanci discreetly cast a glance her way. Well, perhaps you do have some merit. Yet, he remained obstinate, asserting, such accomplished men would never glance at someone like you. Dreaming is far more realistic. His words inadvertently offended both girls. The dark-haired boy, amusedly observing the unfolding drama, could only shake his head in resignation. Thus, the group continued their playful banter as they exited the community. Meanwhile, He Shi, now navigating the main road, grew increasingly anxious. With such vastness in Sheng City, will Nanchuan manage to avoid getting lost? He pondered over their whereabouts and whether they successfully met with Annie. He picked up and set down his phone repeatedly, feeling as though he had transformed a luxury vehicle worth millions into a mere tractor. Yet, the drivers behind him dared not honk in impatience, resulting in the entire lane crawling at a snail's pace. drawing curious glances from passing vehicles and pedestrians alike. Oblivious, He Shi only regained his awareness when the traffic police issued a warning. Upon arriving at the company, he still found it challenging to concentrate on his work. After lunch, Li Tong approached him with an urgent report, stating that a representative from a construction team was downstairs. He Shi's eyes lit up, and he promptly invited the individual into his office. "Greetings, Director He. I am Ho Jian, the head and chief engineer of Miracle Construction. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration ahead." He Shi gazed at the middle-aged man before him, silently giving a thumbs up to the system. This remarkable engineering team had constructed a 68-story building in merely 20 days, a feat truly akin to a miracle. From this day forth, this team would be his. He suppressed his excitement and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Engineer Ho. The headquarters building is of utmost urgency. I appreciate your hard work." Ho Jian, sensing the courtesy in his counterpart's demeanor, felt even more resolute in his decision. Although he was the architect of this miracle, it had also sparked considerable public debate, leading many to question the integrity of their work and branding it as shoddy construction. Some even accused them of fabricating accomplishments merely to attract attention. Consequently, their collaborative projects dwindled, and what should have been a soaring success had plunged into dire straits. Fortunately, they had now encountered a patron. He respectfully extended his hand in return, saying, "Director He, I must also thank you for your timely investment, otherwise my workers. But have you ever doubted our project? In less than a month, to create a sky city, anyone would instinctively react with disbelief upon hearing such a claim. Yet, He Shi merely smiled slightly. What is there to doubt? Just because history has not witnessed, it does not mean it lacks existence. Moreover, those 20 days represent only the effective construction time. Surely you undertook extensive preparatory work long before that." This unreserved trust nearly brought tears of gratitude to Ho Jian's eyes. To be honest, that is indeed the case. We employed sustainable, modular construction materials, with 95% of the work completed in the factory. We invested 2 full years prior to those 20 days. He Shi understood that this process resembled assembling building blocks, with the pieces having been meticulously prepared in advance, requiring only their final assembly. This realization compelled him to admire the ingenuity of modern humanity. Chapter 29. The peculiar cosplay of my wife. Once this project concludes, I am confident that miracle architecture will gain universal recognition. He Shi stated resolutely. Hao Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of impatience. "Then let us finalize the design swiftly. May I inquire about your requirements, Chairman He? I trust in your vision for the architectural style." Engineer Hao. "However, I wish to designate the entire Old Town as the headquarters area. The exact number of buildings we can erect will depend on your team's on-site assessments. As for the central main building, I aspire to construct the tallest skyscraper in the world. Do you possess the confidence to realize this? Rest assured, financial concerns are not an issue. I merely wish to see the construction completed within 2 months. After all, the system will cover the expenses." Hao Jian gasped, initially believing that constructing a 70 or 80-story building would suffice, yet he was taken aback by the new boss's grand ambitions. If such a headquarters skyscraper were to rise in Shenzhen, not only would He Shi's company gain fame, but even miracle architecture would be etched in history. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Hao Jian slowly replied, "Currently, the tallest building is the 163-story, 829-meter-high Halliburton Tower. With the construction materials we have at our disposal, erecting a structure of over 140 stories should pose no challenge. The remaining 20 stories could potentially be achieved if the workers toil day and night over the next 2 months. However, to ensure quality, I would appreciate it if you could allow for a few extra days." Upon hearing this, He Shi nodded with satisfaction. He appreciated Hao Jian's measured approach, his thorough considerations, and his lack of blind confidence. It appeared that Hao Jian indeed possessed commendable capabilities. "Not a problem. Proceed with your plans. It will be the workers who bear the brunt of the effort." He continued, "During these 2 months of construction, let us provide each worker with triple their salary. If the project is completed with quality and efficiency, further rewards will be given." Hao Jian was taken aback by He Shi's generosity. then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of everyone. Keep in mind, my entire team consists of thousands, each earning no less than 10,000 a month. In that moment, he was completely won over by his new boss. After departing from Wanjia, Hao Jian, along with Li Tong, hurriedly assembled a team for the construction site. Meanwhile, having wrapped up his work, He Shi left for home before the end of the workday. Upon his hasty return, he opened the door to find the house empty. After holding in his feelings all day, He Shi pulled out his phone and tapped on a familiar contact. At that moment, Nansun was thoroughly enjoying herself with Annie and the three little ones. They had first embarked on a grand shopping spree at the Central Ring, for women are often unable to resist clothing and cosmetics, particularly relishing the act of purchasing. With Nansun's stunning beauty, salespeople eagerly surrounded her wherever she went. Even a store manager approached, hoping she would model for their brand. The group soon lost their enthusiasm for wandering amidst the incessant attention. However, upon seeing the indoor rock climbing and shooting advertisements in the mall, Nansun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as they began to enjoy themselves, a stranger wearing sunglasses approached them. Fortunately, they had Annie, the articulate and quick-witted streamer, to handle the situation. Did you catch a glimpse of my goddess adorned in luxury brands? That bag alone is worth over 100,000. She is indeed a wealthy lady, and her family possesses considerable affluence. Thus, if one wishes to enlist her for advertisements or to pursue stardom, they might as well save their breath. Of course, should you guarantee the ability to shoulder our daily expenses amounting to several million, then forget I ever said that. Observing the man's pallid complexion, Annie nonchalantly led her entourage of one adult and three children to a quaint little shop, where they finally exhaled in relief. Sister Goddess, it would be prudent for you to have Mr. He accompany you on outings. Only someone with his commanding presence could subdue that pack of ravenous wolves. Nanshuan chuckled softly. But thank you for earlier. There's no need for pleasantries. Annie waved her hand grandly, exhilarated from the prospect of spending time with such a stunning beauty, having hardly slept the previous night in anticipation. And Annie, what is this place? Nian inquired, her eyes sparkling amidst the colorful lights surrounding them. Annie nearly swooned at the adorable voice. Today, she learned that the goddess had not just one son, but had miraculously given birth to triplets. Each child was as charming as the last, and with the trio in tow, Annie seemed to walk as if propelled by the wind. This is a place for games. Don't be deceived by the modest entrance. The interior is quite expansive. Wow, can we go in and play? Annie glanced at Nansun, visibly troubled. This is an escape room, and some scenes can be quite frightening. It may not be suitable for young children. Just as she finished speaking, the eyes of all four children sparkled with excitement. Nanshuan confidently asserted, "Don't worry, they are quite brave." Annie swallowed hard, ultimately unable to resist the allure of their enthusiasm, and ushered them inside. Thus, for the next 2 hours, the space was filled with her terrified screams while Nanshuan and the children emerged exhilarated, leaving Annie, drenched in sweat, slumped in a chair. Annie, that was truly amusing. Are there other similar games? Indeed, Aunt Annie, why don't we play again? Annie, alarmed, quickly declined, no. It loses its charm upon repetition. Let me take you somewhere else. I promise it will be even more entertaining. As she recalled the hard-earned tickets for the comic convention she had wrested from a friend, Annie felt an overwhelming urge to venture into the crowd. Hearing her assurance, the trio chimed in unison, their faith in Annie solidified by their recent adventure. An hour later, a pale-faced Annie, sporting 2 rosy cheeks reminiscent of a zombie, led the equally ghostly Nanshuan and her 3 little zombies. Standing in perfect alignment at the entrance of the comic convention, Annie blew lightly on the talisman affixed to her forehead, trembling uncontrollably. Before shedding this attire, she vowed not to gaze into a mirror. She could not fathom how so many beautiful and enchanting costumes had culminated in this appearance. Snow White, Cardcaptor Sakura, and a plethora of other game and anime characters. Before arriving, she had envisioned leading the goddess and her 3 adorable companions, all clad in splendid dresses, for a breathtaking entrance. However, it is not merely the stunning sights at the convention that captivate. The presence of several remarkably attractive little zombies draws considerable attention. The 3 children, unreserved in their enthusiasm, eagerly posed for photographs with various characters, their joyful figures dashing about the venue. By the end of the day, they are flushed and exhausted but still remember to bring back souvenirs for their father. In the lounge, one of them, gazing at their attire with reluctance, pleadingly asks Mom, "This outfit is so beautiful. Can I wear it home later? Please, can I? I want to show it to Dad." Observing the little zombies resembling adorable kittens, Nanzuin falls into an unusual silence, though she too finds the attire delightful. Years of instinct caution her that returning home in such garb could result in a reprimand from the adults. "Please, Mom, I beg you." Before Nanzuin could formulate a response, a video call notification erupted from her backpack. In her fluster, she inadvertently ended the call. Oh no! After a brief silence, her phone chimed incessantly once more. With trepidation, she pressed the answer button. "Nanju, where are you? Show me what the ground looks like. Where have you all gone? What time is it?" You haven't sent a single message all day, as Nanzuin contemplated how to evade the questions. Her eagerness to display her new outfit compelled her daughter to rush into the camera's view. Upon seeing her daughter's bizarre appearance, her pallid face adorned with several distinct red marks, he almost fainted from shock. "Everyone, stay right where you are. Do not move, do you hear me?" "Understood." The sound of her tightly clenched teeth made Nanzuin immediately compliant, as meek as a quail. Chapter 30. Mother He in shock. Is her son coming out? The three children sensed that something was amiss and quietly nestled closer to their mother. When He Shi finally arrived, he was greeted by the sight of this pitiful mother and children huddle. Clearing his throat gently, he immediately captured the attention of several pairs of eyes, which first sparkled with delight and then shifted to unease. This elicited a mixed response of amusement and exasperation from He Shi. He approached them, tenderly rubbing the faces of the little ones. His gaze then fell upon his wife, who always managed to surprise him. Despite her disheveled appearance, her visage remained strikingly beautiful, which brought him a sense of relief. He had feared that his usually spirited Xiao might falter under the pressure of the moment if she recalled this disarray. "Did you all really not move? Look at the mess you've made. Didn't you think to clean up?" Nansun murmured softly. He Shi, with a resigned expression, tapped her forehead. His irritation had dissipated during his journey. It was not merely concern for them, as he now realized that neither the older nor the younger ones were dependable. Truly, this household could not function without her. Seizing the opportunity to flatter him, Nansun gestured for the little ones to cheer him up. Little Yu Air, quick-witted, led her sisters into He Shi's embrace. "Daddy, I brought you lots of gifts. Ones that Mommy and the sisters don't have. Daddy, I also brought you a souvenir, something we won while playing games. Daddy, I got you this outfit. Let Mommy help you wear it when we get home." He Shi's lips twitched. Such extravagance was unnecessary. He had only noticed his daughter's painted face in the video. But upon arrival, he realized they were all garbed in Qing Dynasty official attire, complete with large prayer beads and even bags adorned with the Bagua symbol. This eclectic style would surely earn applause from the progenitor of zombies, Lin Xiaoying. "Your ensemble is quite unique." The usually quiet Annie, oblivious to his sarcasm, eagerly raised her hand. "This was my idea." Observing her averted gaze in the mirror, He Shi understood. Remarkable, they were all brave souls. Not wishing to endure another moment of such garishness, He Shi hastily ushered his wife and children into the back seat for their journey home. Meanwhile, he instructed Annie to drive off in Nansun's car, with plans to have someone retrieve it later. Upon arriving home, He Shi swiftly lifted his son and led him into the bathroom, while Nansun took the two daughters to wash up. By the time the three of them emerged, refreshed and tidy, He Shi had already set the table with a delicious spread. "Wow, it smells wonderful. You must be hungry. Come and eat." He scooped the children into their high chairs one by one. As he served the rice, he feigned casualness and inquired, "Did you have fun today, my darlings? What did you play? Do tell Daddy all about it. Let us start with Nian Yin. You will earn a reward for sharing." Engrossed in her meal, Nian Yin was oblivious to the anxious expressions of her brother and mother, her focus entirely captured by the promise of a reward. With a cheerful tone, she exclaimed, "I had so much fun. We climbed walls, played shooting games, and even drove." Cough. Nansun promptly spat out her food. He Shi calmly patted her back and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Now it's your turn to think, he said. If you don't perform well, Daddy might give the reward to your sister. Little Xiangxiang hastily set down her small spoon. Daddy, we were escaping for our lives. There were strange aunties in tattered clothes and uncles covered in blood. It was clearly fun, yet Aunt Annie kept screaming. The little one exaggeratedly mimicked Annie's expression, causing Nan Sun to involuntarily spit out her food once more. He sure looked at her with a half-smile. Wife, do you need me to feed you? Nan Sun, startled, quickly waved her hands. All right then, son, it's your turn. Summarize what your sister said. The singled-out Xiaoyu glanced at his mother and then at his father, ultimately opting for full disclosure. Today we first bought clothes, then had cake, and we played rock climbing, shooting, bumper cars, and escape from a mystery room. As Xiaoyu spoke, his voice dwindled, and He Shi's face darkened ominously. Well, that sounds thrilling. Nan Sun sensed danger, just as she intended to flee. A pair of strong hands clasped her waist. Before she could react, the man had hoisted her onto his shoulder. You take care of your sisters. Your mother and I need to discuss life, he declared, striding out of the restaurant. Woo, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Nan Sun lay on the bed, her rear stinging from a sharp smack, and she attempted to touch it, only to find her wrist firmly grasped. He sure. I truly regret it. Woo-woo, darling. Please don't hit me. Seeing her reddened hand, he sure felt a twinge of sympathy. So now you remember to call me darling? Xiao Yu and the others are only 3. When they grow older, you might find it quite overwhelming. Ooh, they want to play too. There's nothing like this in our village. He sure's eyes softened, pulling her close. I understand your concern for their previous environment and assure you of their safety, but these are not activities suitable for 3-year-olds. Did you see any other children their age there? Xiao Yu and the others are clever, but they're still just children, you know? Nan Sun paused her sobs, recalling that she hadn't seen any other kids at the time. It was simply that Xiao Yu had always followed her up hills and down rivers, which had led her to overlook such details. Feeling a pang of guilt, she admitted, I understand my mistake. I'll take them again. He sure kissed her tear-stained eyes. Good wife, it's good that you realize your mistake. Was it too painful just now? He tentatively touched her, and her soft body trembled slightly. Nan Sun turned to Nestle in his embrace, playfully rubbing her cheek against him. He sure felt a stirring in his heart. Just as he intended to hold her tenderly, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quelled his anger. Mom, is there something you need? What is up? Can I call you if there's nothing? Chilan's signature loud voice made Nan Sun sit up straight in bed. He sure, noticing her flustered demeanor, gently patted her head to comfort her. How could you say such a thing? Of course not. How has my father been these days? Quite well, he replied. I called to ask when you would be returning. Today is already the 21st. He glanced at the calendar on the table and added, I plan to head back on the 25th. I should be driving back with Cousin Shi, as the bus station is always overcrowded. It will be more convenient to travel with 3 children, and we can bring whatever we need. The highlight is that the Alfred minivan he purchased will finally be put to good use. He hailed from a small town in the north, and the drive from the bustling city took over 10 hours. However, with 2 people taking turns, it was not too tiring. After hearing this, Qilan refrained from saying much more, simply reminding him to drive safely. Mom, I know, you needn't worry. However, there is something I must discuss with you. Nan Sun immediately perked up. What is it? Are you planning to bring home a daughter-in-law? If so, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Since Yohai's health had stabilized, Qilan's greatest concern had shifted to her son's marital prospects. He had never played with girls growing up, and she had even worried that he might prefer boys. This thought caused her heart to sink, and after a moment of hesitation, she inquired, Son, are you thinking of coming out to the family? He was taken aback, utterly perplexed by his mother's words. Chapter 31. The first conversation between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. With her ears perked up, Nan Sun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He sure, is there such a significant matter you have concealed from me? No, my mother is just talking nonsense. How could you not know whether I like men or not? He sure hastily clarified. Nan Sun lowered her eyelashes. Of course, she was acutely aware of her partner's sexual orientation. She was merely teasing him, especially since he had been rather harsh. However, he sure assumed she took it seriously and was at a loss for how to explain himself when the voice of Qilan came through the phone. Son, Who are you speaking with? I'm talking to your daughter-in-law. He Shi responded, exasperated. You really have the audacity to think that, knowing about the coming out? Does my father know you are so trendy? Qilon, however, was entirely focused on the term daughter-in-law, and the exhilarating shift from despair to elation left her utterly thrilled. Is it true? You're not deceiving me? Hurry, let me speak to my daughter-in-law. Nan Sun took the phone. After hearing Qilan's bold remarks, she began to understand her future mother-in-law's character, which alleviated much of her tension. Hello, Annie, this is Nan Sun. The sweet voice of the young woman brought Qilan's heart to rest. Oh, what a lovely girl. Everything I just said was nonsense. Please don't misunderstand. It's all that brat-ass fault for not keeping me informed. Nan Sun chuckled. Annie, I'm not misunderstanding. I was just joking with him. Please don't blame He Shi. I just wasn't prepared to meet you and Uncle, which is why I hadn't mentioned it. Good child. Please don't speak on his behalf. Let me tell you, one must never spoil a man. As the two women continued to bond over their conversation, He Shi found himself ignored and helplessly shaking his head. After tidying up the dining room and putting the three little ones to sleep, he retreated to the bedroom. To his surprise, their conversation continued. Mom says I need to take a call. He Shi stared blankly. Has Mom already called? The old lady certainly had a way of persuading him. He realized he needed to learn from her. With eager anticipation, he replied, You little rascal. You better not bully Xiao Sun over there. Do you hear me? If you don't bring my daughter-in-law back this time, then you needn't come back at all. He Shi opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, the call was already disconnected. Seeing his predicament, Nan Sun burst into laughter. Auntie is truly amusing. Annoyed, He Shi leaped onto the bed and pulled her close, threatening. So now you want to call her Mom? Well, Annie said it's just a matter of time. Indeed, a matter of time. Now, how about calling me hubby for a change? Stop fooling around. Should we buy some gifts for Annie and Uncle to take back? Yes, we should buy gifts. I'll leave the arrangements to you, but we mustn't let the children cause a ruckus like today. Speaking of the children, Nan Sun pondered whether she needed to inform Annie about Xiao Yu and the others in advance. He Shi's lips curled into a smile for such significant news. It's only right to surprise her in person. Gazing into the sly depths of the man's eyes, Nan Sun could not resist planting a kiss upon his thin lips. Exclaiming, childish, He Shi immediately reached out to tickle her waist, teasing, Who's childish? Who's childish? Ha ha ha, I'm childish. Nan Sun was particularly sensitive around her waist. Even the slightest touch would send her into fits of laughter, and now she was nearly in tears, sprawled across the bed, pleading for mercy. The two continued their playful banter until the midnight hour, when they finally extinguished the lights. In the days that followed, He Shi left home early and returned late each evening, striving to resolve matters before his return. The final design plan from Ho Jian had been confirmed and would commence shortly. Li Tong, along with the elder and second brothers, had successfully concluded their investments in the city of Shan. While Li Tong remained in Shun, the elder brother departed for Yan City, and the second brother traveled to Peng City. Amidst this, a rather dramatic incident unfolded. During his detention, Songbo learned of his father Song Wei's arrest. Upon his release, he intended to seek connections for his father, only to discover that the family business had changed hands and his young stepmother had absconded with the funds. Like a headless fly, Songbo sought assistance from the Qin family, but was met with rejection and humiliation at the hands of Qin Ruo. In a fit of rage, Songbo pushed her to the ground, inadvertently colliding with the edge of a flower bed at the entrance. To his astonishment, when Qin Ruo regained consciousness, she was left in a state of confusion. Consequently, Songbo, freshly released from the police station, found himself incarcerated once more. Should the Qin family pursue this matter relentlessly, it was highly probable that the Song father and son would find themselves sharing a prison cell. Upon hearing Li Tong's account, He Shi merely scoffed. Evil begets evil. He mused. Some individuals managed to self-destruct without any assistance. The Song and Qin families were merely insignificant pebbles he encountered along his journey, easily kicked aside. On the eve of their return to their hometown, Nan Sun meticulously arranged everything she intended to bring. Aside from the gifts for relatives and friends, the clothing for the three little ones alone filled 2 suitcases. He Shi raised an eyebrow, suspecting that they might never return. Ding! detection of the host's imminent journey, supplementing with 10 square meters of portable space, upgradable, and a comprehensive travel guide. As the system's voice faded, He Shi sensed a subtle connection. A thought crossed his mind, and a pale blue box materialized in his consciousness. Is this the portable space? Indeed, host. The space can be upgraded using cards from the flash sale mall. Currently, it can only store non-living entities. Please use it with caution. He Shi held his breath, realizing that upgrading to a certain level might allow for the storage of living beings. Could it even accommodate a person? Suppressing his excitement, he discreetly touched an apple nearby while Nan Sun and the children were distracted. The apple promptly vanished, reappearing in the pale blue space. Remarkable. He Shi was thoroughly engrossed in his exploration for quite some time. By the time he shifted his focus, his wife was already packing the 5th suitcase. Alarmed, He Shi quickly intervened. You need not bring so much. The climate there differs significantly from Shan. The children won't even be able to wear those clothes. We can buy what we need once we arrive. Only then did Nan Sun relent. However, while the clothing was minimal, an abundance of fruits and snacks was prepared, considering the impending 16-hour journey. Little Fish pondered as each person carried a small backpack, and Nanchuan had even provided hats and water bottles, evoking the essence of an outing. He Shi shook his head, sitting aside, observing the antics of the women. Suddenly, Nanchuan tossed a black hoodie his way, saying, "You shall wear this tomorrow." He Shi glanced at the children, all donned in similar attire, raising an eyebrow. Family matching outfits? Indeed, Nanchuan retorted, retrieving her own white hoodie and coordinating shorts. Dashing into the fitting room. Upon her return, she spun before He Shi, inquiring, "What do you think? Doesn't it look splendid?" The hoodie was delightfully loose, accentuating Nanchuan's tall and slender frame. This sparked an idea in He Shi. Perhaps he should commission more family-matching outfits, though the priority lay with couples attire. However, he remarked, those shorts seem a tad too brief. Nanchuan glanced down, the hem of her top just concealing her thighs. What do you mean too brief? They're merely standard shorts. This is what one calls a disappearing lower half. Do you not understand? Her long, fair legs were flawless, causing He Shi's gaze to deepen. I believe the hoodie paired with long pants would be more appealing, or that long skirt over there looks quite nice too. Really? Nanchuan questioned, hastening to try on a long skirt. After checking her reflection, she mused, it does seem rather lovely. He Shi's eyes were drawn to the glimpses of her fair skin and exquisite ankles as she moved, leaving his throat parched. Such an alluring wife ought to be kept at home. Quickly, He Shi, change as well. Let's take a family photo. He Shi snapped back to reality, grabbing the hoodie and carelessly pulling on a pair of black trousers. His casual ensemble caught Nanchuan's eye, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He could make even a sack look appealing. Unable to resist, she dashed forward and playfully touched his abdomen, the defined contours proving delightful to the touch. After her playful advance, Nanchuan swiftly retrieved a line of canvas shoes, urging everyone to change. They ultimately took numerous photographs until satisfied. Naturally, He Shi was quite accustomed to the notion of retribution in the following days. Thus, the next morning, Nanchuan found herself lifted into the car while still lost in slumber. Chapter 32. The son wishes to sleep with his parents, having prepared everything in advance. Qi Jiang watched the 3 little ones, resembling ducklings, trailing behind He Shi with their backpacks, and resignedly ascended the stairs to assist with the luggage. His resolve to arrange a matchmaking meeting grew stronger. The elongated Alpha minivan easily accommodated 3 adults and 3 children. They departed precisely at 7 o'clock. He Shi's plan was to arrive in Bin City that night, enjoy a good rest, and then head to the small town that belonged to Bin City the following day. On the journey, Nan Sun stretched lazily. The back seat, akin to a bed, allowed her to sleep exceptionally well. She opened the breakfast He Shi had thoughtfully prepared and began to feed the 3 little ones. Once satiated, the mother and children engaged in playful selfies. The lively chatter made the time pass swiftly. Whenever they encountered picturesque scenery, they would disembark to capture some photographs. Nan Sun also brought along her sketch pad, and along the way, she created numerous drawings that left Qi Jiang astounded by her artistic talent. The 3 of them took turns driving, and thanks to He Shi's comprehensive travel itinerary, They avoided any detours, arriving in Bin City nearly 2 hours ahead of schedule. However, by the time they checked into the reserve hotel, it was already past 9 in the evening. Being a coastal city, He Shi specifically booked the Moon June Hotel, the closest to the sea, so that his wife and children could enjoy the ocean views. The beach was just a short distance from the hotel, and from their room, they could behold a significant part of Bin City. It could be said to be one of the finest hotels in the area. In the past, whenever passing through Bin City, Chi Jiang would grumble about spending 100 for a night in a small inn. Yet now, he couldn't help but chuckle, attributing his fortune to his capable cousin. He tossed the car keys to the doorman and mused aloud. Who could forget those small inns at the bus station? He had heard that his cousin once opted for one to save money, only to be startled by the peculiar services in the middle of the night. Discarding his heavy winter coat in fright, Chi Jiang's expression darkened. Could he not maintain some dignity in front of his sister-in-law? Nan Sun handed the sleeping Yin Yin to He Shi and smiled. It's all right, cousin. I didn't hear a thing. She praised her sister-in-law's tact. Chi Jiang, while speaking, gave He Shi a thumbs up. Perhaps you're feeling tired as well. Come here, let Uncle hold you. The little girl immediately sleepily rushed over, wrapping her arms around Chi Jiang's neck, making He Shi wish he had 2 extra hands at that moment. All right, let us head inside soon. Little fish will need to sleep too. Nan Sun nudged He Shi at his waist. He Shi glanced down at their son, lifted him effortlessly, and, amidst the little one's exclamations of surprise, placed him onto his shoulders. Hold on tight to Daddy. The child's eyes sparkled with wonder as he obediently grasped He Shi's head. Daddy is so amazing. This was the first time he had experienced such height, and the novelty filled him with admiration for his father. Of course, He Shi cast a proud glance at Chi Jiang, feeling as capable as a special forces soldier. Lifting an adult would be effortless for him. Childish. Nanchuan shook her head, disregarding the 2 individuals, and stepped into the hotel lobby with her bag in hand. The lobby manager, who had already noticed their arrival, promptly approached them. Good day. May I inquire if Mr. He Shi has reserved a room? Nanchuan nodded slightly. Yes. Her perfect physique and exquisite features immediately captivated the attention of those around her. He Shi, who had caught up from behind, discreetly positioned himself to shield her from view. His expression cool as he said, Please expedite the arrangements to take us upstairs. The children are tired. The manager quickly bowed his head in compliance. Certainly you, madam. And the other gentlemen, please follow me. As the group proceeded toward the elevator, whispers from the front desk could still be heard. Weren't they supposed to be out of rooms? How can they go up? Is it merely because of their looks? The sweet voice of the front desk attendant followed. Sir, you misunderstand. Those guests had previously reserved 2 top-tier executive suites. However, if you wish, there's still 1 room available that we can arrange for you. The middle-aged man, with a round belly, awkwardly clicked his tongue. Never mind. A standard executive suite costs over 10,000, let alone the top tier. I cannot afford that. Their conversation caused the interest of those nearby, who had just begun to notice Nanchuan and He Shi, to dissipate. The top-tier executive suite, located on the 26th floor, featured not only a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom, but also a spacious living room, a conference room, and a game room. Chi Jiang placed the sleeping Xiang in the room before departing. Nanchuan gently wiped the faces of the 3 children and tucked them in. Little Yuer, still basking in the joy of the day, quickly grasped Nanchuan's hand as she attempted to leave. Mommy, I want to sleep with you and Daddy tonight. Can I? The little one, after speaking, shyly pulled the blanket up to cover half of his face. Nanchuan was momentarily taken aback. Her son had always been precocious, helping her care for his younger sisters from a very young age. This was the first time he had expressed a normal childlike dependency on his parents. It was all thanks to He Shi. It seemed that a father's role in a child's upbringing was indeed significant. Just as Nanchuan was about to nod in agreement, He Shi entered after his bath. What's wrong, son? Are you still not sleepy? Nanchuan remained silent, merely smiling at little Yuer, her eyes filled with encouragement. Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mommy tonight. The tender voice grew softer until it faded away. Nevertheless, He Shi clearly heard him. He stepped forward and scooped his son into his arms, tossing him playfully in the air a couple of times. Of course, my dear. You are the only little man in the house aside from Daddy. In the future, if anything arises, feel free to express it boldly, as long as it is reasonable. Your mommy and I will fulfill your wishes, all right? Little Yu immediately blushed and nodded vigorously, feeling the soft little body in his embrace. He Shi gently patted his son's back. Daddy knows our little Yu is the smartest and always takes care of mommy and his sisters. But now that daddy is here, no matter what happens, I will handle it. So, you can relax and be yourself, understand? At merely 3 years of age, he often displays a maturity beyond his years, consistently considering the feelings of others. This duality brings both solace and heartache to He Shi, who yearns for his son to experience a joyful and carefree childhood. I understand. Daddy, I really like you, the little one declares, burying his head into the man's neck. Feeling the coolness against his skin, He Shi's heart softens further. Beside them, Nan Sun feigns displeasure and teases, Son, you've never said you like mommy. I might just cry. Mommy's a liar, the little fish exclaims, rubbing his eyes vigorously before quietly adding, but I like mommy too. He Shi and Nan Sun exchange a glance, their eyes brimming with laughter. He lifts his son onto his shoulders, eliciting peals of joyous laughter from the little one. Come, let's take you both to the balcony to admire the night view. From there, we can see the ocean directly. Chapter 33. Countdown to meeting the in-laws in the early morning. He Shi opened his eyes and gazed at his slumbering wife and children beside him, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. This scene felt like a dream. Just half a month ago, he could never have imagined such a blissful day would arrive. Now, he awaited the successful completion of his father's surgery, which would finally bring his family a sense of completeness. Naturally, he also aspired to give Nan Sun a grand wedding, and prior to that, an unforgettable proposal was indispensable. The more He Shi reflected, the more he felt that his previous proposal had been far too hasty. There were no flowers or rings. Yet this foolish girl beside him had unhesitatingly accepted. Why are you looking at me like that? Nan Sun, still groggy, turned over and gently caressed his smooth forearm. Is it wrong to admire my beautiful wife? He Shi replied, planting a soft kiss on her slightly upturned red lips. But, dear wife, how did you manage this? What? She replied, bemused. Last night, you were clearly sleeping beside Nian Yin, yet now you find yourself in your husband's embrace. Did you perhaps sleepwalk here? Nan Sun glanced at their daughter, who had been pushed to the edge of the bed, her porcelain cheeks now flushed with embarrassment. Who knew what had transpired? Was it truly a subconscious act after she had fallen asleep? That would be utterly mortifying. I knew you couldn't live without me. See, without me, you can't even sleep well. He Shi exclaimed, a triumphant smile on his handsome face. Gritting her teeth, Nan Sun retorted, Yes, you're right. Without you, I would be unable to focus on anything, let alone sleep. So, you must never leave my side for the rest of your life, or else. Or else what? He Shi teased, noticing her piercing gaze directed at his abdomen, causing him to involuntarily flinch. Rest assured, my dear wife, not only in this life, but in the next, and the one after that, I shall never leave your side. Satisfied? Nan Sun hummed contentedly before slipping past him into the bathroom. Meanwhile, their son, who had been pretending to sleep, quietly opened his eyes. Daddy, it's clearly you who can't live without mommy. I saw you carry her. Just as their son was about to spill the beans, He Shi quickly covered his small mouth. Shoo, help Daddy keep this a secret, all right? Not if you promise. The little boy obediently nodded. I want an airplane model. Hey, you little rascal, are you negotiating now? He Shi playfully patted his son's bottom. Deal. I'll get you 10, but not a word to your mother, understood? Don't worry. Daddy. As Nan Sun entered the room with a toothbrush in her mouth, she spotted the peculiar fist bump exchange between father and son. She walked over to the bed, pulling back the covers. Get up quickly. We still need to head to the beach, and we must leave by noon. If Xiaoyu wants to play in the sand. Wake up your sisters. Okay, mommy. Just as the family finished getting ready, a knock echoed at the door. Standing outside were Qi Jiang and the service staff delivering breakfast. Upon encountering Nan Sun, adorned in a yellow floral long dress, complemented by a white shawl, alongside He Shi, who donned a white shirt and black shorts. Qi Jiang suddenly felt that his meticulously chosen floral shirt and shorts paled in comparison. Some individuals, despite their seemingly simple attire, exude an aura akin to models freshly descended from the runway. Indeed, it is only through comparison that one truly understands the disparities between people. Qi Jiang dismissed the bewildered waiter and personally wheeled the dining cart through the door. You all bundle up far too much. This was the first time he had seen someone at the beach, not only eschewing swimwear, but also layering a t-shirt beneath a shirt. What a conservative youth. He sure cast a glance at Qi Jiang's exposed chest and urged Nan Sun toward the dining table. With that physique, how could he have the audacity to flaunt? Hey, what kind of gaze is that? I also possess a set of 8-pack abs, you know? He sure remarked dismissively. What good are abs alone? All muscle and no finesse. His physique had been meticulously sculpted by the system, unlike those excessively muscular men. Every contour of his form was indeed flawless. He epitomized the notion of looking slim in clothes, yet possessing a well-defined physique beneath. Otherwise, how could his wife be so enamored every night? Qi Jiang, infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his nostrils, could not express his desire for his troublesome cousin to remove his shirt for comparison, especially with Nan Sun nearby. Thus, he redirected his ire toward the food, devouring a bowl of porridge in mere bites. Nearby, Xiang, astonished by Qi Jiang's apparent starvation over 3 days, reluctantly pushed her small bowl toward him, saying, "Uncle, I can share my porridge with you." Qi Jiang nearly choked. "Thank you, Xiang, but I'm quite full." Noticing his lack of movement, Xiang resumed her cheerful eating. He sure, standing behind and tying his daughter's hair, affectionately patted Xiang's little head. His daughter truly was a source of warmth. At this hour, the beach was sparsely populated, save for those accustomed to morning runs. Not wishing to be a third wheel, Qi Jiang willingly became a playmate to the little ones, squatting beside them as they constructed a sandcastle. Meanwhile, he sure strolled along the shore with Nan Sun. "So, how does it feel to be so close to the ocean for the first time?" The air is delightful, the breeze is refreshing, and the scenery is beautiful. It's exactly as I had imagined, Nan Sun replied, lifting her skirt and playfully wiggling her toes in the sand. "So comfortable." He sure beheld her radiant smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He stepped closer and took her hand again, saying, "This time is too rushed. Before we return to Shunsheng, how about I take you both for a boat ride and some diving?" "Absolutely." Naturally, Nan Sun agreed to such an exhilarating prospect. He sure, amused, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, pretending to toss her into the sea, which caused Nan Sun to urgently clasp his neck. He sure, "You're done for." The two engaged in playful antics by the seaside, a tender scene of their playful chase captured by a keen observer. In Pingyuan County, the He residence, Qi Lan rose early to tidy up both the interior and exterior of the home. The He family resides in a decades-old residential complex, featuring a spacious 3-bedroom layout. This dwelling was a second-hand purchase, painstakingly acquired by He Shi and Qi Lan through years of hard work and business. However, as Qi Lan surveyed the antiquated furnishings, dissatisfaction washed over her. Can anything be salvaged from these worn pieces? Sitting in his wheelchair and perusing the newspaper, He Shi adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Is it not merely the first visit of our daughter-in-law that has you so flustered?" In response, Qi Lan tossed aside the cloth she had been using. "Oh, if you aren't agitated, who has been tossing and turning since 3 in the morning?" Since his health had declined, He Shi had been able to sleep soundly through the night. Originally, he had been recuperating in a hospital, but the doctor, noting his significant improvement, permitted him to return home for a few days. Coincidentally, their son was bringing his partner home, and it would be inappropriate to host them in a hospital. Thus, the elderly couple returned home 2 days prior. They were uncertain of the whereabouts of Xiao Sun and the others, had they heeded their son's advice to switch to a more modern smartphone suited for younger individuals. They might have been able to see their daughter-in-law sooner. "I must check on the kitchen once more." He Shi shook his head at Qi Lan's retreating figure, continuing to hold the newspaper, although his gaze frequently darted toward the entrance. Chapter 34. Mother He is astonished. Has her son given birth to triplets? Pingyuan County may be termed a county town, yet it is essentially a slightly larger small town. As He Shi's vehicle entered this place, it captivated the attention of all passers-by. This is the kind of luxury vehicle typically seen on television in such a modest locale. It is an exaggeration to say one might not see a single one for years. The road was relatively spacious, yet Chi Jiang still drove at a leisurely pace. The three little ones curiously leaned their heads toward the car window, with Nan Sun stretching her neck as well. "Mommy, are we about to meet Grandpa and Grandma?" "Indeed. Do you wish to see them?" "Yes." Nan Sun affectionately patted each little head. "Grandpa and Grandma are unaware of your existence. Daddy and Mommy want to surprise them. So when we meet them, regardless of their mood, you must be polite, understand?" The three little ones chimed in unison. Understood. In their previous lives, they had only known their mother and great-grandmother. Now, not only do they have a father and many uncles, but soon they will also have grandparents. This filled the hearts of the little fish and her sisters with anticipation. "Rest assured, my dear ones, you are so adorable and well-mannered. Your grandparents will surely be overjoyed." He sure spoke to the three little ones, yet his gaze was directed at Nan's son. "You're already quite familiar with my mother. Ever since the last phone call, the two of them have been chatting daily." He continued, "My father appears stern, yet he possesses a gentle temperament, firmly managed by my mother." Upon hearing this, Chi Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. "Cousin, is that Annie over there?" He sure lowered the car window and indeed recognized his family matriarch. Although he frequently referred to her in this manner, Chi Lan was far from old. In her 40s, her skin remained taut and her beauty radiant. Otherwise, she would not have given birth to such a handsome son as He Shi. In such small towns, it is common to set up stalls at street corners or along the roads. Many people often sell vegetables and fruits in this area. At this moment, Chi Lan was squatting in front of a stall selling cantaloupes, selecting fruits while engaging in casual conversation with the vendor. "Sister He, is your fruit store still closed?" "Indeed, business has always been average, and now that my husband is ill, I am left with no energy to manage alone. Have you considered selling it?" Chi Lan paused, raising her head to look at the eager-faced vendor. "What do you mean? Do you have ideas?" The vendor's smile deepened. "To be honest, our greenhouse has yielded well in the countryside these past 2 years. I was thinking of establishing a place in the county for convenience." Still unsure how to decline when someone gently tapped her shoulder. "Who is it?" She turned around in confusion to find her long-lost son, smiling brightly at her. Accompanying him was a beautiful girl, resembling a fairy. Chi Lan was utterly delighted and hurriedly stood up, uncertainly asking, Is this Xiao Sun?" He sure noticed that the elderly lady was struggling to articulate her words, so he quickly stepped forward to support her arm. "What is the matter, mother? You've been eagerly wanting to meet your daughter-in-law. Now that she is here, why do you hesitate to acknowledge her?" Nan Sun gently bent forward, smiling as she said, "Annie, it's me. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you." The familiar voice filled Chi Lan with excitement. She gazed intently at Nan Sun, unable to believe that her son had found such a stunning daughter-in-law. "What a lovely girl. Truly too beautiful. It makes me a bit nervous, haha." The watermelon vendor nearby, witnessing this family reunion, beamed with delight. "Sister He, your son and daughter-in-law are truly a perfect match. I've never seen anyone more beautiful, even surpassing the stars on television." Passers-by also turned their attention toward them, their eyes brimming with admiration. Chi Lan smiled broadly, her eyes gleaming with joy, and grasped Nan Sun's hand, refusing to let go. "Come, let us hurry home, dear." "Hey, son, didn't you drive here?" "Where's the car? And little Jiang?" "I'm right here." Chi Jiang shouted from the car window. "This spot is no parking zone. You all hurry up and get in." Dazed, Chi Lan followed to the car, unsure how to react to its luxurious appearance, when suddenly the door swung open from the inside. Little Yu and her sisters chimed in unison, "Hello, Grandma." The unexpected appearance of the three children, with their sweet voices, nearly made Chi Lan's legs give way. Had it not been for He Shi's support, she might have collapsed to the ground. What is this?" Chi Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Although she was older, her eyes were still sharp. These three children bore an uncanny resemblance to her son, especially the little boy in the middle, who looked just like a miniature version of He Shi. The two little girls, nearly the same age, were identical twins, and upon closer inspection, they bore a greater resemblance to Nan's son. She forcibly suppressed the thought that felt like a dream and stepped into the car, her gaze lingering on the three little ones, a growing fondness stirring within her that she could not quell. He Shi, fearing that any further delay might overwhelm the elderly lady, stated plainly as the car began to move, "Mother, although this may come as a surprise to you, but little you and Yin Yin are indeed your biological grandchildren. They're the children of Nan's son and me. I will explain everything in detail once we see father." Upon hearing this, Chi-Lan's mind erupted in disbelief. All her focus was consumed by the words biological grandchildren. Could it be true? She was truly a grandmother now. And all at once, she had 3 grandchildren? Nothing could be more exhilarating than winning $1 million lottery. With a face full of affection, Chi-Lan looked at the little ones beside her, touching one and then the other, her heart swelling with joy. In just a few minutes, the car was filled with her laughter. After dropping them off, Chi-Jiang returned to his own home, which was not far away. It would take less than 10 minutes to walk there. In the He family's living room, seated in a wheelchair, He Yuhai's mouth fell slightly open as he struggled to process the shock. This was soon followed by overwhelming joy. I never anticipated that his son would be so remarkable, suddenly welcoming triplets into the world. The 3 little ones were quite the lively bunch, playfully calling out for their grandparents, bringing forth peals of laughter from the elderly couple. After all, having endured a car ride for over 2 hours, it wasn't long before they all began to feel drowsy. Nanshuan gently lulled the children to sleep, allowing the 4 adults to finally settle onto the sofa in the living room. He Shi grasped Nanshuan's hand and, casting a glance at his parents, spoke softly. "Actually, Nanshuan and I have been together for 4 years." He paused, looking at his parents, and continued, "Do you remember that time I went on a graduation trip? It was during that period." Just as He Shi was about to elaborate, Nanshuan interjected, "Let me share the rest with uncle and aunt." He hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Consequently, Nanshuan recounted how she had been brought home by her grandmother, the reasons behind her separation from He Shi, and the peculiarities of their family, leaving nothing concealed. After all, these were He Shi's family, and henceforth they would also be her family. Nanshuan wished to harbor no secrets from them. Chapter 35. A House on One's Back? Uncle and Aunt, I sincerely apologize for the prolonged separation between He Shi and the children, which has delayed your reunion with your grandchildren. Chi-Lan gently embraced Nan's son. Her typically strong demeanor now softened as tears brimmed her eyes. "Silly child, what do you mean by sorry? If it weren't for you, where would these 3 little ones come from?" As a woman herself, she understood the immense pressure of being an unwed mother, the lack of family support, and the judgmental gazes from those around. Yet, Nan's son had persevered through all. Over the past 4 years, she not only cared for her ailing grandmother, but also single-handedly raised 3 children. The thought of this filled Chi-Lan with profound sympathy. "My dear girl, you have endured so much these years. At 18, it should be a girl's most beautiful age." Nan's son smiled and shook her head. "Aunt, it hasn't been hard. As long as I see the 3 children and think of He Shi, everything else pales in comparison." Chi-Lan gazed at the young woman before her, and the tears she had held back finally spilled over. Truly a foolish girl. Understanding Nan's son's grandmother even more, Chi-Lan empathized deeply. If it were her daughter, barely of age, having to bear a child for a man, she would have never approved. Yet this man was her son. With that thought, Chi-Lan turned her gaze sharply toward He Shi. "If you ever dare to bully Xiao's son, just watch me break your legs." "Oh dear, how could I dare? She is my wife. I cherish her too much." "Now, that is more like it." Chi-Lan then turned her attention back to Nan's son, her expression softening. "As for the men of the He family, they may have their flaws, but they are undoubtedly devoted. Since childhood, apart from you, he has had no contact with other girls. Both his father and I can attest to that. Indeed, Xiao's son, He Shi's willingness to wait for you for 4 years speaks volumes about his intentions." The previously silent He Yuhai chimed in. "Uncle, Aunt, I am aware," Nan's son replied. "Still calling me Aunt? Did we not agree over the phone that you would call me Mom?" Nan's son's face flushed instantly, yet she smiled and called out Mom. Seeing He Yuhai's expectant face, she cheerfully added Dad. The elderly couple responded eagerly. Son, didn't you say you wanted to register your marriage with Xiao Sun? Tomorrow is Monday, so why not go early? Your father and I will look after the children. Yes, you two should go. It's a perfect opportunity to show Xiao Sun around. He Shi's parents were thoroughly pleased with their daughter-in-law, who was not only beautiful, but also possessed a lovely character. They eagerly wished for their son to bring her home immediately, exchanging a glance filled with understanding. He Shi and Nan Sun readily agreed. In preparation for their son and daughter-in-law's return, Qilan had prepared an abundance of food, including the seafood delicacies commonly enjoyed in Bin City. Nan Sun and the children had a sweet tooth, so He Shi specifically made sweet and sour mackerel, shrimp and tomato sauce, and seafood and dipping sauce. Qilan was astounded by his culinary skills. Indeed, having a wife and children makes all the difference. The man who once struggled to boil noodles can now prepare such elaborate dishes. The three children adapted well to seafood, while He Shi and Qilan, like two old children, eagerly took turns peeling shrimp for their grandchildren, much to Nan Sun's amusement. Come on, let's raise our glasses as a family, and may every year ahead be as joyful as today. He Shi was the first to lift his cup, saying, Xiao Sun, you have worked hard these years. Please never hesitate with your parents again. This is your home. Touched, Nan Sun stood up. Thank you, Dad. I also wish for you and Mom to enjoy good health, and that we remain together as a family. Yes, together always, cheers. At that moment, the system's rewards came as no surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host family on their first reunion. You have been awarded 10 shops on Jinxi Street in Bincheng and a luxurious villa on Mount Jiananbei. The property deed is being processed and will be delivered tomorrow. He Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Though Bincheng is merely a second-tier city, its proximity to the sea makes its tourism industry flourish. Jinxi Street boasts an exceptionally advantageous location, truly a century-old street and one of the 6 centers of Bincheng. While Jiananbei may not be the most elite residential area, it is close to scenic spots and the beach. Remarkably, it takes merely 15 minutes to drive to the city center, a perfect blend of seclusion and accessibility. As He Shi knew, the smallest villas on Jiananbei measure 600 square meters, with the largest reaching 600 square meters. Given the system's generosity, he was certain it would provide him with the finest. With this villa, his family would finally have a place to call home in Bincheng. The meal was filled with warmth and laughter. Nan Sun and He Shi entrusted the children to their parents and tidied up the dishes together. They brought a beautifully arranged fruit platter to the coffee table, and He Shi took out the items they had brought. Dad, Mom, this is a gift from Sun Sun. Come and see. You shouldn't have brought gifts home, Qilan said, though a smile graced her face as she settled onto the sofa. Mom, I heard from He Shi that your cervical spine isn't well. This is a massage device I had specially customized after consulting with experts from the Shunchang General Hospital. As Nan Sun spoke, she opened a meticulously wrapped white box. Unlike those counterfeit products out there, I have personally tried this and can assure you it is effective. You are so thoughtful, Qilan exclaimed, admiring the device, recognizing its quality. In this set of jade jewelry, I chose it together with He Shi. It will suit your elegant demeanor perfectly. Nan Sun then revealed an exquisite packaging box. Inside were a necklace, earrings, a brooch, and a bracelet, a complete set. No woman can resist such beauty, and Qilan's eyes sparkled. These are stunning. They must be expensive, right? Nan Sun glanced at her husband. Around 300,000. Should be reasonable, right? Why worry about the cost? As long as you like it. This is from Sun Sun and me. He Shi quickly redirected the conversation. He knew that if her mother discovered he had spent the equivalent of a house on jewelry, she would be on edge for days. Nan Sun then produced a porcelain jar. Dad, this is Westlake Longjing tea I prepared for you. Do have a taste. He Shi, astonished, widened his eyes, disregarding any semblance of restraint, and hastily grasped the tea leaves. This was his utmost favorite, a subject in which he possessed profound knowledge. Upon inspection, he discovered it was, indeed, the finest quality of the renowned Longjing tea from 18 ancient trees. Noticing his trembling hands, Qilan could not help but inquire, is this very expensive? It was not merely a matter of cost. This exquisite tea was once exclusively presented as tribute to the emperor. and its current production is exceedingly scarce. Rumor has it that only 2 taels are harvested each year. This was undeniably true. This small canister had been procured through He Shi's connections, purchased at a premium from a passionate collector. Seeing He Shi's satisfaction, Nan Sun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had also heard that he enjoyed collecting paintings and calligraphy, and she revealed, "This piece is something I created myself. I hope you do not find it lacking." Oh, He Shi's interest was piqued further. With an air of mystery, He Shi remarked, "Father, Sun Sun's painting is quite extraordinary. Do not be startled upon viewing it." Knowing that his son never exaggerated, He Shi's anticipation grew. Quickly, unveil it. As the scroll unfurled, a breathtaking panorama emerged. Verdant peaks, majestic waterfalls, and exquisite bamboo cottages, all shrouded in ethereal mists, appearing and disappearing, vividly transporting one into a realm of enchantment. Chapter 36. Just once, shall we? Is this painted by Shao Sun? Qilan asked incredulously. Even she, who was not well versed in art, could not help but be captivated by the essence within. A mere glance transported her into the painting, a sensation that was truly marvelous. He Shi, on the other hand, was even more dramatic, standing in a daze before finally snapping back to reality, his face flushed with excitement. A masterpiece is simply divine. I once had the fortune of seeing a painting by Master Chao Wenkai, which left me momentarily entranced, but nothing compares to today. Before He Shi could finish his sentence, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. Qilan hurriedly stepped forward to pat his back, exclaiming, "Look at how excited you are. You might frighten Shao Sun and the children." Once He Shi regained his composure, his expression had finally calmed, though his gaze towards Nan Sun was imbued with even greater warmth. "Shao Sun, have you painted anything else?" "I have, but they're all back in Shanghai. I've only sketched a few quick drawings on the road." "Oh, you don't only do traditional Chinese painting?" He Shi was even more surprised upon hearing this. Seizing the splendid opportunity to boast about his wife, He Shi naturally would not let it slip away. Sun Sun is quite versatile. She has dabbled in oil painting, sketches, watercolor, and even comics. His tone was calm, yet he could not hide his pride. This was the first time Qilan had witnessed such a side of her son, and she couldn't help but softly ask her grandson, "Is your father like this at home, too?" Little Yuer sighed, resembling a wise adult. "This is considered low-key. You have no idea, Grandma. My sisters and I are bombarded with dog food every day." Qilan immediately laughed. "Indeed, my eldest grandson is quite knowledgeable." She had only recently learned the meaning of dog food from a young person downstairs. Meanwhile, He Shi had borrowed the sketches from Nan Sun and retreated into the room. The He family had 3 bedrooms. He Shi and Nan Sun spent the night in his childhood room, while the 3 children occupied the remaining spare room. Qilan was quite adept at taking care of children, and with her assistance, Nan Sun felt considerably more at ease. In no time, the 2 women had lulled the children to sleep. He Shi's room was simple, adorned in shades of black, white, and gray. Apart from the bed, a desk was placed by the window. When Nan Sun emerged from the bath, she found the man propped against the headboard, working on his computer. She nestled into his embrace, holding her phone. He Shi paused his work, naturally pulling her closer, and once she settled comfortably, he resumed replying to emails. "Are you watching Annie's live stream again?" Nan Sun lazily murmured an affirmative. "Do you still have any balance in your account? Shall I top it up for you?" The last time, the system had unexpectedly rewarded him with 100 million virtual leisure coins. Due to his numerous commitments, he had not logged into his previously favorite games for quite a while, leaving half of the coins unused. "I do. I've been spamming rockets daily, and I still haven't finished." She had already reached the highest rank in Annie's livestream. He Shi nodded in understanding and redirected his focus back to work. Just then, a notification sound from the system echoed in the room. "Ding! Today, the flash sale mall has been refreshed. The host should participate promptly." He Shi quickly glanced at the information panel. The current industry section was already a long list, and he had become accustomed to dragging the progress bar all the way down whenever he placed an order. Today's flash sale items included 1 universal upgrade card for 9 yuan, 3 universal upgrade cards for 9 yuan, and 10 universal upgrade cards for 9 yuan. The system prompted, The host can purchase only one item daily. If the flash sale is not completed within 24 hours, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Upon seeing those 3 words, He Shi's heart leaped with joy. It had finally arrived. The system had previously stated that upgrading the space required upgrade cards. However, the mall refresh was random, so He Shi had never harbored high expectations. To his surprise, so many options appeared at once. Without hesitation, he ordered 10 cards. Just as he was about to apply all of them to his space, He Shi suddenly noticed the word universal. System, can these upgrade cards be used elsewhere? The mechanical voice promptly replied, of course. The skills provided by the system can also be enhanced using upgrade cards. He Shi, did you forget, or are you doing this on purpose? The system's memory has always been impeccable. He Shi, good heavens, so brazen in your mischief. Have you grown too familiar with me? He suppressed his rising anger and gritted his teeth. Are you saying that my top-tier investment analysis skills and stock trading abilities can also be enhanced? Yes, host. Perhaps out of newfound conscience, the mechanical voice quickly added, 10 upgrade cards can elevate your top-tier investment analysis skills to divine level. Divine level? He Shi's breath caught. Being top-tier already placed him ahead of all nascent investment firms. Divine level would mean. He Shi dared not ponder further. Fearing he might be too excited to sleep tonight, he eagerly applied all 10 upgrade cards at once. In a matter of seconds, it felt as though his brain underwent a metamorphosis. Previously, he could easily assess whether a company possessed investment potential, but he could only sense a general idea of its future profitability, relying on discussions with his team for specific developments. Now, however, it seemed he had gained the ability to foresee. The optimal developmental trajectories of all companies were vividly etched in his mind. This meant he could effortlessly maximize his profits. Even those companies that initially appeared to lack investment potential were not beyond redemption. Incredible, He Shi nearly exclaimed. Armed with this ability, he would be invincible not only in the investment realm, but throughout the entire business sphere. What's this? Did you hit the jackpot? Nan Sun casually inquired upon noticing his excitement. He Shi lowered his head and passionately kissed her alluring lips. This is far more worthy of celebration than winning the lottery. He tossed the computer aside and embraced Nan Sun, continuing to kiss her, his hands wandering restlessly over her delicate form. He Shi. My parents are still next door. Nan Sun exerted considerable effort to push the man away, causing her phone to tumble beneath the bed. A pair of cold, clear eyes glistened with moisture, alluring and captivating. He Shi, already excited, found it impossible to contain himself any longer. He leaned closer to Nan Sun, whispering earnestly just once, "My dear wife, please." Unable to resist his charm, Nan Sun's expression softened slightly. Seizing the moment, He Shi pressed on, "My wife, I beg you." Seeing his distress, Nan Sun felt a pang of sympathy and cautiously inquired, gazing at his handsome face, then, "Do you promise?" "I promise. I promise, let us keep it quiet," He Shi replied, lifting the blanket as he spoke. However, it soon became evident that a man's words are not to be trusted. On their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Nan Sun sat in the passenger seat, yawning incessantly. Wiping her tears, she weakly murmured, "He Shi. If I trust you once more, I'll take your surname." Chapter 37. The Clerk's Surprise. Are they triplets? On a Monday, the Civil Affairs Bureau was bustling with visitors. When He Shi and Nan Sun arrived by car, the Bureau had yet to open its doors, yet a lengthy queue had already formed outside. Aware that he had exhausted his wife the previous night, He Shi was particularly cautious, gently assisting her as they exited the vehicle. Their strikingly high attractiveness drew the attention of everyone present the moment they appeared. Listening to the unabashed compliments, He Shi, who was normally accustomed to such attention, felt an inexplicable joy today, especially upon hearing remarks about his compatibility with Nan Sun. A woman in her 30s, noticing their intertwined hands, couldn't help but exclaim, "Congratulations." He Shi smiled and replied, "Same to you." However, he was immediately met with a discreet pinch from Nan Sun on his arm. He then noticed that the man accompanying the woman wore a rather grim expression, while the woman had a bittersweet smile. They hardly resembled a couple there to celebrate a marriage. "My apologies," He Shi belatedly realized. It was no surprise he overlooked this, since waking that morning, His mind was solely occupied with the prospect of their impending legal union, completely forgetting that the bureau also facilitated divorces. Fortunately, the woman was quite gracious and shook her head with a smile. It's all right. At 9 o'clock, the doors of a civil affairs bureau finally swung open. He Shi gazed at the few couples ahead of them, feeling utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that the number of individuals arriving to finalize their divorces would far exceed those coming to marry. After a period of anxious waiting, their turn finally arrived. He Shi and Nansun presented their household registration book along with other necessary documents, exchanging glances filled with joy. Next came the process of filling out forms, signing documents, and taking photographs, culminating in the presentation of 2 freshly minted marriage certificates before them. He Shi distributed the prepared wedding candies to the bureau's staff before joyfully leading Nansun out the door. Wife. Nansun's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at He Shi's expectant expression, playfully calling out, "Husbanding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a legal partner. Subsidy for a luxurious estate in the city has been granted. Subsidy for the nation's first 8-star hotel has also been granted. The estate's documentation and keys have been stored at the host's residence, while the hotel is under construction and will be fully arranged by the system. Please rest assured to take over." He Shi was astonished that obtaining a marriage certificate would trigger such a generous system subsidy. Not to mention the estate. The hotel was an 8-star establishment. It was the only one of its kind globally, built at a staggering cost of over 20 billion. This was the system's most substantial disbursement to date. Feeling a surge of excitement, He Shi casually remarked, "Now we should start preparing for the wedding." As expected, the mechanical voice resounded once more. Ding! Detection of the host's impending wedding has been made. A top-tier planning team has been subsidized. Subsidy for 3 exquisite wedding gowns for both bride and groom has been granted. Subsidy for rare pink diamonds, Century Star Series, rare blue diamonds, Hope Star Series, and rare red diamonds, Eternal Star Series. Each series includes 1 diamond ring, 1 necklace, 1 pair of earrings, 1 pair of bracelets, and 1 crown. Please proceed to the Haley Winston Boutique in the city to collect them. Wow, this is truly remarkable. He was contemplating commissioning a unique diamond ring from a brand to propose to Nansun, when unexpectedly, the system presented him with a magnificent piece from Harry Winston, renowned as the King of Diamonds. This prestigious jewelry brand is highly coveted by numerous royal families and Hollywood celebrities alike. To his delight, he found himself presented with 3 exquisite collections, and he could already envision the astonishment on Nansun's face upon seeing the diamond. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms, spinning her around amidst the gasps of onlookers. Nansun, blushing, buried her face in his chest and exclaimed, "He Shi, put me down. What did you call me?" He teased. With a gentle punch to his arm, she replied, "Husband, come on, there are so many people watching." Yet, He Shi merely smiled and continued to carry her away, occasionally tossing her playfully into the air, making it seem as though the statuesque Nansun weighed no more than a feather in his embrace. This display of affection sparked jealousy among a group of men out on leisurely outings with their girlfriends. Look at them. Not only is he handsome, but he carries his wife as if she were a toy. You can't even manage to carry me. One lamented. If you looked like him, I'd expect you to carry me too. Of course, the already distant He Shi paid no heed to such remarks. He took Nansun directly to the largest commercial center in the county. Given the lower temperatures in Bincheng, their attire was rather insufficient for the weather. He intended to first take her shopping for some warmer clothing. In this small town, the variety of high-end brands was lacking compared to the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen, but the prices were considerably more affordable. They first entered a children's clothing store, where a cheerful attendant greeted them with a warm smile. Nansun had dressed deliberately for the occasion, donning a crisp white shirt paired with a deep blue pleated skirt that reached her calves, while He Shi opted for a casual shirt and trousers. The sales staff, possessing a keen eye, immediately recognized that the couple exuded an air of affluence. "Welcome. May I ask how old your children are? Are they boys or girls? We have a complete range of clothing for ages 3 to 9 here. They're 3-year-old triplets, 2 girls and a boy." Nansun smiled in reply. The attendant, a local from the county, was taken aback and exclaimed in her hometown dialect, "Are they triplets? You and your wife are truly blessed. Yes, we need clothes, pants, and jackets for them. Could you please show us?" The attendant promptly presented 5 or 6 sets of newly arrived items, and Nanshuan found the quality to be quite satisfactory. He Shi readily paid without hesitation, much to the attendant's delight. "Can you arrange for delivery?" "Of course. Please provide your address and phone number, and I'll have someone deliver it shortly." "Perfect." He Shi left an additional 200 in cash as a tip for the attendant. After visiting a few more children's clothing stores, they made their way upstairs. They rarely ventured out shopping, as their wardrobes were regularly replenished by the staff at Zhonghuan Century City. This outing presented a splendid opportunity for them. Ultimately, the couple not only purchased clothing for themselves, but also selected several outfits for Qi Lan and He Shi, all of which were arranged to be delivered back to the He residence. He Shi glanced at the time, realizing it was already noon. "The cold noodles here are exquisite. Shall I take you to savor them?" Nan Sun, feeling a pang of hunger, nodded in agreement. The couple clasped hands, but as they stepped out of the commercial complex, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. "He Shi, is that really you? I thought I must be mistaken. Yuan Bin?" He Shi was pleasantly surprised to meet his high school classmate here. They had shared a good rapport in the past, but their paths diverged in college, leading to a gradual decline in their communication. "And who might this be?" Yuan Bin inquired, casting a glance at Nan Sun, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "My wife. Goodness. When did you get married? Why was I not informed?" Yuan Bin exclaimed, "Astonishit." Just a few days ago, he had seen Aunt He, who had been fretting over her son's single status. How could he have a wife so soon? The most astonishing part was that He Shi, who had always been single, now had a spouse. "We've obtained our marriage certificate, but haven't held a wedding yet. Otherwise, I would have notified you," He Shi clarified, concerned about his friend's misconceptions. "At least you have a conscience." Yuan Bin playfully punched his shoulder. "All right then, let's stay in touch. I must go buy some spicy hot pot for my girlfriend. She insists on having it even in this sweltering heat." He Shi nodded slightly and took Nan Sun's hand, departing together. Chapter 38. Neighbors in Shock. Is He Jia's daughter-in-law a fairy? After finishing their lunch, the two strolled around He Shi's former high school, returning to the He family home around 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Yu and her sisters were downstairs playing with Qi Lan and He Shi. With the sudden arrival of these 3 treasures, the elderly couple naturally wanted to showcase them proudly. The trio, charming and sweet-tongued, quickly endeared themselves to a group of middle-aged ladies. "Hey, Hime, I recall He Shi has always been single, right? How is it that he has children so soon? Surely, he hasn't been duped." In the previously harmonious atmosphere, this snide remark cut through like a knife. The speaker was Aunt Wang, who lived below the He family. Her son was also attending university in the city, but at a lesser institution, and she had always relished comparing him to He Shi, feeling compelled to keep up appearances as a mother. Her insinuation was a veiled jab at He Shi, implying he had become a mere pawn for someone else. Qi Lan, who had been radiating happiness, suddenly darkened with anger. "Do I need to inform you whether my son is dating? Any observant person can see these are my He family's children. Furthermore, my daughter-in-law is beautiful and possesses a lovely character. If you dare to speak ill again, I shall not hesitate to tear your tongue out." Her friends, who shared a cordial relationship with Qi Lan, chimed in with fierce indignation. "These 3 little ones are clearly cut from the same cloth as He Shi. If you lack vision, perhaps you should have it examined." What a disgraceful display. Aunt Wang was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an intense reaction from the group for a mere jest. They reacted as if she had been bitten by a dog. Unbeknownst to her, these women had long harbored disdain for her. She was petty and opportunistic, often embroiled in disputes with neighbors, leading to her extremely poor reputation. Is it merely because you found a wealthy daughter-in-law that you feel superior? Is your son, Wang Hao, perhaps an unwelcome guest in someone else's home? Aunt Wang's expression soured. "Your son is the one who is unwelcome. Keep talking, and I shall not hold back." Just as Qi Lan was about to respond, an Audi A8 slowly rolled into the community. As the window lowered, unmistakably, it was Wang Hao's face that appeared. Aunt Wang immediately rushed to the car. Her voice deliberately raised, "Oh, my son, What brings you back so suddenly? Wang Hao's brows furrowed tightly. Wasn't it you who called? Noticing the gathering crowd, the words he intended to say were swallowed back. Last night, his mother had frantically called him, stating that he sure had returned to his hometown and urged him to bring his girlfriend back today as well. Wang Hao quickly grasped his mother's intentions, though reluctant. He returned, mindful of He Shi's disdainful glances directed at him. His abilities were average, and after graduating in the city, he had not secured a commendable job. Fortunately, he was reasonably handsome and had caught the eye of a wealthy woman. Since being with her, he had been exempt from work, spending his days at home playing video games, with a housekeeper ensuring his meals were prepared. He lived blissfully, detached from the affairs of the outside world. Due to her exceptional care, the car now belonged to him. Wang Hao had even devised a plan to mock He Shi when they met. Why stop here? The surroundings are utterly deplorable. A voice filled with impatience suddenly resonated from the back seat. Aunt Wang excitedly leaned against the car window, exclaiming, "Is that my daughter-in-law inside? Hurry down, let Annie take a look." The woman glanced outside, but disregarded Aunt Wang's words, continuing to indulge in her leisurely reverie. Wang Hao awkwardly smiled at his mother and rolled up the window. After a considerable pause, the woman reluctantly opened the car door. "Could you please help me with my bag?" Aunt Wang instinctively extended her hand. The woman, clad in a full-length mink coat, despite the sweltering heat, cast a haughty glance at her and casually replied, "Auntie." She then added, "This bag is worth several tens of thousands, so please don't damage it." Dressed in a suit, Wang Hao hurried over to assist the woman down from the vehicle, even courteously unfurling an umbrella for her. Onlookers, including Qi Lan, who was accompanied by her grandchildren, silently scoffed at the scene before them. This was no daughter-in-law. It was clearly an ancestral figure they had brought home. Moreover, judging by her face, despite her meticulously applied makeup, she appeared significantly older than Wang Hao. To claim she was merely a girlfriend was absurd. It was evident she was being kept by a wealthy patroness. And what of the notion of marrying into the family? It was entirely plausible that once she had grown weary of him, she might simply cast Wang Hao aside with a mere flick of her foot. At that moment, Aunt Wang's thoughts began to shift as she regarded Wang Hao with a gaze filled with regret. Had she known the situation would unfold in such a manner, she would have vehemently opposed her son bringing this woman home. What an embarrassment it had become. However, no matter how furious Aunt Wang felt, she dared not offend this affluent and influential woman. She had to ensure her comfort. She could only hope her son would seize the opportunity to earn a bit more money, eventually finding a reason to part ways with her. With a glint of determination in her eyes, Aunt Wang conceived a plan, envisioning a life of ease ahead. Those who now mocked her would undoubtedly have to heed her in the future. As these thoughts swirled in Aunt Wang's mind, she barely managed to suppress her smirk, which quickly resurfaced. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the Wang family trio, leaving no one to notice that He Shi had already driven into the neighborhood with Nan Sun. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" As Nan Sun alighted from the car, she cheerfully waved at the three children nearby. "Mommy, oh, little Sun, you're back." Gilan et Golim, joyfully rushing to greet her grandchildren. "We're back." Everything went smoothly. Nan Sun winked playfully and added, "We even went shopping at the mall and bought clothes for the whole family. They should be delivered shortly. You young ones can buy for yourselves. Your father and I have plenty of clothes." Gilan Ziplit, out with the old, in with the new. Sun Sun even picked out a cheap pao for you. You must try it on with that set of jewelry. Just then, He Shi stepped out of the car and approached. "Daddy." The three children joyfully gathered around him, receiving affectionate pats on their heads before scampering off to play. "Is this your daughter-in-law, He Maisie?" The neighbors who had a good relationship with Qi Lan approached, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Indeed, she is my daughter-in-law," Qi Lan exclaimed as she took Nan Sun's hand and introduced her to everyone, saying, "These are all our longtime neighbors." Nan Sun immediately greeted each one with polite warmth. Her already remarkable appearance, coupled with her gracious demeanor, left the formerly boisterous group of aunties feeling somewhat bashful. They showered her with compliments, exclaiming, "No wonder you have three such beautiful children. It must be the mother's genes at work." Indeed, He Shi is also quite handsome. The couple is truly well matched. They continued, "With such a dutiful daughter-in-law, You will surely enjoy great fortune in the future. The flurry of accolades seemed to delight Qi, her brows lifted in joy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aunt Wang was so enraged that she nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Wang Hao wore an expression of bitterness, glancing between Nan Sun and the luxurious Elfa van parked nearby. The once haughty woman's demeanor changed dramatically upon seeing He Shi, her complexion paling considerably. Chapter 39. The tumultuous class group. He Shi, it has been quite a while. Where did you rent this car? It must have cost a fortune, right? Wang Hao could not restrain his curiosity, unable to believe that He Shi, a recent graduate, could possibly afford a luxury vehicle worth 3 million. Surprisingly, before He Shi could respond, a woman beside him looked up, her gaze oddly fixed on Wang Hao. Wang Hao, puzzled, touched his cheek and remarked, "What is wrong, darling? Have you noticed that your husband has become more handsome?" Though his voice was not loud, it reached several ears around him, and the color drained from his face in discomfort. Even Aunt Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment for her son's audacity, particularly in the presence of someone as exceptional as He Shi. Why would I need to rent a car when I own a rental company? His calm retort struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned silence. While the townsfolk were not particularly knowledgeable about luxury cars, they recognized that the vehicle before them was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. They had already surmised that the He family had prospered, but they never imagined that this young man had established his own company. A rental company? Wang Hao thought he must be hearing things. He knew He Shi's family circumstances all too well. Where would he acquire the funds to start a business? Aren't you driving a taxi? He had specifically inquired about this in the past and had relished the thought for quite some time. So what if he graduated from a prestigious university? He was still jobless, just like him. He Shi raised an eyebrow. It seems you are rather interested in my affairs, but alas, your inquiry lacks depth. What do you mean? Be quiet. The woman, who had been trying to diminish her presence, finally shouted. Mr. He is the owner of a successful rental business. You, on the other hand, are lost in your games, oblivious to the world. It was then that He Shi's gaze fell upon the woman beside Wang Hao. His memory was impeccable. He recognized her instantly as Wang Gaoda's mistress, whom he had encountered at a 4S store in Xincheng not long ago. It was amusing to see Wang Hao reduced to being supported by a mistress. However, He Shi had never been interested in the affairs of others and chose not to expose her identity. Wang Hao, still in a state of disbelief, struggled to accept what he had just heard. How could He Shi, merely a taxi driver, possibly run a company? It was inconceivable. Everything was impossible. Seeing his incredulity, the woman rolled her eyes in exasperation and pulled out her phone, tossing him a video. It was a clip from Annie's previous live stream showcasing luxury cars, clearly detailing He Shi's identity, with him appearing on screen. His face was unmistakable to anyone with sight. Wang Hao's complexion turned ashen as he fixated on the long line of vehicles, realizing that his own pride, the Audi A8, was merely the most ordinary among them. The revelation left him reeling. Aunt Wang eagerly snatched the phone, and moments later, she sank to the ground, defeated like a vanquished rooster. She understood that she would never surpass Qi in this lifetime. Meanwhile, the woman, noticing He Shi's lack of interest in her, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He swung open the car door, disregarding the pleas of Wang's mother and son, and resolutely walked away. What transpired among the three afterward was of no concern to He Shi, for he had suddenly received a message from Yuan Bin. Brother, the class monitor has organized a gathering in the group. Are you coming? Family members are welcome. He Shi opened the long-muted high school group chat and indeed found that the class monitor, Chen Yang, had posted the details of the gathering just minutes prior. It was scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the county's finest dining establishment, the same venue they had frequented for their reunions over the years. Unfortunately, He Shi's relationships with his classmates, aside from Yuan Bin, had always been lukewarm, and he had never attended any gatherings in the past. Why not go? It's not often I return, and my girlfriend expressed a desire to meet your sister-in-law. He pondered for a moment before agreeing. They had originally planned to visit their rural ancestral home the next day to see their uncles and grandparents. Furthermore, He Yuhai was due for a comprehensive examination at the hospital, anticipating surgery at the end of the month. If he attended the class reunion in the morning, They would have to delay their departure until the afternoon. That evening, He Shi and Nan Sun visited Qi Zhang's family, inviting his parents over for a meal and presenting the prepared gifts. The Qi family, who favored sons over daughters, had a strained relationship with Qi Lan's maternal side, with only the distantly related Qi Zhang family being close. Additionally, the proximity of their residences had fostered a stronger bond in recent years. When He Yuhai fell ill, the Qi family had lent them all their savings, which endeared He Shi to his cousin. He even transferred 30 of his company, Xing Qianli, to him. Both Mr. and Mrs. Qi were warm-hearted individuals, and Qi Jiang naturally conveyed He Shi's regard for him during this visit. The elderly couple felt both comforted and grateful, thereby deepening the familial ties between the two households. Dinner was a joyous occasion, with He Shi, Qi Jiang, and Mr. Qi happily uncorking a bottle of wine. Meanwhile, the high school class group was abuzz, ignited by Yuan Bin's remarks. Class monitor Qinyang. He Shi is coming too? It's been 4 years since we've seen our campus heartthrob. Can't wait. Yuan Bin. Haha. Yes, the heartthrob is still charming. He won't disappoint. Zhou Ruizhi. The heartthrob must be earning a fortune by now, right? After all, he was quite the scholar back in the day, unlike me, who didn't study and is just fortunate to have a family business to inherit. Zhao Qian. Who can compare to Brother Zhou? I saw you got a new car again. When can I borrow it? The conversation swiftly veered off course, causing Yuan Bin to frown slightly. Now that they were no longer naive students, it was evident that those with wealth and power attracted admiration, yet this felt excessively pragmatic. Study monitor Sun Ling. Is He Shi really coming? Then I'll go too. Zhao Qian, wow. Even the class beauty is stirred up, still yearning for our heartthrob all these years. Why not take a look at Brother Zhou instead? Many chimed in, recalling the trio's past escapades at school, which had become a source of endless fascination. Sun Ling, who excelled academically and was quite beautiful, had caught the eye of the wealthy Zhou Ruizhi soon after they were reassigned to classes, but her heart remained steadfastly with He Shi. Yet, Colonel He has always held a disdainful attitude towards women, naturally rejecting her confession, which has led to Zhou Ruizhi harboring deep-seated resentment. Yuan Bin never anticipated that. After several years, one of them still pines for He Shi, while the other harbors animosity towards him. Unfortunately, given He Shi's temperament, he may have forgotten who they are entirely. The conversation in the group chat continued. When Jing remarked, but He Xiao is indeed handsome. I am eagerly looking forward to tomorrow's gathering. Huang Xian added, our Lingling is not inferior. She just graduated and landed a position in a prestigious company. Let's cheer her on to win over He Xiao tomorrow. The speakers were among the girls who once had feelings for He Shi, aware of the improbability of their hopes and thus investing their aspirations in Sun Ling. If the two were to become a couple, it would certainly be a case of nourishing one's own field rather than letting it flow to outsiders. As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, Zhou Ruizhi could no longer contain his frustration, prompting Yuan Bin to hastily intervene. Yuan Bin asserted, stop dreaming. Colonel He is already married and is likely to bring his wife along tomorrow. With that astonishing statement, Yuan Bin departed with a flourish, resolutely ignoring any attempt from others to engage him further. Chapter 40. Has he, the school heartthrob, married young? Son, are you asleep? Just as He Shi was about to take a shower, a knock resounded at the door from Qilan. What's the matter, Mom? Qilan stood outside, handing him a delivery box. It arrived today. I noticed the recipient is you. He Shi speculated it must be the property deed as a subsidy from the system. Upon receiving it, he pretended to close the door. Qilan observed his disheveled collar, hesitating for a moment before finally whispering a warning. Take it easy tonight. After all, their old house had poor sound insulation. Taken aback for a brief second, He Shi awkwardly touched his nose. Once Qi Lan's figure vanished, he returned to his room. What did Mom say? Nan Sun inquired, noticing he lingered at the door. Cough. Nothing much, just handed me a package. He Shi approached the table and opened the box, revealing indeed the property deeds for 10 shops on Jingxijiang Street in Binsheng and the villa atop Jingdianbei. Nan Sun had grown accustomed to his sporadic property purchases. She merely cast a glance before heading back to bed, but was halted as He Shi grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. What are you doing? He Shi gazed at her unadorned yet exquisite face, teasingly remarking, "What do you think?" His deep, seductive voice made Nan Sun's ears flush crimson in an instant. "Now that we are officially together, don't you think we should celebrate with your husband?" He sure cornered her against the table, his prominent nose slowly brushing against her slender, swan-like neck. Warm breaths cascaded down, prompting Nan Sun to instinctively tilt her delicate chin upward. "Stop. It tickles." He sure was intimately aware of every sensitive spot on his wife's body, particularly her neck and waist, which he cherished most. His sultry lips began at her collarbone, gradually exploring every inch of her skin, leaving no area untouched. In mere moments, her petite earlobes burned as if they might bleed. The intensity of their breaths heightened. "Hey, he sure, don't you think we engage in that too frequently? 7 days a week. Surely we ought to have some rest." "You should restrain yourself." Nan Sun struggled to suppress her moans, only to be firmly silenced by He Shi. He swiftly drew the curtains. Little did he know that this small table, which had accompanied him throughout his academic journey, would one day serve another purpose. In the kitchen, Lan, preparing breakfast with dark circles under her eyes, turned around to glare at her son, who was frying eggs. Upon seeing Nan Sun emerge from the bedroom, teary-eyed from fatigue, she swallowed her words. "Forget it. We'll stay elsewhere tonight. In the village, perhaps this young couple will behave a bit more." During breakfast, He Shi observed his equally fatigued brother, He Shi, feeling a rare pang of guilt. He hurriedly wolfed down a few bites before whisking his wife out the door. Noticing the relieved expression on the man's face, Nan Sun let out a discontented huff. She resolved to sleep with the children tonight. Otherwise, if things continued this way, they would undoubtedly find themselves in an embarrassing situation at the hospital, with plenty of time before the gathering. He sure took Nan Sun to the only scenic spot in the county, Fengshan. Many local retirees, both gentlemen and ladies, often ascend the mountains for exercise in the early hours, and during weekends, they encounter some youthful individuals. In the past, the elderly He couple would join, and He sure would accompany them. At the Good Taste restaurant, the team leader, Chen Yang, had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. This gathering attracted more attendees than any previous year, as he recognized that most had come to see He Shi and his wife. Many were filled with skepticism regarding the school heartthrob, marrying so early, eager to uncover the truth. Among the early arrivals were Sun Ling and her close friends, soon followed by Zhou Ruiji and others in luxury cars. They all stood in unison at the restaurant entrance, creating an atmosphere akin to welcoming an esteemed guest. Only Yuan Bin and his girlfriend arrived close to 9 o'clock. Chen Yang hurriedly approached them, continually glancing behind. Yuan Bin chuckled as he pushed Chen Yang's head aside, saying, "Stop looking. He sure didn't come with me. He said he was accompanying his wife to Fengshan and will arrive later." This revelation left many feeling a sense of regret, particularly Sun Ling, who had adorned herself with exquisite makeup and high heels, having prepared meticulously for her encounter with He Shi. The news of his marriage was a bitter pill for her to swallow, as she could hardly accept it. After all, He Shi was renowned as the unattainable beauty of their school. She struggled to envision such an aloof person displaying warmth and care for a loved one. Zhou Ruiji, who had been observing her closely, felt a flash of anger at this moment. He could not fathom how He Shi, aside from his good looks and academic prowess, could possibly compare to him. With a Lamborghini key dangling from his fingertips, he swung it playfully before tossing a wad of cash on the front desk, extravagantly instructing the staff to upgrade their ordinary private room to a top-tier one. He also requested that all expenses for the day be charged to his account. This ostentatious display drew the attention of his former classmates, who immediately followed him up the stairs in a grand procession, including Sun Ling. As he basked in their flattery, Zhou Ruiji felt an indescribable sense of pride. What the school heartthrob, what the academic achiever. Wealth, he believed, was the undeniable truth. Chapter 41, The Reunion. A stunning appearance, the opulent private dining room, nestled on the 4th floor, exudes an aura of luxury. Beyond the dining area, there are entertainment facilities such as a game room and karaoke rooms, which have broadened the horizons of this group of young professionals, fresh in their careers. Zhou Ruiji instinctively took the seat of honor and graciously pulled out a chair for Sun Ling naturally. She could not decline such an opportunity to be the center of attention. Most attendees of this gathering were classmates who had remained in the province. For instance, Sun Ling was studying at a university in Binhai City and was currently interning at a prominent company there. Yuan Bin was employed at a luxurious hotel in the city's lobby. Zhou Ruiji thoughtfully poured a glass of water for Sun Ling and placed it beside her. Lingling, I heard you've been accepted by the branch of Tonghe Pharmaceuticals in Binhai City. My company has recently been exploring the medical sector. I would love to seek your insights when the opportunity arises. Sun Ling glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist and smiled, nodding in agreement. Of course, the two gradually engaged in conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Across from them, Yuan Bin held his girlfriend's hand, slightly shaking his head at the scene before him. He recalled Sun Ling from their school days, a diligent student who had always been unyielding toward Zhou Ruiji and his affluent peers. It was surprising to see how the once proud Sun Ling had become somewhat materialistic. How times have changed. His sudden lament caught the curiosity of his girlfriend, Xiameng. Xiameng was an adorably charming girl with round cheeks and bright, wide eyes, possessing a childlike innocence and a singular passion for culinary delights. They were university classmates and now worked at the same hotel, though Yuan Bin was in the front office while Xiameng was in the dining department. When is your beautiful sister-in-law arriving? She inquired, spinning her glass idly. Is she truly as stunning as you say? Yuan Bin sighed at his girlfriend's puzzled expression. Shouldn't a typical girl feel jealous when her boyfriend praises another woman? Why was Xiameng so unfazed? You'll see her soon. She seems quite pleasant and should get along well with you. Really? That sounds delightful. Seated nearby, Chen Yang, who had been listening intently, could no longer contain himself and poked Yuan Bin's arm, whispering, Is it true that He Xiao is married? Why would I lie to you? What purpose would that serve? Yuan Bin rolled his eyes in response. Since yesterday, countless inquiries had come his way. Ironically, when he spoke the truth, no one believed him. As Chen Yang was about to continue, a server knocked and entered, announcing that the dishes were ready to be served. As one of the organizers of the gathering, although Zhou Ruiji was present, Chen Yang felt he could not remain entirely uninvolved. He stood to remind everyone to take their seats and pretended to deliver a few formal remarks. As for the rest, he left it to Zhou Ruiji to showcase his charm. An array of exquisite dishes was presented at the dining table, featuring abalone and lobster. Each dish crafted with the artistry of a painting, a stark contrast to the ordinary fare they had previously enjoyed in the downstairs private rooms. Zhou Ruiji was the first to grasp the chopsticks, delicately serving some dishes to Sun Ling before gesturing for everyone to feel at ease. However, the female classmates who shared a closer bond with Sun Ling noticed the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, and their expressions soured. After all, they had arrived with fervent promises to help their dear friend win over He Shi, only to find the main party was the first to shatter the vase, entangled in ambiguity with other suitors. This revelation struck them suddenly. The affection professed by adults seemed utterly inconsequential in the face of wealth. If even the exalted Sun Ling could succumb, what hope was there for them? In the early days following their graduation, they had gathered to share trivial anecdotes, but now, their conversations revolved around comparisons and flattery, each seeking to exploit their connections for personal gain. Yin Bin, feeling increasingly disinterested, silently wished for his good friend to arrive sooner. At last, a knock echoed against the closed door. The once lively ambience fell into a hush as all eyes turned in unison toward the entrance. A staff member clad in work attire stepped inside, followed closely by the captivating He Shi, whose refined features had only grown more exquisite in the 4 years since their last meeting. Instantly, all the female classmates felt their cheeks flush, their hearts pounding audibly in their ears. Sun Ling, brimming with excitement, stood up, poised to call out He Shi's name, but was taken aback as the previously aloof man revealed a gentle smile, extending his hand toward the doorway. Following him was a stunning woman with raven black hair and porcelain skin, her cold yet enchanting demeanor accentuated by her crimson lips adorned with a beauty mark and a fiery red dress that showcased her allure to perfection. The juxtaposition of her icy elegance and sultry charm left the women present instinctively shrinking in their seats. Sun Ling gazed at the two standing side by side. Gritting her teeth, in frustration. This feeling of defeat without a fight was unprecedented in her life. She cast a glance at Zhou Ruiji, her anger boiling over. It was evident they were all superficial individuals. Eventually, it was Yan Bin who regained his composure, ushering the couple to an empty seat beside him. Meanwhile, the subtle glances continued to revolve around He Shi and Nan Sun. Zhou Ruiji summoned the waiter and promptly ordered 2 bottles of the establishment's finest red wine. Rising from his seat, he tapped the edge of the table and cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, please settle down. I have a few words to say. This is our first gathering of the year, and we have a decent turnout compared to before, especially with our very own He Xiao in attendance. So, tonight, I shall treat everyone. Feel free to indulge and have the waiter bring out more portions of abalone and lobster. He continued, moreover, this marks He Xiao's first reunion since graduation, and he has graciously brought a friend along, so please do not feel constrained. As soon as he finished speaking, many faces displayed confusion. It was evident to anyone with eyes that the relationship between He Shi and Nan Sun was anything but ordinary. As Yan Bin hinted, it seemed they were already wed. Yet, Zhou Ruiji insisted on labeling them merely as friends, the underlying intentions glaringly apparent. Zhao Qian, aren't there plenty of sweet treats that the ladies enjoy? Hurry and have some brought out. Zhou Ruiji gazed at Nan Sun, a smile illuminating his face. May I inquire about the esteemed surname of this beautiful lady? This county is rather small, and should the opportunity arise for you to visit Bin City, I would be delighted to extend my hospitality. He continued, by the way, I am Zhou Ruiji. Surely He Shi has mentioned me, an heir to the Zhou clan group of Bin City. At this juncture, He Shi's expression had already turned frosty. Many were captivated by Nan Sun's beauty, yet he had never encountered anyone bold enough to openly express such flattering intentions. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly thickened with tension. Zhou Ruiji sensed He Shi's displeasure and defiantly raised his gaze, only to be ensnared by that icy stare, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Just then, Nan Sun spoke, directing her words to He Shi. Darling, it appears I have been rather ignorant in the past. I have only now come to comprehend the meanings of the phrases self-righteous, self-satisfied, and overestimating oneself. Moreover, what exactly does the Zhou clan group do? Do they possess assets that rival our Xing, Qianli? He Shi's countenance gradually regained its composure as he couldn't help but place a gentle kiss upon her crimson lips, prompting gasps from those around. Perhaps, though I'm not entirely sure, as I haven't delved into it. Compared to first-tier cities like Shun City and Yen City, there is indeed no rush concerning investment plans for Bin City. Nan Sun nodded thoughtfully. That is of little concern, for you still have Wanjia, Liang, and Nanshi among others. Surely, combined, they would surpass the Zhou clan group. Nanshi was the newly registered investment company of He Shi, a name he had meticulously chosen for the future headquarters of his conglomerate. The couple spoke with ease, yet their old classmates, including Yuan Bin, listened in stunned silence. While they may not have been familiar with the reputations of Xing, Qianli, and Nanshi, the names Wanjia and Liang were synonymous with leading enterprises in the nation. What had they just implied? Were all these ventures owned by He Shi? Such a notion seemed more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Yet, their demeanor did not suggest deceit. After all, the shareholder information of such large corporations could easily be verified online. Consequently, someone promptly took out their phone, eager to ascertain the truth, for it was not long before the facts would be revealed. Chapter 42. The triplets welcome their parents home. Astounding. Is indeed true. Liang Group, with the second largest shareholder, He Shi, holding a 30% stake. Moreover, Wanjia Investment, where He Shi astonishingly possesses a 60% equity, making him the largest shareholder and chairman. Could this be a coincidence? It seems unlikely. The crowd was taken aback, especially Zhou Ruiji and Sun Ling, who appeared as if struck by a thunderbolt, their eyes reflecting overwhelming astonishment. They could hardly fathom that He Shi, who had ventured to Shunsheng just 4 years prior, had achieved such remarkable success. He had transformed into someone they could only dream of being close to. Sun Ling was consumed with regret. Had she known of He Shi's extraordinary capabilities, she would have shamelessly pursued him to Shunsheng even after being rejected years ago. To associate with such an individual, even as a mere friend, would surely be more rewarding than her current arduous internship. As for pursuing He Shi romantically, she was painfully aware of her own limitations. Had there been even a sliver of chance, she would not have remained in Bincheng after graduation. Taking a deep breath, Sun Ling glanced at Zhou Ruizhi, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade. The true purpose of her attendance at this gathering had been him. Liking someone and facing reality were two different matters. Ultimately, her own interests took precedence. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruizhi's expression was one of utter dismay. Today was supposed to be his showcase, yet He Shi effortlessly overshadowed him. On what grounds? Not only had he been outshone by an exceptional woman, but even his once proud lineage was now rendered insignificant by comparison. Zhou Ruizhi was engulfed in bitterness. Clenching his fists tightly, he yearned to take action, yet his body felt as heavy as if filled with cold lead, rendering him motionless. His eyes burned with fury, resembling a caged lion on the verge of eruption. Observing his distress, Zhao Qian hurriedly approached to steady his shoulder. He must be feeling overwhelmed. Perhaps it's best to send him home, Nan Sun suggested nonchalantly after a glance. How fragile his emotional resilience is. Yuan Bin remarked softly. It was merely the realization that someone he had long looked down upon had suddenly ascended to greatness, creating an immense disparity that nearly drove him to madness. How frightening. Thus, Zhou Ruizhi was escorted away by a few close classmates, and after a moment's hesitation, Sun Ling followed suit. Such a dramatic exit was entirely unforeseen by the gathering. However, the atmosphere gradually shifted towards harmony. Many classmates yearned to forge connections with He Shi, yet Yuan Bin and Chun Yang, oblivious to the situation, monopolized his attention. Meanwhile, Nan Sun was engaged in lively conversation with Xie Ming, their personalities meshing effortlessly. As the gathering concluded, Xie Ming clung to her hand, reluctant to part ways. Ultimately, He Shi settled the bill for the meal and presented each person with a fine bottle of wine, bringing a sense of comfort to those who had yet to converse with him. A group of individuals descended the stairs in high spirits. Just as they rounded a corner, the sound of children's voices echoed from the lobby. "Daddy, Mommy," their eyes clearly directed towards the group, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As three children came rushing toward them, Yuan Bin instinctively prepared to correct them, fearing they had mistaken their identities. At that moment, He Shi and Nan Sun had already crouched down, cradling the children in their arms. Yuan Bin's eyes widened in astonishment, his words caught in his throat, unable to escape. However, He Shi affectionately patted his son and daughters on the head, laughingly dropping a bombshell. "This is my son, Little Fish, my eldest daughter, Xiang Xiang, and my youngest daughter, Nian Nian. They are triplets." Wow. Chun Yang was the first to lose control, exclaiming loudly, "What does it mean to be a winner in life? Today, I've finally witnessed it." Yuan Bin's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit an egg. Xie Ming pinched him hard, prompting a reaction. The other classmates were equally incredulous. None could have anticipated that the young heartthrob, He Shi, was not only married but also a father of three. Yuan Bin and Chun Yang exchanged a knowing thumbs up, admiringly proclaiming, "Impressive brother." He Shi humbly smiled. "It's all thanks to my remarkable wife." Yuan Bin playfully punched his shoulder. "Come on, with a single act producing three. If it were me, I'd boast about it for a lifetime." Nan Sun had the three little ones greet their uncles and aunts before leading them toward Qilan. Not far away, glancing at the overcast sky, they realized it had begun to rain. "Mom, I appreciate you coming to pick us up. I could have just taken a taxi with He Shi. You didn't have to make the trip." Qilan smiled, taking her hand. "I was just idle at home. And it's a perfect opportunity to take Little Fish and the others out for a stroll. The rain ISN T2 heavy." The bond between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was as close as that of mother and daughter, evoking envy among the female classmates who quietly observed Nan Sun. Even Xie Ming gazed on with longing. She and Yuan Bin had also met each other's parents. Although her mother-in-law was very kind, it always felt a step removed. Unlike the natural camaraderie between Nan Sun and He Shi's mother, worried that the rain might intensify, the group exchanged simple farewells and departed. Yuan Bin and his girlfriend had to return to work the next day, so they arranged to gather again in Bin City with He Shi and Nansun. In the afternoon, the family of 7 drove to He Shi village, the longtime home of He Shi's grandparents, uncles, and aunts. Most families in the village could trace their lineage back 3 generations to a common ancestor. Thus, every household had some familial ties, fostering a harmonious neighborly atmosphere. Upon arriving in the village, their presence naturally caused quite a stir. Although they had given prior notice, the sight of Nansun and the 3 children still brought tears of joy to the elderly He couple. Each of the uncles had a grandson, but the arrival of triplets was a rare and joyous occasion, a blessing to be cherished. For many years, the He family had only welcomed a pair of twins, though there had been a precedent of triplets on the grandmother's side. Consequently, He Shi's family received a warm welcome from everyone. With 4 generations gathered under one roof, the house was filled to capacity, bustling with the kind of energy one would expect during a festive celebration. The 3 little ones were meeting so many relatives for the first time, their eyes wide with curiosity, yet completely at ease. Particularly little Fish, who spoke and acted like a little adult, was always serious, bringing forth peals of laughter from everyone around. The clever and adorable thoughts lingered in the air, and before long, the 3 siblings adapted to their new surroundings with remarkable ease, reveling in joyous play with their 2 older brothers. As for He Shi, he originally intended to guide his cousins towards opportunities in Shunshin. However, having grown accustomed to life here and with several elderly family members requiring care, they resolved to remain in their hometown. Upon learning that his 2 cousins harbored aspirations of establishing a vegetable greenhouse, He Shi promptly invested $2 million. Meanwhile, the youngest cousin from his second uncle's family, who is about to take her college entrance examination this year, harbors aspirations of venturing to Shunshin. Chapter 43. The luxurious villa of 1,600 square meters. After spending a night in the village, He Shi took his parents, wife, and children to benching. Hyohai's surgery was scheduled for 2 days later, and prior to that, a comprehensive examination was necessary. They arrived at the largest central hospital in Bincheon, which had also been the institution where Hyohai had previously received care. Upon arrival, He Shi immediately sought out his father's attending physician, an elderly gentleman in his 50s with graying hair. Despite his age, he was renowned for his expertise in nephrology. "Dr. Su, how is my father's condition at present?" He Shi inquired. "Currently, everything appears stable, but we will have to wait for the examination results to confirm specifics. However, the surgery is merely the beginning. The subsequent treatment will incur substantial costs. Your family." Dr. Su hesitated, fully aware of the financial circumstances surrounding his patients. Although he was uncertain how they had managed to gather the surgical fees in such a short time, he suspected they had exhausted their savings. Upon hearing this, He Shi smiled slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Dr. Su. Rest assured regarding the expenses, my father has been admitted to a premium ward." "Oh, doctor." Su raised an eyebrow in surprise, but refrained from probing further, recognizing that such matters were private. Therefore, he moved on from that topic. He then proceeded to inform He Shi and his family about the preoperative and postoperative precautions, as well as the potential risks associated with the surgery. Ding! The system detected that the host's father was about to undergo major surgery, granting the medical company a 60 equity stake and providing the host with top-tier medical knowledge. Ding! The 60 equity has been credited. A representative will contact the host shortly. Please ensure your phone is available. As the system's notification concluded, He Shi experienced an enlightening sensation. A torrent of medical terms and symbols flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Sensing his discomfort, Nansun quickly grasped his arm, her concern evident. "Are you all right?" He Shi reassuringly squeezed her hand. "I'm fine. It might just be low blood sugar." Dr. Su promptly handed him a piece of candy, which he accepted gratefully, allowing Nansun to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, equipped with superior medical knowledge, He Shi's theoretical understanding was on par with that of a chief physician. Reflecting on Dr. Su's words, he comprehended his father's condition thoroughly. While there were risks associated with the surgery, they were not exceedingly high. With appropriate subsequent care, his father could live a normal life for several more decades. This realization brought a profound sense of relief to He Shi. After expressing their gratitude to Dr. Su, the family returned to the hospital room. Hyohai had already changed into a hospital gown, preparing to follow the nurse for his examination. They waited several hours, but fortunately, the test results were favorable, and the surgery could proceed as planned the following day. The premium ward was indeed exceptional compared to the standard one. Not only was the environment pleasant, but it also included a dedicated caregiver bed and a private bathroom. Along the wall, a row of sofas created an inviting open living space. That evening, Qilan insisted on staying at the hospital. He Shi, unable to persuade her otherwise, took his wife and children home. He had already obtained the keys to the hilltop villa at Jintan Bay, a mere 20-minute drive from the hospital. Consequently, He Shi did not exert himself to find a hotel, but instead drove directly to Jintan Bay. The system had provided a villa perched atop the mountain, which, as He Shi had anticipated, spanned an impressive 600 square meters. It came complete with a dedicated service butler, who he temporarily dismissed after showing him the way. Gazing upon such an expansive abode, Nan Sun and Xiao Yuer couldn't help but nod in admiration of their husband and father. Meanwhile, Xiang Xiang and Yin Yin were overjoyed, their small figures darting about inside with unrestrained glee. The villa's exterior embodied a modern minimalist aesthetic, and the interior echoed this theme, predominantly adorned in black and white. The lighting, however, was a warm yellow, transforming the ambience entirely when illuminated. Large floor-to-ceiling windows were abundant, allowing for a bright and refreshing atmosphere, complemented by exquisitely crafted chandeliers and decorative pieces resembling crystal. The spacious living area was impeccably designed, with hanging chairs on the balcony offering an unobstructed view that imbued a sense of tranquility. The villa boasted 3 stories, containing over 20 rooms, with the top floor featuring an open-air garden and swimming pool. Surrounded by mountains and water, the distant sea was also visible, standing 15 meters above sea level. The vantage point offered a breathtaking 360-degree panorama. Nan Sun leaned over the balcony railing, taking in the myriad lights below, her eyes shimmering like stars. He Shi embraced her from behind, and the couple, listening to the distant sound of the waves and the laughter of their children, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Taking children to the hospital was somewhat inconvenient, so the following day, He Shi drove out alone. After delivering Qilan to the hilltop villa that evening, he returned to the hospital to keep vigil. Thus, the day of He Yohai's surgery finally arrived. Not only did He Shi's family arrive at the hospital early, but even his uncles and cousins came as well. Lying on the hospital bed, He Yohai smiled and waved his hand at the worried faces of his family. However, upon seeing their grandfather being wheeled away, the 3 children suddenly burst into tears in unison. Yin Yin especially rushed to the bedside, clutching He Yohai's finger tightly. Though they were young, they understood that their grandfather was unwell, fearing they might never see him again, leaving their hearts heavy with sorrow. Unlike other children who might wail loudly, these little ones sobbed softly, evoking even greater sympathy from the adults. It was ultimately He Shi who intervened to soothe their emotions. "Sweethearts, your grandfather is very strong. He will be all right after the procedure. You wouldn't want him to be in a wheelchair and unable to play with you, would you?" Yin Yin shook her head vigorously, her little nose quivering. "Daddy, I want to play with Grandpa, that's right. We must trust the doctors. So let us wait patiently with Mommy and Daddy outside while Grandpa gets better, all right? Can you make a pinky promise with Grandpa?" Eli, who had been watching his grandchildren intently, quickly agreed. Of course. Thus, one by one, the 3 little ones approached their grandfather to make a pinky promise, before returning contentedly to their father's side. This heartwarming scene brought tears to the eyes of several young nurses nearby. Meanwhile, on the operating table, He Yohai felt a profound sense of comfort within. For the sake of his precious grandchildren, he was determined to recover swiftly. Time ticked by, each second passing with poignant anticipation. After 3 hours, the red sign indicating the surgery finally extinguished. He Shi and Nan Sun hurriedly supported Qilan's arm. Rushing to the entrance of the operating room, Dr. Su removed his mask, smiling as he nodded. The surgery was successful. We will monitor for 1 more hour. If all remains well, he can be transferred to a regular ward. With this reassurance, the hearts of the He family collectively eased. The 3 children, who had fallen asleep, even managed to smile in their dreams. Chapter 44. The radiant buff enhancement He Shi surgery was remarkably successful, allowing him to remain in the hospital for over a week before being granted discharge. During this time, He Shi took the opportunity to consolidate all the enterprises he had invested in, including the performances of his first and second partners in Yinxing and Pengcheng. He now holds shares in 37 companies. The smallest stake is 15, while the largest reaches an impressive 60. Among these, there are 21 in Shunsheng, and 8 each in Yinxing and Pengcheng, encompassing a variety of industries, all of which are among the top enterprises in their respective locales. Moreover, with his first and second partners still on business trips, this data is bound to grow, with the investment return buff providing a tenfold increase. He Shi's original 100 billion assets have multiplied by over 100 times, marking him as a true trillionaire. Thus, in the forthcoming 2 months, during which the return effects remain in play, he must race against time to finalize investment plans for nearly 700 cities across the nation and arrange for their execution. Given this scope, relying solely on Li Tong and his colleagues is utterly implausible. He Shi contemplated that it was time for Nanshi Investment to recruit additional talent. Ding! The system detected the host's need for a substantial number of financial professionals and activated the radiant buff. Once initiated, the host company will attract all talents within the financial industry to apply. Please bind the company name. He Shi paused briefly before declaring, Nanshi Investment. The mechanical voice of the system followed. Shall the radiant buff be activated now? Activate. Within minutes, He Shi's phone began to ring incessantly, and his email flooded with numerous unread messages. He pressed the answer button, and on the other end was Li Tong. Mr. He, several prominent figures from the investment sector have just called, expressing interest in applying to Nanshi Investment. Yi Uzun, Su Mingju, Zhao Guang. These are all renowned personalities in the investment world, having achieved remarkable success. It would not be an exaggeration to call them magnates. However, Li Tong found it perplexing. These individuals were thriving in their current enterprises. Why would they consider joining their nascent firm, Nanshi? He Shi noted the excitement in Li Tong's voice, a stark contrast to his usual composure, and smiled subtly. He opened the emails and discovered that the first few were indeed from the individuals Li Tong mentioned. Don't worry, I will handle these 6. Today, we will likely receive many more resumes. Schedule interviews with those who seem promising, and we can retain them. But Mr. He, our office space is not yet completed. Let them work from home for the time being. Those who can agree to that should proceed. With the system buff in place, we can afford to be a bit audacious. Additionally, recruitment information for other departments can be disseminated as well. Ho Jian is moving swiftly. It won't be long before the headquarters building is completed. When that happens, Nanshi Investment will be the first company to relocate to the Nanshi Group headquarters. Understood, Mr. He. After addressing all the emails, He Shi realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. The 6 candidates were naturally retained, and they would be ready to start work in no more than 3 days. Trust those who are employed, and do not doubt those who are trustworthy. Hence, He Shi promptly assigned them a business trip. As for other matters, with the versatile assistant Li Tong around, there was no need for him to worry. Upon exiting the study, he made his way to the living room, where he found the grandfather and grandchildren enjoying their time together, before veering towards the kitchen. In order to recuperate, He Shi had also moved to the mountaintop villa following his discharge from the hospital. As for Qilan, she had returned briefly to Pingyuan County, accompanied by Nan's son. The 2 women had gone to manage the family fruit shop and to gather their belongings. After much persuasion from He Shi and Nan's son, the elderly couple finally agreed to relocate to Shunsheng. Their primary motivation was to assist in caring for the children, as the little ones were soon to celebrate their birthdays and would soon be heading to kindergarten. Nan Sun had devoted herself to the children for the past few years, and Qilan felt a pang of sympathy, wishing for her daughter-in-law to have the opportunity to pursue her own interests. Additionally, Shunsheng boasted a superior medical environment, especially since He Shi had recently acquired a pharmaceutical company, along with a private hospital renowned nationwide, which would greatly benefit He Shi's ongoing recovery. The more time the grandparents spent with the 3 children, the more they found it difficult to part, and after careful consideration, they ultimately acquiesced. Mother, if you are reluctant to leave the shop, we can stay, Nan Sun said at the door, noticing Qi Lan's reluctant expression. Given the current assets of the He family, retaining the shop merely for observation would be inconsequential. However, Qi Lan shook her head. She and He Yuhai had labored in that modest shop for over a decade, and naturally, she wished for its continued prosperity. With their family about to move away, and likely never to return to the county, it would be better to hand it over to someone who needed it. Sister He, rest assured, I will take good care of the shop, spoke the owner who had previously sold melons on the street. Initially, he believed the shop had no future, yet unexpectedly, Qi Lan had reached out to him again. After signing the necessary documents and affixing their seals, the two women took a final glance at the little shop before returning to the He residence. After loading their belongings into the car and bidding farewell to all their relatives and neighbors, they went to pick up Qi Zhang's family to head back to Shunqing together. Just before sunset, the group finally arrived at Jinan Bay. He sure had prepared a lavish feast and rushed out to greet them upon hearing the sound of the car. "Darling, you've worked hard," he said, taking the bag for Nan Sun and carefully inspecting her from head to toe. Seeing her, as she was when she left, he felt relieved. Qi Jiang, witnessing their affectionate exchange, could not help but roll his eyes, only to be met with a sharp slap from Qi Mu. "What is the matter? Are you envious? Then why didn't you go when I introduced you to a match?" Initially, she had thought her son had finally come to his senses and had taken the initiative to seek a match. However, to her dismay, he had directly stood up the girl she had arranged to meet. Qi Jiang felt wronged. He had wanted to go on a blind date, but unexpectedly, his mother had invited his ex-girlfriend. She was nothing short of a tempestuous woman, and after much effort to break free from her, he certainly did not wish to endure that tumult once more. Useless. Qi Mu shot her son a fierce glare before striding into the villa. Gazing at the opulent crystal chandelier overhead, she found herself momentarily lost in reverie. When He Yuhai had just undergone surgery, Qi's parents had visited the villa once. Yet, upon their return, they were still astounded by the lavishness of the place, and even Qi Jiang expressed his astonishment. Observing this, he sure offered a mysterious smile. If they were to witness the luxurious Tongxiang Garden Villa and the recently subsidized Grand Estate, they would surely be left utterly speechless. In the following days, he sure fulfilled his earlier promise, taking his wife and children on a cruise and even diving in Nanchuan. Subsequently, he invited Yuan Bin and Xie Ming, and the young group explored the entirety of Bincheng together. Ultimately, just days before the birthdays of the three little ones, the family returned to Shunqing. Simultaneously, news of the completion of the nation's first 8-star hotel spread like wildfire across the internet. Chapter 45. The $1 million birthday celebration. This event seemed to materialize out of thin air, unnoticed by anyone prior to its occurrence. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the venue was a 5-star hotel, lavishly renovated after being acquired by a wealthy magnate. Nestled on the outskirts of the South Bay area, the hotel boasts an expansive footprint and towers an impressive 88 stories high. The interior decor features over 20 distinct styles, encompassing both ancient and modern aesthetics, transporting guests to various epochs with every floor they ascend. There are an astonishing array of themed rooms, amounting to several hundred, catering to every conceivable genre, from animated films to television dramas. Moreover, each room is attended by a dedicated team of 5 service personnel, and the culinary offerings are overseen by masters of national banquet caliber. Naturally, the cost of a single night's stay is exorbitant. However, the city is replete with affluent individuals. Within a matter of days, patronizing this 8-star establishment has become a hallmark of elite status, attracting numerous accomplished figures from outside the province, each a titan in their respective fields. Amidst such opulence, He Shi, the proprietor of this prestigious hotel, found himself on the floor assembling a model airplane for his son. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, he was surrounded by various components, while his 3 children obediently awaited his attention. Only Xiao Bai occasionally disrupted the tranquility with a playful wag of its tail. Amused yet exasperated, He Shi reached out to pat the smooth little head, saying, "All right, it's just because I didn't bring you along this time. Have you been sulking for days?" Strangely, the little creature seemed to direct its discontent solely at him. To his surprise, Xiao Bai shook off his hand and swiftly climbed behind Xiao Yu. adopting a stance of defiance. Just as He Shi was about to tease it further, Qi Lan entered the room. Xiao Yu, with a swift motion, was about to tuck Xiao Bai into her clothing when Qi Lan cheerfully exclaimed, "No need to hide. I've been feeding this little one for several days now." When she first discovered a snake in her son's home, she and He Yu Hai were indeed startled. However, upon realizing the creature was quite docile and that a cozy nook had been prepared for her on the balcony, she deduced it must be her daughter-in-law's pet. After several feedings, she found herself rather pleased with the experience. "Come to dinner. Weren't we supposed to celebrate the little one's birthdays at that grand hotel today? Will you and Xiao Sun head over first, or shall we go together?" He Shi rose, effortlessly capturing Xiao Bai in his grasp. "Sun Sun and I will head over first to take a look. Your cousin will arrive later to escort you." This marked the first birthday celebration he was organizing for the children, meticulously planned days in advance. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, he felt it imperative to personally oversee the preparations. At the South Shore Grand Hotel, the identity of the enigmatic owner remained a mystery to all except the managing general manager. Thus, when He Shi and Nan Sun entered the grand lobby, they were greeted solely by the waiting general manager, Ren Sheng. However, the striking appearances of the two men drew the attention of many. The 5 young attendants at the front desk, witnessing the manager personally welcome them, were filled with curiosity regarding the identities of He Shi and his companion. Regrettably, the strict decorum of the establishment left little room for idle speculation, as every move was closely observed, leaving them with no opportunity for gossip. The trio subsequently ascended directly to the 81st floor via a private elevator. Beyond this level lies the exclusive domain of He Shi, inaccessible to outsiders. The offices of other departments are distributed across the 3 lower floors. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by an opulent wall adorned with golden embellishments. Turning the corner, a mesmerizing expanse of pink and blue unfolded before their eyes. Overcome with emotion, Nan Sun felt a swell of gratitude. To prepare such delightful surprises for the children, He Shi, as a father, must have invested considerable effort. Unable to restrain herself, she tiptoed and placed a gentle kiss on the refined profile of the man beside her. Little Yu and the others will undoubtedly be overjoyed. At noon, Xiang Xiang and Yin Yin, dressed in princess gowns, along with Little Yu in his smart suit and shoes, were punctually picked up at the hotel. As they stepped out of the elevator, the 3 children erupted in joyous exclamations. Not far away, a Mickey and a Minnie Mouse figure were approaching them, hand in hand, dancing to the music. Encouraged by their grandparents and various uncles, the little ones were led into the grand hall, their faces alight with anticipation. Inside, the space was festooned with vibrant balloons, and the corners were filled with an array of cartoon figurines. At the center stood a colossal blue children's castle, flanked by a pumpkin carriage on one side and a helicopter alongside a sports car on the other, although they appeared diminutive, resembling toys for children. Both the aircraft and the car had been custom-made by He Shi and airlifted from abroad just days prior. Additionally, there were life-size Barbie dolls, Disney characters, Transformers, and Ultraman figures. Further ahead, a gigantic square gift box awaited. Mickey and Minnie stepped forward, gently tugging at the ribbon, revealing a towering cake that stood at half their height. Beside the cake lay 3 exquisitely crafted picture books, each inscribed with the names Little Yu, Xiang Xiang, and Yin Yin. These books contained growth comics drawn by Nan Sun, featuring both individual scenes and family moments. In the adjacent speech bubbles were He Shi's heartfelt blessings and words of care for them. Thoughtfully, he had included pinyin annotations, ensuring that once they entered kindergarten, the clever children would quickly comprehend the messages. Moreover, there was an album chronicling the daily life of the He family, filled with snapshots of their 5-member household. It also contained notes exchanged between He Shi and Nan Sun. After flipping through a few pages, the children's eyes sparkled with delight. Little Yu was the first to dash towards Mickey and Minnie, wrapping his arms around their plush legs and affectionately nuzzling them. Following suit, Xiang Xiang and Yin Yin also leapt into the embrace. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Mommy," the trio chorused in unison. He Shi and Nan Sun removed their headpieces, exchanged smiles, and crouched down to embrace them. This heartwarming scene brought tears of joy to Chi Lan's eyes. She hurriedly captured the moment with her newly gifted smartphone, snapping a picture of the two adults and 3 children together. "This shall be our family diary," she announced. "Little you will take care of your sisters and help mommy and daddy record our feelings, understand?" Little you, perceiving the gravity of this important task, clutched the album to his chest and earnestly promised, "I will, Daddy." He immediately praised and gently touched the little boy's face. Then, as the birthday song began to play, the little fish closed their eyes along with their sisters and made their birthday wishes with great earnestness. The uncles and aunts present at the event also offered their gifts and blessings. Finally, after savoring the cake, the celebration of the 3 little ones' 3rd birthday concluded on a delightful note. Chapter 46, The Mysterious Buyer of Rare Colored Diamonds Husband. "I've gained a plethora of followers on my Weibo." Nan Sun burst into the study, her slippers slapping against the floor as she eagerly presented her phone to He Shi. Since Chi Lan and He Yohai's arrival, the 3 little ones had been under constant care. Nan Sun devoted more of her attention to her painting. Following Annie's advice, she registered a Weibo account and occasionally shared her artwork. Although many passers-by found her creations appealing, the engagement remained lukewarm as they were not professionals. Unexpectedly, a spur-of-the-moment decision to illustrate a comic strip depicting family interactions led to an explosive response. The content featured the 3 children competing with He Shi in a puzzle game, with her cheering them on from the sidelines. Numerous comments poured in, praising the adorable children and the dashing father who cares for them, highlighting the warmth of their family. The more she read, the sweeter her heart swelled, prompting her to share the joy with her husband. However, He Shi's focus was entirely different. He pulled his wife into his embrace, holding her tightly, and pointed at the screen, asking, "Why is there no trace of me in your followers list?" Nan Sun's smile faltered, her fingers fidgeting awkwardly. I must have forgotten. This account is quite new, as you already know." She tapped a few times on the screen, restoring her expression. "Look, you're the only one I particularly follow." Only then did He Shi appear somewhat satisfied. Gazing at her luscious crimson lips, he could not resist lifting Nan Sun's chin and leaning in. A sudden kiss caught Nan Sun off guard, her eyes widening in surprise. Once she regained her composure, she eagerly reciprocated, her small hands playfully roaming over his chest. Alas, He Shi's expertise soon had her melting in his embrace. Her bright, starry eyes sparkled with delight, igniting a restless yearning within He Shi. Just as he was about to lean in for another kiss, Nan Sun abruptly pushed him away. Her face flushed. "Oh dear, I still have coffee brewing. I must go." Her hasty retreat left He Shi chuckling softly to himself, bemused by her flustered demeanor. How utterly endearing. He sat quietly for a while, allowing his heart rate to return to normal. Just as he intended to resume reviewing documents, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, is this Mr. He Shi? I am Ella, the head of gala wedding planning." Upon hearing her identity, He Shi's brow furrowed slightly. "Hello." After a period of silence, he had assumed the system had forgotten about the wedding dress order. "Apologies, Mr. He. The design you requested was rather intricate, which is why we have only now reached out to you." "And how is the preparation coming along?" Ella, on the other end, instinctively uncrossed her legs, sensing the new boss's somewhat icy demeanor. "Rest assured, Mr. He, the design is finalized. As it is entirely hand-sewn, it may require a bit more time. At present, the entire team is diligently working overtime. The purpose of this communication is to invite you and your esteemed wife to visit us at your convenience. Should you find any aspects unsatisfactory, we shall promptly make the necessary adjustments. Furthermore, I wish to engage in a more detailed discussion regarding wedding planning." He Shi pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, I still owe my wife a romantic proposal. I intend to fulfill this before the wedding. Hence, the matter of selecting a wedding gown will be slightly delayed. However, regarding the proposal, do you have any splendid suggestions?" "Certainly, we have recommendations. May I inquire what Mr. He envisions as his requirements?" "Requirements? The more extravagant and unforgettable, the better. Money is no object." Ella fell silent for a moment before continuing. "I will send you the detailed plan via email shortly. It would be a disservice to allow this new boss to escape without contributing something substantial considering his audacious remarks. Within minutes, He Shi received an email with an impressive size of 3 gigabytes. As he perused its contents, he nodded quietly, jotting down the ideas he found appealing. Renowned nationally, Jilly's efficiency may leave room for improvement, yet the quality is undeniably commendable. That evening, He Shi suddenly received word that a new chef had arrived at the Shanghai restaurant. Consequently, he took his family to Shanghai Street for dinner. However, as they emerged after their meal, the 3 children suddenly complained of stomachaches. Nanshuan, filled with concern, crouched down to ask, "My dears, where does it hurt? Please tell Mommy." Little Yuera frowned and shook his head slightly. "Mommy, I don't hurt. I just need to use the restroom." "Mommy, me too. I want to go, Mommy." Nanshuan felt a slight relief, reasoning that it must be due to their indulgence in ice cream earlier. Just as she planned to escort the children to the restroom, Qilan had already taken one granddaughter by the hand and was heading off. Little Yuera was also cradled by He Yuhai. "I'll accompany your mother. It may take a while, so you young couple can stroll around this vicinity for now." Though Nanshuan still harbored some worry, with her father-in-law's directive, she reluctantly acquiesced. He Shi grasped her hand reassuringly. "There's no cause for concern. Children's stomachs can be a bit delicate. We shall procure some medicine for them nearby." Upon opening her phone's map, Nanshuan confirmed the presence of a pharmacy in the vicinity, and thus she departed with He Shi. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Shanghai Street was at its peak of vibrancy. All the shops were aglow with brilliant lights, and numerous patrons were leisurely strolling about. At that moment, one establishment stood out with remarkable extravagance. Not only were luxury cars parked outside, but a throng of elegantly dressed young men and women gathered nearby. Zhou Ziqing had repeatedly declined the proposals of these affluent young ladies and gentlemen. "I apologize, young Master Deng and Miss Zhang, but those 3 rare color diamonds have already found buyers. Without permission, we are unable to display them for viewing." He gestured towards the flowers and balloons being arranged in the square and earnestly explained, "As you can see over there, our staff is preparing a proposal scene. The buyer is about to bring his fiancée, E, and should you wish to see, you may inquire for their permission later. It appears that only one buyer has arrived, dressed in door and clutching a Hermes bag." Zhang Yu couldn't help but frown and remarked, "Could you perhaps show us the other 2 collections? We simply cannot make a decision without inspecting them." Yet, Zhou Ziqing reiterated, "I apologize, Miss Zhang. Additionally, I must inform you that the buyer for all 3 collections is the same individual." "What?" Zhang Yu's irritation escalated with each word. Having just learned about the arrival of 3 rare colored diamonds, she rushed to the Hai Rui Winston boutique in Shanghai with her friend, only to discover she was too late. Moreover, her family, the Zhangs, was already considered one of the foremost elite families in Shanghai. She could surely manage to acquire a single set of diamonds. But to think that someone had purchased all 3 at once? There had been no whispers of such a transaction in her social circle. Was it perhaps some clandestine magnate from Shanghai? She exchanged a glance with Deng Wenyao. Now, all they could do was wait. She was determined to uncover the identity of the individual who had snatched away her coveted treasures. Chapter 47. A proposal that shook the city. Meanwhile, He Shi and Nansun were nearing the entrance of the Hai Rui Winston. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Ziqing immediately instructed his team to expedite their efforts. Countless flowers and balloons were meticulously arranged, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a vast ocean. Candles, ribbons, lights, and an abundance of glow sticks adorned the scene. Many enthusiastic passers-by, witnessing the flurry of activity, joined in to lend a hand. Just in time, everything was set up before the couple's arrival. At that moment, Nansun was preoccupied with searching for a pharmacy. Upon seeing the astonishing proposal scene, her steps faltered instinctively. But after a few moments, she composed herself. Just as she turned to leave, He Shi suddenly grasped her wrist. "What's wrong?" Nansun asked, puzzled. Yet the man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her, observing the mirth in his eyes and recalling his behavior throughout the evening. A sudden thought flashed in her mind. Nansun tightened her fingers, feeling an inexplicable nervousness, her heart thundering in her ears. She stared blankly at He Shi, softly calling, "Husband." He Shi placed a finger to his lips, shushing her gently. He then took her hand and led her swiftly down the petal-strewn path towards the heart of the floral array. One by one, smiling faces holding glow sticks and roses began to emerge around them. Among the crowd, Nan Sun spotted 3 children as well as her in-laws. In that moment, her thoughts became a whirlwind, her spirit dazed, as if she were lost in a dream. She struggled to control her rapid breathing, but found it impossible to remain calm. It felt as though an eternity had passed before they finally came to a halt. At the center of the floral sea stood a massive heart crafted from heart-shaped candles. Surrounding it were Nan Sun's favorite flowers, the bellflower and baby-esque breath, with photographs of the couple adorning each bouquet, some from 4 years ago, others from the present, each a precious memory. Overwhelmed, Nan Sun could no longer hold back her tears. Memories flooded her mind, the joy of their first encounter, the sweetness of their time together, the solitude she felt during her pregnancy, and the struggles of raising 3 children alone. Yet, all these memories coalesced into the handsome visage of the man before her. She fought to keep the tears at bay, unwilling to let them fall. As she watched He Shi kneel on one knee, presenting a bouquet of fiery red roses, he spoke, "Wife, there are words I have longed to express for quite some time, but regretfully, the opportunity never presented itself. With the help of so many here today, I can finally voice them. For years ago, the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. You appeared like a sprite, suddenly entering my heart, deepening my feelings for you with each passing moment. Before I met you, I never imagined I could love someone so profoundly, to the extent of wanting to be with her every moment, every second. Though unforeseen circumstances led us to miss 4 years, I solemnly swear that you have never once left my thoughts. I cannot fathom what life would be like without you in the days to come. Fortunately, fate has conspired to reunite us, and I am profoundly grateful for your return, accompanied by 3 adorable little angels. My beloved, you are my eternal moonlight and cherished flaw, my singular choice forever. Will you marry me? Grant me the opportunity to protect you and our children, if you will." As He Shi's voice faded, Xiao Yu rushed forward, presenting a white ring box to his father. As the lid was lifted, a radiant pink light burst forth, revealing a magnificent pink diamond ring weighing a staggering 12.3 carats. The centerpiece, a rare teardrop-shaped pink diamond, was flanked by 6 exquisite baguette diamonds, surrounded by an abundance of smaller diamonds. Under the illumination, the ring sparkled with breathtaking brilliance, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Such a remarkable diamond, typically spoken of only in high society, was now before their very eyes. It appeared that the protagonist of today, as proposal, was indeed a person of great stature. Previously, even the renowned model couples of the entertainment industry had rings of merely 10 carats. Standing at the periphery, Zhang Yu strained her neck in anticipation, her face etched with eagerness, yet she could only catch glimpses of the dazzling light. Meanwhile, Nan Sun felt a lump in her throat, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Meeting the tender gaze of the man she loved, she nodded repeatedly, whispering, "I do. I do." He Shi solemnly slid the ring onto her ring finger, gently kissing her before pulling her into his embrace. "Don't cry, my darling, don't cry." The redness of her eyes and the glistening of her lashes pained He Shi's heart. He playfully threatened, "If you cry again, I shall kiss you in front of all these people." Nan Sun paused, sniffled, and indeed ceased her sobbing. Yet suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck and, rising on her toes, pressed her lips to his. He Shi, momentarily taken aback, quickly reciprocated, causing the surrounding gasps to intensify. Xiao Yu promptly covered her younger sister's eyes, instinctively shutting her own. Nearby, Qi Lan, equally moved to tears, found herself in a mix of laughter and disbelief. Just when everyone believed the spectacle was drawing to a close, brilliant stars began to descend from the heavens. These stars, in perfect formation, coalesced into a rainbow bridge, slowly sweeping over the crowd. They commenced their performance against the backdrop of the night sky. Simultaneously, all the onlookers near Shanghai Street in Shun City instinctively gazed upwards. Wow! Drones, so many drones. Which illustrious figure orchestrated such a surprise for his beloved wife? The moment felt surreal, as if a novel had sprung to life. Who is Nan's son? Such a lovely name. Meanwhile, our protagonist had discreetly slipped away to a secluded corner amidst the commotion. Let the crowd, who were merely gaping and slow to react with their cameras, feel a pang of regret. Nanjing nestled in He's embrace, gazing at the sky that had long held the words Nanjung, I love you, which made her cheeks flush with shyness. Just when everyone, including Nanjing herself, believed the spectacle had come to an end, the LED screens of all the skyscrapers in the city momentarily blacked out, only to illuminate in unison moments later. Goodness, is this ever going to end? Such extravagance is beyond comprehension. This isn't merely a show of affection. It feels like a massacre of the heart. Though the method may be rather rustic, I find it utterly endearing. Oh, how fortunate Nanjung is to be so adored by him. How I wish I were Nanjung. Moreover, it was noted that the LED screens atop all the taxis in the city had also transformed. What had once been a hodgepodge of advertisements was now uniformly displaying the words Nanjung, I love you, which quickly spread through the streets in an instant. This drew the ire of all the women in the city toward Nanjung, who found herself shedding tears once more. He gently caressed her cheek, realizing now that our heroine, Nanjung, was indeed a weeper. It's all your fault. Nanjing tightly clung to the slender waist of the man, affectionately nuzzling against his chest. Until today, she had never dared to dream that he would orchestrate such a romantic proposal for her. After all, they had already obtained their marriage certificate and welcomed a child. A wedding would simply be the cherry on top, ensuring everyone's happiness. Sensing her thoughts, he drew her closer into his embrace, sighing softly, foolish girl. I refuse to settle for anything less when it comes to you. Chapter 48. Unveiling the 3 sets of rare colored diamonds as the crowd dispersed. Qi Lan and He Yuhai stood in place, holding the hands of their 3 children, gazing at the blissful figures of their son and daughter-in-law, exchanging smiles filled with unspoken joy. Prior to this moment, they could never have imagined that their usually reticent son would display such romantic flair. All of this was attributed to Nan Sun's influence. Witnessing the deep affection between the young couple brought a sense of relief to them as parents. Nearby, Zhou Ziqing, who had also witnessed the grand proposal, reigned in his astonishment and, after a moment's hesitation, approached the elderly couple. He recognized these individuals as the family of the diamond purchasers, especially since the pink diamond ring had been personally handed over by the little boy. Were it not for the buyer's instructions, he would not have dared to entrust such a valuable item to a 3-year-old. Mr. He, Mrs. He, the wind is picking up outside. Perhaps it would be better to take the children inside the store? Zhou Ziqing suggested. Aside from the pink diamond ring, Mr. He had not taken any other items. If it were not for the formidable reputation of their brand, other companies would have already begun to stir with ambition. Zhou Ziqing was eager to expedite the departure of this distinguished client, or more precisely, the 3 sets of extraordinary colored diamonds. Naturally, he could not afford to offend such a valuable customer. This was Qi Lan's first experience of being respectfully addressed as madam, and her typically carefree demeanor was momentarily tinged with bashfulness. Glancing down at her grandchildren, who were indeed dressed rather lightly, she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, He Shi had returned to the counter with Nan Sun half an hour later. To their surprise, Zhang Yu and others were still waiting at the entrance. Spotting the couple, they hurriedly approached them. Good day, sir. My name is Zhang Yu. I had intended to purchase the colored diamonds today, but upon arriving at the counter, I learned that all 3 sets had been pre-ordered by you. May I kindly request the opportunity to view them with my friends? Zhang Yu spoke earnestly, as her greatest passion was collecting diamonds. Since she could not acquire them, she thought that admiring them up close would suffice. Originally, she had resolved to persuade the buyer, regardless of his wealth, to part with at least 1 series. However, having witnessed the recent proposal, she found herself moved by the couple's affection and decided against depriving others of their love. After hearing her request, He Shi glanced at Zhou Ziqing and replied calmly, These are gifts for my wife. You may inquire with her. Given the rarity of the diamonds, He Shi was not surprised by the attention they garnered. But he had not anticipated the interest from so many affluent young ladies and gentlemen from the city. It seemed that a number of journalists lurked in the shadows as well. He had no desire for his family's private life to be thrust into the public eye following today's events. Although he had prepared for this possibility prior to the proposal, he nonetheless sent a message to Li Tong as a precaution. Meanwhile, upon hearing the response, Zhang Yu turned her gaze toward Nan's son. The impact of her stunning beauty was even more profound up close. Zhang Yu felt her heart racing uncontrollably, filled with nothing but envy, blessed with beauty and wealth, and most importantly, a husband who adored her so dearly. During the recent proposal, although she stood at a distance, she could still perceive the atmosphere brimming with affection between the couple. The rosy aura almost engulfed them entirely. Given such striking beauty, if she were a man, she would undoubtedly be willing to give everything to her. South Sun, who had been gently embraced by He Shi, noticed the girl across from her with sparkling eyes. Her anticipation for the diamond was piqued, and she readily nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu immediately expressed her gratitude with excitement. A lively group then proceeded toward the counter. Zhou Ziqing promptly ordered his staff to bring out 3 similar-looking password boxes. After entering 3 codes in succession, the boxes finally clicked open with a delightful sound. A dazzling pink glow emerged and quickly faded, prompting involuntary squints from onlookers. Under the illumination, the translucent lavender-pink diamonds shimmered radiantly, appearing utterly enchanting and dreamlike. The once stunning jewelry in the store was instantly overshadowed, fading into obscurity. All the girls present displayed expressions of awe. The sweet pink hue naturally evoked thoughts of romantic fairy tale love, stirring excitement within their hearts. The pink diamond ring was already adorning South Sun's finger, while the box still contained a necklace, earrings, a bracelet, and a crown, all crafted from platinum, known as the Metal of Love. The exquisite craftsmanship and intricate designs featured diamonds that were cut with remarkable precision. Zhang Yu, being well-versed in diamonds, could immediately discern the rarity of the pink diamond's color, noting that their clarity was undoubtedly VVS 2 or higher. Indeed, Zhou Ziqing, donning pristine white gloves, presented the crown, stating, "This exquisite set of pink diamonds is named Century Star, featuring the highest color grade of fancy vivid pink, which is truly exceptional. Notably, it is enhanced by a rare secondary hue of purple, boasting clarity that reaches the internally flawless level." These 3 series of creations were designed by the internationally renowned jewelry designer, often referred to as the Father of Diamonds, Auguste, shortly before his passing, truly a collection of unparalleled treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu and her diamond-loving friends could not contain their gasps of astonishment. They all understood that the vivid lavender pink is the most valuable color for pink diamonds, making each one incredibly precious. And now, an entire collection was before them. The worth of such a series was beyond discussion. Moreover, this was Auguste, a legendary figure known for designing for European royalty. Countless Hollywood starlets felt honored to have borrowed one of his creations. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward He Shi transformed, particularly that of Deng Wenyo. He, the youngest son of the Deng family in Shunsheng, had always mingled within the second-generation elite, sheltered beneath the shadow of his elder brother. Although He Shi appeared relatively young, he had never heard of such a character. Furthermore, a man so generous to his wife clearly possessed admirable character and temperament. In mere seconds, Deng Wenyo's mind whirled with thoughts, already contemplating how to forge a meaningful connection with He Shi. Subsequently, Zhou Ziqing proceeded to open the remaining 2 boxes. The Hope Star series is crafted from blue diamonds, while the Eternal Star series is composed of red diamonds. One set embodies an air of mystery and nobility, while the other radiates a fervent intensity. Dazzling and resplendent, each piece emanates a brilliant glow. Particularly noteworthy is the red Hope Star, which, like pink diamonds, originates from nature. And to this day, gemologists have yet to uncover the source of its creation. It is truly a rare treasure. Any single piece would be fervently sought after by affluent families or avid collectors. Zhang Yu's gaze was insufficient to take it all in, while Nan's son, with her slightly parted lips, was filled with astonishment. The eyes that had long been dried from tears now glistened with renewed moisture. Chapter 49. Acquiring the town's treasure surrounded by envious glances, Nan Sun felt a sense of pride, yet her heart was filled with profound emotion. Her husband. She lifted her head, hesitating to speak. In preparation for today, as proposal, he sure had sacrificed countless hours of rest amidst his busy work schedule. No wonder he'd been staying in the study until dawn every night recently. She had naively assumed it was due to an overwhelming amount of work. The sympathetic gaze in He Shi's eyes instantly revealed his understanding of his wife's feelings. He gently stroked her silky black hair, his voice imbued with tenderness. "It's not hard. As long as my darling is happy, everything is worth it." This woman before him had boldly defied societal norms and familial opposition, resolutely bringing forth the fruit of their love. She had forsaken her lifelong hometown without hesitation to follow him to this entirely unfamiliar city. Defying her grandmother's wishes, she tirelessly raised their child alone, selflessly bringing them to his side with no complaints. Each of these acts deeply moved He Shi. He felt immeasurable gratitude in his heart, recognizing that this was his beloved, his wife, and the mother of his child. To love and be loved by her was the greatest fortune of his life, and his eternal wish for all lifetimes to come. With these thoughts, He Shi lowered his gaze. What was a mere proposal compared to the grand wedding he intended to bestow upon her in the near future? He aspired to earn a vast fortune, loving her more each day than the last, ensuring she became the happiest woman in the world, the one most envied by others. Nan Sun, captivated by his loving gaze, felt warmth spread through her heart. "Husband, I love you." The words slipped from her lips unbidden. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks, only to be tenderly kissed away by the man before her. "I love you too, my wife. Whether in the past, present, or future, I will love you forever, across all lifetimes." This scene brought tears to Zhang Yu and the other young lady's eyes. Even Deng Wenyao, who had always flitted through life without concern for romance, found himself moved by such enviable love, contemplating the possibility of a serious relationship. After crying for a while, Nan Sun finally withdrew from He Shi's embrace. She sniffled, striving to compose herself. The three children, who had quietly remained with their grandparents, seized the moment to gather around, tenderly rubbing their mother's eyes. The sight of the family holding hands, standing together, made Deng Wenyao reconsider his thoughts on marriage and children. Zhang Yu, perceptive to his thoughts, playfully kicked his calf, reminding him that despite their friendship, it was best to keep such a rogue away from innocent young girls. Finally, after confirming with Zhou Zicheng that all the jewelry was in order, He Shi had Nan Sun try on the remaining 2 rings before securely locking the safe and changing the password. Being a product of a reliable system, the quality and size were assured. He Shi was merely going through the motions. As Nan Sun admired the large diamond on her finger, she remembered that her husband's hand was still empty, prompting her to lead him to the counter. Considering these 3 exquisite diamond rings, none of which were suitable for daily wear, the couple ultimately decided to purchase 2 wedding bands. They chose the store's signature treasure from Harry Winston, valued at over $10 million, a masterpiece by an internationally renowned designer. As the ring was personally placed on He Shi's slender and elegant ring finger, Nan Sun finally smiled with satisfaction. This delighted Zhou Zicheng, who had not anticipated such a fortuitous outcome on that day. In his heart, He Shi now represented the embodiment of wealth. The remaining patrons in the store were left in astonishment, unable to fathom how someone could purchase such an expensive ring without a moment's hesitation. Yet, it was understandable. The value of those 3 series of colored diamonds was immeasurable. The word envy had become utterly tiresome for them. At that moment, a friend who had accompanied Deng Wenyao suddenly inquired of He Shi, "Aren't you the owner of the Hang Qian Li taxi service?" Initially, he found the man familiar, and after some contemplation, he finally remembered. He was someone who enjoyed keeping up with trending gossip, unlike Deng Wenyao and his companions, who were solely focused on indulgence. He had stumbled upon a luxury car video previously, even though it had lost its popularity and the footage of He Shi had been taken down. His distinctive appearance was unforgettable. Otherwise, a man of his stature would not have left an impression. Upon hearing the question, He Shi simply nodded, finding no shame in the acknowledgement. Although he had arranged for his online appearances to be edited since returning from Binhai City, it was merely to avoid disrupting his family's daily life. Wealthy young men like these would hardly engage in such trivial pursuits. Deng Wenyo, intrigued by He Shi, learned that although Hang Qianli was a small enterprise, he had heard of it. After a change in ownership, the company's assets had skyrocketed, a fact that was no secret within the commercial circles of the city. To his surprise, He Shi was the new owner. Given his extravagant spending today, it was evident that he must have more than one business under his name. This only strengthened Deng Wenyo's desire to forge a connection. Thus, he boldly approached He Shi, saying, "Brother He, I'm Deng Wenyo, but you can call me Little Mosquito. May I have your contact information?" He Shi raised an eyebrow at his familiarity, though he found the directness rather endearing. Eventually, they exchanged contact details, and Nan Sun and Zhang Yu also shared their information. The group of affluent young gentlemen and ladies departed in the same grand manner as they had arrived. In a short span of a single evening, this sensational proposal inevitably trended on social media. Fortunately, He Shi had prepared in advance. Utilizing his exceptional hacking skills, he filtered through videos featuring himself and Nan Sun. Thus, the identities of the proposal's protagonists remained undisclosed online. Upon seeing the trending topic, Ella promptly called to claim her credit. Without hesitation, He Shi transferred 200 million. He understood that Ella's proposal plan lacked novelty, but its effectiveness was paramount. He believed this proposal would be an unforgettable moment for his beloved wife for a lifetime. Next came the preparations for the wedding. As the wedding dress was still in the making, the couple had yet to finalize their wedding date. However, it is tentatively estimated that the event will be held at the end of July, coinciding with the near completion of the headquarters building, heralding a double celebration. In addition to this, there is the matter of the marital residence. He Shi intends to settle in the Sandalwood Garden, renowned as the most prestigious villa district in the city, comprising only 18 exclusive houses, offering tranquility and security. Furthermore, it is conveniently located, merely a 20-minute drive from the company. Unlike that estate, when He Shi reviewed the property deed, he discovered it was situated in the suburbs. While it may be suitable for weekend escapades, residing there during workdays would indeed be rather impractical. He Shi subsequently sought the opinion of Nan Sun. Once his wife expressed her agreement, he found no reason for hesitation and promptly instructed the commencement of renovations. Chapter 50. Encountering the magnate of Babos again? This sensational marriage proposal set the city abuzz, trending for 3 consecutive days. Numerous online sleuths endeavored to unearth the identity of the principal player. Regrettably, He Shi executed his confidentiality measures with remarkable precision, erasing every video that featured his family. Consequently, it was only when news broke of a prominent male star's infidelity with a co-star that the wedding proposal was relegated from the trending topics, leaving the public none the wiser. However, this did not apply to the astute Annie. Having recently returned from an out-of-province shoot with her team, she excitedly video-called Nan Sun. "Oh my gosh, your Mr. He is so romantic. This enviable love story is making me tear up." Nan Sun chuckled as she held the phone at a distance. "How did you know it was us?" Annie, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Could it really be? I merely guessed. After all, Mr. He has a history. Given the significance of a proposal, it would be utterly uncharacteristic of him to do it without grandeur." Feigning annoyance, Nan Sun retorted, "You mischievous little thing. How dare you trick me? I was considering making you my maid of honor, but now I might have to reconsider." Annie, alarmed, exclaimed, No, I was wrong, dear sister. You must reserve a spot for me as your maid of honor. Who knows, I might just snag a charming groomsman for myself. My mother has been incessantly pressuring me about marriage." The two continued to jest and laugh until He Shi's arrival prompted Annie to notice Nan Sun's shimmering silver off-shoulder gown. Adorned with sequins, her hair was elegantly styled, cascading gracefully down her back. It was only due to her proximity to the camera that she had overlooked this. "There's no time to chat. I must accompany my beloved to the auction." "All right, enjoy yourself, goddess." Annie cheerfully waved goodbye, and they ended the call. In truth, attending the auction was a spontaneous decision by He Shi. The auction house was one of the 37 companies he had invested in, or rather, 87 now. With the advantage of ample manpower and no significant financial constraints, it was hardly surprising that he had acquired 50 companies in just over 2 weeks. The auction company, He, ranked among the top 100 enterprises in the city. This month coincided with a major auction event, and although He Shi had received the auction list days prior, he only recalled it today. As he opened the document, a notification chimed. Ding. The system has detected that the host is about to attend an auction for the first time. A subsidy auction voucher worth 500 million has been issued, non-redeemable. Determined not to squander this voucher, He Shi resolved to attend the auction, seizing the opportunity to enjoy a day out with his wife, relishing their time together. By the time they arrived at Yuan, it was already past 10 in the morning, with less than half an hour until the auction commenced. Though referred to as a garden, it was in fact a beautifully decorated traditional-style clubhouse designated for the auction activities of Huachin. The imposing Babo's G900 drew the attention of everyone in the parking lot upon arrival, including Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi. Wow, isn't that the car of the prominent figure from my neighborhood? Deng Wenyo parked the car and glanced at his cousin. Are you joking? Isn't your current residence Jinfu, Tiandi? The security there is mediocre, and not everyone living there is a little star like you. Wake up, Xiang Yuanxi immediately retorted. What's wrong with being a little star? Sooner or later, I will quietly rise to fame and astonish you all. Besides, why can't there be a prominent figure? Uva discreetly inquired. And the one driving the Maybach actually owns an entire building in Jinfu, Tiandi. Really? Seeing his cousin so excited, Deng Wenyo was already convinced to a large extent. However, how do you know this is indeed a prominent figure from your neighborhood? Although Maybachs are rare, there are more than one in Shunsheng. Xiang Yuanxi paused slightly. I recognized it by the sound. Is that not valid? All right then. Dare you to bet? If this truly belongs to a neighbor of yours, whatever you fancy today, I shall procure it for you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuanxi was instantly tempted. However, having been tricked by his cousin since childhood, he hesitated to agree hastily. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if that was indeed a prominent figure's vehicle. After all, they had hardly met, but the car did resemble it quite a bit. And if I lose? Lose? Deng Wenyo raised an eyebrow. If you lose, you shall agree to one thing of my choosing. But let us be clear. You cannot ask me to return home. Xiang Yuanxi confirmed. To pursue a career in the entertainment industry, he had a fierce falling out with his father. He had even declared that he would never return home until he achieved fame. If he were to be tricked back home by his cousin now, how embarrassing would that be? Deng Wenyo opened the car door. Rest assured, I won't force you if you are unwilling. It's a deal. While the two brothers were conversing, the couple nearby had already exited their vehicle. He sure cast a glance at his wife, his expression darkening. He pulled out a shawl from the car and draped it around Nan Sun's shoulders. Are you trying to roast me? Nan Sun looked up at the glaring sun. It must be at least 30 degrees today. The air conditioning inside would definitely make it chilly. He Shi's expression remained impassive as he spoke with utmost seriousness. If Nan Sun wasn't so familiar with him, she might have been easily deceived. This guy has a habit of fidgeting with his fingers when he lies, as if she were oblivious. However, feeling the curious glances from those around them, the ever-spotlighted Nan Sun quickly discerned the man's unusual behavior. A smile crept on her lips as she leaned closer to He Shi. To compliment her gown for the day, she had intentionally worn high heels, allowing her to effortlessly reach the man's lips without straining on her toes. With a soft sound, He Shi's lips darkened slightly. All right, don't be jealous. With your wife's beauty, if you get jealous every day, wouldn't you just sour yourself? He Shi couldn't help but chuckle at her words, gently pinching her cheek with affection. You're quite the narcissist. Just average. Seeing the man's mood finally lift, Nan Sun smiled and linked her arm with his. Yet, she still didn't remove the shawl. Alas, her husband could only indulge her. The affectionate couple over here is enveloped in tenderness, while on the other side, the two brothers are on the verge of a brawl. What are you pulling me for? Deng Wenyo shot a fierce glare at his cousin. And why are you running away? Look at you, resembling a ravenous wolf ready to pounce. Don't frighten my neighbor. Xiang Yuanxi clutched his cousin's sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. I merely encountered an acquaintance and was eager to exchange greetings. What is wrong with that? Let go of me. Are you certain? Their voices crescendoed. inevitably capturing He Shi's attention. He turned to look at the two familiar faces, puzzled, and inquired, "Are you two about to engage in a fight?" Chapter 51. Arrival at the auction. Brother He, what a coincidence. You and your wife are also attending the auction? Deng Wenyao exclaimed, shaking off his cousin's grip. His expression somewhat awkward. Before He Shi could respond, the nearby Xiang Yuanci gasped, "You really know each other? This world is just too small." Deng Wenyao promptly smacked him on the back of the head, retorting, "That's obvious. Hurry up and greet them." Xiang Yuanci obediently called out, "Hello, brother He. Hello, sister-in-law. I am his cousin, Xiang Yuanci." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Nan Sun for a few seconds. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal trait. However, Xiang Yuanci soon realized with dismay that he had to look up to see her features clearly. Standing at 175 centimeters, Nan Sun, in her high heels, towered next to the 188 centimeters tall He Shi, creating a striking pair. In contrast, Xiang Yuanci, barely reaching 178 centimeters in his shoes, appeared diminutive beside her. This scene elicited an unrestrained laugh from Deng Wenyao, and even He Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. Nan Sun cheerfully nodded, "You too." In that moment, Xiang Yuanci wished he could vanish in the ground, vowing never to leave home without an 8 centimeters height booster again. After all, he was family, and he wanted to maintain a semblance of dignity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Deng Wenyao led the He couple toward the auction hall. He was no stranger to lively gatherings, having attended this venue a couple of times before. Huachun was among the top auction houses in the city, attracting buyers who were primarily influential figures from various industries, each with fortunes in the hundreds of millions. Thus, most attendees were in their 30s or older, with those in their 40s constituting the majority. The sudden appearance of the relatively youthful He Shi led to speculation about which affluent heir had come to observe the proceedings. Deng Wenyao and Xiang Yuanci presented their invitations, and the staff merely glanced over them before granting entry. As He Shi reached for his official pass, the attendant inspecting them barked, "Hurry up. No invitation, no entry. Don't waste everyone's time." He Shi paused, his expression turning icy. "Is this how you treat guests?" Deng Wenyao's countenance darkened as well. He retorted, "Show us your badge. If I don't file a complaint today, it would be an insult to your position. Go ahead and complain." Zhao Su, who had been summoned from a drinking party to fill in, was already irritable and exploded at the mention of a complaint. "Let me tell you, the head of this auction is my uncle." "Oh, so you have connections. No wonder you're so arrogant." Zhao Su smugly lifted his chin. "You bunch of pampered onlookers. Why don't you find somewhere cooler to lounge? Our auction items start at millions. Can you afford it? If you can, I'll let you in immediately." "You, how do you know we can't afford it?" Xiang Yuanci retorted, resorting to childish banter. "What do you mean, you? Show us the money." Zhao Su, emboldened by alcohol, became increasingly brash. "If you're broke, don't act like a big shot. Does money concern you?" The argument between the two escalated vehemently, while He Shi had grown weary of conversing with someone of such questionable intellect. He turned to the nearby staff and commanded, "Summon your supervisor." Noticing their hesitation, he added coldly, "If he does not come now, inform him he need not return." Perhaps his commanding presence was too overwhelming. One astute young man promptly turned to fetch Zhao Lei, the supervisor. Zhao Lei, a middle-aged man in his 40s, shot a fierce glare at Zhao Su before respectfully addressing He Shi and his companions. "May I inquire which young master sought my presence?" The staff gestured towards He Shi. However, Zhao Lei's gaze lingered briefly on Deng Wenyao, the second son of the Deng family, known for his indulgent lifestyle, having been largely unrestrained due to the influence of his elder brother. Subsequently, he looked at He Shi, recognizing that despite his youth, he bore an imposing demeanor, unlike the typical wealthy heirs. Thus, he promptly lowered his tone. "I apologize if my nephew has caused any offense. With so many guests present, I kindly ask you to overlook the actions of a misguided youth." His words were laced with apologies, yet subtly reminded He Shi of the consequences of public disturbances. Zhao Su had often instigated trouble, and in the past, people would grant him some leeway, understanding the sensitivities of such a prestigious establishment. Zhao Lei was confident this occasion would be no different. However, He sure was nearly amused by the absurdity of it all. Cao Lei, a seasoned veteran in the social arena, spoke artfully, attempting to gloss over Zhao Su's blatant provocation with the excuse of immaturity. A child? He mused, observing that Zhao Su appeared to be in his mid-20s. Furthermore, to send someone intoxicated to serve guests reflected poorly on the supervisor's judgment. He sure had no intention of indulging such incompetence. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to the general manager of Huaqin, with his 35 equity stake. Dismissing a mere auction house supervisor was merely a matter of words. Within half a minute, Zhao Lei received a call from his superior. After just a few words, his complexion drained of color, causing Zhao Su to startle in surprise. Zhao Lei's panicked gaze darted towards He Shi, but before he could utter a word, the company's general manager approached swiftly, respectfully addressing He Shi as Director He, and escorted him to the main hall, neglecting to spare a glance at the duo. Upon hearing that title, Zhao Lei's understanding crystallized. The power to dismiss him with a single word, coupled with the general manager's deference, could only be attributed to the recently surfaced shareholder. His face turned ashen, and in a fit of rage, he slapped Zhao Su across the face, his frustration boiling over. He had initially intended to use this grand occasion to facilitate his nephew's interactions with affluent individuals, yet it had spiraled into a calamity of monumental proportions. This time, it was a complete disaster. Zhao Lei wore a face full of chagrin. Having lost this lucrative position, how was he to provide for his wife and children in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai? Meanwhile, Sun Guang, filled with trepidation, escorted He Shi and his party to the most opulent VIP room on the third floor. Once they were seated, he instinctively positioned himself to the side, scarcely daring to breathe. He had not anticipated that on the very first day of the new director's arrival, such an outrageous incident would befall them. Ultimately, it was a failure of his management, and should the new director pursue the matter, it was entirely plausible that he could be dismissed from his post. Deng Wenyao and Xiang Yuanxi also sat quietly nearby, astonished to discover that He Shi was, in fact, a shareholder of Huaqin. This was the first time they had encountered He Shi in the presence of subordinates. Although their brother, he typically exhibited few expressions at this moment. The unintentional aura of authority emanating from him was palpably oppressive. It compelled them, accustomed as they were to facing their own patriarch at home, to instinctively adopt a more subdued demeanor, reminiscent of students before a stern principal. In that instant, the entire room was silent save for Nan Sun, who maintained an unruffled demeanor. Chapter 52. Are you envious of my husband? The private room of Huan Shewin mirrored the grandeur of the main hall, adorned in an antique style that exuded sophistication and taste. The corner displayed a plethora of porcelain and jade artifacts upon a precious cabinet, while exquisite landscape paintings graced the three walls. Nanjuan's curiosity piqued as she noticed a painting by the esteemed Master Chao Wen Kai, favored by He Yuhai. After a moment of admiration, she subtly nodded. The brushwork was indeed exquisite, although it paled in comparison to her own creations. Suddenly, Xiang Yuanxi could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of water, exclaiming in disbelief, "That's Master Chao, a renowned figure in the realm of traditional Chinese painting." While her sister-in-law may eclipse him in beauty, to claim superiority in artistry was utterly narcissistic. Nanjun, taken aback, turned to He Shi with innocent eyes. The man, with an impassive expression, directed a piercing gaze at Xiang Yuanxi. Did this audacious fellow dare mock his wife? Xiang Yuanxi's countenance shifted, and he hurriedly sheltered himself behind his cousin, wailing, "I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please spare me, brother He." His dramatic pleas lightened the atmosphere within the private room. Sun Guang sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Nanjun, while even Deng Wenyue silently gave her a thumbs up. In truth, only Xiang Yuanxi believed Nanjuan's earlier remark was a mere slip of the tongue. He Shi, with affectionate tenderness, pinched his wife's cheek and casually remarked, "I do not wish for today's incident to recur." Sun Guang nodded vigorously in agreement. He Shi waved him off, signaling him to return to his duties. He had no intention of being overly harsh. However, a touch of anxiety was warranted due to professional shortcomings. It was his hope that this incident would instill in Sun Guang a sense of responsibility towards his team. As Nanjun savored the oranges peeled by He Shi, she idly perused the tablet beside her. Today's auction featured 65 items, predominantly rare antiques that held little interest for her. It wasn't until she encountered the assistance of the auction, a vibrant phoenix-embroidered wedding gown accompanied by a matching crown and ceremonial attire, that her attention was fully captured. He sure, too, had noticed this. It was precisely the reason he had brought Nanjun here today. The family had deliberated extensively on whether to host a traditional Chinese or Western wedding. Ultimately, they concluded that the Chinese ceremony, rich in tradition and cultural allure, was the superior choice. The beauty of the wedding lay not only in the attire, but also in the ceremonial significance and the deep-rooted traditions it embodied. The thought of bringing his beloved home adorned in a splendid red bridal gown made He Shi smile involuntarily. The auction took place on the first floor, centered around a vast display platform, flanked by rows of tables and chairs. Those seated were a motley crew of nouveau riche from Shunsheng, eager to broaden their horizons. The true magnates resided in the private rooms on the second and third floors. As Deng Wenyue surveyed the tightly shut doors, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. The number of attendees today far surpassed that of his last visit, indicating a significant interest in the featured grand prize. Regrettably, he cast a glance back at He Shi. With his elder brother present, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would succeed. Xiang Yuanci, brimming with enthusiasm, held his tablet tightly, determined to make his cousin pay for his rare victory. The host on stage announced the commencement of the auction. A graceful hostess, clad in a cheongsam that accentuated her alluring figure, ascended the stage to present the first auction item. Xiang Yuanci hastily tugged at Deng Wenyue's sleeve, only to receive a swift slap to the back of his hand. A Ming Dynasty inkstone? What purpose would it serve for someone whose calligraphy resembled a dog's scribble? He awkwardly rubbed his nose. There were indeed numerous prominent figures in attendance, and soon the second item was brought to the showcase. Before Xiang Yuanci could make a move, Deng Wenyue remarked, "A modern art moon vase? What will you do with that? Use it as a chamber pot?" Xiang Yuanci was at a loss for words. Clearly, he had fallen victim to his cousin's tricks once again. The promise of bidding freely on whatever caught his fancy had turned out to be mere rhetoric. Nearby, Nansun was thoroughly entertained by the banter between the two brothers, leaning into He Shi's embrace, laughing uncontrollably. He Shi, concerned that his wife might laugh too hard, gently patted her back with his distinctly articulated hands. The couple had little interest in the antique items, and thus paid scant attention to the auction proceedings below. After sitting for a while, they decided to explore the exhibition hall outside. Naturally, Deng Wenyue and Xiang Yuanci, having subconsciously embraced their roles as junior companions, remained closely at hand. The first floor featured a sprawling old market trading exhibition hall, partitioned into small spaces where all items could be purchased directly from sellers. Bypassing the auction process, it resembled an antique market where many enthusiasts who enjoyed unearthing treasures frequently visited. Unlike the auction venue, this place was open all day except on weekends, thus attracting more casual browsers than auction participants. As soon as He Shi and his companions appeared, they captured everyone's attention. The striking beauty of the four was undeniable, especially He Shi and Nansun, who radiated allure wherever they went. In a corner, a heavily made-up woman in a striking red couture gown suddenly brightened upon seeing He Shi, only to darken again upon noticing Nansun at his side. "What are you looking at, Xiaoqing?" asked Yi Tong, who had approached her friend, equally adorned in formal attire, with a puzzled expression. "Xiang Yuanci? Why is he here?" With that, Yi Tong hastened toward the group. Wu Qing took a deep breath, retrieved a compact from her bag, and ensured her appearance was flawless before raising her chin and walking over. However, with each step closer to the jovial gathering, her heart raced with anxiety. Ever since their encounter outside the Jinfu Tiandi, she had sought opportunities to inadvertently run into He Shi, but alas, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Her inherent pride made her reluctant to accept defeat. Since she could not find him, she redirected her thoughts back to Xiang Yuanci. She, along with Yi Tong, had studied finance at university together. Although this individual has ventured into the entertainment industry, he remains the sole heir of the Xiong family, and the vast family estate will inevitably fall into his hands. The Xiong family is regarded as one of the most distinguished and affluent households in the city. Once she manages to ensnare Xiong Yuanci and marries into the family, her worries about sustenance will be completely alleviated. However, to her dismay, when she took advantage of Xiong Yuanci's inebriation and shed her garments, this straightforward man merely pushed her away and fled. This infuriated Wu Qing immensely. Since that fateful day, whenever Xiong Yuanci spots her, he takes a detour. Left with no choice, Wu Qing reluctantly abandons her pursuit of this prize catch. Indeed, upon catching sight of her approaching figure, Xiong Yuanci's brows furrowed deeply. Thanks to Yi Tong's presence beside him, he managed to suppress his irritation. Nevertheless, Wu Qing's gaze lingered uncontrollably on He Shi's exquisite visage. Such a remarkable man left her feeling utterly discontented. Suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon her, causing the exposed skin of Wu Qing to prickle with unease. She glanced upward and found herself face to face with the stunning woman nestled beside He Shi. Tall and possessing an ethereal grace, her presence rivaled that of the man beside her. Meeting the woman's enigmatic smile, Wu Qing, who had always prided herself on her self-assurance, inexplicably felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. Chapter 53. The Materialistic Woman and Her Exceptional Appraisal Skills. Greetings, everyone. My name is Yi Tong, and this is Wu Qing. We are university classmates of Xiong Yuanci. Typically carefree, Yi Tong sensed the peculiar atmosphere and could not help but introduce herself. Upon approaching, she realized that the man accompanying Xiong Yuanci was none other than the extraordinary individual she had encountered beneath the Jinfu Tiandi a few days prior. Moreover, he was with a stunningly beautiful girlfriend, whose allure surpassed even that of television stars in Yi Tong's eyes. Unable to resist stealing glances, she inadvertently amused Nan Sun, who noted the girl's personality bore a striking resemblance to Annie's and greeted her warmly. Xiong Yuanci smiled at Yi Tong, saying, "This is brother He and sister-in-law. They're about to hold their wedding. You can just follow along and call them accordingly." Yi Tong cheerfully replied, "Absolutely. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful, like a fairy. Perfectly matched with brother He." "Oh dear, little Yi has learned to flatter." "Not all. I am merely speaking the truth." As the conversation grew increasingly lively, Wu Qing's expression darkened, feeling increasingly overlooked, though none of the others seemed to notice. It was unnecessary for Deng Wenyao to elaborate. His past romantic entanglements could encircle the city, and his tea appraisal skills were formidable. He easily discerned the woman's intentions with a mere glance. As for He Shi, aside from Nan Sun, he wouldn't fixate his gaze on any other woman. Since the arrival of Yi Tong and Wu Qing, he appeared completely out of sorts, intermittently attending to work matters on his phone with Li Tong. Wu Qing's eyes reddened with indignation, nearly exploding with frustration. Just as she was about to urge Yi Tong to leave, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. Her eyes lit up as if she had seized a lifeline, and she hurriedly lifted her skirt to rush over. "Hubby!" Her voice was exaggeratedly melodramatic and resonantly loud, capturing the attention of most present. Xiong Yuanci's jaw dropped as she covered her ears, utterly taken aback. She thought to herself, what did she just hear? Hubby? Surely, this was not her father? Xiong Yuanci squinted at the man holding Wu Qing, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. He was portly and balding, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s at the very least. Yi Tong felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure of how to address her friend's situation. Meanwhile, Deng Wenyao cast a disdainful glance at his cousin, thinking it absurd that he, who mingled in the entertainment industry, would be flustered by such a trivial scene. Was it not commonplace for a materialistic woman to find a wealthy benefactor? At that moment, Wu Qing had already linked her arm with a man's. Her slender figure often conveyed an impression of fragility. Leaning against Zheng Yuanhua, she ignited his protective instincts. This feeling of being relied upon was immensely comforting to Zheng Yuanhua. After exchanging a few quiet words, they approached the group together. Allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, the CEO of Zhuoran Construction. We are set to hold our wedding next month. Wu Qing beamed with joy and was about to encourage Zheng Yuanhua to say a few words when she noticed him gazing blankly at Nan's son. Her smile faltered, and she pinched his arm sharply. Zheng Yuanhua suddenly regained his senses. Indeed, we are about to wed. Xiaoqing's friends are my friends, and we shall extend a warm welcome to everyone. Just as he was about to steal another glance at Nanxuan, he was met with He Shi's icy, penetrating gaze. Startled, he instinctively shrank his shoulders, an utterly pathetic sight that ignited Wu Qing's fury. She struggled to contain her rising anger. We are here today to capture the exquisite phoenix embroidered wedding gown, which shall serve as my bridal attire. It is said to be the final masterpiece of the renowned Su embroidery master, Madame Elan, crafted painstakingly over 3 years with the help of 32 skilled embroiderers. A singular creation in this world, accompanied by a matching phoenix crown and veil, adorned with 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, with intricate silk and gold threads. Its value is nothing short of astronomical. All of this must be worth at least several tens of millions, I presume. Upon hearing you mention marriage, are you here today with that in mind? I advise you to reconsider, as the highest bidder shall prevail. Wu Qing deliberately showcased her 5-carat diamond ring, casting a triumphant glance at Nanxuan's unadorned ring finger. Well, the Maybach, it seems he cannot even afford a mere diamond ring. Perhaps all his funds were spent on that extravagant vehicle. Otherwise, who would reside in Jinfusion? The wedding will likely be held at the newly opened 8-star hotel, and you are welcome to attend. Upon finishing her speech, silence enveloped the group. Even Yi Tong wore a frown. She had always perceived her friend as a tad pragmatic, yet fundamentally kind-hearted. However, today's confrontational tone and incessant display of superiority left her feeling quite uncomfortable. An eerie stillness hung in the air for a moment. He Shi, having just withdrawn his attention from his phone, coldly remarked, "I'm not available." Nanxuan suddenly broke into laughter. "My apologies. We are quite busy, so we shall forego your invitation, given our unfamiliarity. And you are correct, the highest bidder shall win. So I wish you the best of luck." With that, she took He Shi's hand and left first, followed closely by Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi, both beaming with smiles. After a brief silence, Yi Tong too decided to follow suit. Wu Qing remained rooted to the spot, her face a deep shade of anger. When Zheng Yuanhua glanced her way, she reverted to her previous demeanor of fragility. Sorry, darling. I was just feeling upset. I consider them friends, but they... And with that, tears began to flow. Her tear-streaked visage shattered Zheng Yuanhua's heart. He quickly enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly assuring, "It's all right. I'm here. Darling, you must buy that wedding gown for me, or else I truly sob. Rest assured, my dear, do not cry." This peculiar interlude did not dampen the spirits of He Shi and the others as they continued their leisurely stroll, though Yi Tong felt somewhat dejected. After all, they had shared 4 years of university friendship, and discovering this unfamiliar facet of her friend inevitably brought disappointment. Fortunately, Xiang Yuanxi, adept at lightening the mood, was present. He Shi ambled behind with Nanxuan, observing their banter with a smile. He held little interest in the myriad of jars and bottles, for he was utterly ignorant of the art of antique appraisal. Yet at that moment, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. Ding! A genuine antique has been detected in proximity to the host, bestowing an elite appraisal ability. He blinked in astonishment as the scene before him began to transform dramatically. The various porcelain and jade artifacts displayed on the counters and stalls, which might appear commonplace to the untrained eye, were enveloped in ethereal mist in He Shi's perception. There were wisps of white and black, and some even shimmered with golden threads, though such instances were exceedingly rare. He Shi approached the nearest stall and tentatively lifted a teacup shrouded in white mist. Instantly, 2 lines of blue text materialized before his eyes. Ming and Qing Dynasty Imperial Kiln. Blue and white entwined branch teacup quality. Average value, approximately 180,000. Upon reading, He Shi's pupils constricted. This ability was extraordinary. Chapter 54. From 1,000 to 200,000 boss. How much for this teacup? He Shi inquired, suppressing the delight in his eyes as he addressed the man seated behind the small stall. Qian Peng glanced up at the young man before him. recognizing yet another curious young master. Today, he had encountered at least 8 such individuals, each time waxing lyrical only to depart after inquiring about the price. The thought of it filled Qian Peng with a bubbling frustration, prompting him to utter, 1,000 yuan, no bargaining. Please move along. I have other customers to attend to. All right, please wrap it up for me. Oh, what? Qian Peng was momentarily taken aback, questioning his hearing. He widened his eyes and reiterated, Dear guest, that's 1,000, not 100. He sure remained silent, merely pushing the teacup further towards him. Hurry, I am pressed for time. With a resigned sigh, Qian Peng hastily fumbled for a box to contain the cup. It wasn't until the notification sound of a successful transaction chimed on his phone that the reality of the situation began to sink in. Watching He Shi's departing figure along with the envious gazes from his neighbors, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. I sold a mere teacup for 1,000. Qian Peng's plump face flushed with excitement. It seemed he would indulge in an extra 2 pig trotters for dinner tonight. Brother He, what kind of cup is this? I doubt it's worth even 100. Deng Wenyo exclaimed, examining the palm-sized object as he scrutinized it from various angles, unable to discern anything remarkable. Seeing his genuine curiosity, He explained, this is an authentic piece from the Ming and Qing imperial kills. It's worth at least that price. Deng Wenyo gaped at He's finger pointing at the cup. Is that true? Brother He, do you also have an eye for antiques? He felt a twinge of embarrassment at admitting his newfound knowledge and simply nodded to deflect. All of Deng Wenyo's attention was now fixated on the teacup, with both Xiang Yuanxi and Yi Tong also drawn in by curiosity. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a traditional gown strode purposefully towards them, halting abruptly before the trio. Despite his 70-plus years, his beard was white, yet his spirit remained vigorous. Accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. The old man's eyes sparkled with vitality, now fixated on the teacup in Deng Wenyo's hand. Young man, where did you acquire this teacup? Are you considering parting with it? The sudden inquiry caught the attention of He and the others. Deng Wenyo, taken aback, turned to respond, this belongs to my brother He. You'll need to ask him. The elder recognized the item? He drew Nanchuan closer to the group. Li Jingyi, upon hearing this, regarded the speaker with a glint of admiration in his eyes. What a handsome and impressive young man. Might I ask if the young brother would allow this old man to hold it for a moment? Of course. He gestured towards Deng Wenyo, encouraging him to comply. Li Jingyi retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapping it around the porcelain cup before carefully inspecting it. The surrounding crowd instinctively lowered their voices. After a prolonged pause, Li Jingyi suddenly exclaimed, this is undoubtedly genuine. Just look at the intricate floral patterns. They are clear and remarkably well preserved. In my household, there exists a similar piece. And for many years, I have yearned to find another to pair with it. To my astonishment, upon arriving in this city today, fate has favored me with an encounter. As I spoke, I couldn't help but notice the envious expressions on the faces of passers-by who had been observing them discreetly. Those who chance upon such treasures here are rare, and most are merely fortunate. Judging by the young man's appearance, it must be his first visit, and yet he has stumbled upon such a remarkable bargain. Young man, I wonder if you are willing to part with that tea bowl? I am prepared to offer 100,000. An avid collector immediately stepped forward. He smirked slightly. Sir, my blue and white tea bowl is of at least moderate quality. Is it fair to expect to acquire it for merely 100,000? The man's face flushed. He had not anticipated encountering someone so knowledgeable. Li Jingyi let out a hearty laugh, chiming in indeed. Young man, why not sell it to me instead? It would perfectly complement the one I have at home. I am willing to offer 200,000. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Qian Peng, who had just purchased pig trotters and was passing by, was left utterly bewildered. Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi exchanged glances filled with admiration for He Shi. Turning 1,000 into 200,000 was indeed impressive. Even the previously quiet Nanchuan gazed at her partner with sparkling eyes. He felt a warmth in his heart and subtly tightened his grip on his wife's hand. He then addressed Li Jingyi. Your generosity is commendable, sir, but I cannot take advantage of you. Seeing your genuine interest, I am willing to facilitate this transaction at 150,000. Li Jingyi paused momentarily, his smile broadening, and his impression of He Shi grew even more favorable. Though he appeared to be in his early 20s, he exuded maturity, wisdom, and open-mindedness that suggested he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. It seemed that he was indeed growing old. Having not ventured out in a long time, he was surprised to discover how exceptional the youth of today had become. "Very well, I shall shamelessly accept your offer, but I would also like to befriend you, young man," Li Jingyi remarked, gesturing to a middle-aged man behind him, who promptly presented a simple business card with black text on a white background to He Shi. "My surname is Li. When you come to Yinqing, do be sure to contact me." He Shi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Certainly." Ultimately, the two parties exchanged money and goods, leaving everyone satisfied. Only Qian Peng, squatting in a corner, bore a regretful expression on his round face. Upon returning to the private room, Deng Wenyo immediately approached He Shi. "Brother He, that old man seemed somewhat familiar. Do you know him?" He Shi tossed the business card to him. "Li Jingyi. How many others named Li Jingyi could there be in Yinqing?" Deng Wenyo was genuinely taken aback. That was a figure from the royal court. Even in retirement, the Li family's prominence in Yinqing was firmly established at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. He had not expected such a significant individual to suddenly appear in this city, and astonishingly, there had been no prior announcement. After pondering the implications, Deng Wenyo ultimately decided to keep this revelation to himself. Li Lao evidently wished to keep his itinerary shrouded in secrecy. Should he recklessly disclose it to his family, not only might he incur the displeasure of the powerful, but it could also jeopardize He Ge. At that moment, while feeding his wife, He Shi cast a fleeting glance at this indulgent companion, realizing that beneath his hedonistic exterior there resided a modicum of intelligence. The return of the group was impeccably timed. Within a mere 5 minutes, the highly anticipated Paisi de assistance was ceremoniously presented upon the stage by the attendants. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and both Nansun and He Shi were utterly captivated. Before them stood a magnificent, traditional wedding gown in striking crimson. It comprised an array of garments including a horse-faced skirt, a round-collared robe, and an outer garment with wide sleeves, all adorned with a flowing veil. The round-collared robe and wide-sleeve garment were resplendent in vivid red, embellished with hand-embroidered phoenixes and floral motifs, crafted from the finest silk threads, save for the gilded accents. Under the illumination, the fabric shimmered like rippling water, dazzling the onlookers. In contrast, the horse-faced skirt and veil were of an exquisite icy blue hue, intricately embroidered with red phoenix tail feathers and gold-threaded cloud patterns, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Furthermore, the ensemble was crowned with a dazzling phoenix headdress, encrusted with over 100 gemstones, not to mention the accompanying phoenix hairpin and tassel, which alone featured thousands of pearls strung together. The unveiling of this exquisite treasure elicited a chorus of gasps throughout the auction hall. Chapter 55. The exquisite phoenix crown and bridal attire captivates all in the private room number 8 on the second floor. Wu Qing sat upright in a surge of excitement, her fingertips tightly gripping Zheng Yuanhua's arm. She gazed at the breathtaking phoenix crown and bridal attire on display, her eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. The thought of donning this unique wedding gown on her special day filled her with delight, envisioning the astonished expressions of those who once looked down upon her. As the auctioneer downstairs concluded his introduction of this highly coveted item, the bidding commenced with a starting price of 10 million, with increments no less than 100,000. The moment the auctioneer's words echoed through the hall, a cacophony of bids erupted. 11 million, 12 million, 15 million. Wu Qing's expression darkened. Wasn't it agreed that the increments would be 100,000? Were these people out of their minds? She quickly glanced at the man beside her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zheng Yuanhua comfortingly patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my dear. I will ensure we secure it." For this auction, he had prepared several tens of millions in advance. Wu Qing smiled brightly. "Thank you, darling." The bidding continued, and within a short span, the price soared to 20 million. Yet the bidders showed no sign of retreat. Zheng Yuanhua's demeanor grew increasingly serious. 25 million. A guest from room number 10 called out. Wu Qing anxiously grasped her husband's hand. "Darling, Zheng Yuanhua picked up the remote control beside him, gritted his teeth, and pressed a series of numbers. The auctioneer immediately called out excitedly, 30 million. The guest from room number 8 bids 30 million. Wu Qing leapt into Zheng Yuanhua's embrace. You're amazing, darling. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived as the auctioneer shouted again. 50 million. The guest from room 3 on the 3rd floor bids 50 million. Wu Qing sat frozen, her mouth agape in shock. She turned to Zheng Yuanhua, her eyes filled with hope, but he simply shook his head. 30 million was already his limit. No amount of wealth could justify risking his entire fortune for a dress to be worn just once. Her face turned pale as she lowered her head, realizing there was no room for negotiation. A sense of frustration welled within her as her long nails dug into her delicate palm. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Nansun sat beside He Shi, calmly enjoying her fruit. She harbored no concerns about winning the bid for the bridal gown. Indeed, as the auctioneer reiterated the price, He Shi swiftly picked up the remote control. 100 million. A guest from room number 1 bid an astonishing 100 million, the highest bid of the day. Are there any further bids? Moments later, room 3 raised the bid by 10 million. In response, He Shi escalated the price to 200 million. The room erupted in astonishment, and room 3 cautiously increased their bid by another 10 million. At that moment, the atmosphere of the auction had reached its zenith. He Shi raised an eyebrow, weary of wasting time, and boldly bid 500 million. As this staggering figure illuminated the big screen, the 3rd private room fell into an astonished silence. Yet, He Shi remained unfazed, knowing that the auction vouchers were subsidized by the system and could not be redeemed for cash. Even with 500 million thrown into the fray, a substantial portion would ultimately return to his pockets. Meanwhile, the attendees of the auction were left astounded by the lavish display from the 1st private room. Many began to discreetly inquire about the identities of the guests within, including Wu Qing and Zheng Yuanhua. Thus, when the auctioneer announced the conclusion of the day's event, they did not leave immediately, but instead lingered in the corner of the 2nd floor, waiting quietly. Finally, the wooden door swung open. Upon seeing those familiar figures emerge from the 1st private room, Wu Qing, in her towering heels, stumbled against the railing, her face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. It couldn't be. How could they possess such wealth? 500 million, all for a wedding dress? She pulled aside a passing staff member, demanding, Are they the guests from the 1st private room? Are you certain? Coincidentally, this staff member was the very one who had assisted He Shi earlier. Noticing the woman's frantic demeanor, he replied, You mean Director He? They were indeed in the 1st private room. Director He? She echoed, astonished. Yes. He is the 2nd shareholder of Huachin Auctions, though I've heard he owns more than one company. I can't verify the truth of that. Regardless, he nonchalantly produced that 500 million. A colleague nearby chimed in, It must be true. Director He's verified profile states he is the chairman of Xingqian Liuxing. Wu Qing could no longer discern their voices, her cheeks flushed with humiliation, feeling as though she were a stripped clown. Just an hour ago, she had confidently proclaimed her intentions to secure that embroidered wedding gown as her bridal attire. Those people must be laughing at her audacity. The more she pondered, the more acutely she felt her embarrassment. In stark contrast, Zheng Yuanhua's reaction was entirely different. Darling, didn't you say you were friends with him? You should cultivate that relationship. That is 500 million. He has never seen such a sum in his life. Wu Qing clenched her fists tightly, fearing she might lose her composure and strike him. Cultivate a relationship? Now, all she wished for was to never encounter them again. After He Shi and his companions exited the private room, they did not depart immediately, following a sudden enhancement in his antiquities appraisal ability from the system. He Shi could confirm that the antiquities enveloped in white mist were genuine. However, he had to verify those shrouded in black mist and golden threads. This presented a fortuitous opportunity he was reluctant to forego. Unfortunately, his previous dealings with Li Jingyi had drawn considerable attention, making a personal visit to the trading hall too conspicuous. Thus, He Shi discreetly relayed the booth information he had noted down to Sun Wang, instructing him to arrange for someone to go. In the lounge, Mr. He, the antiques you instructed to procure have been successfully acquired. Shall I proceed to bring them in now? He sure raised his hand slightly, prompting the staff to swiftly carry several large boxes inside. Sun Guang was perplexed by the new director's decision to simultaneously purchase multiple stalls. To him, some of the items appeared nothing more than mere junk. However, he would never dare to voice such thoughts. He sure, unaware of his new subordinate's sentiments, feigned a discerning selection for a while, before finally grasping a scholar's stone enveloped in a dark mist. Slowly, blue characters emerged. Qing Dynasty. Magpie perched on plum scholar's stone. Quality. Inferior. Value. Approximately 20,000. He then picked up a porcelain vase entwined with golden threads. Qing Dynasty. Famille Rose porcelain heart vase. Quality. Superior. Value. Approximately 30 million. He sure raised his eyebrows. It seemed that whether cloaked in white mist, black mist, or golden threads, all represented authentic artifacts, albeit with varying values. Recognizing such a lucrative opportunity, a merchant steeped in commerce would undoubtedly seize it. Consequently, he sure arranged for several more groups to acquire all the stalls boasting a greater number of genuine items. After a few days of professional appraisal, these authentic treasures were promptly placed in Huachin auction, yielding a substantial profit thereafter. Chapter 56. A rear-end collision? Seizing the opportunity to complain to my wife, heavens. Is this wedding dress truly worth 500 million? In the grand living room of the He family, Qilin stood before the phoenix-embroidered wedding gown, her eyes wide with astonishment. He sure helplessly rubbed his forehead. Mom, you've already asked at least 3 times. Qilin pouted. Am I not justified in my surprise? She recognized her son's capabilities, yet she had not anticipated such remarkable prowess. As she circled the dress, nodding in agreement, she remarked, "This exquisite craftsmanship indeed holds its value. The gold thread embroidery will appreciate over time. Naturally, only such a gown is worthy of my beautiful daughter-in-law." Seated quietly beside them, Nansun's lips curled into a delightful smile upon hearing her mother-in-law's approval of the gown's price. She felt a sense of relief, not wishing for a wedding to disrupt the family's harmony. "Has Xiaoxuan tried it on yet? Should we see how it looks?" He sure shook his head. "Not yet. This gown is too intricate for us to wear incorrectly. In a couple of days, we will visit Jilly to try on wedding dresses. We can make any necessary alterations then." Upon hearing her son, Qilin did not press further, knowing they would soon have the opportunity to see it. He sure glanced at Li Tong, who had been waiting by the door, and said, "All right, I must head to work. I have several important meetings this afternoon, and I may not return for dinner." The headquarters was still under construction, and He Shi's workplace remained at Wanjia. Presently, he was focused on developing key enterprises like Wanjia Investment, Nanshi Investment, Xingqianli Rentals, Nanshi Hotel, Shangkong Pharmaceuticals, and Qiji Building. He sure intended to merge these companies into Nanshi Group as wholly owned subsidiaries. Consequently, he had been preoccupied with equity contributions. Aware of her husband's hard work, Nansun was determined not to lag behind. Thoughtfully, she accompanied him to the elevator, and, while Li Tong was momentarily distracted, she placed a gentle kiss on his lips before skipping back home. He sure touched his lips, a smile blooming across his face. With his wife's encouragement, he felt invigorated. Noticing his assistant's curious gaze, he sure cleared his throat and shifted to business matters. "What time are the flights for the first and second brothers tonight?" After a month-long business trip, their journey was finally coming to an end. Having finalized the collaboration details with the last company that day, they eagerly booked their flights. He sure naturally intended to host a welcoming dinner for his 2 close friends. Thanks to their recent efforts and the influence of 6 prominent investors, Nanshi Investment's reputation in the investment realm had risen to rival that of Wanjia. This fledgling company had astonishingly evolved into a formidable entity in just over a month, with nearly 100 affiliated companies under its banner, a feat that surprised everyone. Li Tong anticipated his boss's inquiry and promptly replied, "The flight to Yinqing departs at 7 this evening, while the one to Pengqing is a bit later at 7:30. All right, give Rensheng a call and ask him to prepare a feast for tonight." Understood. Before closing the car door, he sure glanced at his watch, noting that there was still time. "Let's make a trip to the old city first and check on the progress of Ho Jian's project." In order to expedite the completion of the headquarters, Miracle Construction has suspended all other operations. Based on the earlier report from Ho Jian, it is estimated that the project will be finished within the planned time frame. While He Shi was lost in thought, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently. With a loud crash, the otherwise smoothly running Maybach came to an abrupt halt. "Mr. He, are you all right?" Li Tong turned back to the rear seat, his voice laced with concern. He Shi shook his head, gradually regaining clarity after the disorienting shock. "Mifine." Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, Li Tong added, "It seems someone has rear-ended us. I'll go take a look." He Shi nodded and followed suit as they both exited the car. Before them stood a gray van, its front crumpled from the impact, having collided with the rear of their vehicle. The driver, a man in his 30s, was clutching his bloodied forehead, standing nervously nearby. Not far off, a woman cradled a child, equally shaken by the incident. He Shi furrowed his brow and whispered a few instructions to Li Tong before approaching the driver. He Shi, gazing at the impeccably dressed man, radiating authority, felt his already pale complexion grow even more ashen from blood loss. He was a truck driver, the sole breadwinner for his family, barely scraping by on his meager wages. Since leaving home that morning, he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling. Sure enough, halfway through his deliveries, his wife had frantically called, saying their daughter, Tian, had developed a high fever. As a premature baby, Tian had always faced health challenges, and fever was a frequent occurrence. However, after he rushed home to administer medication and cooling measures, his daughter's fever persisted, even leading to convulsions. This sent He Shi into a panic, and he and his wife hurriedly packed a few essentials and raced to the hospital. Exhausted from work and mentally strained, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Finally, the worst had transpired. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle before him, He Shi felt as though the sky was collapsing. He had heard that affluent individuals were often meticulous about compensation. If he were to be faced with a demand for tens of thousands in damages, his family would be left destitute. The thought sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and his lips trembled uncontrollably, the apology lodged in his throat. In a moment of desperation, he nearly dropped to his knees. This startled He Shi. Firmly grasping the man before him, he regarded him with disapproval. Why resort to kneeling over such a trivial matter? There is no significant damage to the vehicle, and you need not compensate for it. Is your child unwell? I have already instructed my assistant to call an ambulance. It will arrive shortly, and your injuries can be treated at the hospital. He Shi stood frozen, astonished by the revelation that he truly did not need to pay for damages. He sure seemed to perceive his thoughts and reassured him. Indeed, you need not worry. I see that your vehicle requires repairs as well. I will arrange for it to be towed along. With that, tears welled in He Ji's eyes. The transition from despair to relief was instantaneous. Thank you. Thank you. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. His wife, still holding the child, approached and bowed repeatedly to He Shi in appreciation. Detected a benevolent host, receiving the most sincere and genuine gratitude. A subsidy for a suburban farm was granted. He Shi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this to trigger the subsidy conditions. Observing the couple's faded clothing, he pondered and inquired, "What is the character of this couple?" The mechanical voice hesitated. Clearly this question fell outside its service parameters. After a prolonged pause, it finally articulated two words: acceptable. He Shi stifled a smile and then turned to He Shi. "What is your current monthly salary?" He Shi exchanged glances with his wife and candidly replied, "I transport goods for others, earning as much as 6,000 at times, and as little as 4,000 at others." He Shi nodded. "I am in need of a driver, and my household requires a cooking handy. If you both are willing, you may come and give it a try, with each earning 15,000 a month." This. He Shi never anticipated that he would one day be struck by such a windfall, his excitement rendering him speechless. "We are willing. Of course we are. All right. My surname is He. Here is my business card. Once your child recovers, you may commence work. Assistantly, shortly you will accompany me to the hospital and settle the medical expenses." Li Tong glanced at his slightly swollen wrist, hesitating. "Then you just have Xuan come and pick you up." It's a perfect opportunity to share the plight with his wife. Sensing his thoughts, Li Tong replied, "Fine, as long as you are happy." Chapter 57. The chairman's wife arrives, shaking the entire company. Darling, are you all right? Nan Sun abruptly halted the vehicle and leapt into her husband's embrace, her cool, clear eyes brimming with concern. Initially, she had intended to play the victim to gain some benefits from He Shi, but her heart softened at the sight of him. Repeatedly raising her hands to assure him of her safety and rolling up her sleeves to prove her well-being, only then did she find solace. What about the driver responsible for the incident? She inquired about the well-being of the family involved and insistently. He Shi shook his head and recounted the events that had just transpired, including the fact that he had invited the couple to work at their home. Nan Sun fell silent for a moment. Although she understood that the driver had not acted with malice, she still felt a twinge of discomfort. Nonetheless, her trust in her husband was unwavering. He had invited those individuals into their lives, and she was confident in their character. Thus, she held no reservations. Whatever you decide is fine. After all, my husband is now a prominent figure, and hiring a dedicated driver is indeed necessary. He Shi affectionately pinched her playful nose. A cooking aunt is also essential. Once we move to the sandalwood garden, without her assistance, you and your mother will be overwhelmed with cleaning every day. Moreover, Dad's health has improved significantly. I was contemplating opening a fruit shop for them on Shanghai Street. What do you think? Absolutely. Nan Sun raised both hands in agreement. Little you and the others will be starting kindergarten in a couple of months. It would be wonderful for my parents to engage in activities they enjoy instead of simply retiring at home. Qi Lan and He Yuhai, though now grandparents, are still in their 40s. It wouldn't be fair to confine them to the house. That would only lead to restlessness. They should explore the world a little. Otherwise, they will feel a lack of belonging in the city. He Shi nodded, resolving to finalize the plan upon their return home. Now where to? Back to the company? Nan Sun glanced around. They were standing by the roadside, fortunate that the street was not bustling with pedestrians or vehicles. Otherwise, news of the van colliding with the Brabus would have spread like wildfire among the curious. She had initially intended to visit the old town, but time was of the essence. He Shi checked the time. Let us head to the company first. The boss and second-in-command will be back tonight. I had planned to pick you up for dinner, but this works out perfectly. As they conversed, they walked toward the parking area. Suddenly, He Shi's expression stiffened. Why are you driving this car? Nan Sun innocently scratched her cheek, glancing at the vibrant hue. I was in a hurry, so I just took any car. It's fine, I'll drive. Before long, a strikingly bright Barbie pink sports car made its appearance beneath the Wanjia office building. A number of passing employees curiously leaned in to catch a glimpse of the illustrious figure emerging from it. Sitting in the car, He Shi helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose, baffled by the decision he had made to order this vehicle during a flash sale. Get out! What are you waiting for? He Shi exclaimed, noticing the crowd outside had noticeably increased. He pulled Nan Sun into his arms and kissed her fervently until she could hardly catch her breath, only releasing her once she gasped for air. Long, slender fingers gently caressed those crimson lips, and the fiercely aggressive gaze rendered Nan Sun's body suddenly rigid, prompting her to flee from the vehicle. The security personnel and front desk staff in the lobby had already craned their necks in anticipation, when a goddess, whose beauty and figure could only be described as perfection, descended from the car. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Subsequently, upon noticing the usually stern and austere Mr. He following closely behind, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Mr. He hastened a few steps, clasping his wife's hand in his palm, and together they entered through the grand entrance. Good day, Mr. He. Good day, Mr. He. Mr. He nodded, but as he approached the front desk, he abruptly paused. This is my wife. Henceforth, there is no need for announcements. Simply escort her upstairs. His words sent ripples of shock throughout the room. The front desk girls, who were typically composed and orderly, momentarily stood in disbelief before promptly nodding. Understood, Mr. He. They then respectfully added, Good day, Mrs. He. Nan Sun smiled and waved her hand at them. Thank you. Nan Sun. You can simply call me by my name, Mrs. He feels rather awkward. It wasn't until the couple's figures faded from sight that the front desk and lobby staff excitedly huddled together. Wow, a fairy. How could such a stunning person exist? They are such a perfect match. Did you see the affection in Mr. He's gaze? And he introduced her as his wife, which means they are already married. Am I the only one who finds the name of the chairman's wife oddly familiar? What? Nan Sun. Isn't she the protagonist of that sensational proposal that captivated the entire city just a few days ago? My goodness, could it be a mere coincidence? I believe it is indeed a coincidence. Did you notice the rings they wore? They're from Harry Winston, and wasn't that proposal staged right at the entrance? Oh my, the case is cracked. Thus, within the span of a single cup of coffee, news of a chairman's wife gracing the company spread across all departments. The identity of Nan Sun, the leading lady of the proposal, was recounted with fervor and embellishment. This group of individuals, regardless of the truth, reveled in gossip as much as they could. Coupled with the earlier news of Mr. He welcoming triplets, a romantic narrative had been woven into a full-fledged novel within just a few hours. Some even formed fan groups dedicated to the couple. Numerous members of the management, eager to catch a glimpse of the boss's wife, seized the opportunity to visit the 20th floor. Among them was the finance manager, Feng Hua, who had previously contemplated introducing her niece to Mr. He, only to have her plans thwarted by the general manager, George Bin. Not being able to witness the chairman's wife in person left her feeling somewhat unsettled. The 10-centimeter heels echoed sharply against the marble floor. Clad in black stockings and professional attire, Feng Hua confidently knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Guoming. Upon hearing the voice, Feng Hua pushed the door open. Her gaze discreetly swept the room, yet she did not find the figure she yearned to see, leaving her feeling a bit disheartened. She forced herself to concentrate, completed her report, and turned to exit the office. Suddenly, a faint yet delightful fragrance wafted through the air. She lifted her gaze and beheld a woman with raven hair, crimson lips, and porcelain skin approaching slowly. A pang of realization struck Feng Hua's heart. With just a single glance, she understood that her niece had suffered a complete defeat. When Nan Sun noticed her standing there in a daze, she nodded in greeting before stepping through the door behind her. He Shi, who was on his way to a meeting, hurriedly took the cup from her hands, saying, "I told you, just let someone know what you wish to drink. There was no need for you to come yourself." Nan Sun sank her entire being into the luxurious black leather sofa, letting out a contented sigh. "I came to gather information, to see if you have been secretly indulging in clandestine affairs at the company. And the outcome? Well, I must conduct a more thorough investigation." He Shi nodded, casting an appreciative glance over her exquisite figure. "All right, when I return, I shall assist you in your investigation." Nan Sun's cheeks flushed, and she seized a nearby cushion, hurling it at him. "You rogue." Chapter 58. Gifting brothers with million-dollar mansions and luxury cars at 8 o'clock in the evening. At the Nanshi Grand Hotel, He Shi and Nan Sun were the first to arrive. Upon their arrival, they were escorted by the manager, Ren Sheng, to the exclusive 82nd floor. This level was adorned with contemporary decor featuring smooth, gleaming marble that reflected their silhouettes with clarity. Soon after, Li Tong arrived. He Shi glanced at his bandaged wrist and inquired with concern, "How's the injury? Do you need a couple of days off?" "It's nothing serious, just a slight twist." Li Tong rapplia dismissively. He Shi Yong and his wife had also settled in. Fortunately, their child received timely medical attention. But they would need to observe the situation for one more night. The couple assured that they would return to work the day after tomorrow. He Shi nodded, confident in Li Tong's capabilities. Half an hour later, the eldest and second brother finally made their entrance, unexpectedly accompanied by a friend. She was a gentle-looking young lady, the lobby manager, Showy, whom they had previously met at the Xinyuan farmhouse. He Shi raised an eyebrow at the sight of her hand intertwined with the eldest brother's, finding it quite surprising. The eldest brother was attentive, pulling out a chair for her, serving utensils, and pouring water, leaving He Shi and the others momentarily astonished. It was hard to believe that the same eldest brother who once dared to consume alcohol while taking antibiotics was now capable of such care. "Where's Cousin Chi? Why is he arriving later than us?" After everyone was seated, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and the second brother noted the absence of one individual. Just then, as if summoned by their conversation, Chi Jiang arrived, looking weary in his suit. "I've been swamped lately. The company has introduced new equipment and plans to launch a new leasing module," he said, gulping down a glass of water. "Moreover, ever since my parents came to Shen City, They've been incessantly pushing me to go on blind dates. It's quite overwhelming. On the previous return trip from Binhai City, Chi's parents had hesitated but ultimately decided to accompany him, wishing to care for their son and express concern over his romantic life. Initially intending to stay for just a few days, they ended up remaining longer as He Yuhai and Chi Lan settled in Shin City. Chi Jiang figured that his parents would have no one to connect with back in the county, so he had them stay. The eldest brother chuckled, "Well, why don't you just find someone then?" Chi Jiang shot him a look of exasperation. "I would if there were suitable candidates. I can't just grab someone off the street to date." After a moment of silence, He Shi suggested, "Why not live separately? Your stubbornness only increases with their involvement. Perhaps giving each other some space could lead to a revelation. I've purchased another building at CG Yunding. In due time, each of you can select a suite, and there will be cars parked in the Tongxiang Garden Garage for your choosing. Previously, I provided you with business sedans like Mercedes and BMWs. This time, you can each choose a sports car." Ever since he utilized 10 universal upgrade cards to elevate his top-tier investment skills to a divine level, it is uncertain whether it is a deliberate act by the system. But the items refreshed in the mall consist solely of a single upgrade card valued at 9 yuan and an array of luxurious sports cars. Not to mention the Gold Mansion. Even the garage at the Sandalwood Garden has nearly 20 vehicles parked. As He Shi's words echoed, apart from Li Tong, who remained relatively composed due to his character, the other three individuals felt compelled to kneel and call him father. "Old Three, you truly are my benefactor. I would gladly toil for you for a lifetime." He Shi chuckled and waved his hand toward the eldest. "All right, just focus on your work. Indeed, our collaborative efforts to strengthen the company would be the finest tribute to Old Three," the second one added, raising his glass. "No more words, brother. Cheers to you." Meanwhile, the ever-quiet Xiaoya was astonished by He Shi's generosity. Whether it be houses or cars, he nonchalantly offered them as gifts, and this was in the metropolis of Shanghai. A single apartment costs no less than several million, let alone the Four Seasons Cloud Top, which ranks among the top 5 neighborhoods in the city. And those sports cars. Mr. He is truly magnanimous towards his friends. She glanced at Nan Sun, who wore a smile that indicated her familiarity with such situations. And Xiaoya couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up. If it were her, no matter how generous, she could not permit a man to squander wealth so recklessly. This couple, without a doubt, is extraordinary. Xiaoya sighed softly, realizing why they could be such prominent figures while she remained in a life of servitude. "By the way, weren't we supposed to visit the farm tomorrow?" Xiaoya chimed in. "Count me in. The more, the merrier." "Huh?" Suddenly called upon. Xiaoya paused for a moment before comprehending. She turned to look at the eldest, who wore an expression of anticipation, and she nodded shyly. Nan Sun instantly beamed. "Great. Let's meet at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Don't be late." Chi Jiang raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. "Since the sister-in-law has spoken, we shall certainly be punctual." Having just disembarked from their flight, the eldest and second had not indulged excessively in alcohol to ensure a restful night for the two. Li Tong and Chi Jiang had driven and thus needed a designated driver to return. The remaining eldest, second, and Xiaoya initially intended to take a taxi, but Nan Sun insisted on driving them, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, apart from Xiaoya, the others resided in the Gold Mansion, making it quite convenient. "Hey, isn't that old for?" the second suddenly remarked as they exited the hotel. The eldest looked over, intrigued. Across the street stood a modest Chinese restaurant, not particularly costly, where they had gathered for meals in the past. At that moment, a slender man wearing glasses staggered out from within. It was indeed Old Four, and he appeared to be quite inebriated. The road was not particularly wide. Just as the eldest finished speaking, the man across the street glanced over. Seemingly recognizing their identities, he paused for a few seconds before lowering his head again. The second furrowed his brow. What does he mean by that? Isn't he wearing glasses? I'm not sure. Old Three and his partner are taking their time retrieving the car. Let us go see what's up, the eldest replied, pulling Xiaoya across the street. He approached Old Four and gently patted his shoulder. Are you here with colleagues? Dining together? Lao Si raised his head and gazed at him for a moment, then remarked, Oh, really? You all are having a gathering too? The man's cheeks flushed crimson, and a strong scent of alcohol wafted from him as he spoke. Have you had too much to drink? Shall I call a cab for you? Lao Si let out a derisive laugh. So what if I've had too much? As long as the boss is still here, how can I leave? Unlike you all, who have prospered to the point of dining in an 8-star hotel. It truly is enviable. His words rendered the atmosphere abruptly still. Lao Er's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? It was evident that he had made his own choices in the past, and now, when his circumstances were less than favorable, he had the audacity to blame them. Oh, it's nothing. But I must say, he sure really is quite capable. I heard you all have been trading stocks with him, and have made quite a fortune, haven't you? Such a lucrative opportunity. Shouldn't it be shared within our class group? You're still as selfish and arrogant as before. Lao Er was unsure where he had gleaned such information. But upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. Lauda, however, retorted sharply, if Lao San can make money, that's his skill. Why should he share it with you? What? Is our success a thorn in your side? If you're unsatisfied just doing it, stop whining. As his words echoed, not only did Lao Si's face turn ashen, but even Lao Er and Xiao Yu were left gaping in astonishment. Chapter 59, A Protective Wife. He Shi's happiness and unease when He Shi arrived with Nan Sun. He was greeted by a scene of palpable tension among several individuals. Curiously, he inquired, "What is the matter?" The second one scoffed. What else could it be? Someone's had too much vinegar and is feeling sour. He Shi cast a glance at the fourth sullen expression and immediately grasped the situation. However, he could not fathom from where this person derived the audacity to feel aggrieved. Even when his rapport with the fourth was merely cordial, he had treated him equally, wishing to invite him into the team. It was ultimately the fourth's reluctance to take risks that had led to his exclusion. Now, with his cryptic remarks, was he seeking some form of compensation? He sure found himself at a loss for words, feeling more bemused than ever in his life. He had never considered himself a saint. He reciprocated kindness with sincerity, just as he did with the others. Upon hearing that He Shi had started a company, they had left their previous jobs without hesitation to join him. Yet, the fourth only thought of himself, refusing to reflect on his own shortcomings after his failures, opting instead to blame others for not lending a hand. Sorry, but if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. He Shi coolly retorted, if you have something to say, do it in front of me. There's no need to take your frustrations out on others. Furthermore, the paths we choose are our own. With that, he beckoned the others to get into the car. For someone so self-righteous and bizarrely illogical, ignoring him was the greatest retaliation. Indeed, as they drove away, the fourth's face turned an ominous shade of anger. He clenched his fists tightly, vowing that one day he would have all of them under his heel, unbeknownst to He Shi and his companions. The fourth's inner turmoil was of no concern to them. Even if they were aware, they would find his adolescent outbursts laughable. Yet, after having spent 4 years together as roommates, an oppressive atmosphere lingered in the car. Ugh, how foolish was I to show concern for him, only to be met with such sarcasm. The eldest seethed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How did I not see him for what he truly is before? Clearly, we hadn't interacted enough. The second one crossed his arms and lamented. But how did he know we were trading stocks? The eldest paused, a look of regret crossing his face as he replied. He must have seen my posts on social media. In just over a month, they had made over $1 million in stock trading. An achievement too noteworthy for the eldest to keep to himself. I've caused trouble for the third one, though. He sure rolled his eyes at him. It's no secret that I'm guiding you all in stock trading. Those who need to know will know. It has nothing to do with you. The second one chimed in. Exactly. At the end of the day, it's still his character that's the issue. If you were to ask Xiao Yu, knowing we've made over $1 million in stocks, would she feel sour? The usually quiet Xiao Yu blinked in surprise before candidly replying, it is rather sour. The second one fell silent, while laughter erupted among the others. He sure smirked slightly. All right, whatever happens with him in the future is no longer our concern. We just need to look after ourselves. After all, there are plenty of people who don't like him. One less one team make a difference. After dropping Xiao Yu off at her home, they finally returned to Jean Fu Tiandi. After finishing his shower, he sure entered the study. He opened the flash sale app and, as expected, today's featured item was a sports car with only one upgrade card available. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. He sure promptly paid 9 yuan to place his order. With this upgrade card, he could finally enhance his skills. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade his personal space. The system's distinctive mechanical voice echoed. "Host, are you certain you wish to upgrade the space?" "Absolutely," He Shi replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Initially, the system had provided a mere 10 square meters of space. Surely, with these 10 upgrade cards, he could expand it tenfold. A flash of blue light swept before him, and the system announced, "Done." He Shi was taken aback. Was it that casual? He immediately focused on the small blue box in his mind. The once cramped space remained cluttered, with hardly any additional room. He Shi pressed his forehead, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Is this what you call an upgrade?" "Indeed," the system responded, its tone suggesting, "What issue do you have with that?" This was the first time He Shi felt the urge to curse. With 10 upgrade cards, this was all the space he was granted? The mechanical voice paused for a moment before replying. "Please use civilized language, host. Please continue to strive. Significant changes will occur after level 5. He Shi felt as if the system were rolling its eyes at him. Great, he had wasted his efforts. Had he known, he would have preferred to enhance his stock trading abilities. However, the system added, "As a reminder, with this upgrade, you now have access to top-tier planning functions." He Shi's eyes brightened, only for his expression to darken immediately. He pointed at a patch of soil in the corner of his space and asked, "You can't be suggesting I plant something in that tiny area, can you? This soil can significantly shorten the planting time. Please evaluate after use." He Shi was convinced that the system had become quite familiar with him. What special benefits does planting here provide? After all, one can cultivate anywhere. Yet the space suddenly offers this function, indicating it must possess unique qualities. Ding! Detecting that the host is about to undertake initial space planting. A miraculous seed has been provided. Perfect beauty seed. Effects: whiten skin, enhance beauty, delay aging. A white seed materialized in He Shi's palm. He scrutinized it, but found nothing extraordinary about it. How do I plant this? The host merely needs to place it in the soil within the space. He Shi promptly followed the instructions. As soon as the white seed touched the soil, it appeared to be fast-forwarded, taking root, sprouting, and bearing fruit. Ultimately, a cluster of small white berries emerged before him. They were about the size of grapes, yet they looked exquisite and translucent. Curious, He Shi cautiously plucked one and tasted it. It was sweet and slightly cool, quite delightful. He immediately resolved that regardless of its effects, each family member deserved one. Additionally, various miraculous seeds have been added to the flash sale app. The host may purchase them based on luck in the future. He Shi nodded, indicating his understanding. In the bedroom, Nanshuan, freshly bathed, lay on the bed engaging in playful antics with her pet, a small white creature. A deep green bug flitted around her fingertips before eventually making its way out along the windowsill. He Shi had long grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the little creatures his wife nurtured. However, recalling the events of the day regarding their fourth, he felt compelled to remind her, "Don't play too rough." Nanshuan responded with a dismissive hum, "Don't worry. It's just a little pain for him. If he speaks without thinking, he ought to face some consequences, right?" He Shi shook his head in resignation. Having such a protective wife filled him with both happiness and trepidation. He feared that one day, in a moment of whimsy, she might turn those quirky tactics against him, leaving him with nowhere to lament his plight. In a bid to safeguard his position as the head of the household, He Shi resolved to embark on a rigorous exercise regimen starting tomorrow. It was time to put an end to the reign of his wife's dominance, beginning with himself. Chapter 60, The Vast Farmland. Astonishing friends, as Xiang Yuanci returned to the community, carrying breakfast, he caught sight of a familiar figure from a distance. Approaching closer, he confirmed it was He Ge, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. He hurriedly greeted, "He Ge, out for a morning run?" Dressed in an all-black athletic ensemble, He Shi promptly halted his stride. With broad shoulders and a slender waist, his long, straight legs showcased a model's physique, which left Xiang Yuanci envious. "He Ge, how come you seem even more handsome?" He Shi chuckled and playfully pushed Xiang Yuanci's head aside, saying, "Stop it." After glancing at the buns in Xiang Yuanci's hand, he inquired, "Is that your breakfast?" Xiang Yuanci nodded, "Just something to tide me over. Living alone, I don't have many requirements." He Shi shook his head, observing Xiang Yuanxi's small face and height, which was comparable to Nan Sun's. No wonder, at 20, you still look like a child. Thus, after his workout, He Shi brought Xiang Yuanxi back home. Upon arrival, his mother-in-law had prepared breakfast. Nan Sun, familiar with Xiang Yuanxi, greeted him with a smile. Lan, always warm and welcoming, made the young man feel slightly bashful with her hospitality. 3 children were practicing phonetics with their grandfather on the balcony. Upon hearing someone enter, they curiously peered out. Xiang Yuanxi had heard about He Shi's triplets, but had yet to meet them. For a moment, all 4 stared wide-eyed at one another. This scene amused the adults of the He family. Nan Sun waved to her son. "What are the little fish doing? Bring your sisters out. Your uncle is here." "Mom," the 3 children exclaimed in unison as they rushed outside, calling out, "Uncle." This delighted Xiang Yuanxi, who, with his childlike temperament, soon found himself playing with the trio. The breakfast at the He household was lavish. To cater to everyone's taste, Lan rose early each day to prepare. For Xiang Yuanxi, who had left home for a month, the meal was immensely satisfying. He only rose to bid farewell as noon approached. He escorted him to the door, reminding him, "Once everyone is ready to leave, let your cousins know not to be late." Since they were going out for fun, the more, the merrier. Thus, He had not only invited the eldest, but also sent messages to his cousins. Nan Sun had also extended invitations to Annie, Yi Tong, and Zhang Yu. Xiang Yuanxi nodded eagerly. He was always enthusiastic about outings. In the afternoon, a rare lineup of luxury cars was parked at the entrance of the Jinfu Tianyi community, piquing the curiosity of its residents. Even the sales manager, Feng Yue, was intrigued. Upon learning that these were He Shi's friends, his astonishment faded. In his mind, with Mr. He's capabilities, befriending the city's richest was hardly surprising. The He family traveled in their minivan, while the Qi Jiang family took one. The eldest also had a vehicle. The second, Li Tong and Annie shared another, Xiang Yuanxi and Yi Tong another, and finally, Deng Wenyo and Zhang Yu shared one. A convoy of 6 luxury vehicles traversed the bustling urban district before making their way to the outskirts. After a bumpy journey lasting over an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon entering through the wooden gate, a verdant grove greeted them, intertwined with a winding path. The farm was managed by a couple in their 50s, the Wangs, who had been awaiting their arrival since early morning. It was also He Shi's first visit, and under the guidance of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, the group meandered through the thicket. Before them lay a picturesque array of exquisite wooden cabins, with an endless expanse of lush green pastures stretching into the distance. He was taken aback by the size of the farm subsidized by the system. He found himself momentarily speechless. Even the seasoned scions of prestigious families, Deng Wenyo, Xiang Yuanxi, and Zhang Yu, were left agape, though their families were among the elite in the city. Possessing grand estates and opulent homes, they had never encountered a farm of such magnitude. They had assumed that their excursion to the farm would entail a modest homestead. Observing their astonishment, the eldest among them smiled slightly, teasing, "What? Are you all overwhelmed already? Your brother He's enterprises extend far beyond this mere farm. This is merely the tip of the iceberg." Deng Wenyo, intrigued, inquired, "What other ventures does brother He possess? Please enlighten us." The term brother brought a gleam of delight to the eldest, who immediately embraced the younger ones and began to elaborate on He Shi's ventures. Amidst the intermittent gasps of surprise from the group, He Shi shook his head, bemused. What was there to boast about regarding such modest accomplishments? One day, when he becomes a titan capable of shaking the business world with a mere stamp of his foot, then they may be astonished. Meanwhile, Nan Sun cast a knowing glance at her husband, aware that he must be secretly reveling in this moment. "All right, don't get too carried away. Let us help Mom and Dad bring the things inside," she admonished, her husband maintaining a facade of solemnity despite his inner delight. Their youngest, a little fish, was particularly fond of him, and Nan Sun worried that their son might pick up his father's pretentiousness. After He exchanged a charming smile with his wife and settled their belongings, he finally turned his attention to the surroundings. Such a vast farm could not possibly be managed solely by Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. It was equipped with all necessary facilities and employed numerous staff members. There were greenhouses, orchards, fish ponds, and various livestock enclosures. While chickens, ducks, and geese were expected, he sure was particularly intrigued by the dairy cows and horses. Thus, after changing into appropriate attire, the group of young adults, accompanied by 3 children, made their way to the dairy farm, while Lan and several elders opted to explore the greenhouses and orchards. At the dairy farm, they were greeted by professional milkers who promptly demonstrated the milking process, providing detailed explanations of the nuances involved in manual milking. Due to modern milking machines, manual milking had become a rarity, yet remained a delightful and fulfilling endeavor. Nansun nodded in agreement. After observing for so long, she found herself eager to participate. In the end, she, along with Annie and Yitong, eagerly engaged in the activity, and even the 3 children bravely approached. However, several grown men remained standing there, furrowing their brows. "Come on, dear. Join us. It's quite entertaining. Indeed, don't be shy. Hurry over." The elder ones exchanged glances and, after a moment of hesitation, eventually made their way over. Only He Shi stood rooted to the spot, motionless. Nansun noticed him and quickly rushed over. "What's the matter, dear? Weren't you the one most eager to see the cows?" He Shi's expression stiffened. He genuinely only wanted to see them. Little did he know he would have to participate. In an instant, Nansun grasped his thoughts. She smiled as she leaned closer to his chest, whispering softly, "I'm sorry, okay?" The unique fragrance of his body wafted gently through the air, teasing He Shi's senses. His throat moved slightly, and he finally lowered his voice to utter a few words that drifted into Nansun's ears. His tone seemed tinged with a hint of grievance. Yet Nansun's cheeks flushed crimson like ripe apples. Until dinner was served, her mind was consumed by the thought of him merely wanting to touch his wife. Chapter 61. The first encounter with the triplets and the appearance of Uncle Superman dinner was prepared by Lan and Zhang's mother, along with several young ladies. The vegetables were freshly picked from the greenhouse in the afternoon, and the meat came from the farm's poultry. This spontaneous lifestyle brought a unique joy to the young urban dwellers. Even Lan's elders began to reminisce about their rural life of yesteryear. A lively group gathered in the courtyard, encircled by a large bonfire. Many residents from the farm joined the festivities, forming a circle and dancing to the music. When the eldest brother noticed Xiaoya eager to join, he promptly extended his hand towards her. The two joyfully immersed themselves in the crowd. Xiang Yuanci, on the other hand, directly pulled Yi Tong along, leaving the second brother, Qi Jiang, enviously watching with his wine glass in hand. How did the eldest manage to win over such a wonderful girl like Xiaoya? Not only was she capable, but her character was also admirable. Qi Jiang felt a pang of indignation. The second brother shook his head, pondering, who knows? It seems they got in touch after the last visit to Liya Mountain. He then leaned in closer to Qi Jiang and whispered, "I heard that when the eldest was on a business trip to Yinqing, they met several times." Qi Jiang was left speechless, deciding he would seek out the eldest for some tips when he had the chance. By the way, we're the third siblings. Sitting nearby, Annie, who was taking photos with Zhang Yu, pointed behind her. "The goddess hasn't tea come out for dinner. Mystery just went in to bring her food." Qi Jiang felt he had no need to ask further. The feeling of being full was all too familiar to him. Meanwhile, as He Shi entered the room, he spotted Nansun bent over the table, her hands in constant motion. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a distinct smile on her face. "What are you drawing, my dear?" The sudden voice startled Nansun, causing her to gently slap his arm in surprise. "Could it not scare me? It's your fault for being so engrossed that I didn't notice you coming in." He Shi chuckled as he sat down on the carpet, wrapping his arms around her securely. Nansun naturally leaned into his embrace, her hands never pausing. He Shi raised an eyebrow at the character on her tablet. "Is this pig-nosed figure meant to be me?" "Of course. You were too shy to milk the cow back then. If not a silly pig, what else could it be? Ah, so you dare mock me." He Shi tightened his grip around her slender waist, teasing, "Are you planning to stay up late again tonight?" Upon hearing this, Nansun's expression froze, and she began to pout. "I'm sorry, darling. Please forgive me. Tell me, what animal do you like? I'll change it, okay?" He Shi was merely teasing his wife. He had no objections to how she portrayed him. However, seizing the opportunity for some playful benefits was something he wouldn't refuse. Just as the couple was basking in their warm atmosphere, Xiao Yue rushed in with her sisters, flustered. "Daddy, we can't find little Doozy." He Shi, puzzled, inquired. "Who is little Doozy?" Nanxun explained. "He is the grandson of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang." "Sweetheart, speak slowly. What exactly happened? Where has Doozy gone?" Xiao Yue maintained a serious expression, striving to calm herself. Shortly after finishing dinner, she noticed the adults nearby. So she took her younger sisters to play under the large tree in the courtyard. There, they encountered a group of children around the same age, including Doozy. As the grandchildren of the farm's overseers, Doozy had always been the leader among his peers. However, upon the arrival of 3 new children today, his grandparents instructed him to play nicely with them, as they were the children of the farm owners, and it was crucial not to offend them. At merely 5 years old, Doozy could not grasp the implications of this. He only understood that his position as the leader was now at stake, which naturally left him feeling disgruntled. Upon spotting Xiao Yue, he immediately began to provoke her, insisting on a bet to play hide-and-seek. Xiao Yue, deeming such behavior childish, ignored him. To her surprise, he ran off, disappearing from sight. My sisters and I waited in place for quite some time, but Doozy did not return, and we dared not search for him ourselves. He Shi crouched down and gently patted his son's head. "Darling, you did the right thing. You are still young, and matters like this should be promptly addressed by an adult. Do not worry, Doozy may have gone home. I will send someone to check." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue's anxious heart was instantly soothed. "Daddy, I will go back to the tree to see if Doozy has returned." With that, her small figure darted towards the door, firmly holding onto her 2 younger sisters' hands. However, Nian hesitated and stopped in her tracks. Nanxun exchanged a glance with He Shi before turning to their little daughter. "Nian, what is it?" After a moment of hesitation, Nian replied, "Mommy, Xiaowan just said she saw Doozy. It seems he went that way." Nanxun looked at her daughter's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. This child's sense of direction was utterly chaotic. She had made no progress whatsoever. She placed her hand before Nian. A light green snake peeked out from her cloth pouch, slowly slithering toward her palm. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. "Fire! Quick, come help!" He Shi rushed out, asking, "Where is the fire?" "It's at Uncle Wang's house." Nanxun followed closely, gravely nodding at He Shi. Doozy is likely at home. Uncle Wang's house was not far from where they had dined that evening. Upon seeing the flames, everyone hurried over, but it was too late. The house, being a wooden 2-story structure, quickly erupted into a fierce blaze. Everyone grabbed whatever they could to help extinguish the fire. While Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang frantically searched for their grandson, their faces drenched in sweat. Doozy, are you inside?" When He Shi arrived, he saw Uncle Wang wrapped in a bedsheet, about to rush into the flames. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, the sound of the front door collapsing entirely. At that moment, a small figure stumbled into view on the second-floor balcony. The child's face was charred black from smoke, yet the clothing unmistakably identified them as little Doozy. "Grandpa, Grandma." The child's voice was faint and trembling, tears streaming down in fear. Uncle Wang, filled with urgent concern, disregarded the crowd's attempts to restrain him and attempted to rush inside. He Shi's brows furrowed deeply as he cast a glance at the height of the balcony. With a swift run-up, he propelled himself off the wall with his long legs. His movements were graceful, akin to that of a cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to the second floor. Little Doozy blinked in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to cry as they gazed at the suddenly appearing superhero uncle. The child's round, cat-like face elicited an involuntary smile from He Shi. He stepped forward and embraced the child, then, amidst gasps of astonishment, leapt directly down from the second floor. Chapter 62. Your father is wonderful. But I choose your mother. This marked the first occasion where He Shi showcased his extraordinary prowess after acquiring the skills of a special forces soldier. Not only were the onlookers taken aback, but even Nanxun was left speechless. He Shi entrusted the little Doozy to Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. After confirming that the child was merely frightened and unharmed, he approached his wife, teasingly grasping her hand. "What is the matter? Are you captivated by your husband's charm?" Before Nanxun could respond, The three children nearby rushed to embrace their father's legs with admiration. The eldest and others gathered around in excitement. Wow, little third, who would have thought you were the most concealed talent? How did you ascend so effortlessly just now? I could hardly see it. It was like you flew. He sure smirked, nonchalantly waving his hand. Let us keep it low-key. UNC glanced up at the towering wall that was twice his height, swallowing hard, I swear. From this day forth, Higa will be my sole idol. Deng Wenyo cast a disdainful glance at his cousin. What is the significance of an idol? From now on, he would refer to He Shi as Dad. The brothers looked at He Shi with sparkling eyes. The unexpected incident that evening astonished everyone. Back at their residence, Lan, still shaken, patted her chest. Have we identified the cause of the fire? He Shi shook his head. However, it has been suggested that it was likely due to someone smoking and discarding a lit cigarette. What? But none of us smoke. Nan Sun stepped forward, grasping her mother-in-law's hand. Don't worry, Mom. What my husband means is that Uncle Wang. That evening, someone had indeed seen him return home. Before long, Aunt Wang tugged at Uncle Wang's arm and approached He Shi to apologize. I am truly sorry, Mr. He. Uncle Wang bowed slightly, his face filled with trepidation. I will certainly refrain from smoking in the future. I assure you, such an incident will never occur again. This incident not only caused losses to the farm, but nearly endangered his grandson as well. Reflecting on it now, he felt a surge of fear. It was his negligence that led him to carelessly toss a still-lit cigarette onto the grass by the doorstep. That evening, the wind fortuitously ignited it. He sure cast a cold glance at him. Have you reviewed the surveillance footage? Aunt Wang awkwardly nodded. Yes, it was indeed my husband's fault. I sincerely apologize, Mr. He. Furthermore, we are immensely grateful for your rescue of little Doozy. We truly do not know how to repay this kindness. He sure glanced at the dejected little Yu, standing nearby, and remarked, There is no need for thanks. After all, it was just a childish quarrel that led to this incident. Aunt Wang appeared somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. Mr. He, that is not quite right. Doozy usually takes a nap at this hour. It was my husband's carelessness. Upon hearing this, little Yu suddenly lifted his head. He sure discreetly curved his lips into a smile and continued, Let us not bring this up again. There is no need for gratitude. Would I truly stand idly by in danger? However, Uncle Wang should take this opportunity to quit smoking. It is indeed detrimental to one's health. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang hurriedly responded indeed. He then proceeded to discuss the matter of house reconstruction with them. Fortunately, the elderly couple was not required to compensate, which further deepened their gratitude towards him. After everyone had departed, He sure deliberately called his son aside. Feeling guilty? Little Fish leaned against his father's embrace and whispered, Dad, I'm sorry. Today, little Doozy wanted to play with me, and I shouldn't have ignored him. If I had agreed to bet with little Doozy, he might not have gone home to sleep. He sure chuckled as he gently patted the little one's cheek. It is not your fault, for no one can foresee what the future holds. Your sense of remorse stems from your kind-hearted nature. He continued, I am pleased that you are so compassionate. But alongside kindness, you must also learn to think critically. Understand? Little Fish shook his head. What do you mean? I don't understand, Dad. It means, if someone does not wrong you, you should not wrong them. However, if the other party is excessively unreasonable, then solely being kind would be foolish. Yet, if you believe that a person is not inherently bad and can befriend them, then interact with them more, He sure explained. After a moment of contemplation, Little Fish remarked, I think little Doozy is just acting like a child. He is not a bad person. He sure chuckled at his son's innocent tone. You are a child yourself, yet you speak of others having a child's temperament. Little Fish's face turned crimson. What a mischievous father. I was being serious. He sure stood up, lifting his son into his arms. I know you are clever, and you will definitely resolve this little matter well. Now go to sleep. If you stay up longer, your mother will start to miss me. Little Fish, utterly perplexed, bore a look of confusion. The leaps in adult logic were indeed beyond his youthful comprehension. Upon returning to their room, he sure flopped onto the bed. Nansen quickly tugged at his arm. You haven't bathed yet. Get up. He sure flipped her onto the bed, murmuring, I'm tired. I'll go later. My wife wants me to hold her. Nansen paused, recalling her husband's vigorous demeanor during the day. Her delicate features gradually blushed, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of stars. Unable to resist, she softly called, "Darling." Tonight, Nansun wore a silky white camisole dress. The earlier tussle had caused the straps to slip down her porcelain shoulders. He sure opened his eyes, fixating on her entrancing visage for a considerable time. Ever since she had consumed the fruit, known as the fruit of perfect beauty, her already exquisite looks had become breathtakingly stunning. The sight made his eyes brim with warmth, and the alluring fragrance tantalized his senses. At last, he could no longer resist leaning down. Lock the door. Nansun, feeling bashful, curled her toes. Her exposed skin, once cool, now blazed with warmth. Meanwhile, He Shi, overwhelmed by the silk-like sensation, found his mind rendered blank. The following day, little Fish had just finished breakfast when he took his two younger sisters' hands. In the midst of yet another sleepless night, Nansun, stifling yawns and with tears welling in her eyes, inquired, "Where are we going?" Just as Xiao Yuer was about to respond, a small guest arrived at the doorway. Little Doozy had entirely shed the arrogance of the previous day. First, he politely greeted the adults, and then, in a hushed tone, he offered his apologies to Xiao Yuer. The two children locked eyes for a moment before bursting into laughter in unison. Nansun felt a surge of delight at this scene and smiled back at little Doozy, inadvertently causing the little one to blush. His lively black eyes occasionally darted across her face. Sitting nearby, He Shi remarked, "Are you aware that you have yet to fully grow?" Realizing that his wife's attention was about to be diverted, he hurriedly ushered the children outside. However, their keen hearing allowed them to catch snippets of the conversation from a considerable distance. "Is the superhero uncle who saved me yesterday your father? That's amazing. Indeed, I also believe my father is quite remarkable, the best in the world." He Shi's face initially lit up with pride at these words, only for it to darken moments later. Just then, the little calico cat shyly interjected, "But I still think your mother is very beautiful." Chapter 63. The Staff Stout. Is the horse also a beauty enthusiast? At the racetrack, He Shi led a gentle mare over to Nansun, gesturing for her mount. "Do you need assistance from your husband?" he inquired. Nansun shot him a playful glare, a blend of shyness and reproach. "Who do you look down upon?" she retorted. Without further ado, she gracefully swung her long legs and was soon seated upon the mare's back. The docile creature seemed to become even more amiable in her presence. He Shi looked down with a resigned smile, remarking, "I had forgotten how animals are naturally drawn to you." With a playful smile, Nansun gently nudged the mare's belly, prompting it to gallop joyfully. However, after a few laps, she craved more excitement. She handed the mare over to the stable staff and, taking He Shi's hand, ventured toward the stables. One by one, she inspected each horse. Finally, her eyes sparkled upon seeing a magnificent stallion, entirely black save for its 4 white hooves and snowy nose. "What a striking horse!" she exclaimed, reaching out to stroke its head, only to be halted by a staff member. "Madam He, please be cautious." The staff member cautioned. "This horse is named Wu Ye, and it has quite a fiery temperament. To date, only our supervisor has managed to tame it. Several staff members have been injured by its kicks." "Is that so?" Nansun raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "I find it rather obedient." As she spoke, her delicate hand had already found its way to Wu Ye's nose. The staff member tensed, prepared to intervene at any sign of aggression. They were determined to prevent any harm from coming to Mr. He and his wife. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the once unruly horse leaned affectionately against Madame He's hand, nuzzling her gently. The staff member was left bewildered. Could it be that horses, too, have a preference for beauty? Delighted, Nansun quipped to He Shi, "Why name it Wu Ye? Let's just call it Little Black. It's much more straightforward." She led the horse out of the stable, effortlessly mounting it. "I'll take a quick run. You wait for me here." With that, she left He Shi with a striking view of her graceful figure. Deng Wenyo, who had just completed a lap, marveled at the scene. "I never imagined my sister-in-law could be so impressive. That horse wouldn't even let me touch it." He Shi glanced at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "How dare you compare yourself to my wife?" Realizing the underlying implication, Deng Wenyo felt as though he had been struck in the knee by an arrow. Noticing that only Deng Wenyo had returned, He Shi curiously inquired, Where's your cousin? Weren't the two of you racing together? Deng Wenyo gestured towards a distant corner. He's over there, looking rather sullen. What happened? It seems he was cut from an audition and is feeling a bit down. He sure then recalled that Xiang Yuanxi was indeed an actor. How's his acting? He casually asked. Deng Wenyo, eager to share, replied, Oh, that's a different story altogether. As he extended his thumb, he explained to He Shi, though this lad lacks formal training, he has harbored a passion for acting since childhood. At the age of 16, he secretly participated in a competition and emerged victorious. Unfortunately, being the sole heir in his family, his parents staunchly opposed his entry into the entertainment industry, compelling him to enroll in a finance major at university. However, I am unsure of his motivations. Recently, he had a falling out with my uncle, insisting on forging his own path to success, vowing not to return home otherwise. He Shi pondered for a moment. Which production is he auditioning for? Deng Wenyao's eyes lit up as he responded, The Tomb Robbery Diaries, auditioning for a minor role. After speaking, he cast a glance at Li Tong, who had approached from behind. Brother He, I shall not disturb your wait for sister-in-law. He Shi nodded and turned to Li Tong, inquiring, Who is the director of The Tomb Robbery Diaries? Yu Gang, Li Tong replied, and the principal investor for this production is Orange Maple Entertainment. He Shi raised his eyebrows. He was well acquainted with this leading entertainment company in the city. Recently, he had acquired 51 of its shares. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and gestured to Li Tong. Please send me Director Yu's contact number. Approximately 30 seconds later, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Hello, who is this? He Shi introduced himself. My surname is He. I am the new chairman of Orange Maple Entertainment. Yu Gang was taken aback, momentarily lowering the phone from his ear. Upon confirming that the number was indeed local, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. It's Chairman He. How may I assist you? It's not so much a command as a simple inquiry regarding the recent auditions. As the largest stakeholder, it was entirely reasonable for him to show interest in the projects under his purview. Yet, Yu Gang felt a jolt of anxiety at these words. Please go on. He Shi asked directly, Was there a young man named Xiang Yuanxi who auditioned previously? How did he perform? Yu Gang hesitated for a moment before replying, Yes, there was indeed such a young man, and he performed quite well. Then, if his performance was commendable, why was he not ultimately selected? Upon hearing this, Yu Gang immediately grasped the situation. The chairman was seeking explanations for Xiang Yuanxi's exclusion. He felt a wave of relief wash over him and confessed, to be honest. Chairman his performance was indeed impressive, and I hold him in high regard, but what? But President Ma called, insisting on casting his nephew. I had no choice but to comply, or he threatened to withdraw his investment. I was left with no alternative. Yu Gang spoke the truth. He had been thoroughly exasperated by the situation. That nephew of President Ma was nothing more than a brainless ornament. Utilizing him was akin to employing a mere piece of wood. He had spent several days negotiating, yet had found no resolution. Upon hearing this, He Shi's tone turned icy. Is it truly so? He understood that while the director wielded some influence within the production, he had to navigate numerous considerations. It was not uncommon for deserving candidates to be overlooked due to financial pressures. However, he had not anticipated that such occurrences would transpire right under his nose. Having taken over the company for merely a few days, Ma Yunfeng audaciously misuses his authority. Does he assume that his new employer is easily deceived? He Shi's expression grew increasingly frigid as he promptly dialed the phone. Before the other party could utter a word, he delivered his final decree. Pack your belongings and leave immediately, along with your nephew. Ma Yunfeng, comfortably indulging in a moment of bliss, was momentarily taken aback. Disturbed during his pleasurable interlude, he was already in a foul mood. Now, being abruptly yelled at, he found it intolerable. He retorted sharply, Who do you think you are? You can't just order me to leave. He Shi's temples throbbed as his voice turned even more grave. You dare question my authority? Ma Yunfeng's hand, previously resting on his lover, halted as he began to recognize the voice on the line. A glance at the caller ID revealed the name. Chairman He, extinguishing his previous enthusiasm in an instant. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, He Shi had already severed the call. He then instructed Li Tong. Upon returning today, Immediately investigate what this individual has done besides placing people in the production team. I will not tolerate any insolence. Chapter 64. Free labor delivered to your door indeed. Ignorance is bliss. Ma Yinfeng not only abuses his authority to place individuals in the production team, but also employs his resources to intimidate the newcomers at the company. Numerous young girls and boys, fresh to the industry, have received harassing messages from him. If they comply, all is well. If they refuse, he resorts to underhanded tactics to ostracize them. His methods are despicable to the point of eliciting revulsion. Of course, at this moment, He Shi remains unaware of these machinations. He stands at the racetrack, exasperated by the incessant chatter of his cousins, Deng Wenyue and Xiang Yuanci. He go, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. I am willing to do anything for you. Xiang Yuanci gazes at his idol with tear-filled eyes, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens. Upon receiving news of his unsuccessful audition, he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate occurs as he receives a personal call from the director. The elation of having experienced such special treatment for the first time overwhelms Xiang Yuanci. As long as he can successfully join the cast, he has taken a significant step toward his dream of stardom. With this thought, a surge of relief washes over Xiang Yuanci. This way, I can prolong my stay with my father for a few more months. Who cares about billions in assets? I want to be an actor. Becoming a superstar has been his aspiration since childhood. Xiang Yuanci even envisions himself donning sunglasses, clutching a designer bag, and tossing a stack of checks into his father's face. Meanwhile, He Shi, observing Xiang Yuanci's foolish grin, shakes his head in resignation. Don't get too cocky. If the director finds your performance unsatisfactory and decides to dismiss you, I want to intervene on your behalf. Deng Wenyue hastily adds a word of caution to his unreliable cousin. Indeed, this opportunity comes courtesy of Ego. You better put forth some effort, despite their words. After that single phone call, Yu Gang has already discerned that Xiang Yuanci is backed by someone significant. Moreover, his acting skills are commendable, rendering the likelihood of his dismissal virtually non-existent. Xiang Yuanci chuckles, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Rest assured, He go. A 1T brings shame upon you. He Shi nods in satisfaction before inquiring. Which entertainment company are you currently signed with? The sudden question leaves Xiang Yuanci momentarily stunned. I haven't signed with any company. So, all your work is self-sourced? He Shi responds, somewhat speechless. Although he does not navigate the entertainment industry, he understands how demanding an actor's schedule can be. They must select scripts, audition, and juggle various engagements. Yet, this individual before him seems rather peculiar. Xiang Yuanci blushes slightly at the remark. I haven't actually landed any jobs. Ever since I left home, my father has cut off all my cards. My recent living expenses have been secretly supported by my cousin. I don't have the means to seek resources. Even the scant connections he had previously accumulated have been severed by his father. However, little does that old man know, his son is destined to encounter a benefactor. After pondering for a moment, He Shi suggests, what if you come to Qingfeng? Xiang Yuanci abruptly lifts his head. He has just learned that the largest entertainment company in Shenzhen now bears the surname He. Though there was a flicker of anticipation within, I harbored no great hopes. To my surprise, Brother He took the initiative to propose it. With your current reckless demeanor, you would only end up battered and bruised, likely achieving little. Once you sign with the company, I shall ensure you are guided by the finest agent, but you must strive to prove your worth. Xiang Yuanci nodded vigorously in agreement. Beside him, Yitong was equally thrilled, her face flushed with excitement. And you, after dealing with one foolish son, He Shi turned his gaze to the other troublesome one. Me? Deng Wenyue pointed at his own nose, taken aback at being singled out amidst the festivities. He Shi nodded affirmatively. It is indeed you. As an idle wanderer, are you content to let your brother inherit the family legacy while you squander your days in aimlessness? The sudden inquiry made Deng Wenyue lower his head in shame. He recalled the judgments he faced at family gatherings. The frivolous playboy living off the family's name. A worthless individual devoid of the Deng family stature. Deep down, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Perhaps that's why he had resolutely declined such gatherings since then. So, brother He, what do you believe I can accomplish? Deng Wenyo asked nervously. He realized that apart from drinking and chasing women, he possessed little else in the way of skills. I just dismissed the general manager of Changfeng. Why not take his position? Huh? He Shi's tone was casual, yet the weight of his words left Deng Wenyo and the others agape unperturbed by their astonishment. He pressed on. What? Do you doubt your capabilities? If that is your mindset, you might as well resign yourself to a life of mediocrity. He Shi's conviction was not a mere whim. Deng Wenyo had thrived in the circle of affluent heirs, and he believed this success was no stroke of luck. With his extensive network, he would undoubtedly excel in this field. Most importantly, despite his penchant for indulgence, Deng Wenyo was upright and loyal. With the example of Ma Yunfeng in mind, he desired to entrust the future of Changfeng Entertainment to someone he could trust. As for management experience, no one begins as an expert. After a prolonged silence following He Shi's words, Deng Wenyo engaged in a fierce internal struggle before finally resolving his doubts. Brother He, I can do this. Rest assured, I will manage the company well, and, as my cousin said, I will not bring you disgrace. He Shi's face broke into a smile. Thus, when Nan Sun returned from horseback riding, she found her husband reclining contentedly on the grass. She leapt into his embrace, puzzled, and asked, "What's this? Found some money?" He with a mysterious expression, winked. "Nothing much, just tricked 2 laborers, that's all." The group spent another day enjoying the farm until evening, when they finally made their way home. However, Qi Jiang's parents chose to remain behind, finding the farm life more suited to their tastes than the bustle of the city. He was more than accommodating, instructing Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang to look after them closely. The couple, He Jiong and his spouse, who had initially committed to working today, postponed their arrival to tomorrow due to the lateness of the hour. Furthermore, all materials pertaining to Ma Yunfeng were placed on He Shi's desk following that fateful night. Naturally, Ma Yunfeng was unwilling to accept his dismissal and caused a scene at the company on 2 occasions, both times being forcibly removed by security. Ultimately, He could no longer tolerate Ma's antics and chose to disclose his actions through the company's official account. This revelation sparked an uproar across the internet, and the reputation of Changfeng Entertainment inevitably suffered. Nevertheless, He harbored no regrets. Such despicable individuals should be exposed for all to see. Otherwise, how many more young people could fall victim to their malice? His decisive actions garnered considerable praise from netizens. In the end, the company not only suffered no losses, but surprisingly saw its stock price rise. This turn of events quelled any dissent within the board. As for Ma Yunfeng, he was inevitably incarcerated, enjoying the hospitality of the state. Regarding his nephew, Ma Fan, who had long been arrogant and made numerous enemies within the industry, the collapse of his support led to a wave of retribution from rivals. Within a day, scandalous revelations regarding his drug use and unsavory associations surfaced. Initially, fans were reluctant to believe the allegations, but eventually undeniable evidence was posted online. The affair concluded with Ma Fan being taken into custody by the police. Chapter 65. 800 million. It seems to be secure in the study on the 2nd floor of the Xiang family villa. A middle-aged man with graying temples was reviewing documents. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. After listening to the caller, a rare smile flickered across Xiang Jingshan's usually stern face. Understood. We need not concern ourselves with that boy for now. I'm curious to see what he can accomplish. He paused, then continued, by the way, what about the woman who intentionally seduced him? Keep an eye on her. Do not allow her to approach the little brat or his friends. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Jingshan sat in silence for a moment before opening the drawer on his left. He retrieved a paper document folder, and upon seeing the name He inscribed on its surface, a glimmer of intrigue crossed his eyes. A month to achieve wealth? Quite interesting. Meanwhile, the He family was celebrating an important occasion. The exquisite wedding dresses, subsidized by the system, consisting of 3 sets for both men and women, had finally been completed by Jelly. The person in charge, Ayla, had arranged a fitting appointment with He 2 days in advance. If there were no significant alterations needed, they planned to commence the photography for the wedding dresses today. Aside from He Yuhai, who was busy with his newly opened fruit store. The rest of the family had prepared early that morning. They were to bring not only 3 sets of rare colored diamonds, but also a splendid red bridal gown, along with its accompanying phoenix crown and veil. Concerned about insufficient manpower, the couple Li Tong and He Shi accompanied them. Shortly after 8, the group arrived at Jieli's studio located in the Ning'an district. Although referred to as a studio, it was actually a charming 3-story villa. Ayla had gathered all the staff early in the morning, preparing to welcome He Shi, their new boss and the largest client Jieli had ever encountered. The entire studio had been enveloped in a tense atmosphere since the previous night. Make sure to double-check the wedding dresses. We cannot afford any mistakes today. Understood? Ayla instructed. Understood, brother AI. And who is responsible for the decorations at the entrance? It's a mess. Hurry up and tidy it. Yes, brother AI. Ayla moved purposefully throughout the studio, determined not to overlook a single detail. His previous interactions had made him acutely aware that although he sure had a rather stern demeanor, he was exceedingly generous. Thus, Ayla was resolved to leave an impeccable impression this time. When the moment comes, don't mention 200 million, 10 billion, or 8 billion would be a mere formality. Brother AI, the photography team is ready as well. Feng Gu is inquiring about the arrival time, another assistant reported. Ayla's eyes widened in irritation. Let him wait. Why should we rush? The messenger gulped nervously. He dared not voice such sentiments. Whenever the 2 big shots quarreled, it was always the smaller fry like him who bore the brunt of the fallout. From now on, whoever wants to take on this job can do so. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of an engine echoed from outside the door. Another assistant rushed in, exclaiming, Brother AI, they have arrived. Ayla immediately descended the stairs, where he beheld 2 luxurious chauffeur-driven cars, each worth millions, coming to a halt at the entrance. The doors swung open. The first to descend were 2 middle-aged women in their 30s or 40s, followed closely by 3 similarly adorable children, clearly 3-year-old triplets. Ella's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. At that moment, Li Tong and He Shi, seated in the driver's seat, also emerged from the car. Ella glanced around and promptly approached Li Tong. Mr. He, you have finally arrived. We welcome your esteemed presence. A brief pause ensued as Ella halted in her tracks, momentarily taken aback. The voice that responded was not that of the stern-faced man before her. Puzzled, her gaze shifted towards the car door. A strikingly handsome man, towering at nearly 188 centimeters, stepped out, with a model's physique that captivated everyone's attention, especially that of Feng Yang, the photographer. As an internationally renowned professional photographer, he had encountered countless beautiful models. Some men were shorter, some taller, yet none could rival the man's exquisite form. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, every line of his body was impeccably defined. Most importantly, despite not appearing overly muscular, one could sense the latent strength concealed beneath his shirt. He sure had grown accustomed to various gazes, yet at this moment, he felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation, as if scrutinized by a predatory creature. Frowning slightly, he suppressed the urge to turn around and instead guided Nan Sun out of the vehicle. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them. Ella's eyes widened in amazement. In her profession, she had encountered countless beautiful individuals, yet this was the first time she beheld such an extraordinarily attractive couple. No, it was more accurate to say an enchanting family. She could already envision the breathtaking scene when the newlyweds donned their wedding attire, stunning the entire gathering. Ella struggled to contain her excitement and stepped forward, saying, Mr. He, Mrs. He, please do come in. We shall handle your belongings. That would be much appreciated, Nansen replied with a gentle smile. Ella felt her heart race. Of course, her exhilaration stemmed solely from an appreciation of beauty. Without further ado, the group proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, where the wedding dresses were displayed. This entire level had been opened up, save for a grand mirror embedded directly across from the staircase. Every wall was adorned with an array of exquisite wedding gowns. Classic princess styles, sophisticated mermaid cuts, traditional ball gowns, and more. From the elegant and alluring to the vivacious and divine, there was nothing one could imagine that was not available here. The sight was utterly breathtaking, a veritable paradise for all women. Even Qilan, a grandmother nearing her 60s, felt her heart flutter. Ella's lips curled into a knowing smile, fully anticipating their reactions. Every guest who visited Jelly would exhibit such yearning expressions. This was, after all, the very reason he had chosen to embark on this profession. Mr. He, the custom wedding dress you ordered is just over here, Ella announced as she approached a magnificent white veil. Nodding to her assistant across from her, they both extended their hands. With a flourish, the veil was drawn back. A dazzling light appeared, momentarily captivating the onlookers. Once they regained their composure, four exquisite wedding gowns, truly unparalleled, emerged before their eyes. Standing at the forefront, Nan Sun gasped in delight, covering her mouth in astonishment. The sight of the 4 gowns, each a different hue, left her utterly speechless in admiration. The gowns were pure white, mysterious black, noble red, and sweet pastel pink. Each possessed its own unique charm, and if showcased individually, they would undoubtedly leave the world in awe. Mystery had originally commissioned 3 wedding gowns, perfectly complementing 3 rare colored diamonds. However, I believe that every girl should possess a pink wedding gown. Thus, I took the liberty of creating an additional piece, as a token of the studio's heartfelt wishes for the newlyweds. May the couple enjoy a lifetime of sweetness. Upon hearing this, Nan Sun instantly beamed with gratitude. Thank you. You have all worked so hard. He Shi also cast her an appreciative glance. A sense of fulfillment washed over AI La 800 million seemed assured. Chapter 66. Capturing the wedding photos in a castle with the assistance of staff, Nan Sun tried on each wedding gown, including the exquisite phoenix-embroidered attire of the Ming dynasty. As He Shi awaited her, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment at the sight of his beloved approaching in a radiant red wedding dress. He could not help but exclaim, "Wife, you are truly stunning." "When am I not beautiful?" she retorted playfully. "Every day is beautiful, but today, you are the most beautiful." Nan Sun's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. "Only you know how to flatter." At that moment, their 3 children gathered around, showering their mother with compliments. "Mom, you look absolutely magnificent. The most beautiful in the world. Mom is the world's greatest fairy, but I want to be the second fairy in the world." "No way. You have to remember, I'm the elder sister, so you must be third." The children's innocent banter filled the fitting room with laughter, and the young staff members could not conceal their envy. Not only was she stunning, but she was also blessed with a dashing, affluent husband and 3 adorable children. Truly, what a victorious life. "Mr. He, the photography team has already arrived at your estate and set up the location. When shall we depart?" "Ella suddenly interjected. "Whenever you wish," He Shi replied, glancing at his watch. "However, we have 5 wedding dresses to photograph today. Is there enough time?" Though time was somewhat tight, Ella responded confidently. "It will be no problem. Our photography and makeup teams are among the finest in the country." By the time He Shi and his party reached the estate, it was nearly 10 o'clock. This estate, subsidized by the system, boasted an entirely European architectural style, resembling a castle from a fairy tale. It featured grand fountains, sprawling garden squares, lush velvet lawns, and an array of statues. When Ella suggested locations for the shoot, He Shi immediately thought of this place. As anticipated, when Nan Sun emerged from the castle clad in her white wedding gown, she resembled a princess gracing the earth. Everything around her faded into mere backdrop. He Shi, impeccably dressed in his suit, strode forward and tenderly kissed the back of her hand. Feng Yang, who had been observing them, promptly captured this beautiful moment. If Nan Sun in her white gown was a princess, then in her black gown, she transformed into a queen, complemented by the blue gown dubbed Hope's Star. Her entrance commanded instant attention, halting all activity in its wake. Undoubtedly, Nan Sun's aura was more suited to this style, an enchanting blend of coolness and allure. Her eyes sparkling with an indescribable temptation, utterly captivating He Shi. Meanwhile, Feng Yang's shudder never ceased. He believed this series of photographs was worthy of international acclaim. After transitioning through 7 or 8 scenes, they finally completed the 4 wedding gowns. The team hurriedly grabbed a bite to eat before relocating to the ancient-style venue. Lavishly constructed by He Shi, perfect for capturing the grandeur of traditional bridal attire. As the day drew to a close, it was already past 4:30. Having been busy in the shop all day, He Shi was summoned by He Shi. The plan was to wait for the photography team to take a brief respite before the family captured a few cherished moments together. "Hey, Xiao son, do you think this cheap house suits me?" Qilan tugged at the hem of her dress, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Her son and daughter-in-law had previously mentioned their desire to take a family portrait and had mentioned that the attire was already prepared. However, she had not anticipated it would be such a serene and elegant qipao. "How could not suit you? My mother is so youthful and beautiful. She could wear anything effortlessly. This deep crimson hue exudes an air of nobility when draped on you. Don't you believe me? Just ask Ayla." He Shi, who found himself unable to contribute to this conversation, was about to seek out his father for a chat when his phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Upon checking, he was surprised to find a message from Yuan Bin, someone he hadn't been in touch with for quite some time. "Yuan Bin, oh, where you up to?" "Yuan Bin, did you see the class group chat?" "Yuan Bin, there's some big news." "He Shi, no, I'm taking wedding photos with my wife today." Before he could inquire about the news, another message arrived. "Yuan Bin, what? No way. How coincidental." "Coincidental?" He Shi raised an eyebrow, about to send a question mark when Yuan Bin's call came through. "Brother, congratulations. It seems the wedding day is fast approaching." A smile spread across He Shi's face. "We're tentatively set for the end of this month. I'll send you the exact date when we send out the invitations." "All right, make sure to reserve a spot for me as the best man." That's a given. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they resumed the topic that had been interrupted. "Did you not see the class group? Sun Ling is also taking wedding photos today. Do you know with whom?" Upon hearing this, He Shi lost interest. He was not particularly familiar with Sun Ling. Her choice of partner was of little concern to him. Yet Yuan Bin had not anticipated any profound insights from his good friend and exclaimed, "It's Zhou Ruiji. This guy has had eyes for the class beauty since high school. He finally got his wish." He Shi was not taken aback by this revelation. At the last reunion, Sun Ling's intentions had been quite evident. "By the way, send me a few photos from your wedding." You should have seen how smug Zhou Ruiji was. He went to Bammy Island and has been flaunting it in the group chat. He Shi chuckled helplessly, but still requested a few pictures from Fengyang. After all, their looks were such that they hardly needed retouching. Moments later, Yuan Bin shared the photos in the group. This action, predictably, stirred a considerable uproar. Zhou Ruiji, on the other end, upon viewing the images, felt his face darken. After the last reunion, he had secluded himself at home for quite some time. He had hoped that, with the wedding, he could regain some dignity. It seemed that He Shi had come to undermine him. Soon, the group chat was abuzz with activity. "Wenjing, these two are an exquisite match. Which company designed that wedding dress? It's stunning." "Yuan Bin, it seems to be a bespoke creation from Jelly. I hear it's the only one of its kind in the world. Class monitor Chen Yang, impressive. That must have cost a fortune." "Zhao Qian, that background resembles an ancient castle. Did he Xiao Chao and his wife go abroad?" "Yuan Bin, certainly not. This was taken at the manor of our Xiao Chao." "Class leader Chen Yang, what? Is that for real? Looking at this backdrop, it must be at least several acres." "Yuan Bin, I haven't inquired about that, but old he has indeed become quite prosperous." Zhou Ruiji felt increasingly irate as he gazed at the photo. Why did no one show up when he initially posted it? Damn, a bunch of sycophants. Nearby, Sun Ling also caught sight of the photo. She sat there in a daze for quite some time before putting her phone away. "All right, it's time to rest. We have a flight to catch tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruiji's temper flared. "What? Just a moment ago you said you wanted to go out for a night view, and now, upon seeing the wedding photo of your beloved, your mood has soured?" Sun Ling immediately furrowed her brow at his words. "That is not what I meant. I just want you to have a good rest." Zhou Ruiji tightened his fists, ultimately reluctant to unleash his frustration upon her. Grabbing his coat, he exited without a backward glance. Chapter 67. The battlefield of a true man. After capturing the final family portrait, the day's tasks were deemed complete. Ella meticulously inspected all the attire and jewelry, ensuring that everything was flawless before allowing the staff to load them onto the vehicle. Each wedding gown and colorful gemstone was a unique treasure. Any error could cost him dearly beyond measure. Meanwhile, Feng Yang directed the crew to tidy up the equipment while stealing glances at He Shi's retreating figure, his thoughts lingering on the desire to photograph the new boss in a modeling shoot. With He Shi's impeccable physique, Feng Yang was certain he would make waves in the photography world. Yet, considering He Shi's status, he feared the likelihood of rejection, prompting him to hold his tongue. As He Shi prepared to leave, Feng Yang's audacious idea resurfaced. "Speak your mind." A sudden voice interrupted Feng Yang's reverie. He looked up, startled to find it was He Shi, whose gaze bore a hint of annoyance. Ever since their meeting commenced, He Shi had felt uneasy under Feng Yang's persistent scrutiny, likely influenced by a prior misunderstanding with his mother regarding his sexuality. Thus, He Shi had become particularly cautious in his interactions with men. Upon learning of Feng Yang's girlfriend, He Shi felt a sense of relief, suspecting this to be a common trait among photographers. Unaware of the peculiar misunderstanding his subconscious actions may have caused, Feng Yang hesitated before speaking. "Mr. He, there's indeed something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" He Shi inquired. "May I take a series of solo photographs of you?" Fearing He Shi's disapproval, Feng Yang quickly added, "Rest assured, it won't be too revealing, at most. You would only need to remove your shirt." He Shi raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. "Is that all?" "No, absolutely not." He decisively rejected the proposal, offering Feng Yang no opportunity for persuasion. "First, I am not particularly fond of photography, especially not of the kind you suggest. However, if my wife were to take my picture, that would be a different matter entirely. Second, if every photographer I encountered made such requests, I would be overwhelmed." His words left no room for negotiation. Although Feng Yang had anticipated this response, a sense of disappointment still washed over him. He Shi, however, chose to disregard him further. He was not one to soften his stance easily. While Feng Yang had the right to voice his desires, He Shi equally possessed the right to decline. There was no way he would compromise himself for someone entirely unrelated to him. Ella, who had been observing their conversation, approached and affectionately patted He Shi on the shoulder. Admiring him, "You're quite resolute," she remarked. Without hesitation, she followed after He Shi. Feng Yang, left in silence, felt the weight of her thoughts, which lingered on the potential fortune he could gain. Upon reaching He Shi, he faltered, unsure of how to broach the subject. "Thank you for your hard work today. I have arranged a private room at the Nanshi Hotel for you and your team to enjoy a splendid meal." As He Shi concluded his statement, Ella thought she must have misheard him. He hesitantly inquired, "Mr. He, are you referring to that 8-star hotel?" He Shi cast a glance in his direction. "Is there another establishment by that name?" "Upon arrival, seek out General Manager Ren Sheng. I have already instructed him." Ella swallowed hard. That was an 8-star hotel. It was rumored that the average expenditure exceeded 10,000, and he had never even dined there once. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he felt that dining in such an extravagant place was utterly unnecessary. Yet, Mr. He had the audacity to choose such a venue for a staff gathering. That was quite a lavish decision. After all, it was Nanshi. Wait, Ella suddenly noticed the incongruity. He recalled that the proprietress was named Nan's son. Could it be that this hotel belonged to Mr. He? Upon hearing this, He Shi glanced at him again, perplexed as to how he could have such a foolish employee. Ella awkwardly chuckled. He simply had never considered that angle. However, to host a gathering at an 8-star hotel was indeed a matter of prestige. As expected, when he announced this news to the staff, their excited gasps echoed throughout the room, all marveling at the new owner's extravagance. It seemed as if money was no object, freely flowing from him. Seeing the enthusiasm among the crowd, He Shi subsequently dropped another bombshell. "Mr. He, are you serious? This estate will be for our Jia Li's use in the future?" Ella could hardly believe it. This was worth far more than 800 million. He Shi, this time, did not even bother to glance at him, stating plainly, "If you're unwilling, that is acceptable." No, of course I am willing. There is nothing to pack. We shall move in tomorrow." He Shi nodded slightly. "It's up to you all, but if the year-end performance does not meet expectations, you will return from whence you came." He granted the opportunity, but whether Jia Li could ascend to greater heights would depend on their own efforts. That day, everyone was utterly exhausted. Even the robust, He Shi could not help but rub his shoulders. He had not anticipated that a day spent taking photographs would be more tiring than a day at the office. Given the circumstances, it seemed that this evening was not suitable for physical exercise. As He Shi lay on his bed, lost in thought, the notification of a flash sale suddenly chimed. He casually opened the panel. Today's flash sale items: a universal upgrade card for 9 yuan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom for 29 yuan, and a miraculous seed for rooting and sprouting for 39 yuan. System notification: the host may purchase only one item per day. If not claimed within 24 hours, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Naturally, He Shi's gaze fell upon that miraculous seed. The previous perfect visage had left a deep impression on him. In recent days, he could distinctly observe the changes in his parents' appearances. Not only had their wrinkles diminished, but their skin had also become firmer than before. Particularly, He Shi, who had long struggled with premature graying, now sported a head of glossy black hair. Faced with such evident transformations, the elderly couple still believed it was merely the nourishing qualities of Shun City's water. However, what did it mean for the seed to root and sprout? He Shi found himself puzzled. He promptly placed an order, intending to take some time tomorrow to try his hand at planting. He Shi withdrew his gaze, ready to embrace his beloved wife for a restful night's sleep. However, he was met with the sight of Nanshuan sprawled on the bed, her delicate, snowy white feet peeking out. Her long, dark hair cascaded carelessly down her back, and her red lips were pursed in concentration, slender fingers furiously tapping away at her phone screen. Curiously, he inquired, "What are you so busy with, my dear?" Nanshuan remained silent, her small face set in a determined expression. Undeterred, He Shi leaned in closer and repeated his question. In a fit of annoyance, Nanshuan pushed his arm away, exclaiming, "I'm in the middle of a game, don't bother me." He Shi, puzzled, circled around to her side. There, he beheld Nanshuan skillfully maneuvering a muscular figure wielding dual axes as she gleefully struck the face of a short-legged little girl on the opposing side. With each blow, she erupted into laughter, proclaiming, the battlefield of real men is right here." He Shi was left speechless. Chapter 68. The handsome father and beautiful mother of triplets. As He Shi observed his wife, he inquired, somewhat tentatively, during the third ambush by the opposing jungler, "Who are you teaming up with?" Nanshuan buried her head in his embrace, lamenting, "It's Annie and one of her friends. I don't really know them, but they seem quite formidable." He Shi paused, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. After all, it was a trio match. What could be more impressive than his own former prowess, once ranked among the top 100? He pulled one of Nanshuan's headphones away, and indeed, he heard Annie's voice alongside that of an unfamiliar male. It sounded as though Annie was streaming live, occasionally responding to comments from her audience. "Who are you playing with?" "One is my goddess, and the other is a hired player." "Playing Princess Yao Yao?" "What? Is my bull princess a thorn in your side?" "I'm just playing bull." Alongside Old Chung, our duo of mighty men, 3 axes conquering the world. He Shi watched quietly for a moment, nearly nauseated by the antics of the two women. Their aggressive gameplay was evident. Wherever they encountered foes, their mantra was singular: attack. One had a dismal score of 0 to 9, while the other fared slightly better at 1 to 10. Yet the hired player maintained commendable composure despite the chaos. However, the other 2 teammates expressed their dissatisfaction, vocally suggesting the 2 robust women take a break, sarcastically remarking that even a chicken could perform better than they did. With a furrowed brow, He Shi looked at his wife's earnest expression and proposed, "How about I take over for a while?" Ding! The system detected the host's desperate desire to impress his wife, augmenting his professional gaming skills. He Shi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What did it mean to impress? He merely sought to avenge his wife. Besides, he was quite skilled at gaming, but his busy work schedule had limited his playtime. Glancing at her husband, Nanshuan promptly handed him her phone. "Darling, please help me deal with that player." He Shi tenderly caressed her cheek, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Very well, he thought. Let me avenge you. This impudent fellow has overstepped his bounds. Thus, the spectators soon witnessed a transformation on the map, as Chung Yaojin's gameplay took on an entirely different tone. Though still reckless, his dual axes swung with such vigor that enemies' health plummeted, while he himself remained unscathed. Annie, who had been keeping an eye on her best friend, could not help but exclaim, "Goddess, are you on fire?" Nan Sun, feeling a bit bashful, responded in the microphone, "My husband is playing now. I was too weak." Upon hearing this, Annie and her audience felt as if they had been struck by an arrow. Having a husband is indeed impressive, particularly when he possesses such extraordinary skills. Ultimately, under He Shi's heroic efforts, they achieved an unprecedented victory. Sheng Yaojin's final stats were 15-9-4, and remarkably, He Shi had not died even once. In contrast, the hired player proved to be of little assistance. After the match concluded, he left in a huff. He instructed Nan Sun to convey a message to Annie before exiting the team interface. Upon discovering that his wife's account was utterly new, devoid of any runes, and possessing only a scant few heroes, he was struck by a sudden recollection of the substantial 100 million virtual leisure coins that the system had previously provided, half of which remained unspent. Promptly, he recharged Nan Sun's account to V10, ensuring that all available heroes and skins were acquired for his wife. As for the limited skins that could not be returned to the store, he remembered his 35 stake in Tian Mei. He rummaged through his contacts, retrieved a number, and sent a message. Before long, Nan Sun's newly registered account boasted all heroes and skins. Observing the remaining points, he opened the game lobby and casually distributed several red envelopes, the sheer amounts leaving the entire server's players in astonishment. Gazing at the game name in the upper left corner, he pondered briefly before producing a name change card. He logged into his own account and altered his name, binding theirs as a couple with an impressive intimacy level raised to 100. This flurry of actions left Nan Sun, a novice in the gaming realm, utterly awestruck. Consequently, when Annie once again invited her and He Shi into the room, she was greeted by two similarly themed couple names, Triplets' handsome father and Triplets' charming mother. Sitting in the live stream, Annie felt as though she had been muted, speculating that these quaint and simplistic names must have been conceived by Mr. He. Upon entering the game, she was met with the sight of their 100-level couple emblem. Annie clicked her tongue. Truthfully, she could forego the microphone tonight. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream morphed into envious onlookers. Aren't we here to watch a gaming stream? Why does it feel like we've just been shown up? You're not alone in feeling this way. Can you believe the intimacy level is at 100? I'm feeling quite envious. I am too, but I must say, the princess is truly unfortunate. As He Shi and Nan Sun became the focus of jealousy, they became inseparable from the very start of the match. While others engaged in combat, they leisurely explored the canyon while casually defeating enemies. However, with He Shi's professional level skills, playing such a match was akin to harvesting crops. The outcome, of course, was predictable. Although their rankings did not align, resulting in entertainment matches, Nan Sun remained spirited for her first foray into the game. However, after a night of excitement, she only roused from slumber well past noon the following day, neglecting even breakfast. Qilan, observing her son emerge from the bedroom alone, couldn't help but blush. Young people really have no sense of moderation. It seems I must ensure that my daughter-in-law prepares extra soup tonight. Meanwhile, He Shi, who was inexplicably glared at by his mother, finished breakfast and headed to the office. Once he had tackled the backlog of work, he finally retrieved the extraordinary seed he had ordered the previous night from the flash sale store. The seed was black this time, and He Shi placed it into the soil of his space. Moments later, the fruit that sprouted was indeed also black. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a hint of purple, resembling grapes quite closely. He Shi plucked one and tasted it, only to find that the flavor was strikingly similar. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "System, could this possibly be an ordinary grape? If so, what a loss it would be to buy just a few for 39.9. Certainly not. The specific effects are for the host to discover," the system replied before falling silent, leaving He Shi unable to extract further information despite his persistent questioning. Just then, General Manager George Bin knocked and entered. Without a moment's hesitation, He Shi handed him a fruit, saying, "Try this. It's produced by my wife's hometown." George Bin, somewhat taken aback, immediately placed it in his mouth. A wave of exquisite sweetness flooded his palate, prompting him to exclaim, "Delicious. Truly remarkable." But is there a particular sensation? A particular sensation? George bin was momentarily bewildert. I suppose wanting to eat another one counts? He sure waved his hand in mild exasperation and asked, "What brings you to me?" George bin placed a red invitation card embossed with gold on the desk. "This is an invitation to the elder Mr. Xiang's 80th birthday celebration. Someone specifically delivered it to the company for you." The mention of the Xiang family piqued He Shi's interest. He nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. You may leave now." Chapter 69. Goji Berry and Soft-Shelled Turtle Soup. A mother's affection in the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen. Myriad affluent families exist. Yet, only 4 families truly stand at the pinnacle: the Deng, Xiang, Zhang, and Lin families. Among them, the Lin family predominantly thrives in the tourism sector, with the venerable patriarch being the largest shareholder of the Liang Group. The Zhang family focuses primarily on retail, while the Deng family reigns as titans in the pharmaceutical industry. The Xiang family, meanwhile, enjoys an unassailable position within the construction realm. The upcoming celebration of the patriarch of the Xiang family's 80th birthday is poised to gather all the luminaries of Shenzhen. It is only fitting that Wang Jia, a luminary in the investment sphere, receives an invitation. However, he sure was taken aback to discover that the invitation was expressly addressed to him. Could it be due to Xiang Yuanxi? After all, he is the only son of the Xiang family, and despite any familial disputes, he undoubtedly garners constant attention from his kin. He sure contemplated this. It appeared his name had already found its way onto the tables of the city's elite. He glanced at the invitation, noting the event was merely 2 days away. Furthermore, a female companion was permitted. Reflecting on the wardrobe at home, he sure realized that while he possessed an array of suits, he lacked formal attire suitable for such an occasion. Thus, he summoned Li Tong and arranged for Fu Jia, the head and chief designer of the Wanmei studio, to come to the office. She is one of the earliest haute couture designers in the country, having crafted gowns for numerous dignitaries attending significant events. He sure had invested considerable resources and effort to acquire a controlling stake in the studio. Soon after, Fu Jia, accompanied by several assistants, arrived at the base of Wang Jia. Li Tong guided them to the 20th floor and into the chairman's office. She appeared in a black embroidered dress, complemented by intricately designed fishnet stockings. Despite being over 40, she retained an alluring grace. Upon seeing the handsome and coolly composed He Shi, she merely paused for a moment before getting straight to business. "Mr. He, based on your description, I have brought several gowns for consideration. However, it would be ideal for me to meet your wife to better tailor my recommendations to her style." He sure, recalling that Nian Sun was likely at home feeling somewhat bored, seized the opportunity to invite her over for a change of scenery. He picked up his phone and initiated a video call, only to be surprised when there was no response. He then called Qi Lan. "Mother, is Sun Sun at home?" "Yes, she was just speaking with me. She should be painting now." "All right, I understand." With his gaze lowered, He sure swiftly tapped the screen a few times before turning to Fu Jia. "My wife has some matters to attend to and cannot come for the time being. Let us proceed with our selection." No sooner had he spoken than a gentle knock echoed at the office door. He sure called out, "Come in." Yet, the person outside seemed oblivious, knocking once more. Furrowing his brows, he sure strode forward and opened the door. Surprise! A familiar figure leapt into the man's embrace, nuzzling against his chest like a playful kitten. "What do you think?" Surprised? With a radiant smile gracing her face, Nan Sun gazed at her husband, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. He sure stood there, arms outstretched, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he wrapped her tightly in his embrace, exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise!" That unexpected collision felt as if it struck the very core of my heart, enveloping me in a wave of joy. Just as Nan Sun was about to utter another word, she noticed Fu Jia and the others in the office, their expressions frozen in shock as they observed the scene. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson. "Wait, are there people here?" Trying to appear composed, she gently pushed her husband away, casting her gaze behind him. With a slight smirk, he sure teased, "What else with the shyness? Were you not just clinging to me tightly?" Nan Sun shot him a playful glare, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flaring within her. Fearing he might truly upset his wife, he sure quickly ushered her into the office. "Did you come to bring me lunch?" he inquired, accepting the thermos from Nan Sun. It's soup that mother made for you. He Shi, puzzled, raised an eyebrow. He was in perfect health, yet his mother seemed to worry incessantly. He then introduced his wife, saying, "This is designer Guo from the Wanmei studio, who just delivered a few dresses for you to choose from. We have an event to attend in a couple of days." Nan Sun shook her phone, realization dawning upon her. So that is why you called." Meanwhile, Fu Jia had been observing Nan Sun ever since her entrance. It was no wonder she had heard that Mr. He had married early. A beauty such as this must be secured without delay. Having never seen Mrs. He before, she now felt that Nan Sun could effortlessly pull off a variety of styles. However, among the dresses brought today, there was one that stood out as particularly suitable. Fu Jia instructed her assistant to bring over the gift box. As the layers of wrapping were unveiled, a champagne-colored gown adorned with delicate shimmer emerged before Nan Sun's eyes. The sleeves and hem were crafted from ethereal chiffon, while the golden wheat motif at the waist and hem served as the piece assistance of the dress. Nan Sun was utterly captivated. He Shi nodded in approval, recognizing Fu Jia as the foremost haute couture designer in the country. Her discerning eye was indeed remarkable. "Mrs. He, let's try it on. If anything feels amiss, we can make alterations in the next couple of days." Nan Sun eagerly agreed. After selecting the gown for the upcoming event, He Shi commissioned Fu Jia to create over 10 additional dresses in various styles. Furthermore, for every new collection your studio releases, please send one piece in my wife's size. I will ensure prompt payment. Fu Jia was taken aback. This was a substantial order. She readily accepted. "Certainly, Mr. He. By the way, are you receiving many orders lately? Can you produce hanfu?" "Absolutely. Our studio currently employs thousands of designers, capable of fulfilling a diverse array of garment orders." Fu Jia replied confidently. He Shi nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that since their wedding was set in a traditional Chinese style, they must ensure everything aligns harmoniously. Thus, he plans to have everyone attending the ceremony that day don traditional hanfu attire. In doing so, each individual would feel a sense of involvement, avoiding any sense of incongruity. After finally bidding farewell to Fu Jia and the others, He Shi recalled the restorative soup that Qi Lan had sent him. Naturally, he could not disregard the elderly lady's kind intentions. However, upon lifting the lid, his face turned shade of green. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to drink it?" Nan Sun asked, peering curiously as he stood there in a daze. He Shi promptly snapped the lid back on the container, explaining, "The soup has cooled. It seems this thermos is rather ineffective." I just bought this online a few days ago," she exclaimed. "No way. I must leave a negative review." He Shi's lips twitched slightly, but he swallowed his words. He could only offer the merchant an apology. Nevertheless, upon returning home tonight, he intended to inquire earnestly with his mother about the meaning of adding a heap of goji berries and soft-shelled turtle to the soup. Chapter 70, A Hint of Conscience. "Yet not much, mother. Is there a misunderstanding between us?" He Shi inquired, pulling Qi Lan into the study. The recollection of the extravagant dinner featuring turtle and sea cucumber, alongside lamb and pig kidneys, churned his stomach uncomfortably. Upon hearing this, Qi Lan's expression became somewhat awkward. "Isn't it because I am concerned for your health? Look, Xiao Sun didn't even have breakfast today. I was merely..." Before she could finish her sentence, He Shi interrupted. "Mother, what are you saying? Xiao Sun didn't wake up because we stayed up late playing games last night." Qi Lan looked up in surprise. "Huh? This misunderstanding is quite significant." He Shi helplessly advised, "Please refrain from having Sister Zhang concoct those peculiar soups in the future. I truly cannot endure it. If this continues, I shall inevitably face financial ruin." Qi Lan note that, feeling embarrassed. "All right, I understand." He Shi sighed with relief, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for his father. Given his mother's current line of reasoning, his father must have endured considerable hardship in his youth. 2 days swiftly passed. At the Xiang family villa, beginning from 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an endless stream of luxury cars began to fill the parking lot, dazzling onlookers. The birthday banquet hosted by the Xiang family was undoubtedly a gathering of all the prominent figures in the city. Many regarded receiving an invitation from the Xiang family as a mark of honor. Those without the privilege to enter the banquet lingered at the entrance, hoping for a stroke of luck that might bring them closer to the upper echelons of society. Xiang Jingshan stood at the villa's entrance, welcoming guests. Seeing that his son had yet to return, his already stern expression darkened further. Standing beside him, Mrs. Xiang gently patted his hand. Yuan Si is a good child. Since he promised to return, he will certainly keep his word. If you maintain such a grim demeanor, those unaware might think our family is unwelcoming to guests. Xiang Jingshan, hearing her words, pressed his lips together, finally taking her advice to heart. I understand. You should go inside and keep your father company. I will remain here for a while longer. Shortly thereafter, members of the Zhang, Lin, and Deng families began to arrive in succession. Xiang Jingshan then followed them into the banquet hall. Given the familial ties with the Deng family, Xiang Jingshan had always felt close to them. Naturally, Deng Wenyo's father and elder brother were also present at this birthday celebration. Brother, I hear you have agreed to let Yuan Si enter the entertainment industry. It was Deng Wenyo's father, Deng Wei, who spoke. What does my agreement matter? She now has influential backing, Xiang Jingshan replied. Oh, this piqued Deng Wei's interest. Who is this influential person? A young man named He Shi. I believe your elder brother has heard of him. Has he heard of him? Deng Wei appeared somewhat perplexed. It was the eldest son, Deng Wenkong, who provided clarification. The new owner of the Xing Qianli taxi company. Deng Wei finally understood, but remained skeptical. Nevertheless, that is merely a small company. How could he possibly? Does he possess another identity? Xiang Jingshan nodded mysteriously, and the three of them made their way to a secluded corner. Shortly thereafter, Deng Wei could no longer suppress his astonished exclamation. This young man possesses such substantial assets? Deng Wei began to doubt whether age had dulled his hearing. Names like Wanjia, Shenkong, and Nanshi Hotel. Each of these is a pinnacle in the industry. Yet now, they are all grasped firmly in the hands of a mere youth. Xiang Jingshan continued. What astonishes me the most is Nanshi investment. In such a short span, it has developed to rival Wanjia. Furthermore, I have heard that the towering structure under construction in the old city will serve as the headquarters of this young man's group in Shunxing. Upon hearing this, the Deng father and son found themselves at a loss for words to describe their current feelings. Naturally, they had no doubt about Xiang's ability to gather intelligence. Could Shunxing be on the verge of a transformation? This realization caused them to furrow their brows. Xiang Jingshan, perceiving their thoughts, contemplated briefly before articulating his perspective. In fact, I believe this represents an opportunity, perhaps a chance for our families to ascend to greater heights. Deng Wei instantly comprehended. Are you referring to Yuan Si? A slight smile graced Xiang Jingshan's lips. It is not solely Yuan Si. Your Wen Yao is also included. What does this mean? Deng Wei felt puzzled. Yet irritation washed over him. What is the matter with you today, speaking in such convoluted terms? Xiang Jingshan merely smiled in silence. Regardless of Deng Wei's inquiries, he revealed nothing. As the time drew near, he stated, All right, you two should explore a bit. I must go greet some important guests at the entrance. Coincidentally, at that moment, He Shi and Nan Sun entered the banquet hall, arm in arm. Their arrival attracted countless gazes due to their extraordinary beauty, making them the focal point of the entire event. Just as everyone was engaging in speculation about their identities, they observed Xiang Jingshan, the patriarch of the Xiang family, approaching the two. This scene immediately stirred up a commotion. After all, Xiang Jingshan is a towering figure in the business realm, known to all. It was always others who sought to flatter him. Who could have imagined he would take the initiative? However, as he was an elder, he sure took the lead in greeting him before Xiang Jingshan could speak. Mr. Xiang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am He Shi, and this is my wife, Nan Sun. Nan Sun followed suit with a courteous Mr. Xiang. Observing this, Xiang Jingshan's expression softened somewhat. Greetings. Welcome to the Xiang family. You are all friends of Yuan Si, so please do not stand on ceremony. He sure readily accepted. Meanwhile, Deng Wei, seeing the two engaged in conversation, hurried over, fearful of missing any significant information. The Lin family, needless to say, was also eager to greet the major shareholder of the company. Surrounded by the power holders of Shunxing's three prominent families, He Shi and his wife found themselves basking in the spotlight. At that moment, Xiang Yuanxi, who had just returned from the film crew, finally arrived, accompanied by his cousin, Deng Wenyao. Upon entering the hall, they spotted their radiant brother, He Shi, and immediately rushed over in high spirits. Brother He, brother He, the two brothers spoke in unison, their faces adorned with identical, silly grins. He Shi Zhao nodded at them, and the atmosphere promptly brightened as a few young people began to chatter and laugh. Meanwhile, the two neglected fathers exchanged a knowing glance before clearing their throats in unison. Xiang Yuanxi exhibited a modicum of conscience, albeit limited, as he had someone pour a glass of water for his father. However, Deng Wenyao blatantly chose to ignore the situation. This infuriated Deng Wei. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have lost his temper right then and there. You little rascal, you still remember how to show up. You're always gallivanting with that group of rascals. Do you even remember what a home is? Deng Wenyao casually dug at his ear. These words were so frequently uttered by his father that he could recite them verbatim. His elder brother was about to intervene, and indeed, within moments. Deng Wenkong grasped Deng Wei's arm and began a lengthy discourse. He spoke of not holding grudges against his younger brother, asserting that he was still young and would eventually understand. That patience was key. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the more he urged, the less satisfied Deng Wei became with his second son. All the while, He Shi, a silent observer, could not help but interject, Chairman Deng. I believe you are unaware that Wenyao is now the general manager of Chungfeng Entertainment. What? Deng Wei suddenly raised his head in shock. Chapter 71. The striking birthday gift. Deng Wei thought he had misheard. Could this scoundrel truly manage a company? An Orange Maple Entertainment, no less? He Shi nodded, confirming. You heard correctly. It has been some time, but I didn't expect you to remain oblivious to it. Moreover, Wenyao possesses considerable capability. He currently holds the reins of the entire Orange Maple. As He Shi concluded his statement, Deng Wei remained in a state of disbelief, while Deng Wenkong's expression darkened first. Noticing He Shi's gaze, he hurriedly cast his eyes downwards. Deng Wei was still grappling with the incredibility of the situation. His second son had never engaged in a single earnest endeavor throughout his life. During his school years, he evaded classes, and after graduation, he hardly ever returned home. Despite the countless times he was reprimanded, this young man remained unrepentant. Deng Wei had considered sending him to the company for practical experience, but the boy refused to go, preferring instead to indulge in revelry with a band of wayward companions. Now, to be told that such an ne'er-do-well had assumed leadership of a major corporation? Deng Wei felt as though he were in a dream. Deng Wenyao, casting a glance at his father's expression, discerned his thoughts. In his eyes, he had long been deemed an incorrigible wastrel. As a child, his lack of diligence in studies had led to suspicions of cheating whenever he achieved commendable grades. His father had never considered that he too harbored aspirations of diligence and a desire for praise. Despite having shared the blame with Deng Wenkong for their misdeeds, he was perpetually the one to face the consequences. Over time, he ceased to entertain thoughts of changing his circumstances. After all, what was it to be a fool who merely squandered money? Quite simple indeed. With that in mind, a hint of derision crept onto Deng Wenyao's face. I may not measure up to your eldest son, and your reluctance to believe that is entirely understandable. However, some may find themselves disappointed. He turned to Deng Wenkong, adding, for I seem to fall short of his expectations, as a complete failure. Deng Wenkong's expression stiffened, and he offered an awkward smile. Father could never think of you as a failure. We are all delighted by your improvements. Is that so? With the atmosphere growing tense, Xiang Jingshan stepped forward, patting his brother-in-law's shoulder. Let us not linger here. Shall we go inside and sit? Mister, he is here for the first time. Come, allow me to introduce you to my father. He Shi replied with a nod. Very well. As the elders moved further away, Xiang Yuanxi playfully thumped his cousin's shoulder. Feeling satisfied now? Did you see Deng Wenkong's face? It was utterly hilarious. They treat the Deng family like royalty, guarding against you as if you were a thief, yet it turns out we hardly care. Xiang Yuanxi felt a surge of pride at this thought. Though both were cousins, he had always been at odds with Deng Wenkong. Beneath the surface of decorum, Deng Wenkong was a schemer who took pleasure in reporting others. In his childhood, Xiang Yuanxi had endured many beatings because of him. Moreover, knowing of Deng Wenyo's close relationship with Deng Wenkong and the latter's despicable acts only intensified his disdain. Deng Wenyo snickered. Who cares? I must say, I find merit in what brother he has expressed. One should not simply languish in idleness. Otherwise, how could we witness such a splendid display of transformation today? Are you enlightened now? I dare say, Uncle would be beside himself with rage upon hearing this. The daily admonishments to his son seem to pale in comparison to mere casual remarks from others. Deng Wenyo, upon hearing this, disdainfully shoved his cousin on the back, urging him to cease his rambling and hasten to greet their grandfather. He is quite vexed at the mere mention of his father. In the spacious lounge adjacent to the banquet hall, a considerable number of distinguished individuals from Shunsheng were gathered. They had lingered after presenting their respects, eager for the opportunity to engage with the esteemed elders. Despite being 80 years of age, the patriarch of the Xiang family appeared quite spry, adorned in a traditional Tang suit. His silver hair contrasted with his vigorous demeanor, and while he bore a somewhat stern visage in silence, his countenance softened significantly upon the arrival of his grandson. Xiang Yuanxi approached his grandfather, respectfully greeting him before stepping aside. With a plethora of guests present, it was hardly an appropriate moment for a familial exchange. Naturally, the elder did not impose, as he found himself captivated by another individual of greater interest. Brother, he is truly erudite. Your earlier discourse has greatly enlightened this old man. The two cousins, who had just entered, were taken aback by the elder's unexpected exclamation. What on earth transpired? Observing their bewilderment, Nanshuan quietly elucidated the situation. It turned out that when He Shi and his companions had arrived, the elder was engrossed in a discussion regarding an investment case. As opinions were shared, He Shi, under Xiang Jingshan's endorsement, had offered his insights, leading to the elder's sudden epiphany. This was the source of the commendation they had just witnessed. Xiang Yuanxi nodded with pride. Indeed, my brother, he possesses such prowess that even grandfather, the old traditionalist, concedes to him. Meanwhile, He Shi continued to engage the elder in various discussions. Possessing extraordinary investment acumen, he exhibited no hesitance in addressing any analytical inquiries posed. Regardless of the questions, he articulated his points succinctly, leading to a delightful exchange that hinted at a burgeoning camaraderie. This spectacle left the onlookers in the lounge utterly astounded. Who exactly is this young man? One individual could not suppress their curiosity, whispering, he was personally welcomed by Director Xiang at the door, and now even the elder regards him with newfound respect. Another leaned closer, sharing. I discreetly inquired with the staff at the entrance about his credentials, and it appears he is listed as the chairman of Wanjia. What? I had heard that Wanjia had a new owner, but this young man has never made public appearances? No wonder he has caught the Xiang family's attention. He certainly possesses remarkable credentials. Meanwhile, He Shi remained oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. Noticing that the time was appropriate, he presented the prepared gift. I heard that the elder enjoys collecting antiques. I recently acquired a rare Schwanda blue and white flat vase, which I would like to present for your appreciation today. As the words fell, a knowledgeable connoisseur of antiques instinctively drew in a sharp breath. If memory serves correctly, this artifact had graced the auction at Yinqing several years prior, fetching an astonishing price of 230 million. How could it possibly resurface here? Could it be that this young man is the very buyer from that time? The crowd immediately erupted into fervent discussion. After a brief moment of surprise, the elderly gentleman's interest was piqued. Disregarding the multitude of guests present, he commanded that the item be brought forth on the spot. The staff carefully unwrapped the gift box, donning white gloves, and gently placed the delicate flat bottle onto the exhibition table. Before the audience lay a round-mouthed porcelain vase, roughly the size of an adult's palm. Adorned with a white background and blue floral designs, the vividly depicted dragon pattern on its belly resembled a majestic white dragon in all its splendor. Chapter 72. The triplets surprisingly become Elder Xiang Leoi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward to examine the porcelain vase held in his hands. A glimmer of brilliance gradually illuminated his somewhat clouded gaze, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration, What a treasure! Truly a remarkable piece. The intricate patterns exuded a sense of grandeur and elegance, while the graceful form of the bottle emanated an ancient charm. This was the first time he had encountered such a time-honored porcelain artifact. Throughout his life, he had developed a profound passion for collecting these antiquities. His study was adorned with an array of antique porcelain, yet this particular piece brought him unparalleled delight. The other onlookers were equally captivated, astonished that a mere birthday celebration at the Xiang residence would unveil such a rare gem. Just as the crowd was immersed in marveling at the Schwanda blue and white flat vase, Xiang Yuanxi suddenly broke the silence. Coincidentally, grandfather's zodiac sign is also the dragon. It seems that He has truly put considerable thought into this gift. Upon hearing this, Xiang Leoi looked up in surprise. Oh, is that so? The crowd then experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing the thoughtfulness behind the gift. Indeed, it was a most fitting tribute. Xiang Leoi burst into hearty laughter, his large hands giving He Shi a hearty pat on the shoulder. This is the finest gift I have received today. Young brother, he is truly considerate. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, I feel we share a remarkable rapport. Why don't we become brothers? From now on, I shall look out for you in Shanghai. His declaration was bold, yet the entire hall fell into an immediate hush. The onlookers were left to wonder if he had perhaps indulged in a bit too much drink at lunch. Only Xiang Jingshan could be seen awkwardly rubbing his forehead, turning to He Shi to explain, I apologize, Mr. He. My father tends to want to form brotherly bonds with anyone he takes a liking to. His face flushed with embarrassment, as this was indeed a quirk from his father's younger days, unexpectedly resurfacing at 80. Over the years, Xiang Leoi had forged bonds with no fewer than 8 or 10 brothers. However, upon hearing his son's words, Xiang Leoi was quick to retort, how can that be the same? My relationship with young brother, he is one of shared interests. Although he may be younger, have you not heard of the term cross-generational friendship? Xiang Jingshan could only remain speechless as Xiang Leoi continued. What say you, young brother he? After a brief moment of astonishment, He Shi quickly regained his composure. He had heard that the Xiang family's ancestors were engaged in trade until Xiang Leoi's father retired from such pursuits. Those who engaged in such business often enjoyed calling each other brothers. It seemed this old man had been influenced by his upbringing. After a moment of contemplation, He Shi graciously accepted. I cannot refuse your kind offer, so I shall humbly accept. Ha ha ha. Brother, he is forthright. Today, on my 80th birthday, I can consider it a complete success. Xiang Leoi beamed with joy and arranged to share a drink with He Shi that very evening. However, while he reveled in happiness, Xiang Jingshan and Xiang Yuanxi, the father and son duo, donned expressions of despair. A sudden addition of a little uncle and, astonishingly, a little grandfather. Xiang Yuanxi found himself in a state of bewilderment. After finally returning home, his once amiable brother he had transformed into grandpa. Did that mean the triplets had become his little uncles and aunts? The thought of chasing after a 3-year-old while shouting uncle sent a shiver down his spine. However, old Master Xiang was relentless, insisting that the father and son publicly address He Shi as both uncle and grandfather. Xiang Jingshan sighed, resigning himself to the reality. Otherwise, given old Master Xiang's temperament, the banquet would hardly proceed smoothly. Xiang Yuanxi glanced at his father, but ultimately turned to He Shi and softly uttered, little grandfather. He then adeptly called out to Nan's son, little grandma, causing her to nearly spit out her drink in shock. Nearby, Deng Wenyo pinched his thigh to stifle an impending laugh, his face reddening within seconds. Observing this, Deng Wei delivered a firm rap on his son's head, admonishing, be polite. You must also address him as grandfather. Deng Wenyo shot him a glare, ready to retort, but suddenly realized that if he called brother he grandfather, wouldn't his father have to call him uncle as well? Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Fine. Then you go first and call him uncle. To his surprise, Deng Wei, unperturbed, boisterously exclaimed, hello, little uncle. Hello, little aunt. Old Master Xiang, in high spirits, nodded in approval upon hearing this. Deng Wenyo muttered to himself, how shameless. Deng Wei gleefully signaled with his eyes, your turn. At that moment, Deng Wenyo truly understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Although he had internally referred to he as father, he, addressing him as grandfather, felt a tad premature. He looked toward He Shi and Nan's son, deciding to embrace the absurdity. Once he called out, he felt little consequence, but the recipients of the address stiffened. Particularly He Shi, who feared that Xiang Yunci might blurt out, "Fairy, return my grandfather." He immediately regretted agreeing to Old Master Xiang's request. Soon, the banquet commenced. Guests gradually exited the lounge and took their seats. Transforming into the younger brother of Old Master Xiang, He Shi naturally sat beside him with Nan's son. Possessing striking features and a commanding presence, he appeared anything but overshadowed, even in the esteemed company of Old Master Xiang. In fact, his seating position seemed to surpass that of Xiang Jingshan, the patriarch of the Xiang family. Consequently, many guests began to speculate whether these two were scions of some prominent family. However, Old Master Xiang swiftly provided clarity. These two are my newly sworn brother and sister-in-law. Brother He, who is also the new chairman of Wanjia Investment. I ask that everyone extend their support to them in Shunqing. With that brief statement, astonishment spread across the faces of the guests, particularly those who had not been present in the lounge moments earlier. Old Master Xiang was already 80. How could these two young people, seemingly in their early 20s, have just formed such an alliance? The notion of one being the chairman of Wanjia was utterly incredible. Those familiar with the Xiang family exchanged sympathetic glances with Xiang Jingshan. Having crossed the threshold of 50, one finds oneself addressing a youth as uncle. A rather humorous predicament for the father involved. Yet, the prevailing sentiment towards He Shi is one of envy. Setting aside other considerations, it is likely that in the city of Shun, one may encounter individuals of considerable stature who would, in turn, refer to oneself as uncle. Those of a slightly lesser generation might even be compelled to call one grandfather. The mere thought of such a scenario is undeniably exhilarating. Consequently, once the banquet at the Xiang family concluded, within the span of a single night, the news of the elder Xiang forming a brotherly bond with a young man spread throughout Shun. In an instant, countless magnates wore expressions of bewilderment, secretly wishing that encounters with Wanjia's chairman would be few and far between. Chapter 73. Is it possible to develop again at 40? Following the banquet for the Xiang family, He Shi emerged in the spotlight of all the affluent families in Shun City, donning the title of chairman of Wanjia. Subsequently, observant individuals who attended the banquet noted a striking resemblance between He Shi and the owner of Xing Qianli taxi service. Although the video footage had vanished from the internet, a search of his Weibo revealed that he was indeed listed as the chairman of Xing Qianli. With a sense of resignation, He Shi had no choice but to amend his Weibo certification. Wanjia and Xing Qianli belonged to different echelons of the corporate world, and thus the prestige associated with the title of chairman varied significantly. Consequently, He Shi effortlessly garnered another wave of attention. Mr. He, should we manage the buzz online? Litongin kirat kradling a tablet. He Shi shook his head dismissively. No need. I'm not a celebrity. In a few days, the discussions will dwindle. By the way, did you see General Manager Qiao at the company today? He has an investment project that requires this fellow's report, yet he has been absent all day. He Shi reached for the office phone, poised to dial. Li hesitated momentarily before speaking up. It seems General Manager Qiao has gone to the hospital. The hospital? Yes. He came in this morning complaining of an itchy scalp, suspecting he might have lice. What on earth? He Shi looked up incredulous. Has he not washed his hair in days? Apparently, 3 days. He Shi sighed, extracting his phone, and indeed, he found a message from Qiao Zhibin. Is he staying at the office again? Yes. His assistant mentioned that General Manager Qiao hasn't slept a wink in a day and night due to the project in his hands. With a resigned sigh, He Shi remarked, when he returns, have him come to my office. He was at a loss as to whether to feel pleased or troubled by such a diligent employee. Qiao Zhibin had always been a hard worker. Otherwise, he would not have held the position of general manager at Wanjia for so many years. Yet, it was precisely this relentless dedication that had begun to take a toll on his health at the tender age of 40. His hair was already thinning. If he continued at this pace, his health would inevitably deteriorate. In the afternoon, Xiao Zhibin arrived in the office. Observing his noticeably cheerful demeanor, He Shi asked, "How did the examination go?" Xiao Zhibin was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected concern from He Shi regarding his health. He chuckled, scratching his head. "It's nothing serious. The doctor said it was simply a result of not washing my hair for too long, a psychological reaction on my part. Moreover, during the examination, the doctor discovered that new hair is beginning to sprout on my scalp. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He had originally planned to shave his head at the end of the month, yet now, it seemed fate had other plans. Could it be that at 40, he was on the verge of a new phase of development? He Shi, unaware of his subordinate's whimsical musings, found himself pondering Xiao Zhibin's sudden transformation. The unexpected change brought to mind a certain black fruit. After all, how could one explain the phenomenon of someone who had been bald for so long suddenly experiencing hair growth? Perhaps the black fruit had ceased to be effective for him after he had previously consumed beauty-enhancing fruits. To validate his hypothesis, He Shi sought out another bald individual in the company, the finance manager, Feng Hua. Although she appeared polished and glamorous, He Shi had once inadvertently seen her parcel at the security desk. If memory serves, the label read, "Three-piece wig for women." Otherwise, he would not have uncovered her secret. When Feng Hua was abruptly summoned to the top floor, a flicker of anxiety coursed through her. It was well known throughout the company that the boss rarely called employees into his office alone. Furthermore, had she not already reported her work during the morning meeting? Could it be that her previous intention to introduce a match for director had been discovered? With trepidation, Feng Hua approached the desk and softly inquired, "Director He, did you need something?" "Nothing urgent," he replied. "Previously, I had my wife's hometown fruit tasted by General Manager Qiao, and he mentioned it was delightful, so I thought I would let you try it too." As she gazed at the small black fruit, Feng Hua felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had not anticipated that the usually stern boss could exhibit such approachability. After she consumed the fruit, He Shi dismissed her. At that moment, he was already convinced of his earlier speculation. Without hesitation, he departed the company and headed to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute under Shen Kong. Shen Kong had a vast operational scope, encompassing the research and sale of disinfectants, medical devices, and pharmaceuticals, as well as daily necessities and cosmetics. The head of the institute, Chu Ming, a man in his 40s, was also one of the top researchers there. Knowing the boss was coming, he had been waiting at the entrance. Upon arrival, He Shi wasted no time and instructed, "Prepare a laboratory for me. I need to conduct some tests." Kuming, momentarily aback, wondered if the boss intended to get hands-on. He Shi glanced at him and reassured, "Rest assured, I am well-versed in medicine. Conducting tests is no trouble at all." However, despite his words, He Shi felt a twinge of uncertainty. While he possessed advanced medical knowledge, engaging in research was a different matter entirely. Yet, there was no one else to undertake this task. Ding! The system detected that the host was about to enter the laboratory for the first time, granting top-tier research capabilities. He Shi felt a surge of joy. The system's timely assistance was as reliable as ever. Donning a lab coat, he promptly locked himself in a laboratory. Hours slipped by in a blur. Meanwhile, Chu Ming paced anxiously in the corridor outside the laboratory. Just as he could no longer restrain himself from knocking, He Shi finally emerged. He extended a stack of reports toward Chu Ming, saying, "Take a look at this." Curious, Chu Ming accepted the documents and, after reading just a few lines, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Mr. He, what is this?" "This is an unknown substance I stumbled upon. Through the recent tests, I discovered that the black fruit is rich in a variety of vitamins. However, they share a common purpose: to promote hair growth. Furthermore, he also detected the presence of an exceedingly unique and unidentified substance within. This substance has never been documented in the annals of scientific history. Astonishingly, it appears to enhance the efficacy of these vitamins. Upon conducting a test, he observed an astounding 5-fold increase. And it is precisely due to its existence that rapid hair growth can be achieved. It was at this moment that He Shi experienced a sudden epiphany. No wonder that miraculous seed is termed rooting and sprouting. He had considered that the items provided by the system would be extraordinary, but he never anticipated them to be this extraordinary. With no historical records, it is highly probable that this substance does not originate from their planet, Aqua Blue. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as the components can be analyzed, everything will fall into place. This endeavor may require some time, but should they succeed in deciphering this special substance, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental contribution to the field of medicine. Clutching the report, he found himself increasingly astonished, his hands beginning to tremble. He realized that if this substance were to be incorporated into existing medications, assuming no rejection occurs, it could significantly augment their efficacy. Once unveiled, it would surely create a sensation throughout society. Perhaps this substance could extend its applications beyond the realm of medicine. The thought invigorated him, causing his breath to quicken with excitement. He Shi continued, stating, "From this day forth, dedicate yourself entirely to the study of this unique substance. Regardless of the manpower and resources required, our company will provide unwavering support. However, it is imperative that this matter remains strictly confidential." Cumming nodded solemnly. "Mr. He, I understand. As a researcher, his greatest aspiration is to contribute to humanity." Chapter 74. The triplets come to pick up Daddy from work as He Shi departed from the research institute. The clock was nearing the end of the workday. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove straight home. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, four precious souls, one mother and three little ones, had arrived at the foot of the Wan Jia company, intent on surprising him. "Mommy, is this where Daddy works? What a grand building!" Nian Nian exclaimed, craning her little neck to gaze in awe at the towering structure before them. Nan Sun nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this is it. Once we enter, you'll see many uncles and aunts, so please behave yourselves, all right?" Little Yu Er, ever the responsible one, took the hands of her two siblings and assured, "Don't worry, Mommy. I will look after my sisters." A wave of warmth surged through Nan Sun's heart as she pinched his cherubic face. "What a good son you are. Mommy, my sister are good too." All right, you are the best." Nan Sun chuckled helplessly, pondering how her younger daughter's exuberant spirit was reminiscent of someone, while the elder sister was overly quiet. Little Yu Er, never mind. In any case, the three siblings were undoubtedly the least identical triplets one could imagine. She crouched down to tidy their clothes before leading them into the lobby on the first floor. Compared to her previous visit, the lobby was busier now. Several young ladies at the reception were occupied with assisting visitors. Wishing not to disturb their work, Nan Sun guided her children towards the elevator. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the reception. It seemed someone had been injured. Security personnel rushed to investigate. Soon, Nan Sun heard an acerbic voice cutting through the air. "Don't touch me. I am a reporter from Qingfeng newspaper. Do you think Wan Jia, such a large company, wants to make headlines?" As the woman raised her camera defiantly, the security guards appeared at a loss. Facing such a troublesome and unreasonable reporter, they were having a thoroughly unfortunate day. A quick-witted employee hurried off to inform their superiors. Yet the woman persisted. "I merely wanted to interview your new chairman. I had made an appointment beforehand. Why am I being denied entry?" A younger receptionist, attending to her injured colleague, retorted indignantly. "And what gives you the right to strike someone? I already told you. Our chairman, he is not in the office. Furthermore, we never agreed to your newspaper's appointment." The woman refused to back down. "It was just a minor scratch from my work badge. I didn't do it on purpose. It's not that serious." As the argument escalated, Nan Sun approached with a furrowed brow. "Xiao Dai, enough of this. Please go fetch the first aid kit for Wen." Upon seeing the figure of the lady boss, Xiao Dai responded eagerly, as if she had found her anchor. "Yes, madam." Nan Sun then turned her gaze towards the bickering woman, or rather, girl, and inquired, "To start your career?" Tao Ying gave Nan Sun a scrutinizing glance. "And if I am, who are you? That is of no concern to you." Nan Sun looked down at her and said, "This is Wan Jia, not a place for your reckless antics. So what if you were a journalist? Does being a journalist give you the right to resort to violence?" The surveillance here captured that scene quite clearly. "Now, I insist you apologize to our front desk immediately." Upon hearing the word surveillance, Tao Ying's bravado diminished. "What if I refuse to apologize? Is Wan Jia trying to bully me?" Nan Sun scoffed. "The Qingfeng news agency, is it? Very well. Then we shall see you at the police station. Security, please report this incident." Since we cannot resolve this issue ourselves, we shall seek assistance from those who can. Tao Ling panicked at these words. Having just entered the workforce this year, she had strived diligently to secure a position at the largest news agency in Shenzhen, Qingfeng. However, during her few months at the company, she had merely been a gopher. Yet, she believed her capabilities to be on par with her more experienced colleagues. She had heard from her superiors that Wang Jia had a new chairman, but unfortunately, he had not been accepting interviews from any news agency. This sparked her determination. Despite numerous attempts to schedule an appointment over the phone, she had received no definitive response from Wang Jia. Hence, she decided to visit in person, hoping for a stroke of luck. To her dismay, the chairman was not in the office. Unwilling to leave empty-handed, she impulsively resolved to make a scene. If she could stir up some commotion, perhaps Wang Jia would seek to placate her, allowing her to secure additional benefits for her agency. Surely, a promotion and raise would follow. But who was this sudden woman before her? Was it not said that larger companies were more fearful of public opinion? Why had it escalated to a police matter? Nan Sun observed her panicked expression, a smirk gracing her lips. Unwilling to go, then apologize. This girl appeared to lack intelligence. It was likely that even the CEO of Qingfeng would not dare to act so recklessly in Wanjia. One had to admit, she was indeed brave. Tao clenched her fists, glancing at the circle of security guards surrounding her, and ultimately gritted her teeth to offer an apology. Nan Sun nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I shall recommend to my husband that he never accept interviews from your Qingfeng news agency again. Given the quality of your staff, it is clear the agency itself is not up to par. Tao Ying, shocked, lifted her head, disbelief filling her eyes. This woman was the chairman's wife? What did she mean by never accepting interviews from Qingfeng again? She rushed forward, attempting to grasp Nan Sun's arm for clarification, only to be abruptly shoved aside by a strong force. The newcomer was He Shi. He had initially returned home, but Qilan informed him that Nan Sun and the children had come to the office to pick him up. Thus, he hurried back, not expecting to witness such an assertive side of his wife. Are you all right? He Shi pulled Nan Sun close, examining her from head to toe. I'm fine, really. Seeing that his wife was indeed unharmed, He Shi turned coldly to the security guards. From now on, if anyone causes trouble in this office, regardless of who they are, throw them out immediately. Understood? Even a mere junior reporter is beyond their capability. It is high time for George Bin to impart a lesson to these individuals. Indeed, Chairman He. Then why delay? Take them directly to the police station. Thus, as Tao Ying had just risen from the ground, she was seized by the arm and dragged away. Throughout the entire ordeal, she had not even had a single meeting with the esteemed chairman of Wanjia. Chapter 75. The triplets seek the little honey. How are you? Is your forehead all right? Nan Sun inquired with concern as she approached the two girls. One immediately shook her head. I'm fine, madam. It's merely a small cut. That's a relief. Suddenly, He Shi asked, how did you two conflict with that reporter? Xiao Dai recalled the incident with rising irritation. Yet mindful of her superior's presence, she recounted as thoroughly as possible. When that person arrived, she specifically requested to see you, claiming to be a reporter from Qingfeng newspaper. However, Mr. He, you were not at the company at that time. Moreover, we checked multiple times, and you indeed had no appointment with Qingfeng newspaper today. Upon hearing this, she attempted to rush upstairs, but one stopped her, and unexpectedly, she pushed her. The work badge was accidentally flung, and it happened to graze Wen's forehead. Then Madam arrived. That's how it went. He Shi nodded. All right. Both of you may leave work early today. Xiao Dai and Wen exchanged glances, exclaiming in delight, Thank you, Mr. He. And thank you, madam. Nan Sun waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. As she watched the two depart, she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something. Right, where are the children? Nan Sun scanned the hall several times, but could not spot the three little ones. He Shi shook his head helplessly. I had Li Tong take them upstairs. By the time you remember, they might have already wandered off. Nan Sun immediately began to act coy. Hey, this is your company after all. Your logic is quite absurd. The couple continued their banter as they made their way to the elevator, unaware that the three children had already stealthily slipped out of the office. Brother, where are we going? Nian Nian asked, munching on cake. Her small mouth smeared with cream, she tugged at her brother's clothing, waddling like a little duck. Of course, we are going to scout the enemy and see if there's a little honey, as Uncle Chi mentioned. What is that? The usually quiet Xiong suddenly interjected. Little honey? Little me. Her eyes brightened. Are they referring to a cat? Is that so, brother? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Uncertain. It should be. I should have clarified with Uncle Chi. Yin Yin, thrilled, grasped her sister's hand. Yay. Let's go find the cat. However, Xiong took out a tissue and clumsily wiped her sister's mouth and hands. Mom said girls must not act like little kittens. Thank you, sister. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Xiao Yu quickly urged his sisters to hide. The three little ones squeezed behind the door. Yin Yin, perplexed, asked, Brother, why are we hiding? Are we playing hide and seek? Xiao Yu, with a serious expression, replied, This isn't a game. That's how it is portrayed on television. We must hide when we encounter someone. Oh, silence enveloped them for a moment. Suddenly, Yin Yin exclaimed, Brother, yes, my legs are numb. Just hold on a little longer. Brother, what's wrong again? I need to use the restroom. Little fish. Brother, let us go outside. It's so dark and stuffy here. Seeing that she could no longer bear it, little fish nodded in agreement. Let us find a restroom first, and then look for the cat. You're so kind. Brother. Yin Yin, clutching her little belly, stood up impatiently. But where is the restroom? This place is so vast. Let us search for it. Thus, the three little ones meandered through the 20th floor, becoming quite disoriented. Yin Yin, drenched in sweat, pouted her little face and said, Brother, I can't hold it any longer. Little fish gasped in shock. No, you're a big kid now. If you wet your pants, the other children will laugh at you when you go to school. Seeing his sister in distress, he grew anxious. Then let us go back and find Daddy and Mommy. Just as little fish was about to nod in agreement, Feng Hua emerged from the elevator, coming to report. Yin Yin hurriedly ran over and exclaimed, Beautiful lady, could you take me to the restroom? I'm a bit urgent. Feng Hua looked at the little girl who had suddenly appeared before her. She was pretty and adorable, like a little princess, instantly melting Feng Hua's heart. Upon noticing little fish and Xiong nearby, she guessed that they must be the triplets from the Boss S family. Without much thought, she rushed over, took Yin Yin's little hand, and replied, All right, let us go right now. Seeing the little girl's face flushed, Feng Hua immediately picked her up and dashed toward the restroom, with little fish and Xiong hurriedly following behind. When He Shi was taking his wife upstairs, he spotted the three little ones squatting against the wall in the corridor, panting heavily. What happened? Did you run a marathon? Feng Hua glanced up at the boss, thinking that their urgency surpassed even that of an 800-meter dash. If she had been a moment slower, she might have needed to leave work early to change clothes. Nansun wiped the sweat from each of the three kids and casually pulled Feng Hua along. The usually decisive financial manager suddenly felt a bit shy. Thank you. Nansun smiled and shook her head. No, I should be thanking you for looking after the children. Just as the two women were about to engage in conversation, He Shi opened the office door and said, Come in, don't just stand there. However, the three children hesitated and did not move. Nansun waved her hand in confusion. Come here, darlings. Little fish furrowed her brows and said reluctantly, But we haven't found Daddy's little pet yet. He Shi, holding a cup, immediately spat out his drink. Feng Hua exclaimed, Who am I? What did I just hear? Nansun looked equally bewildered. What? He is talking about Xiaomi, the cat. With a single sentence from Xiong, the three adults were left even more perplexed. Cat. Where did the company get a cat? Little fish expressed skepticism, but Uncle Chi said I should come to Daddy's company to see if you're hiding a little secret. Upon hearing this, He Shi felt a sudden throbbing at his temples. Chi Jiang told you this? Little fish glanced at her father's somber expression and promptly decided to betray her ally. It was Uncle Chi. He told me to come quietly and not let anyone else know. He Shi retorted, Well done. You're not to play with Uncle Chi anymore. If you want a kitten, I will take you to buy one after work. The three children, not comprehending their father's words, instantly brightened at the mention of a kitten. Yay, that's wonderful. We're getting a little kitty. Meanwhile, He Shi, observing his wife's bemused yet amused expression, silently cursed Chi Jiang countless times. My dear, you must trust me. There's no little secret. I always return home promptly after work. Feng Hua, who had been watching the commotion, worried that Nan Sun might misinterpret the situation regarding her husband, hurried to clarify, "Chairman, he hardly converses with anyone at the company aside from work. Indeed, I avoid interaction with them." Nan Sun, noticing the tension in both their faces, suddenly burst into laughter. "All right, I was just teasing you. I certainly know that Cousin Shi was merely joking with the children." She then turned to her husband with sincerity, stating, "I will always believe in you." He Shi, moved by her words, pulled her into an embrace. Feng Hua, who had inadvertently found himself in the midst of this affectionate display, remarked, "Weren't we supposed to be arguing?" Chapter 76. The triplets have adopted a cat after a light-hearted exchange. Nan Sun inquired about the serious matter concerning the Qingfeng newspaper. Sitting on the sofa, He Shi, noticing Feng Hua had departed, pulled his wife into his embrace. "I have already instructed Li Tong to contact the president of Qingfeng. I trust he will provide an explanation regarding the journalist's conduct. Of course, if he fails to do so, he shall bear the consequences." "And what about the interview?" Nan Sun asked. "The Qingfeng newspaper may be the largest in the city, but its reputation in the industry leaves much to be desired, which is why I declined their request. Moreover, I prefer to avoid the public eye. Interviews are best left aside." Nan Sun nodded in understanding. "Oh, so you would mind appearing on television? I'm indifferent to it." He Shi laughed, pulling her onto his lap and teasingly pinching her slender waist. "Really? Ha, that tickles. Please don't. Is there truly no concern?" He Shi feigned another tickle. Nan Sun quickly relented. All right. No television appearances. I want to keep you at home, away from prying eyes." "Now that's more like it." As the couple shared affectionate moments, little Yu cast glances their way, sighing intermittently. With an empty stomach, Nian munched on an apple and curiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Yu dejectedly shook his head. "Nothing, I just suddenly feel full." "You should eat less, otherwise. You'll have to go to the bathroom soon." Brother's being naughty. As time passed, He Shi called for Nan Sun and their 3 children, preparing to leave work. "All right, little ones, let's go." "Yay, Daddy, are we going to pick up Xiaomi?" Nian exclaimed excitedly. Hearing that name made He Shi uneasy, yet looking into his daughter's innocent eyes, he ultimately relented. "Yes, we're going to fetch Xiaomi. Each of you will have one." In a lobby of Wanjia, numerous employees were queuing up to clock out. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my, is that the boss's wife? I've heard she is stunning, and it appears the rumors are true." This remark instantly captured everyone's attention. They turned to follow the person's gaze and beheld the esteemed boss walking hand in hand with a fairy-like woman from the elevator, 3 adorable children trailing behind them. The atmosphere became electrified. "Yes, that's definitely the boss's wife. I saw her last time she visited the company. There is no mistaking it. Those 3 children must be the boss's triplets. So cute." The family's stunning looks were simply breathtaking. The resemblance between He Dong's son and He Dong himself was undeniable, with the boy sporting a serious expression just like his father. Utterly endearing. "Shoo, quiet down, they're coming over." The previously raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. As He Shi's family passed by, they greeted in unison, "Good evening, Mr. He." "Good evening, Mrs. He." He Shi nodded, and Nan Sun offered a gentle smile to everyone. They thought they would pass without incident, but Nian, ever the social butterfly, raised her little hand and cheerfully called out, "Hello, everyone. See you tomorrow." After a moment of astonishment, everyone burst into laughter. "The little princess is adorable. See you tomorrow." Upon hearing the compliments, Nian beamed with joy. She tugged at her little dress and performed a princess curtsy before scampering after her older siblings. Observing this scene, Nan Sun felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This was certainly not what she had taught. He Shi, on the other hand, wore a proud expression, affirming that indeed, she was his daughter, already commanding attention at such a tender age. Once the family exited the company, they drove straight to a pet store named Aisha. It was said that this establishment had been quite popular online, a fact He Shi discovered only after inquiring with Xiang Yuanxi, the 2 adults and 3 children, who were the center of attention wherever they went, were immediately noticed by the store manager, Yang Yi, upon entering. With an appealing appearance and an extraordinary outfit, it was evident she was accustomed to dealing with significant clients. Yang Yi approached them warmly. "Good day, sir and madam. What kind of pet are you interested in?" He sure glanced around at the store's decor, which was refreshing and whimsical. The shelves against the walls brimmed with pet supplies, and the resting area was invitingly cozy, creating a delightful atmosphere. My 3 children wish to adopt a cat. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you looking for 3 cats? Indeed, he sure confirmed. We recently received 2 ragdoll kittens that would be perfect for young girls. They are both beautiful and affectionate. They are nearly 3 months old and ready to go home. For a boy, I would suggest the British Shorthair. They have round faces and plush fur, making them irresistibly cuddly. He sure nodded slightly, appreciating the manager's thoughtful consideration of selecting similar breeds for the sisters, thus avoiding potential conflicts later. Please, lead us to see them, Nansun exclaimed eagerly. After hearing the manager's introduction, her curiosity was piqued. The 3 children widened their eyes, filled with anticipation. Yang Yi guided them to the 2nd floor, where the entire area was filled with adorable kittens. Some were the store's own, while others were temporarily housed for clients. All the kittens were in their cages, meowing excitedly at the sight of visitors. Yang Yi first showed them 2 ragdoll kittens with almond-shaped blue eyes and medium-length fur, both of which had similar bicolor patterns. The sisters instantly fell in love, their eyes gleaming as they looked towards their parents. Naturally, he sure would not refuse, gently stroking his daughter's hair. I'll take these 2, and now let us see the British Shorthair. With its round head and plump face, the kitten appeared very pettable, prompting Xiao Yu to nod in agreement. After a thorough selection process, the 3 kittens were placed in their respective carriers. But which one is mine? Nian Yin asked with wide eyes, suddenly curious. He sure pondered for a moment before replying, let us name the brother's kitten to me, the sister's heir me, and Nian Yin's can be Sam me. That way, all 3 will have their own little me. The 3 children contemplated this for a moment before nodding enthusiastically. Dad, you're so clever. Subsequently, he sure selected various cat care supplies. Various items such as litter boxes, cat litter, cat food, and climbing frames. Even specialized nail clippers and combs for cats were purchased. Yang Yi instructed the staff to load everything onto the vehicle, reminding them not to forget that the 3 kittens still needed 2 vaccinations. He nodded, then led his wife and child, along with their 3 new companions, back home. Meanwhile, Tao Ying was walking anxiously down the street, bewildered by how events had unfolded in such an unforeseen manner. She had unexpectedly encountered the wife of the chairman of Wanjia. The memory of that woman's confident and beautiful demeanor flooded her with a sudden wave of inadequacy. Why was it that someone so fortunate, so well married, did not have the same luck bestowed upon her? Day in and day out, she was summoned at the company, but what was the basis for her position? Before she could ponder these thoughts further, her phone erupted with frantic ringing from within her bag. Upon seeing the manager's name, her heart dropped. With trepidation, she answered. However, the voice on the other end launched into a tirade of insults. You fool! No wonder you only serve tea and run errands at the company. How dare you stir up trouble at Wanjia? Have you lost your mind? Don't bother coming to work tomorrow. You've ruined me this time. Just get lost. This is such bad luck. Tao Ying stood frozen in place, oblivious to when the call ended. Her mind echoed with the deafening insult of fool. She stared blankly at the passers-by in the distance, utterly dazed and disheartened. Chapter 77. From Husband to Gaming Machine. Upon returning from the fruit shop, Qi and He Yuhai were taken aback by the sudden appearance of 3 adorable kittens. Where did these little darlings come from? They're absolutely precious. Just bought them from the pet store, Nansun replied. Almost immediately, Nian Yin eagerly pulled her grandparents to the cage, exclaiming, let me introduce you. This one is Big Me, this one is Air Me, and this one is San Me. They're our new friends. Qi was utterly charmed by her granddaughter's enthusiasm, affectionately stroking her little face. Wow, so many delightful new friends. Shall we all, along with your siblings and your parents, help them settle into their new home? Nian Yin jumped up in excitement. That sounds wonderful. The family busied themselves for over an hour, organizing the myriad of supplies and toys for the 3 kittens. The living room and the children's playroom were adorned with cat trees and luxurious cat beds. Assembling all these items consumed a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, they had Zhang Jia, He Xiong's wife, preparing meals for everyone. Being a mother herself, she was quite adept at caring for children, and the three kids relished her cooking. Zhang Jie was swift and efficient. Although she was hired by He Shi to cook, she also took it upon herself to tidy up the house. He Shi, ostensibly He Shi's driver, primarily spent his days shuttling He Shi and his wife. Naturally, He Shi would not burden one individual with two jobs, so he raised their wages, which deepened the gratitude of the He couple and encouraged them to work even harder for the He family. Qilan beamed at the spread of food already laid out on the table. Sister He, didn't you say that Tian went to her aunt's house? Why not join us for dinner? Zhang Jie was taken aback by the offer, quickly declining. Oh no, thank you, madam. My husband is at home after work. I need to return to prepare dinner for him. Seeing her insistence, Qilan refrained from pressing further. All right then, please drive safely on your way back. Thank you for your concern, madam. As Qilan watched the door close, she couldn't help but sigh, reminiscing about the struggles the couple had faced. They had sent every penny home for medical treatment for their parents while their own child battled health issues. But thankfully, their hardships were now behind them. This inevitably led her thoughts to her own son. During He Shi's illness, the weight of responsibility upon him must have been immense. He Shi immediately discerned his mother's contemplative mood and teased, "Oh, dear mother, why the sudden melancholy? Your son is quite capable. He has not suffered unduly. It was merely some strain from long hours of driving, affecting his neck and back, but he is perfectly fine now. No need for you to worry about such matters." Qilan playfully shot him a glare. Indeed, my son is capable, but the most remarkable achievement is bringing home such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Nansun blushed at the compliment. Throughout the time spent with Qilan, they had cultivated a bond akin to that of a mother and daughter, devoid of the conflicts often associated with mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The admiration from Qi's parents and the neighbors was palpable, with every encounter resulting in fervent praise for Nanxuan, which certainly bolstered Qilan's sense of pride. Observing the harmonious bond between the two women brought joy to He Shi as well. Just as he was about to continue his conversation, his phone rang. "You all continue dining. I'll take this call," he said, retrieving his phone and stepping onto the balcony. To his surprise, the caller was none other than the venerable patriarch of the Xiang family. "Hello, He, my brother. It has been a few days. I trust you are well." He Shi replied with a smile. "I'm doing well, old sir. Isn't it a bit too formal to still call me sir after we've become brothers?" He Shi shook his head in resignation before responding candidly. "Brother, I hope you are well. Now that is more like it. I called today for a serious matter. Tomorrow evening, I'm hosting a dinner gathering with some old friends, and I wondered if you could join us." He Shi raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the elder was attempting to facilitate his entry into the upper echelons of Shunqing society. Naturally, he would not decline. "I have time. Why don't you let me decide the venue for the gathering?" "Of course, that is no problem. What do you have in mind?" "The Nanshi Hotel." "What do you think, brother?" The sound of the elder's hearty laughter resonated through the phone. "Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow night." "All right." As soon as the elder hung up, Xiang Jingshan stepped forward and inquired, "What did he say?" With a broad smile, the elder replied, "My brother is quite astute. How could he refuse? He even insisted on choosing the venue, and it will be at the Nanshi Hotel." Xiang Jingshan nodded in agreement. "It's certainly a fine choice being part of our family's assets. But others are unaware. I foresee an entertaining scene unfolding tomorrow night." The Xiang family's ability to thoroughly investigate He Shi's assets stemmed from their previous unique business dealings, which had equipped them with certain special methods. However, other families lacked such capabilities. It's likely they still believed He Shi was merely the chairman of Wanjia, traversing the business world. The elder was already anticipating the astonished expressions of those attending the gathering. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, having just finished her bath, Nanxuan climbed onto the bed and shook her husband's arm, asking, "Darling, Annie wants me to join her for a game. Will you come?" He Shi set aside his magazine and gazed at his wife's expectant expression, his eyes deepening with thought. Ever since he accompanied her for a gaming session that day, he had been playing almost every night. Sometimes they played until the early hours. The result was that they hadn't been intimate for several days. If this continued, would he transform from a loving husband into a mere point-accumulating machine? He Shi realized that this could not persist. He immediately pulled Nanshuan closer and tossed her phone onto the floor. In a low, enticing voice, he murmured, "My dear, playing in the canyon every day is rather dull." Nanshuan, suddenly agitated, retorted, "Hey, give me back my phone." She reached out to retrieve it, only to be swiftly drawn beneath him by He Shi. With a smirk, he said, "My dear, your words hold little weight." And with that, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Nan Sun struggled for a moment, but the vast disparity in strength soon left her breathless. He Shi held her soft waist with one hand and intertwined his fingers with her long, elegant leg with the other. Wherever his fingertips roamed, her delicate body quivered as if electrified, rendering her utterly weak. Lying on the bed, Nan Sun felt as though a fire ignited within her. As she gazed at the man before her, whose collar was slightly disheveled, she anxiously fumbled to unfasten his buttons. "Not playing?" He Shi's face radiated with delight. He brushed back his tousled hair, revealing his strikingly handsome features in their entirety, causing Nan Sun's cheeks to flush even deeper. She swallowed quietly, her face aflame, her gaze sultry. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down, rendering her as breathtakingly beautiful as a fox spirit. He Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes dark as night. Wife. Chapter 78. Astonishment. The owner of the 8-star hotel appears the following day. He Shi arrived at the company in remarkably high spirits, his demeanor radiating warmth until the end of the workday. Even when his subordinates stumbled during their reports, he graciously instructed them to revise their work. This unexpected display of amiability left George Bin, who was accustomed to He Shi's stern visage, thoroughly taken aback. He cautiously placed a hand on Li Tong's shoulder and whispered, "What do you think is going on with Chairman He today? Is there some joyous news?" Li Tong, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Have you gotten married?" "Of course I have," George Bin replied, bewildered. Li Tong scrutinized him from head to toe. "I can't tell," he remarked before striding away, leaving George Bin standing there in a daze. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. The few department heads passing by felt a wave of unease wash over them. What on earth was happening today? From the top boss to the general manager, everyone seemed slightly off. Was the company on the verge of bankruptcy? They exchanged glances, pondering the improbability of such a scenario. "What do you mean improbable? Have you completed your work? Hurry back." Upon hearing George's familiar bellow, the department heads finally relaxed, responding with laughter, "We'll head back immediately." Yet George Bin remained perplexed. Why are they so cheerful even after being reprimanded? At 8 in the evening at the Nanshi Grand Hotel, He Shi had reserved a private room on the 85th floor, the ideal venue for a business gathering. The opulent dining table could comfortably accommodate dozens of guests. Old Master Xiang was thoroughly astonished upon entering. Although he had long been retired, he had frequented many luxurious hotels, yet none could match the grandeur of Nanshi. Truly, it was an 8-star establishment. The attendees had nearly all arrived, totaling over 30 individuals, including the Lin, Deng, and Zhang families, along with other prominent clans from Shenzhen. Not only had the older generation come, but representatives from a younger generation were also present, as the future belonged to them. Hence, this gathering could be seen as a networking event for the heirs of these illustrious families. One guest, gazing in awe at the lavish private room, remarked, "It seems old Master Xiang is well regarded. I heard that the 85th floor of Nanshi is not open to the public. Who would have thought we could bask in such glory today?" Old Master Xiang, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Is that so? I was unaware." The individual continued, "What, you didn't know?" Old Master Xiang burst into laughter. "Ha! The host of today's banquet is someone else entirely. I am merely a benefactor borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to speculate. When old Master Xiang had extended the invitation, they suspected that today's gathering was specially arranged for someone else. Now, it became evident that their assumptions were correct, though they had not anticipated the chairman of Wanjia to possess such influence. The 85th floor of the Nanshi Grand Hotel was uncharted territory for them until today. Someone immediately inquired, "Old Master Xiang, you mentioned that your sworn brother would be here today. Why haven't we seen him yet?" The speaker is Zhang, a younger member of the Zhang family and the brother of Zhang Yu. On the day of the old man's grand birthday celebration, He happened to be on a business trip out of town. Upon returning, he heard the astonishing news that the old gentleman had publicly announced a brotherly bond with a young man during the banquet. The four families have always maintained close ties, and naturally, the Zhang family is no exception to this camaraderie with the Xiang family. The thought of having to address someone younger than himself as grandfather stirred a sense of discontent within Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, the old man Xiang smiled and gestured towards the entrance, saying, "Look, he has just arrived." The crowd turned to see a young man in his early 20s gracefully entering the private room. Tall and handsome, he exuded an impressive aura. Dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, he appeared like a runway model. Upon seeing He Shi for the first time, Zhang Yi was taken aback, his mouth agape in surprise. He had not anticipated that the legendary little grandfather would be so strikingly impressive in appearance. He Shi approached the elder Xiang with a smile and greeted him warmly. He then addressed the assembled crowd, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness. I was preparing some fine wine for everyone. I'll take a cup for myself as punishment shortly." With this one statement, he not only clarified the reason for his delay, but also put everyone at ease. The crowd naturally nodded in agreement and took the opportunity to express their gratitude for He Shi's thoughtful preparations. Only Zhang Yi felt a lingering sense of discontent, as if a thorn were lodged in his throat. "Everyone, let us not stand around. Since we are all here, let us take our seats," someone suddenly suggested. Seating arrangements were quickly made, with the elder Xiang taking the head seat. Although he intended to yield the position to He Shi, due to the age difference, He Shi would still need to address him as elder brother. To forego the main seat would have seemed disrespectful. Ren Sheng, who had been following closely behind He Shi, waited until everyone was seated before inquiring if it was time to serve the dishes. "Yes, let us proceed and open the wine as well." "Understood, boss," came the prompt reply. At this, a few people nearby were momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Boss? Did Manager Ren just call you Dong Boss?" Instantly, all eyes in the private room turned towards them. Ren Sheng nodded respectfully, affirming, "Indeed, Director Lin, Mr. He is the mastermind behind our South-Time Grand Hotel." A brief silence enveloped the room. This 8-star hotel had recently made a startling debut, and many had discreetly sought to uncover the identity of its owner. Yet no information had emerged until now. Who would have thought he would appear before them today? Gazing at He Shi's youthful visage, everyone was filled with astonishment. How could someone so young possess such vast assets? Who exactly was the chairman of Wanjia? Ultimately, it was the elder Xiang who broke the silence, proudly stating, "Now do you see how remarkable my younger brother is? But this is merely the tip of the iceberg. You cannot fathom the extent of his capabilities." His tone brimmed with pride, so much so that one might assume he was extolling his own kin. Yet the others collectively gasped in disbelief. Was this merely the tip of the iceberg? Just the existence of this 8-star hotel alone was enough to ignite their envy. He Shi found himself under the scrutiny of numerous scorching gazes, casting a helpless glance at the elder. Was this boast a tad excessive? He smiled and remarked, "Indeed, this hotel was an unexpected acquisition of mine, and its development to this day has been unforeseen. I have prepared a VIP gold card for each of you, a modest gift that I hope you will graciously accept." This was a strategy He Shi had devised earlier. Treating guests to a meal and presenting small gifts would undoubtedly instill a sense of obligation among these prominent figures. Moreover, this gold card, while facilitating advance reservations without the need to queue, bore little significant utility. It neither offered discounts nor held any substantial privileges. Nevertheless, it represented the emblem of an 8-star establishment, which would undoubtedly cater to these individuals' vanity. As anticipated, upon He Shi's announcement, expressions of gratitude erupted from the crowd, their faces adorned with satisfaction. Just then, the chime of the entrance bell resonated, heralding the arrival of a series of exquisite delicacies, each more breathtaking than the last, being elegantly placed upon the dining table. Chapter 79. Playfully indulging in intoxication with my wife, the waitstaff, impeccably trained, entered in a precise formation, one line after another. A staggering total of 108 exquisite dishes filled the grand table, which, if not for its ample size, would have been insufficient to accommodate such a lavish spread. Not only were the other guests rendered speechless, but even the elder gentleman could not help but express his astonishment. To his surprise, at this ripe age, he was afforded the rare opportunity to partake in a grand feast reminiscent of the imperial courts. 54 dishes from both northern and southern cuisines adorned the table, featuring an array of cold cuts, hot dishes, and delectable dim sum. It was a veritable cornucopia. One could hardly fathom the methods employed by the Southern Time Hotel to present these dishes in such pristine condition, as if they had just emerged from the cauldron. Finally, once the last of the waitstaff had exited the private dining room, the elder gentleman raised his glass. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for everyone's presence at this gathering. Although he had retired, he was genuinely delighted to meet such esteemed friends and business partners. He acknowledged his younger brother, who had only recently begun to thrive in the bustling city of Shanghai, yet whose accomplishments thus far were truly commendable. He expressed his hope for potential collaborations in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, someone promptly stood with a glass in hand. "It is our honor to collaborate with Director He, and we thank you, esteemed elder, for your invitation." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Those who were a step behind in raising their glasses felt a pang of regret. Initially, they had attended out of respect for the elder gentleman, but now, having glimpsed merely the tip of Director He's iceberg of success, no one was foolish enough to let this opportunity slip away. "Hello, esteemed grandfather, I am Lin Shun, the eldest grandson of the Lin family. We met briefly at the banquet. I raise this glass to you." The unexpected form of address caused Director He to momentarily pause, before he too lifted his glass. The title grandfather was indeed a peculiar adjustment, particularly as the one addressing him was several years his senior. Meanwhile, old Master Lin cast an approving glance at his grandson, recognizing his perceptive nature, truly a worthy heir to the Lin legacy. Although Director He was already a shareholder in their Liang group, the potential for further collaboration was always welcome. The previously quiet Deng Wenkong hesitated for a moment before also raising his glass. "Esteemed grandfather, I toast to you." However, Director He merely glanced at him, his glass unmoving. Though Deng Wenyo had never explicitly stated it, his actions alongside Xiang Yuanxi made it abundantly clear that Deng Wenkong was not on friendly terms with them. Director He, known for his protective nature, exhibited an evident disregard for Deng Wenkong, which instantly soured the latter's expression, although he dared not retaliate. Observing this, Deng Wei awkwardly raised his glass. "Uncle, I toast to you." Following suit, Xiang Jingshan chimed in. "Uncle, let's toast together." Director He cast a sidelong glance at him before reluctantly taking a sip. Old Master Zhang, seeing that the other three families had offered toasts while his own grandson remained motionless, could not suppress a fierce glare. This child, who usually displayed such cleverness, how could he be so daft today? Little did he know that Zhang He was engaged in an internal struggle. On one hand, he felt the pressure of social propriety. On the other, he could not help but respect Director He's remarkable prowess. After a prolonged internal battle, he finally hesitantly rose. "Esteemed grandfather, my name is Zhang Yi. I raise this glass to you and hope for your guidance in the future." He sure immediately glanced over and spoke. "You must be Zhang Yu's brother, right? Your sister has a good relationship with my wife. They even went out together once." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi relaxed and a smile graced his face. "Indeed, that is true. The girl came back and praised my little grandmother for quite some time, declaring that my little grandmother would be her goddess from now on." He sure his lips curled into a slight smile. "Please convey my thanks to your sister." Seeing the two engaged in pleasant conversation, the younger members of other families raised their glasses, calling him uncle or grandpa, and without hesitation, downed their drinks. By the end of the meal, he sure had nearly forgotten the meanings of uncle and grandpa. Nevertheless, the atmosphere at the banquet remained delightful. Old Master Xiang was also enjoying his drinks, but soon his son intervened, seizing the cup from him. "Dad, you have high blood pressure. Have you forgotten the doctor's advice to drink less?" Old Master Xiang felt somewhat disheartened, but ceased his drinking. By the time the banquet concluded, it was nearly midnight. Given that He Zhiyong had a wife and children at home, he sure had already sent him back. He originally intended to ride home with the Xiang family's vehicle. However, just as a group of them exited the elevator, he sure spotted a familiar figure in the lounge area. The woman had a delicate profile, with ebony hair and fair skin. She sat quietly, resembling a beautiful painting. As if sensing something, Nansun suddenly turned her head and caught sight of her man, who stood out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. She initially wanted to rush over, but seeing so many people around, she restrained herself, standing up and waving with a smile. Yet, he sure paid no heed to the surroundings and strode over, enveloping his wife in a tight embrace. At the sound of the surrounding cheers, Nan Shu's cheeks flushed. She caught the scent of alcohol and whispered, "Let go of me. Had you been drinking too much?" He sure nestled his face against her fragrant neck, reluctantly lifting his head before taking her hand and leading her into the crowd. Although Nansun wore a simple hoodie and jeans that night, her tall figure still radiated brilliance. Just as she was about to greet everyone, she heard two voices calling out in unison, "Hello, Annie. Hello, little grandmother." Nansun's heart skipped a beat, but her face betrayed none of her surprise as she smiled and replied, "Hello." Her poised demeanor, coupled with her unblemished appearance, won her immediate favor from all present, eliciting numerous compliments. He sure felt a surge of pride within him. Truly, she was his wife. After accompanying old Master Xiong to bid farewell to all the guests, the couple prepared to drive home. As soon as they closed the car door, he sure could not help but pull Nansun into his embrace, his voice muffled as he said, "Wife, why did you come and pick me up so late?" "It's not safe." Nansun affectionately ruffled his soft hair. "I was worried about you. Besides, I can't sleep when you're not around." "Ah, my wife. You are truly wonderful. I miss you so much. You are just the best." The repetitive exchange of such phrases finally alerted Nansun that something was amiss. She struggled to peek out from the man's chest, illuminated by the faint light, and inquired, "He sure shall. Have you had too much to drink?" The man immediately shook his head in denial, stating, "I haven't drunk excessively. I'm just a bit unclear." Nansun sighed, "Well, clearly you have." She was too weary to argue with a drunken fool and intended to drive home directly. However, he sure persisted in clinging to her, incessantly calling her wife. With a resigned sigh, Nansun gently pinched his cheek, her tone laced with mock ferocity. "Why don't you ever act this spoiled when you're sober? It's rather endearing." As she spoke, she took out her phone and began recording, planning to show He sure the footage once he sobered up. Chapter 80. Cousin comes to Shunshang the following day. He sure did not awaken until the sun had risen high in the sky. He rubbed his temples in discomfort, taking quite some time to regain full consciousness. His tolerance for alcohol was commendable. Throughout his 4 years at university, he had never once succumbed to intoxication. However, the sheer number of toasts he received the previous night, coupled with his buoyant mood, led him to unwittingly exceed his limits. In the bedroom, Nansun was nowhere to be seen. He sure glanced at his bare torso and surmised that his wife must have given him a cursory wash-up. He casually donned a nearby robe and made his way to the bathroom. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, he sure was taken aback to find the living room eerily empty. At this hour, Chi Lan and He Yuhai had long since departed for the store, and it was likely that the triplets had accompanied them as well. Determined, he sure proceeded directly to the studio, where he was greeted by a delightful sight. Nansun, adorned in a pale green dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, sat quietly before the easel. At her feet, 3 adorable kittens lay sprawled on the soft carpet, peacefully slumbering. The scene radiated warmth, and a smile instinctively graced He sure's lips. He had assumed his wife was painting, but upon closer inspection, he discovered she was engrossed in a video on her phone. Hearing a familiar voice emanating from the device, he sure felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Stealthily, he approached and inquired, "Were you watching, my dear?" The sudden sound startled Nansun, who hurriedly picked up her fallen phone and chuckled. "Oh, you're awake. I wasn't watching anything, really. Nothing at all," he queried, skepticism evident in his tone. "Absolutely nothing," she insisted. He sure couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Sweetheart, could you possibly mute the video before making such claims? Your ability to fabricate lies with such ease is truly impressive." He stepped closer, wrapping her in his embrace, sneaking a video of me. "Are we? How adorable. What did you say?" He sure thought he must have misheard. Was he truly considered adorable? He playfully pinched her pert nose, teasingly threatening. "Have you grown bold?" Nansun, unfazed, retorted, Who knew you could be so coddling when drunk? He Shi responded, delete the video. At this, Nansun immediately wriggled out of his hold, proclaiming, I won't delete it. With that, she dashed out of the studio, her tinkling laughter echoing as it faded away. He Shi shook his head in resignation, sitting in silence for a while before finally rising. It appeared that his noble image in Nansun's eyes was on the verge of collapse. In the dining room, a breakfast specially reserved by Sister Zhang awaited He Shi. It consisted of millet porridge, steamed buns, eggs, dumplings, and her own pickled vegetables. Nansun carried all but the pickles into the kitchen, heating them briefly. Then, she called out, Darling, come eat. You need to start with some porridge. I'm coming. Are you going to the office today? He asked. No, I have the day off, she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shall we play some games later? Where shall we play? Of course. Nansun paused, then playfully spat out, rogue, as she looked at the man before her. The two individuals had yet to reach a conclusion when He Shi received a call from Qilon. What time is the high-speed train today? All right, I shall head over to pick them up shortly. Nansun observed as the man ended the call and curiously inquired, Who are you going to pick up? It's my cousin from my second uncle's side, who has come to Shin City. Mother asked us to meet her at the station. His cousin, He Han, had long desired to apply to Shin City University and now finally had the opportunity to acclimate to her new surroundings. He Han is coming? That's wonderful. Nansun held a favorable impression of this cousin. Her vivacious personality and somewhat whimsical ideas were endearing. She playfully tugged at He Shi's arm and said, I'll go change my clothes first. Darling, take your time eating. He Han's train was scheduled to arrive at 3 in the afternoon. He Shi, accompanied by his wife, first visited the Shanghai restaurant, a place he hadn't been to in quite some time, for a brief inspection. They then proceeded to the train station, arriving just in time. Standing shoulder to shoulder amidst the bustling crowd, the couple's striking appearance instantly attracted numerous glances, with some even boldly approaching to ask if they were celebrities. Nansun chuckled and shook her head, leaving the inquirer feeling rather disappointed. As He Han emerged from the station, she immediately spotted her cousin and his wife. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed towards Nansun. Sister-in-law, I've missed you so much. Nansun momentarily paused in surprise, then patted her shoulder. I missed you too. Welcome to Shin City. The two exchanged smiles before linking arms and turning to walk away, while He Shi, feeling somewhat overlooked, dutifully grabbed his cousin's suitcase and followed behind the two women. This was He Han's first trip away from home and her first visit to Shin City. From the moment she boarded the train, she had been in awe of the scenery outside the window. Big cities are truly remarkable. I've never seen such tall buildings. I hope to live in one someday. Upon hearing this, Nansun couldn't help but laugh. That wish may soon come true. He Han eagerly leaned in. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? I mean our current residence is on the top floor of our complex, the 23rd level. Really? He Han responded, somewhat incredulous. But wealthy people like my cousin usually prefer to live in villas, right? It seems more impressive. Yes, that's the word. She vividly recalled the time when He Shi casually mentioned having 2 million when he returned to his hometown. Such a sum had once seemed unfathomable to her. Nansun promptly clarified, we do have a villa, but it is still under renovation, so we are currently residing in this high-rise. The view at night is particularly stunning. And your cousin has even built a flower room on the rooftop with a swing. You can lie there and gaze at the stars. Wow, cousin is truly enjoying life. He Shi, who was driving, couldn't help but smile subtly. This is just the beginning. Indeed, the moment they opened the door, He Han was utterly captivated by the expansive flat before her. Although she had seen buildings before, she had never encountered one of such magnitude. There were a staggering 5 bathrooms alone. In addition, there is a toy room, a game hall, and a multimedia room. The rooftop outdoor swimming pool astonished her, making her yearn to dive in immediately. Startled, Nansun quickly intercepted her. If you want to swim, I'll accompany you tomorrow during the day. It's too late now, and the wind is a bit strong. All right. Subsequently, He Han's attention was captured by 3 little kittens and Xiao Bai. Nansun initially intended to confine Xiao Bai to the room, but unexpectedly, this little creature had grown increasingly temperamental, darting away in a flash. By the time she spotted him again, he was already engaged in play with He Han. Sister-in-law, you are so cool. You even have a snake. The corner of Nan Sun's mouth twitched, realizing that her worries were unfounded. Chapter 81. He Han. My cousin is quite jealous in the evening. Chi Lan and He Hai finally returned home with the triplets, initially eager to play with the kittens. The children were instead greeted by their little aunt upon opening the door. They squealed in delight and rushed towards her. Nan Sun chuckled, surprised at how deeply these little ones remembered He Han, having only met her once before. Little aunt, will you be living here from now on? Si o you asked expectantly. He Han pinched his cheek playfully, replying with a smile, I will stay until school starts. Oh, how long is that? He inquired. Well, a little over a month. Upon hearing this, Nian Nian clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Little aunt can play with us. All you think about is playing. Nan Sun gently tapped the heads of the three little ones. Hurry and wash your hands. It's almost time for dinner. Got it, Mom. The He family has never adhered to the notion of silence at the dining table. Meals are always lively affairs. As Chi Lan and He Hai noticed their niece finishing her meal, they eagerly inquired about the happenings back home. Once assured that everything was well, the elderly couple finally felt at ease. My older cousin and my brother's vegetable greenhouse has also gotten on track, and they mentioned sharing profits with my little cousin by the end of the year. Hearing this, He Han's lips curled into a smile. I have every confidence in my two cousins' abilities. When he invested, he never once contemplated the possibility of loss. By the way, I haven't asked what major Xiao Han is applying for, Chi Lan suddenly inquired. This child has always been quite independent, making decisions without consulting the family, even regarding her major. However, the He family has always embraced a free-range approach to education, avoiding excessive interference. As children grow, they develop their own ideas. All the family needs to do is provide solid support. Clinical medicine. I want to become a doctor, He Han declared excitedly, putting down her chopsticks. Being a doctor is great, but I've heard it's quite arduous and requires many years of study. When you start school, feel free to come to your cousin's house. Sanani will prepare delicious food for you. He Han's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, Sanani. There's no need for gratitude. Later that night, He Han settled into the guest room that Sister Zhang had prepared. Lying on a soft, large bed, she happily messaged a few friends in her group chat. Beautiful girl Xiao Han. My cousin's house is truly enormous, and we live on the top floor with a stunning view outside. Beautiful girl Xiao Yu. Is that true? Hurry and show us. Beautiful girl Xiao Han. Just a moment. He Han quickly jumped out of bed, rushed to the balcony, and filmed a segment of the night view, followed by shots of the room's decor. The video she sent was a whole minute long. Responses in the group chat flooded in shortly after. Beautiful girl Xiao Yu. This night view is simply breathtaking. I wish I had applied to a school in that city too. Beautiful girl Xiao Xin. Exactly. And is that a guest room? It's so spacious and luxurious. Beautiful girl Xiao Han. Yes, it's a guest room. Beautiful girl Xiao Han. My cousin's house has so many rooms. And by the way, there are 3 adorable kittens. Beautiful girl Xiao Xin. I want to see them and pet them so badly. As the 3 were engaged in a lively conversation, a girl who had remained silent in the group suddenly sent a message. Beautiful girl shouting, Xiaoan, how is your cousin doing now? Lying on her bed, He Han straightened her posture immediately upon reading this message. Her brows furrowed deeply, and she opted for a private chat. Beautiful girl Xiaohan. Ting Ting, do you still have feelings for my cousin? Beautiful girl Xiaohan. He is already married, and you have only met him once. To put it bluntly, my cousin probably doesn't even remember you. That meeting occurred when He Han had just entered her first year of high school. One day, she forgot her school badge, and fortuitously, her cousin He Shi had returned home for the holidays and delivered it to her school. However, He Han experienced a bout of stomach pain after class and had to ask her good friend and deskmate, Chu Ting, for assistance. The young man, tall and handsome, drew numerous gazes as he appeared at the school gate. His voice was equally pleasant. Thank you for the trouble. Just those 4 simple words made Chu Ting's face flush instantly, allowing the budding young girl to experience the sweetness of infatuation for the first time. From that day on, she would often inquire about He Shi through He Han, gradually learning about their relationship, his name, and his impressive academic prowess. Naturally, He Han discerned her best friend's feelings. Although she held little hope, she still attempted to gauge her cousin's sentiments. It was then she discovered that her cousin had long harbored affections for someone else, someone who had now become her sister-in-law. On the other end, Chu Ting's gaze fell despondently upon seeing the word married. She had always known that he sure held a place in his heart for someone, but matters of the heart were beyond her control. Thus, she dedicated herself to her studies, yearning for a day when she could draw closer to her secret crush. She dreamed of standing before him openly to confess her feelings. Yet now, after finally gaining admission to the same university as him, she found it was too late. Chu Ting lowered her head in disappointment, glancing at her friend's subsequent message. Beautiful girl Xiaoan. Ting Ting, my sister-in-law is truly wonderful. No one matches better with my brother than she does. Beautiful girl Xiaoan. And do you know? My brother waited for her for 4 years. Upon reading this, her secret affection had been destined to end in vain. Large droplets splashed onto the bedsheet, leading her to succumb to a fit of sobs. Concerned by her best friend's prolonged silence, He Shi decided to initiate a video call. When the call connected, she was met with a pair of tear-streaked eyes. Worried, she asked, Ting Ting, are you all right? Chu Ting showed her the scattered tissues around her, choking out, I just went through a whole pack of tissues. And replay. Then go ahead and cry. Would you like me to buy you some more? Chu Ting paused in her weeping, staring blankly as she lifted her head. Aren't you supposed to tell me not to cry? He Shi shook her head seriously. Not at all. You must cry it out to feel better. After all, this has been a 3-year-long secret crush. If I were in your shoes, I would cry too. Upon hearing this, Chu Ting immediately broke into laughter. When you called, were you comforting me or mocking me? Seeing her friend finally smile, He Shi let out a sigh of relief. Of course, I am here to comfort you. Men like that are hardly a rarity, and you simply have an overly favorable view of my cousin. He is not nearly as wonderful as you imagine. Chu Ting's interest was piqued. How so? He Shi crossed his legs and promptly began to elaborate. Let me tell you, my cousin is quite the jealous type. I merely shared a moment of affection with my sister-in-law, and he immediately turned cold towards me. After just a brief separation from her, he starts searching everywhere for her. So clingy. Which woman could possibly tolerate that? Ting remained silent. Moreover, He Shi continued, he is particularly petty. During dinner, when I merely reached for one of his shrimp, he insisted on reclaiming it, just because my sister-in-law enjoys it. At this, Chu Ting could no longer contain herself. Stop right there. Are you sure you're not just flaunting your brother's affection? What? Am I? As she gazed at her friend's tear-streaked eyelashes, concern for another matter began to creep into her mind. Chapter 82. A family outing. He Shi hesitated and inquired, Ting Ting, you will still follow the original plan to attend university in Shun City, right? She had read numerous novels and watched several dramas with the female protagonists. After being spurned by their secret crushes, opted out of the universities they had once excelled to enter. Such a choice would be utterly foolish. Chu Ting, noticing the worried expression on her dear friend's face, immediately reassured her, worry not, I would never jest with my future. After all, it is Shun City University. Many aspire to attend, but cannot. Moreover, my application has already been submitted. I am not so naive as to be consumed by love. Although the 3 years of unrequited affection have been arduous, it is precisely this experience that has shaped me into a better version of myself. I owe a debt of gratitude to your cousin for that. A good cry has already alleviated much of my burden. Upon hearing her friend's words, He Shi felt a sense of relief wash over her. That's wonderful. We have been inseparable since high school, and now that we have both gained admission to the same university, I truly do not wish to part ways with you. Chu Ting felt warmth in her heart at these words. I, too, do not wish to be separated from you. Without me, you would undoubtedly get lost at school every day. How could that be? I made the journey to Shun City all on my own. Yes, indeed, you are the most impressive. The two sisters exchanged playful banter for quite some time before finally succumbing to slumber in the early hours of the morning. The following morning, He Shi, as per his usual routine, completed his morning jog and, after breakfast, did not rush off to the office. It was his cousin's first visit to Shun City, and he naturally intended to show her around. Furthermore, his parents had been busy opening a new store and deserted a day of leisure, so the family planned to enjoy a day out together. They first visited the Central Circle Century City for a shopping spree. He picked out some clothing and jewelry, and they accompanied the triplets to watch a children's film. Afterward, they explored the aquarium. It was the triplets and He first encounter with a dolphin show, and they were thoroughly captivated, reluctant to leave even after a long while. Before departing, He promised to bring them back frequently. With the aquarium's complimentary souvenirs in hand, the family exited contentedly. They then made their way to the amusement park. Thanks to He ownership stake there, they entered through a special passage, much to the envy of those waiting in the glaring sun. This was the playground for He and Nan's son. The two sisters planned to experience every attraction. He having no choice but to supervise the children, watched as Chi-lan and He strolled away leisurely. Standing by the roadside, the three little ones spotted vendors selling small toys. Their eyes sparkled with desire. Yet they refrained from asking for any. Eventually, it was He who took the initiative and purchased each of them a headband adorned with rabbit ears, along with balloons. Yin tugged at her father's shirt and reminded, "Daddy, don't forget about my little aunt. Buy one for her too." He readily agreed and instructed the vendor, "Please add one more rabbit headband." As he gazed at the array of animal ears on display, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to request a kitten and a little fox as well. He handed the rabbit headband to his daughter, while the other two children held their treasures in hand. As the sun loomed larger in the sky, He sent a message to Nan's son and proceeded to a renowned parent-child restaurant with his three children. A father accompanied by triplets naturally drew attention, especially given their striking appearances. Upon entering the restaurant, it was evident that the patrons could not restrain their curiosity. He cast a glance around and realized the crowd exceeded his expectations. Every table was occupied, with many others waiting in line. However, he felt no concern, for the manager had prepared a private room in advance. After presenting his identity, he was promptly greeted and escorted upstairs, further intriguing the onlookers in the lobby. Those unable to secure a table questioned the staff. "Is there still dining space on the second floor? Why did those individuals just ascend?" The courteous attendant replied, "Sir, there are no dining areas available on the second floor, only a private room reserved for our manager." The man sighed in resignation, choosing not to press the matter. Their family had come to the amusement park specifically for the parent-child restaurant, yet they found themselves unable to even secure a number. He felt a twinge of guilt towards his daughter. Crouching down to his little girl, he said, "I'm sorry, and then, shall we come back another time?" The little girl, hearing this, looked somewhat disheartened. "But we have to return to Yin City this afternoon." The woman beside him also knelt, gently stroking their daughter's head. "Be good, Anun. Since your father has finally found some time, and there are no seats here, let's eat elsewhere, shall we? There will be other opportunities." Though the little girl remained reluctant, she realized she hadn't seen her father in a long while. This family trip to Shun City was precious, and thus, she nodded in understanding. "I will listen to Mommy and Daddy." The couple exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, He who was escorting his son to the restroom, observed this scene. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, is your surname Lee?" The man immediately raised his head, his sharp gaze akin to that of a hawk, transforming from gentle to formidable in an instant. His muscles tensed, his demeanor resembling a sword ready to be drawn. In mere seconds, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Seeing this, He swiftly clarified, "I mean no harm. I merely thought you resembled an elderly acquaintance of mine." He gestured towards the little boy he was holding by the hand. Indeed, upon seeing the child, the man's expression softened slightly, and he nodded, "My surname is Lee." He sensing validation in his assumptions, pressed on, "So, you are acquainted with the esteemed Mr. Lee Jingyi?" He introduced himself. "I am he. Not long ago, the elder purchased a Qinghua tea bowl from me." He handed over a business card. Li Zimu accepted it, and upon seeing the name and private contact of his elder, his demeanor finally relaxed. He was well aware of the elder's purchase of a tea bowl from a young man in Shin City, and it had left a lasting impression on him, as he had yet to meet his grandfather. It was rather unusual for him to extol the virtues of a young man. Upon hearing the praise, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Observing the remarkable He before him, Li Zimu awkwardly remarked, "I apologize. It's merely a professional habit." That old gentleman is indeed my grandfather. But how did you discern my identity, brother He? He Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. It wasn't exactly a guess. I simply found your visage somewhat familiar, and your aura exudes integrity, which piqued my curiosity to inquire. Possessing the skills and physical prowess of a special forces soldier, he was naturally attuned to those who trained in martial arts. Li Zimu's previous hostility had undoubtedly suggested to him that he was not an ordinary individual. Noticing the growing crowd around them, He suggested, "Brother Li, why not take your wife and child upstairs with me to converse in a more private setting?" Recognizing that the current environment was not conducive to a meaningful discussion, Li Zimu readily nodded in agreement. Chapter 83. The triplets meet new friends in the private room. Xiangxiang and Yin Yin had grown impatiently eager. As soon as they spotted their father approaching, they dashed towards him. The Li family was taken aback by the striking resemblance of the two sisters. He introduced, "These two are also my daughters, and they are triplets with Xiaoyu." Upon hearing this, Li Zimu was instantly astonished, exclaiming, "Oh, then my dear brother He, you truly are a winner in life." "Not at all," He replied with a slight smile, then turned to the three children, saying, "This is your sister Nin. You must get along well with her, understood?" The triplets chorused, "We understand, Daddy." Yin Yin, with a bright smile, took Nin's hand and exclaimed, "Sister Nin, there's so many delicious treats over there sent by uncles and aunties. Shall we go eat together?" Nin felt a flutter of excitement at the invitation and glanced at Li Zimu. Seeing her father nod, she happily followed Yin Yin, while also holding onto Xiangxiang's hand. He reached out and patted Xiaoyu, who remained in place, saying, "Son, you should go too and take good care of your sisters." Xiaoyu responded earnestly, "Don't worry, Daddy." He then waved to Uncle and Aunt Li, stating, "I'll head over first," displaying a demeanor of a little adult, which left Li Zimu quite astonished. Li Zimu's wife, Cheng Yin, praised, "This child is remarkably precocious. At such a young age, he is so considerate. His siblings must be teaching him well." She then inquired, "By the way, where's your sister-in-law? Isn't she here today?" Only then did Cheng Yin notice the absence of others in the private room. "I believe she went to play with my younger cousin. They both enjoy thrilling challenges and are likely having a blast by now." At the mention of Nan's son, He Shi's smile grew even brighter. Cheng Yin felt a twinge of envy, while Li Zimu treated her well. Both of them were rather reserved and seldom expressed their feelings. Their work often kept them apart, resulting in a life that was consistently mundane. In contrast, the young couple before her appeared slightly aloof. Yet when He spoke of his wife, his tone was infused with tenderness and affection, effortlessly conveying their deep bond. Cheng Yin speculated that their daily lives must be filled with vibrant experiences. She set aside her thoughts and smiled. "Your sister-in-law is truly impressive. I have a fear of heights and can't partake in many activities here. She simply loves to have fun." He gestured towards the dining table, saying, "Brother Li and sister-in-law, please don't stand. Let us eat and chat." Li Zimu, not one to stand on ceremony, first pulled out a chair for his wife before sitting down himself. "How has the old gentleman been lately?" He casually inquired. "Quite well. He has mentioned you more than once since returning. Your name is now quite well known in our household." He shook his head helplessly. This was indeed not a favorable situation. He continued to inquire, "So, will Brother Li and his wife be returning to Yin City today?" "Not at all," came the reply. This brief 2-day vacation was hard one, and I was particularly eager to visit this parent-child restaurant. "Had we not encountered you, brother, we might have made the trip in vain." "No worries. I shall arrange for someone to deliver an identity card to your sister-in-law. In the future, when you bring it in, you can head directly to this private room without the need to queue," he offered. Li Zimu did not decline, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother He." The trio was engrossed in their cheerful conversation when Nan Sun and He Han finally returned, having exhausted themselves from play. He had already informed his wife about their encounter with Li Zimu and his family. Thus, upon entering the room and seeing a pair of unfamiliar faces, Nan Sun was unfazed. She took He Han's hand and approached them with a warm greeting. Cheng Yin, her eyes sparkling with admiration, remarked, "No wonder you have such beautiful and adorable triplets. Seeing you today, I can only describe my sister-in-law as stunningly enchanting." Nan Sun felt her cheeks warm in response to the compliment. It was her first time meeting a woman as gentle and demure as Cheng Yan. She exuded a soothing presence, akin to water, and simply gazing at her was a comfort. Engaging in conversation felt like speaking with a cherished older sister. It was said that she hailed from a scholarly family, receiving a stringent education from a young age, making her a true lady of refinement in ancient times. Regrettably, their time together was brief. The Li family had an afternoon flight to catch, so after their meal, they parted ways. Anan gazed longingly at her newly acquainted friends, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Little Nian Yen, the weepy one, clung to Anan's hand, bursting into tears, leaving the adults in a mix of laughter and exasperation. They had not anticipated that such a brief interaction would forge such a strong bond among the little ones. He Shi crouched down, helplessly cradling his daughter in his arms. After a considerable effort, he managed to soothe her. Sniffling through her tears, Nian Yen whimpered, "Daddy, I don't want sister to leave. We haven't played enough." He Shi gently patted her back, reassuring her, "All right, Nian Yen, be good. In a little while, your mother and I will take you to Yen City, and we can play with sister again, okay?" "Really? Is that true?" she asked, her voice quivering. "Indeed. When have I ever lied to you?" He Shi replied. "All right then." Nian Yen finally acquiesced, but not before reminding her new sister, "Sister Nin, don't forget about me, and remember to think of me and my brothers." And then fought back her tears, nodding earnestly, "Don't worry, I won't forget you. I'll be waiting for you to come and play with me." With that, she planted a kiss on each of the triplets' cheeks before following her parents, glancing back reluctantly as they departed. He Shi wiped away his daughter's tears and snot, noticing her spirits had finally lifted. His gaze then fell upon Xiaoyu, who stood rooted in place, his little face flushed crimson. Curiously, he asked, "Son, what's the matter?" Nan Sun and He Han turned their attention as well. Could it be that he's shy after being kissed by the beautiful sister? He Han teased. Little Yuer's face turned even redder. He furrowed his tiny brows and murmured, "Dad said that a man can only kiss his own wife. Anan's sister kissed me. Does that mean she wants to be my wife?" He Shi nonchalant. "Son, you might be overthinking it." Yet, little Yuer continued to fret, "But she is older than me. Mom says children must listen to adults. So I have to listen to Anan's sister. But doesn't that mean I'll end up like Dad, being controlled by my wife?" He Han couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. However, He Shi instantly became displeased. Hey, son, what are you saying? I'm just pamper your mother. It's not being controlled by her." He glanced at his wife and continued, "And so what if she is older? It's only by 2 years. Regardless of age, she is still your wife, and you must cherish her. If you like her, when you grow up, you can marry her." Nanshuan shot him a glare. "Don't confuse the child." She squatted down and patiently explained to her son, "Little Yuer, when sister kissed you just now, it was merely a polite farewell. Did you see that she also kissed your 2 younger sisters? So don't feel burdened. It's different from how Dad kisses Mom, understand?" Little Yuer hesitated and nodded, half understanding, bewildered by the various ways of kissing someone. Being a child is tough, and becoming a man who marries a wife is even harder. As He Shi was about to impart more wisdom to his son, Nanshuan swiftly covered his mouth, threatening, "If you say anything foolish again, I'll ignore you." He Shi immediately set aside thoughts of his son. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't say anything more." "Now, that's more like it." Observing the scene, He Han scratched his cheek in exasperation. "Isn't this already considered being controlled by your wife?" Chapter 84. The Art Exhibition Conflict. Nan Sun agrees to spar as the time approached. He Shi and his companions decided to seek out Qi Lan and He Yu Hai. They had one final destination for the day, after which they could return home, the Shanghai Art Museum. Today, a rising artist was holding an exhibition there, and the interest of He Shi's family stemmed from the fact that this artist was a disciple of the esteemed Master Chao Wen-kai. Nan Sun had often heard mention of this master of traditional Chinese painting, but had never had the fortune to meet him. Today, she hoped to test her luck. After all, as a closed-door disciple, Master Chao might very well come to lend his prestige to the exhibition. Additionally, she was eager to assess the skill of this master's apprentice. Upon presenting their tickets, they entered the exhibition hall. The crowd inside was substantial. Yet most appear to be glancing around aimlessly, seemingly uninterested in the paintings displayed. He sure speculated that these individuals were likely also drawn by the presence of Master Chow. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The man appeared even more emaciated than before, clad in an oversized suit that gave him a somewhat ludicrous appearance. He wore glasses perched on his nose, and the moment his gaze met He Shi's, he swiftly averted his eyes. Nan Sun observed his flustered retreat and inquired, "Isn't that the fourth member of your university dormitory?" He Shi nodded. "Indeed, it is him. Why does it seem like he is afraid to see you?" A frown crossed He Shi's brow. Something felt amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. Ultimately, he dismissed it, as the man was of no concern to him. He turned to his wife. "Why are you not looking at the paintings? What do you think of his skills?" Nan Sun sighed in boredom. "I never expected the disciple of a master of traditional Chinese painting to create anything but traditional Chinese art. Yet, here I am faced with a hodgepodge of styles, none executed with mastery. I can only describe it in 8 words: chaotic and nonsensical." As they conversed in hushed tones, their striking appearances could not be overlooked. Not only were He Shi and Nan Sun an attractive couple, but their triplets also drew attention. Thus, as soon as Nan Sun finished her remarks, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. "Ha, such arrogance! This is Master Chow, Wen Kai's disciple, and you claim to understand art?" Turning to face the source of the voice, they saw a man in his 40s. His balding Mediterranean-style haircut instantly reminded He Shi of a certain breed of dog. He had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Upon noticing the lewd gaze of the man upon Nan Sun, his expression darkened. "So what if he is Master Chow's disciple? If my wife says his work is lacking, then it is indeed lacking." His tone grew icy. "Furthermore, if you don't want your eyes, you should donate them to those in need." At his words, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. How dare he belittle Master Chow's disciple? Who was this person speaking so brazenly? The middle-aged man, momentarily intimidated by He Shi's demeanor, instinctively took a step back. Once he regained his composure, his face turned a shade darker. "Do you know who I am? Moreover, this is not a place for your nonsensical chatter." He Shi scoffed. "I care not who you are. Is it a crime to speak the truth?" The middle-aged man, rendered speechless by the retort, became so enraged that he erupted into a torrent of curses. Just as He Shi was about to teach him a lesson, Nan Sun firmly grasped his hand. Suddenly, the middle-aged man clutched his throat with both hands, his face turning a deep crimson. He attempted to call for help, yet no sound emerged. The scene descended into chaos. Chi Lan and He Yuhai quickly shielded the 3 children behind them. As bystanders contemplated calling for an ambulance, the middle-aged man miraculously regained his composure. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with terror. At that moment, an elderly man in a tang suit, graced with a white beard, approached amidst a throng of admirers. Observing the unfolding drama, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening here?" Someone immediately recognized him as Master Chow, Wen Kai, and eagerly stepped forward to recount the details of the altercation between He Shi and the middle-aged man. Before Master Chow could respond, a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stepped forward with a fierce expression directed at He Shi. "Did you say my painting is subpar?" He Shi glanced at him, unperturbed. "So what if I did?" Nan Sun chimed in. "If everyone at this level can hold an exhibition, it would be a disgrace to the Artists Association. If one lacks the skill, they should diligently hone their craft instead. Perhaps they might achieve something worthwhile. Yet here you are, presenting work akin to that of a primary school student and fearing critique. What folly!" The man Guanbai turned pale with rage, but before he could unleash his anger, Master Chow shot him a stern glare. "Did I not tell you to refrain from foolishness? This is quite the embarrassment." He then turned to Nan Sun, a smile gracing his face. "You, young lady, possess quite the sharp tongue. It seems you have a considerable talent for painting." Holding He Shi's hand, Nan Sun casually replied, "It's nothing special. I merely dabble at home." Guanbai snickered, but quickly silenced himself under the teacher's admonishing gaze. "Would you care to spar with my disciple?" Master Chow suddenly proposed. Nan Sun and He Shi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "Certainly, but there should be a wager, no? What would you like as a wager?" Without hesitation, Nan Sun declared, My father is an ardent admirer of Master Chow's landscape paintings. If I win, I would appreciate a live demonstration from Master Chow. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. After all, this was Master Chow, a luminary in the realm of traditional Chinese painting and the vice president of the Artists Association. One of his masterpieces was not something one could acquire merely with wealth. He Shi, taken aback for a moment, looked at Nan Sun with immense pride. Truly, having such a wonderful daughter-in-law was a blessing for the He family. Chow Wenkai readily agreed. No problem. But what if you lose? Nan Sun replied with a confident smile. I could never lose. If I do, then let my husband promise you one thing. Upon hearing this, Chow Wenkai glanced at He Shi. From the moment he encountered this young man, he sensed he was no ordinary individual. Thus, he consented. It is settled then. Just as Nan Sun was about to inquire about the location of their contest, Master Chow suddenly interjected. However, before we proceed, there is a matter I must address first. The art gallery had apprehended a thief 20 minutes prior, and according to him, he had an accomplice. Allow me to escort this individual to the police station first. With that, Guanbai took the two men and detained the middle-aged man who had just insulted He Shi and Nan Sun. Ignoring his shouts and protests, they delivered him directly to the police car amidst a chorus of astonished gasps. Chapter 85. The contest begins. The tiger and the cat, this unexpected scene left everyone in a state of shock. A thief? No wonder he deliberately sought trouble. It appears he aimed to distract us. How audacious to steal from Master Chow. He sure listened to the murmurs, his brow furrowed, suddenly recalling the unusual behavior of the fourth brother earlier. He inquired, Master Chow, was the thief a slender man in a suit? May I ask what he stole? Chow Wenkai pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, it was such a man. Wearing glasses, he made off with a painting I created years ago titled Tide Watching. It's hardly worth anything. Do you know this individual, young sir? He sure contemplated for a moment, not shying away from the truth. From your description, he should be my former university roommate. However, I cannot fathom why he would steal the painting. Noticing the change in He Shi's expression, Chow Wenkai sensed there was a story behind it and tactfully refrained from pressing further. He turned to the others and suggested, since there are no more disturbances, why don't we move to Hall 3? We have prepared various painting tools there. As soon as he finished speaking, a bystander approached and asked, Master Chow, may we accompany you to observe? I'm fine with it, but you should ask this young lady, he replied. Nan Sun casually nodded. Whatever. Thus, a large group proceeded toward Hall 3. To their surprise, they soon encountered a group of fashionably dressed young people. Before they could discern their faces, they were greeted by a series of exuberant voices. Grandpa! Grandpa! This unexpected address led everyone to assume they were referring to Chow Wenkai, including him. However, as the group approached, it became clear they were all directed at He Shi. Despite being of similar age, they showed utmost respect toward He Shi, treating him like an elder. This made everyone recall the earlier term of endearment, leaving them somewhat disconcerted. Even Chow Wenkai was taken aback, not expecting this young man to hold such a significant status. Grandpa and Grandma, what a coincidence! Exclaimed Lin Chun, the eldest grandson of the Lin family. He had not anticipated encountering this renowned figure from the upper echelons of Shun City at an art exhibition. Greetings, Grandpa. Greetings, Grandma. The young people following Lin Chun also respectfully offered their salutations. He sure glanced around and recognized many of the young heirs he had met at the previous gathering. His features relaxed, and he smiled, acknowledging their titles. Onlookers who recognized Lin Chun and the others gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend when such an impressive young man had emerged in Shun City, commanding the deference of so many affluent scions. Chow Wenchuan, of course, recognized Lin Chun, heightening his curiosity about He Shi's true identity. Grandpa, where is your group headed? He Shi gazed gently at Nan Sun and remarked, My wife intends to engage in a friendly artistic exchange with Master Chow's disciple. Oh, Lin Chen's interest was piqued upon hearing this. So, the young lady is an artist? May we join her to offer our support? Nan Sun smiled and replied, of course. In hall number 3, 2 large tables had already been prepared. Upon entering, Guanbai immediately inquired, what shall be the focus of the competition? Nan Sun shrugged nonchalantly. As Master Chow's disciple, I presume the forte lies in traditional Chinese painting? Let's center our contest around that. She proposed. As for the theme, why not leave it to Master Chow to decide? Guanbai readily agreed. That works for me. Excellent. After a moment of contemplation, Chow Wen-kai stated, let us not complicate matters. Each of you shall create a painting centered on animals, whether depicting a singular species or a multitude. Animals? Upon hearing this, Nan Sun's mind sparked with inspiration. She exchanged a glance with He Shi, and without further ado, they approached one of the tables, swiftly setting to work. Guanbai, observing their fervor, followed suit. As time steadily passed, the hall fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the soft scratching of brushes against paper. After an indeterminate period, Nan Sun was the first to set down her brush. The onlookers, as if awakening from a dream, were instantly captivated, craning their necks to be the first to behold her creation. Even Guanbai, who had been immersed in his own work, abruptly turned to look, his face a mask of skepticism. Has she truly completed a painting so swiftly? Surely, it must be a mere hasty scribble. Yet, Nan Sun calmly extended her hand towards Guanbai, signaling him to continue. Chow Wen-kai sighed softly, as if already aware of the outcome. Regardless of the quality of the artwork, the poise displayed by this young girl was a stark contrast to that of his disciple, who had been under his tutelage for over 30 years. Finally, Guanbai set down his brush and affixed his seal beneath his inscription. He lifted his gaze, casting a smug glance at Nan Sun, his expression rife with disdain. However, Nan Sun's heart remained wholly with her husband, as the two whispered sweetly to one another, utterly disregarding Guanbai, which caused his countenance to darken instantaneously. Master, since the paintings are complete, may I invite you and everyone else to judge them? He announced, lifting his scroll for all to see. Before them sprang to life a magnificent golden-brown tiger, its black stripes sprawling across its back, exuding an aura of regal power. A collective gasp of awe erupted from the crowd. What an extraordinary depiction of a tiger. It is so lifelike. Indeed, it rivals, if not surpasses, Master Chow's previous work, Tiger on the Mountain. No wonder he is a disciple of the master. Amidst the chorus of admiration, even Chow Wen-kai nodded in quiet approval. Though his disciple may lack in other respects, in the realm of traditional Chinese painting, he had indeed absorbed his master's true teachings. Throughout his life, he had taken on 3 apprentices. Guanbai, the youngest, possessed the greatest talent, yet his irascible nature often led him to offend others. Aside from that, everything else greatly satisfied Chow Wen-kai. Guanbai tilted his chin slightly and inquired of Nan Sun, may I ask what this esteemed artist has depicted? I believe everyone is eager to see it. Are they not? Lin Shun and the other young individuals could not help but feel a twinge of concern for the young lady. Master Chow's disciple had long been renowned in the artistic community. Previously, they had only heard of his reputation, but upon meeting him today, it was evident that his talent was genuine. His fame was not merely a consequence of being the master's apprentice. However, Nan Sun remained entirely unperturbed. As she picked up the scroll from the table, she remarked, how fortuitous, for the tiger you have painted is precisely what I have illustrated as a cat. Upon hearing this, Guanbai let out a derisive snort. Yet when his gaze fell upon the painting, he found himself unable to laugh. Chow Wen-kai's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered an unbelievable scene. Chapter 86. Have they already given birth to 3 children? The peculiar behavior of the master and apprentice captured the attention of the crowd, who curiously gathered around. Upon closer inspection, the once lively hall fell into a profound silence. The painting depicted not some bizarre creatures, but rather 3 adorable kittens. One was playfully rolling a ball of yarn, while the other 2 frolicked and tumbled together in joyful amusement. The cat's eyes sparkled with vitality, their expressions exquisitely rendered in delicate detail. A mere glance at the artwork softened the heart. However, what astonished everyone most was the striking realism of the painted figures, as if they were on the verge of leaping off the paper. The plush fur appeared incredibly lifelike, prompting even Chow Wen-kai to involuntarily extend his hand. Just as he was about to touch the paper, he hesitated slightly, overwhelmed by excitement as he exclaimed, "What a magnificent piece! I have painted countless cats in my lifetime, yet none have reached such a level of artistry. This transcends mere technique." Chow Wen-kai turned to Nan Sun, inquiring, "Young lady, may I ask which master you have apprenticed under? Am I fortunate enough to meet them?" Nan Sun shook her head in resignation, replying, "I merely doodle for fun. I learned a little from my grandmother in my childhood, but sadly, she has passed away." Chow Wen-kai, upon hearing this, was even more incredulous. "Then this is truly a gift. Young lady, I noticed your objective critiques of the paintings exhibited by my apprentice. Do you not solely practice traditional Chinese painting?" Nan Sun admitted, "I do occasionally dabble in oil painting, gouache, watercolor, and sketches, but lately, I've focused more on comics. I enjoy illustrating the little moments of life." Chow Wen-kai's interest peaked. "Oh, may I have the honor of appreciating your work?" "Of course, Master Chow. Do you have social media? I post many of my creations there." "Indeed, I do. Let us follow each other right now." As they spoke, the two pulled out their phones, leaving the gathered crowd utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend how the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. Meanwhile, a group of young people, led by Lin Chun, rushed over to join the excitement, insisting on following Nan Sun as well. They were astonished to discover that this young lady possessed such remarkable artistic talent, to the point where even Master Chow felt inferior. It would be foolish not to seize this opportunity to forge a connection. Standing nearby, he sure chuckled and shook his head, his gaze towards his wife filled with affectionate pride. Chi Lan and He Shi also wore expressions of pride. Nonetheless, Nan Sun remained grounded amidst the flattery, her mind still focused on the stakes of this competition. She boldly asked, "Master Chow, does this mean I have won this challenge?" Chow Wen-kai laughed heartily and nodded, then turned to his apprentice. "You speak for yourself." The previously silent Guan Bai, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, looked at Nan Sun with a face of shame and offered an apology. "Underestimating you was my error. I may have lost this round, but I vow to reclaim my honor in the future." After speaking, he turned to Chow Wen-kai and said, "Teacher, there are still some matters I need to attend to at the exhibition, so I shall take my leave for now. I will see you shortly." Chow Wen-kai did not impede him, merely gesturing with his hand for him to depart. It seemed that he had easily lost to a young girl, which indicated a significant influence on his apprentice. However, the youthful vigor of the younger generation was indeed commendable, preventing them from being oblivious to the existence of greater talents beyond their own. Subsequently, he did not linger, and with a grand gesture, he began to paint a piece for He Shi. Yet, when it came time to inscribe the title, he paused and said, "Young lady, I must say, your handwriting is quite impressive. Why don't you inscribe this piece for me today?" Nanchuan was momentarily taken aback, but did not hesitate, stepping forward to accept the brush. This action further enhanced Chow Wen-kai's impression of her. After sealing the painting with his private stamp, Chow Wen-kai personally presented it to He Shi, praising, "With such a wonderful daughter, you are indeed fortunate." He Shi's lips nearly stretched from ear to ear, and he did not refute the compliment. In his and Chi Lan's hearts, Nanchuan was akin to their own flesh and blood. However, Nanchuan could not help but interject, "Master Chow, please refrain from calling me young lady in the future. I've already borne 3 children. You may call me by my name, Nanchuan, and this is my husband, He Shi, along with my parents." Chow Wen-kai raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Although he did not frequent the upper echelons of society, he had recently heard of He Shi. After all, the name of this master of traditional Chinese painting was quite renowned, and many prominent figures in Shuncheng sought his artistry. Thus, over time, he had inadvertently absorbed much gossip from the upper classes. He recalled a recent incident involving the elder of the Xiang family forming a brotherhood with a young man. He remembered the young man's name. It was indeed He Shi. Moreover, given today as context, the manner in which these young aristocrats addressed him was nearly unmistakable. Yet, apart from a hint of surprise, Chow Wen-kai bore no further thoughts. What intrigued him more was the fact that this young lady mentioned she had 3 children. He had only heard that 2 young people had wed. It seemed they had already started a family. As he surveyed the hall, his eyes fell upon 3 children in the corner. 1 boy and 2 girls, each strikingly beautiful and clever-looking. Most notably, Their features were remarkably similar, especially the two girls, who appeared as if they were carved from the same mold. Chow Wenkai inquired in astonishment. Are they triplets? He Shi could not help but respond, pride evident in his eyes, which filled the elderly Chow Wenkai, who had no grandchildren of his own, with envy. He had only one son, who not only lacked talent in the arts, but had also chosen to serve in the military. He seldom returned home during holidays, and, at 30 years of age, he was still unmarried. Each time he contemplated this matter, Chow Wenkai felt a surge of frustration. Now, upon seeing someone else as triplets, he resolved that when his son returned from his upcoming leave, he would insist on arranging a matchmaking session for him. He affectionately waved to the three children. Upon seeing their father nod, the trio promptly dashed over. At the behest of He Shi, they chorused Grandpa Chow. This delightful exclamation instantly filled Chow Wenkai with joy. He even instructed his assistant to present 3 small embroidered pouches as tokens of their first meeting. These are crafted by my wife during her leisure time, intended for the children to play with. As a gesture of respect, the younger generation graciously accepted the gifts. Little Yi eagerly reached out to receive them, promptly expressing her gratitude alongside her sisters. Their sweet words brought such delight to Chow Wenkai that he seemed momentarily lost in bliss. Eventually, as the closing time of the art museum approached, both parties agreed to reconvene at a later date before parting ways. Lin Shun and his companions, displaying keen awareness, took their leave first. Thus, the day's itinerary for He Shi's family came to a fulfilling conclusion, and they decided to stop by a Shanghai restaurant for a meal before heading home. Chapter 87. The resplendent fire of Nanshuan's artwork and the surge of followers at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The skies above Shin City were still illuminated by the bright daylight. A new dance craze had recently taken hold in the square near Jinfushan. As soon as Qilan arrived home, she eagerly pulled He Shi out the door, taking along 3 children for good measure. Meanwhile, He Han, having indulged in a hearty meal, sprawled on the living room sofa, munching on snacks while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped his lips. What happened? What happened? Nanshuan, having just changed into her clothes, rushed out of the bedroom, forgetting to put on her slippers. Sister-in-law, quickly check your Weibo. You've gained a plethora of followers. Is that true? He Han excitedly handed over his phone. You've reached 100,000. Sister-in-law, you are amazing. Nanshuan navigated her profile and discovered that Master Chow had retweeted her post along with a comment. The artwork in question was a landscape painting entitled Between Clouds and Water. The piece exuded grandeur and an inexplicable sense of heroic ambition. Chow Wenkai had directly shared this artwork, thoughtfully attaching a commentary of over 100 words. What astonished everyone, however, was the concluding remark, such extraordinary talent. I find myself humbled. This marked the first instance where Chow Wenkai publicly bestowed such high praise upon a painter on social media. Even in his area of expertise, he openly conceded defeat. The declaration sent ripples through the artistic community, drawing the attention of numerous artists, both prominent and emerging. Not limited to traditional Chinese painting, luminaries from various artistic realms flocked to witness. Even the esteemed president of the Painters Association, Elder Chi Tang, was no exception. Recently, Nanshuan had ample free time and had taken to posting her works on Weibo daily. Be it traditional Chinese paintings, oil paintings, comics, or sketches, her repertoire was vast. The seasoned artists, initially brimming with pride, were left in awe after perusing a few of her creations, their astonishment rivaling that of Chow Wenkai upon first encountering her work. Consequently, they began to retweet her posts, showering her with praise. The younger generation, who often looked to these established figures for guidance, quickly followed suit, amplifying the trend. Numerous renowned painting bloggers also joined the chorus. Within just a few hours, Nanshuan's Weibo account surged in popularity, her follower count skyrocketing. The endearing family-themed comics she created also attracted many fans of her and He Shi's couple dynamics, as well as mothers of triplets. While there were indeed some dissenting voices, they were swiftly silenced by the professional critiques from these artists. The mantra of let the work speak for itself became the rallying cry among her supporters. Naturally, He Shi overheard the conversation between his wife and sister-in-law. He promptly retrieved his phone, instructing Li Tong to monitor the online sentiment closely. Should any unfavorable comments or orchestrated marketing accounts arise, he would not hesitate to ban them without mercy. Thus, beneath Nanshuan's Weibo posts, aside from a few occasional sour remarks, the comments section remained harmonious. After flipping through a few pages, she returned the phone to He Han and took a long stride towards the bedroom. With such a surge in followers, she was certain that many charming individuals would be sending her private messages. Nan Sun was eager to return home. However, just as she took a few steps, someone lifted her onto their shoulder. "Why are you running around barefoot?" He Shi chided, giving a playful pat on her backside. Nan Sun's cheeks flushed, and in a moment of irritation, she bit down gently on the man's ear. Luckily, her parents and children were not around. Otherwise, she would have felt utterly embarrassed. The bite made He Shi's earlobe tingle, and he couldn't help but let out a soft hiss. "Do you want to be punished?" Nan Sun paused for a moment, her pearly teeth releasing their grip. She tugged gently at the man's ear and urged, "Hurry and carry me back to the bedroom. I need my phone. Have you grown bolder? Hurry up." The couple playfully bantered as they exited the living room. Meanwhile, He Han had already turned away, resolutely refusing to partake in the dog food of their affection. Nan Sun opened her social media, and indeed, her private messages had surged to 99. Excitedly, she scrolled through them and discovered a message from the president of the Painters Association. The content inquired if she would be interested in joining the association. If so, he could recommend her as the president. "Darling, look at this." He Shi leaned over to glance and asked, "Do you want to join?" After a moment of contemplation, Nan Sun shook her head. "Not really. There would surely be various events and exhibitions, and I wouldn't want to participate." Then just decline. "All right." Nan Sun swiftly replied to the message and continued, "What were you doing just now, dear?" He Shi showed her the tablet in his hand. "We're having the wedding at the end of the month. Ayla sent over some designs for the wedding invitations. See if you like any." Nan Sun looked up in surprise. Have the specific dates been set? Ever since they had taken their wedding photos, the planning for their wedding had commenced. However, due to the intricacies of a traditional Chinese wedding, a specific date had yet to be determined, though it was likely to be at the end of this month or the beginning of next. He Shi nodded. Mom had someone calculate the auspicious dates. "I was about to tell you, one is on the 28th and the other on the 31st, both favorable for marriage." Upon hearing this, Nan Sun exclaimed, "That's just around the corner." What's this? Don't want to marry me?" "Of course not. Besides, Haven T, I already married you." "Oh, so that means you really want to?" "Oh, you're so annoying." He Shi, fearing she might get upset, quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. All right. Let us not discuss it further. You choose a date." Nan Sun pondered for a moment and said, "Then let us go with the 31st. We still have to move, and it feels like there's so much left to prepare." He Shi chuckled as he pinched her cheek. "What are you worried about? Your husband will take care of everything. Just focus on fitting into your wedding dress and wait for me to whisk you away." That would make me seem rather lazy. My husband has it too tough." Though she said this, there was not a hint of guilt on Nan Sun's face. Just as He Shi was about to tease her further, an untimely phone rang nearby. Observing the caller above, he furrowed his brow. "Boss? What could he want at this hour?" A thought struck He Shi as he suddenly recalled the events concerning the 4th earlier that day. Chapter 88. The eve of moving indeed. As soon as the call connected, the boss inquired, "Lao San, have you heard about Lao Si being taken away by the police?" He Shi replied, "I heard about it. I was at the art exhibition today and even ran into him." The boss immediately became a bit agitated, exclaiming, "What on earth? This guy usually seems quite honest. He doesn't strike me as someone who would steal. How could he be so reckless? Now he has a criminal record. It will be a stain for life." He Shi remained silent, only expressing his confusion by asking, "How did you find out about this?" "I don't know who, but someone posted it in the class group. Now the whole class knows. I heard that Lao Si's superior was also apprehended, and now all the blame is being placed on him. Given the value of Master Chow's painting, it looks like he might face jail time," the boss explained. He Shi gently acknowledged this, stating that there was little to be done. One must face the consequences of their actions. "What? Do you want me to help him?" The boss quickly denied this, saying of course not. A mistake is a mistake. Stealing is wrong, no matter who it is. He then added, I just wanted to ask if you think I'm being heartless, considering he was my roommate for 4 years. He sure retorted with a question. Do you think I am heartless? Of course not. The boss replied. Then that settles it. The truth will come to light through the police investigation. Whether you say he disregards our camaraderie or is cold-hearted, it matters little to someone who no longer considers you a friend. Only a fool would meddle in such affairs unless they were truly idle. However, after hanging up with the boss, He Shi still asked Li Tong to investigate the matter further. It turned out that the company where Lao Si worked had recently engaged with a major investor. This investor had a peculiar obsession with the paintings of Master Chow, to the point of fanaticism. To curry favor, the company leadership devised numerous strategies. Unfortunately, Master Chow's paintings have always been highly valued, yet rarely available for purchase. Many collectors were unwilling to part with them. Unable to find a way to connect with Master Chow, the leader impulsively decided to exploit the art exhibition. In an effort to support his disciple and attract attention, Chow Wenkai contributed several pieces for display. Thus, the leader, having gathered all the necessary information, took Lao Si along. They coordinated their actions. One created chaos while the other seized the opportunity. Lao Si could have chosen to refuse or even report this leader, but he was unwilling to forfeit the chance for promotion and a raise. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he was apprehended before he could even exit the art museum. In a moment of desperation, he implicated the leader as well. Now, both were at the police station, engaged in a bitter dispute, unaware that the truth had already been thoroughly investigated. He sure shook his head, recalling the evasive look in Lao Si's eyes. It seemed everything followed a traceable path. Although he claimed that Master Chow's painting was worthless, professionals had appraised it. The value was enough to sustain Lao Si on government pay for 3 years. What once appeared to be a promising future for him now seemed irrevocably tarnished by this singular misstep. However, these developments held little significance for He Shi. After all, everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. He Shi recounted the events to the eldest and second brothers. After a moment of reflection, they deemed the matter settled. Once the wedding date was finalized, preparation for the ceremony were to be expedited. In recent days, He Shi and Nansun busied themselves with crafting invitations. Such a once-in-a-lifetime affair naturally warranted their personal touch. Additionally, the traditional Hanfu custom made at Fujiya Studio was nearing completion. He Shi planned to present this along with the invitations to their esteemed friends and family attending the wedding. On Nansun's side, apart from a few friends like Annie, there are not many to invite. However, He Shi's list was extensive, with numerous partners and, of course, the circle of the elder. The couple hastily completed the invitations over 3 days. Meanwhile, Qi Lan and He Yuhai spent their days packing alongside He Han and the 3 children. The villa in the sandalwood garden, subsidized by the system, had been fully renovated. According to plan, they were to move from Jinfu Tiendi the following day. Mom, there's no need to bring too much. Everything is available there, and anything lacking can be purchased later, He Shi suggested, observing the living room cluttered with cardboard boxes. Qi Lan, while packing cat food for their 3 kittens, replied, "Oh, but I'm so accustomed to these things here. I've already started packing." He Shi, with a touch of exasperation, responded, all right, just leave the rest as it is." I know, Qi Lan said, glancing at the familiar decor. "It's a bit hard to part with this place, all of a sudden." Nan Sun stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Qi Lan's. "It's all right, Mom. We can always come back to stay here when we have time." He Han chimed in, "Yes, Aunt San, wherever we go, it's still home." Qi Lan's face brightened with a smile. "You're both right. With such comforting words from my daughter-in-law and niece, I can hardly feel downcast." "Hey, so, didn't you mention that the villa has a large garden?" Qi Lan inquired. He Shi nodded vigorously. "Indeed, you can plant as many vegetables as you wish. I just hope it doesn't wear out the old lady." Pleased by this, Qi Lan quickened her packing pace. In the evening, Qi Zhang's family of 3, along with the eldest and second brothers, gathered at the He residence. Since they would no longer reside in the same neighborhood, they decided to share a meal before the move, a small celebration of their relocation. The eldest brother scratched his head in confusion. "Shouldn't we have the moving dinner at the new house?" The second brother shot him an exasperated look. "What does it matter where we eat? We can always have another meal there later." The eldest brother, suddenly enlightened, You're right. That's the Sandalwood Garden we're talking about. The most prestigious villa district in the city, with only 18 houses, each at least 1,600 square meters. Each villa boasts a unique architectural style, showcasing famous features from around the world. Once the third brother's family moves in, I must go and admire it properly. Upon hearing the news of the He family's impending relocation, Chi Fu and Chi Mu, who had been residing on the farm, hurried back today. The new residence is conveniently situated not far from both Jinfu Tiendi and the farm, making visits quite accessible. Concerned that Chi Mu might feel reluctant to leave, Qilan spoke first. I understand. You can always visit the farm whenever you wish. The air there is truly refreshing. Qilan smiled slightly, adding, It seems apparent that both you and old Chi have gained some weight during this period. Indeed, the food there is simply delightful, and everything is homegrown, boasting high nutritional value. Upon hearing this, Qilan grew increasingly eager about the prospect of establishing a vegetable garden at the villa. In truth, the vegetables and meats consumed by their family were predominantly sourced from the farm. The staff there made regular visits to the He household every other day, bringing an abundance of poultry, fish, and an array of fruits and vegetables. Sister Zhang, who was responsible for cooking, seldom ventured to the supermarket. However, there is a distinct comfort in growing one's own produce. It not only occupies time, but also brings the joy of reaping the rewards of one's labor. Qilan resolved to commence the fencing of the garden immediately upon arriving there tomorrow, unaware that He Shi had already made all the necessary preparations for her. Chapter 89. The Unexpected Manor. A delight in Nanshu, the fragrant garden is situated to the north of the Nanwan district, a mere 20-minute drive from the Jinfushindi. In contrast, the under-construction headquarters of Nanshu is a mere 15 minutes away. This entire community spans over 50,000 square meters, featuring 18 villas, each showcasing a distinct architectural style. Aside from He Shi himself, the other occupants of the vehicle were left speechless from the moment they entered the community. The vast spaces between the villas and the unique surroundings of each structure created an atmosphere akin to a global tour. Dad, this place is enormous. Are we home yet? He Shi looked at his curious little daughter and affectionately ruffled her hair. Not yet. Our home is at the very back, and it's the largest one. We'll see it shortly. Indeed, after navigating a few more turns, the vehicle finally